The world is only aware of the great Buddha with 1,000 hands and the formidable Uchiha clan, yet it remains oblivious to the existence of the female clan, the true pinnacle of the ninja realm. They wield the most terrifying weapons of war, their reorganization capabilities merely scratching the surface of basic applications. However, you possess not only complete dominion over all forms of reorganization, but also the extraordinary ability to manipulate, replicate, and even enhance the genetic makeup of insects. In the ninja world, genetics is synonymous with a legendary bloodline succession. Thus, humanity is reminded of the dread instilled by the eye of reincarnation. The world burns beneath your feet, all things laid bare as mere sustenance. The boundless realm is akin to a swarm of insects. Today marks the inaugural day of the Ninja Academy. As usual, you indulge in the crispy, chicken-flavored exploding beetles, their crunching sound drawing the attention of a nearby girl with white eyes. Out of curiosity, she discreetly activates her Byakugan to glance at you. In the next moment, her anguished scream reverberates through the classroom, and she abruptly falls backward, her mind short-circuiting, unconscious. The sudden incident draws the peculiar gazes of the classmates towards the source of the chaos. This moment, the teacher finally identifies the culprit indulging in snacks during class. With narrowed eyes, he fixates on you, realizing that it is indeed a member of the female clan who has rendered a Byakugan user unconscious. At such a tender age, has she already begun training in her family's secret arts? The teacher, envisioning the horrifying sight that the girl may have witnessed, feels a chill run down his spine. Although he has never encountered it personally, he can easily imagine the terrifying form that resides within a member of the female clan. What on earth were you secretly consuming? He inquires. Would you like to try some, teacher? You generously offer, extending your hand. Your small palm is swarming with an abundance of tiny black beetles. Upon witnessing this scene, not only the teacher, but the entire class feels a wave of revulsion, their teeth itching. This is not a matter of craving, but rather sheer disgust. Several young girls instinctively cover their mouths, gagging at the sight. Haven't they heard the rumors about the female clan consuming their own bred insects? No, thank you. The teacher grits his teeth, his distaste palpable. He retracts the insects, his tone tinged with regret. They are quite delicious, remarkably crunchy. I have more than just the original flavor. There are also milk, 5-spice, cocoa, and candied flavors. This moment, the girl who had briefly lost consciousness rises, attempting to distance herself from her desk partner like a plague, her expression pitiably on the brink of tears, struggling to maintain composure. Do you not understand that eating during class is forbidden? The teacher admonishes, barely containing his irritation. Immediately step outside and stand in punishment. With a hint of youthful exuberance, you skip towards the door, the crunching sounds continuing unabated as you step outside the classroom. The teacher, standing at the podium, takes deep breaths, grappling with a throbbing headache. Now, let us proceed with a simple self-introduction, he suggests, leading by example. Subsequently, the students begin their introductions, and the atmosphere in the classroom gradually returns to normal. Yet, standing in the corridor, your thoughts are far from the self-introductions taking place within. Appearing lost in thought, you have actually transcended into another perspective, the perspective of the insects. Through an inexplicable connection, you navigate the world through their eyes, manipulating the swarm of parasitic insects far within the depths of the Konoha forest, capturing rare or extraordinary specimens, presents a wondrous perspective. It is akin to experiencing the command of the swarm in a visceral manner. Unlike those of my clan, who require intermediaries to wield control over the parasitic insects, your mastery is effortlessly fluid. With but a mere thought, the insects within your reach act in accordance with your desires, as though you are one with the swarm itself. Indeed, you have become the sovereign and intellect of the swarm, while the insects serve as your limbs. At this moment, your attention is drawn to the self-introduction taking place in class. My name is Tsunade. I have a penchant for gambling, and I despise losing. My aspiration is to win. Is she, the strikingly beautiful girl with light yellow hair tied in a high ponytail, the very Tsunade? Beneath your mask, a smile tugs at the corners of your mouth. At this juncture, she has yet to embark on her journey into medical ninjutsu, yet it is an indispensable element of her future plans. However, it appears that Orochimaru is not present in the class, a person you have determined to befriend. There is no need to rush, time is on your side. As you enter to introduce yourself, upon hearing your name called by Teacher Okawa, you stroll into the classroom. After surveying your peers, you declare, I have an affinity for insects and a disdain for humanity. My ambition is the vastness of the cosmos. Indeed, a peculiar child you seem to be. Following this, you silently wave your hand, signaling for your return to your seat. And you could see that moment. A girl from the Hyuga clan timidly raises her hand. Teacher, may I not sit beside a female classmate? The Hyuga girl is already in tears, gazing imploringly at the teacher. Is there anyone willing to sit with you? A palpable silence envelopes the class. Not even the boys are inclined to sit beside someone so infested with insects. Teacher, he can sit with me. The princess of Konoha, Tsunade, boldly offers to be your companion. You cannot help but glance at Tsunade. Her demeanor does not suggest a gentle and considerate nature that would help others. She must have ulterior motives. Approaching Tsunade, you notice her unwavering gaze fixed upon you, brimming with curiosity. Children often possess the most whimsical of notions, and thus, you disregard her stare, comfortably taking your seat, harboring no interest in her for the present, at least not. Until a year has elapsed. The day of mundane studies concludes uneventfully. The school does not impart training in the ways of a ninja. As soon as afternoon classes are dismissed, you make a beeline for the forest. Your training in chakra control for walking on water and trees had been completed 6 months prior. Skimming along rooftops and tree trunks, you effortlessly arrive at your clandestine hideaway. T.O. refer to it as a base, maybe a stretch. It is more accurately described as a dimly lit cavern. Aside from the flickering candlelight, bioluminescent insects cast a green glow within the damp and shadowy environment. While such an atmosphere may be uncomfortable for humans, it is an ideal haven for insects. Strictly speaking, this is an insect lair with a network of interconnected passages leading to various concealed areas beneath the surface. In terms of ventilation, the cavern is not stifling. The corridors are alive with swarming parasitic insects, a dense congregation of life that a profound sense of aversion and dread permeates the atmosphere, evoking a visceral reaction even in the most ordinary individuals, including the most unassuming of ninjas. A mere glance reveals a lack of inquisitiveness. Concerns regarding safety and concealment are unwarranted, particularly since there is nothing of substantial value or anything to hide in the planned agenda. This space serves as a laboratory for development, a venture that has consumed 6 months. Excavated by the swarm of insects at a depth of 50 meters underground, it reveals a cavern of approximately 200 square meters. Currently, only the main structure has been completed, with the central hall housing experimental specimens captured for their aesthetic qualities, while the adjacent rooms serve as resting quarters. Aside from the essential furnishings of tables, chairs, cabinets, and beds, there exists no superfluous items. Neatly arranged along the rows of standing cabinets are glass bottles and wire cages, within which lie the experimental specimens of various insects, small creatures, and plants, most of which have succumbed to death. They have undergone preservation, either submerged in a preservative or fashioned into specimens, serving purposes beyond mere collection. The cells of these little beings remain partially alive, potentially holding future utility. Surrounded by dim yellow and eerie green fluorescence, the entire cavern resembles a nefarious necromancer's clandestine operating room, a truly terrifying and otherworldly sight. It is not that you wish to diminish the ambience with brighter, more sci-fi elements. Rather, you are constrained by financial limitations. Merely 6 years of age. You possess no wealth. Every item in this chamber, from the furniture to the glass bottles, has been painstakingly salvaged through the labor of the swarm. As the experiment commences, you meticulously document the progress of the infection test. With one hand grasping a burning candlestick and the other supporting a small cage containing an adult black cat, not a human-animal hybrid, but rather a stray wild feline. You observe its feeble state, seemingly on the brink of death. You procure paper and pen, gazing intently at the black cat. In a fleeting moment, the terror etched in the creature's eyes dissipates, replaced by a tranquil demeanor. The infection is complete, progress at 100%, and a mental link has been established. This is one manifestation of your abilities, the capacity to forge a connection with your swarm, sensing their emotions and deftly directing their actions, contingent upon the infection process. Through a series of experiments, it has been established that, aside from insects, both animals and plants can also be viable targets for infection. Currently, the emotional state of the specimens is stable, with an infection period lasting 366 hours. In contrast, the infection durations for ants, mice, and kittens are 6 minutes, 11 hours, and 16 hours respectively, confirming that larger body sizes correlate with slower infection rates, possibly related to the number of cells present. As you jot down your observations, you note the stark disparity between the infection times of adult and juvenile cats. Even though the cellular count in adults may be 2 to 3 times that of juveniles, such a vast difference in infection duration should not exist. This raises the suspicion of other significant influencing factors, such as mental resistance. Insects, being small and simple-minded, are easily susceptible to your influence, whereas juveniles possess a certain naivety. In contrast, adult cats are known for their intelligence, akin to that of a human child aged 2 to 3, warranting further observation. To date, the infection testing of chakra biological specimens remains unexamined, although you do possess a particular strain at your disposal. Reluctantly, one might categorize the chakra parasite as a biological entity. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that it is not entirely itself. It consumes chakra, but does not possess the ability to generate chakra independently. Through relentless observation and experimentation, you discover that this diminutive creature could digest chakra and subsequently transmute it into the vital energy necessary for its sustenance.It is, indeed, a remarkably fascinating organism, which could also serve as a superb conductor of chakra. Turning your gaze towards the other experimental subjects on the counter, you note that further experiments are underway. This represents another manifestation of your abilities through infection, predation, and the replication of target genes. You engage in the optimization and recombination of these genes, essentially embodying evolution.To put it succinctly, the overall expression of your abilities resembles the process of recombination found in interstellar conflicts. Upon instinctively discovering your capabilities, this notion struck you almost immediately. The finished product has already emerged. The snacks you consume in class are, in essence, a variety of honeypot worms established upon the template of the chakra parasite. They possess a remarkably brief lifespan, lacking a larval stage, and are born as adults under the stimulation of chakra. After ingesting sufficient sustenance, their abdomens swell and cherry-sized honeypots detach from the adult, leading to its demise. They consume nearly anything and exhibit exceptional preservation qualities, akin to delectable burst candies. The processing techniques, however, might be somewhat difficult for some to accept. While accumulating experience, you have already modified several varieties based on this foundation, with the next step being their enlargement. Your current plan is to cultivate these creatures into a swarm, thereby achieving superindividualization. Superindividuals, in simple terms, refer to a closely knit collective. When you encounter a herd of deer in the wild, you may not be observing a mere herd, but rather a collection of individuals fortuitously gathered together. Each member independently hunts, gathers resources, and reproduces, engaging in thought, yet they do not exhibit intricate division of labor, functioning instead as a social whole. From this perspective, a superindividual, or a truly social organism, exhibits 3 characteristics: reproductive division of labor, overlapping generations, and social nurturing.So. Why pursue superindividualization, and what advantages does it confer? The answer lies in resource sustainability. However, the challenge arises with the chakra parasites. The swarm you observe is not a genuine colony. It lacks sociality and can be described as a forced assembly under human influence. In fact, these parasites are not true insects and do not possess social structures. This highly specialized species deviates from any natural species you have encountered. Their populations are devoid of a future. You will not encounter even a single wild chakra parasite in any wilderness. Their development is intrinsically linked to their hosts, and the demise of a host signifies the annihilation of the parasite swarm. Each offspring of a female in this lineage receives an egg of the chakra parasite during their early years. The moment a child successfully extracts chakra, it heralds the rise of a new swarm. The chakra facilitates the hatching of the eggs, allowing the adult chakra parasites to emerge, indicating that these creatures are born as adults. This raises a pertinent question: who assumes the role of reproduction among the adult chakra parasites? The immature parasitic insects solely engage in mating and laying eggs. What follows is of no concern to them. This phenomenon is the result of highly specialized coevolution. The host assumes the nurturing role of a mother, raising the insects to adulthood, even if these creatures do not possess larval stages and develop directly into adults from eggs. The chakra provided serves as the nourishment for the growth of the larvae. Consequently, once separated from the host, the parasitic insects lose their ability to reproduce, leading them inevitably toward extinction. Metaphorically, the parasitic insects resemble a cohort of completely disengaged professional warriors, whose daily pursuits consist solely of leisure, consumption, and copulation. They typically do not engage in labor when they do. It is a task that guarantees their demise. Such a species has no future in the wild, which consequently limits the scale of their colonies. In reality, the size of the swarm is directly proportional to the extent of their chakra. They must consume resources, or chakra, even while at rest, thus imposing a finite limit on the size of their colonies. This limitation significantly constrains the potential power of the female lineage to sustain a vast swarm that far exceeds their developmental stage. You have commanded them to undertake autonomous hunting to offset some chakra expenditure. When the consumption becomes unbearable, to prevent environmental degradation, you may order a portion of the swarm to self-destruct, collecting their remains as a reserve for future sustenance. However, this practice is not a sustainable solution, presenting a grave issue regarding resource sustainability. Moreover, since acquiring the parasitic insects at the age of 4, your experience over the past year has revealed numerous other issues. Arguably, these parasitic insects are the laziest beetles you have ever encountered. Without specific instructions, they will lie dormant, continuously consuming your chakra, surpassing even the most parasitic of parasites. The primary concern lies in their execution. There is no doubt that the parasitic insects can faithfully follow your commands, albeit with minor execution challenges. For instance, building a nest involves 2 complex instructions that cannot be executed perfectly, and they can only operate within a general direction. Not only you, but similarly, the other insects of the same lineage exhibit this behavior. This reflects a cognitive limitation. Compared to their kin, your strength lies in your ability to perform timely micromanagement akin to the delicate maneuvering of limbs, allowing the swarm to execute highly intricate commands. However, herein lies the dilemma. During the initial excavation of burrows, a moment's inattention resulted in a multitude of insects suffocating due to ventilation issues within the newly dug tunnels. Therefore, if left to their own devices, the parasitic swarm transforms from being sentient to mindless. They no longer act with intention, but rather succumb to inertia. Once the current task concludes, they become lost, entering a state of confusion. Their instinctive response is to lie in wait, consuming whatever sustenance is available, and only when starvation becomes unbearable do they instinctively seek nourishment. Not to mention, group hunting is contingent upon fortuitous circumstances, as even their ability to find food relies on the whims of fate. Mating and egg-laying occur strictly under the guidance of the female lineage. To some extent, the parasitic insects have been impeccably trained by the female lineage, rendering them obedient biological weapons. However, excessive obedience has led to a loss of autonomy, rendering them reliant on the female populace for everything, even to the extent of having their meals delivered to their mouths. The notion of self-sustained development becomes utterly trivial. Moreover, it is impossible for you to monitor these creatures at all times. The focus should rather be on how they can collaborate effectively, cultivate the land, rear livestock, and reproduce. Furthermore, any teachings imparted would be in vain, as their memory retention is woefully inadequate. Solutions do exist, one of which is the concept of superorganisms, exemplified by ants. Their behavioral patterns are etched in their genetic expression. Your task is to replicate this genetic code from ants and implant it into the genes of the parasitic insects, effectively transcribing the program or behavioral algorithm. The algorithm of ants ensures that every individual is born out of necessity, instinctively acting according to genetic directives from the moment of birth without the need for leadership or deliberative meetings. Each ant fulfills its designated role, adhering to the optimal behavioral algorithms honed through eons of evolutionary data. Following extensive observation, you have selected a particularly striking local species of ant, named by researchers as the all-winged giant leafcutter ant, which dominates the ant population in the region. This species is characterized by its notably large head. Although referred to as leafcutter ants, they do not cut leaves instead, they cultivate mushrooms. They are a type of army ant, utilizing their nest's exit as a base from which to launch widespread foraging expeditions. That a significant size disparity exists among individuals, with the largest being at least 500 times the size of the smallest, hence the moniker all-winged giant. Diversity abounds within their ranks. When groups of over 10 march, the smaller ants resemble a synchronized battalion. This advantageous arrangement conserves energy during their foraging operations. Their prowess extends beyond combat. They exhibit remarkable capabilities in various aspects. Most importantly, these ants are not aggressive despite their formidable strength. They approach situations with caution. Conversely, the previously cultivated honeydew insects can be deemed a failure not entirely, but still lacking. The initial intention was to engineer a species capable of autonomously producing and storing chakra. However, the synthesis of chakra has proven inadequate, as these diminutive insects have not met the mental criteria. They can store chakra, albeit in minimal quantities, which suffices as a supplemental source of chakra, presenting a viable solution for the expansion of the colony. Nonetheless, the fundamental issue remains tied to the concept of superorganism development for sustainable progress. Currently, the focus is on cultivating a new breed of insect, abandoning the inferior egg-laying efficiency and methods of the parasitic species, transitioning to a model of single fertilization with lifelong utility, yielding thousands daily. What lies ahead is still a lengthy endeavor. This is merely the beginning. The ability to plunder and replicate genetic material signifies that within this realm of human and bloodlines, there exists a resource ripe for harvesting. You retrieve several experimental vials, each containing transformed insect eggs, the majority of which have perished due to genetic collapse at the initial stages of recombination. As the sovereign of the colony, you possess the ability to perceive their life status and health, alleviating much of your observational burdens. This batch is neither the first nor the last in your series of experiments. Such an outcome was to be anticipated. You have not exercised autonomous control over the genes, nor do you possess even a basic microscope for gene regulation. The process is reliant solely on the crude transcription through chakra, with subsequent events left to the whims of natural selection, which essentially amounts to superficial appearances. Therefore, even if you manage to endure the initial phase without the collapse of the insect eggs, it cannot be deemed a successful product. A significant portion is malformed, and those that are less so deviate considerably from your expectations. There exists but one method: relentless cultivation until success is achieved. Once a modicum of success is attained, you may document the gene expression template for manufacturing purposes. This, in turn, allows for ongoing refinement based on this foundation, selecting the superior among the superior to reach your ideal expectations. It is an endeavor that demands a considerable investment of time. Indeed, each specimen bears its own unique characteristics. In simple terms, the process begins with interspecies gene transplantation, followed by molecular breeding through gene aggregation, and culminates in population-based selection. The insect eggs, catalyzed by chakra, did not metamorphose into adults. The genetic recombination resulted in a loss of the fundamental ability to mature rapidly. Various specimens emerged, each with distinct traits, leading to the selection and immediate destruction of those that were misshapen, particularly those missing limbs. The remaining specimens were nurtured for a period, after which a decision regarding their fate would be made. Simultaneously, a new batch of insect eggs was cultivated, and you continued your work. This cycle repeated, with the selected experimental subjects cast into the constructed ecological niche of the insect nest, allowing them to develop autonomously. The genes would guide their actions. Subsequently, you returned home, where cleanliness was a constant. This was not due to your mother's diligent cleaning, but rather a standard maintained by every member of the U clan, where controlling the parasitic insects for cleaning purposes is a fundamental duty. Your mother, Yumi, aged 25 or 26, is your sole relative. Your grandparents perished during the Warring States period, and your father fell in the First Ninja World War. Yumi, an ordinary individual, lacks remarkable ninja talents and has long since retired to raise you. Managing a small inn in her spare time, as night descended, she, accustomed to your late returns, warmly welcomed you home and offered to heat your meal. After dining, you retreated to your room. As the door closed, each of you busied yourselves with your own pursuits. The night became your time for study. The scant collection of ninja technique scrolls at home had been perused repeatedly. The inheritance left by your father was woefully meager as a prominent figure in the village. Aside from a few family secrets and the basic body replacement technique, there were no surplus jutsu. The family secret arts were exceptionally versatile, rendering the acquisition of additional ninjutsu unnecessary. Yet despite this situation, you could not help but sigh. You yearned to learn the shadow clone technique to facilitate your aspirations. Yet there was no avenue for learning ninjutsu unless one could demonstrate investment value. After toying with the scroll in your hands, you found that the most valuable content to you was your father's insights regarding the use of parasitic insects, serving as a reference that could help you avoid numerous pitfalls. This secretive summary can be encapsulated in a single phrase: to survive.To conceal oneself and harbor parasites. Within it lies an abundance of practical techniques to diminish one's presence. The opening line is a phrase emphasized by my father: silence is golden. Our kin are predominantly of such character, embodying the essence of the hidden leaf village. It aligns perfectly with your disposition and archetype of simplicity. Those who are fierce tend to speak little, however. Once discovered by the adversary, the game is essentially over. This is how my father met his demise. According to the returning clansman, he was inadvertently cornered on the battlefield, and wise studies continued uninterrupted until my mother's alarm clock heralded the time for sleep, marking the official end of my day. The following day commenced like any other, and the once raucous classroom fell momentarily silent upon my arrival. Yet, after a brief pause, the children resumed their playful chaos as if nothing had occurred. Children possess an innate innocence. You have effectively isolated the entire class, a development that was entirely anticipated. Were you in your previous life, you too would not have favored a person infested with parasites. Moreover, due to the presence of these parasites, one can even perceive the subtle scent that permeates the air pheromones released by the human body. These parasites can keenly detect such chemical molecules, though most are unable to identify them. However, you possess the unique ability to mark and recognize them through these parasites. The children in the class unconsciously emit a scent of fear, a physiological, instinctive reaction to your presence. As you made your way to your seat, the nearby children subtly widened the distance between you. This solitude is quite agreeable. After a month, a few individuals have caught your attention. The first is the girl with white eyes, whom you frightened to tears Inada Hyuga. As a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan, she has always strived to remain at the forefront. One day, she began attending school with bandages, and from that day forth, her efforts intensified, yet she remained unable to bridge the gap with Tsunade. She resembles a caged bird desperately flapping its wings, yearning for freedom. The other girl is named Shizune Uchiha. If her development proceeds without incident, she is destined to become the strongest kunoichi in Uchiha history, a character imbued with formidable prowess. You perceive her as akin to fireworks currently dormant, but destined to dazzle when she finally blooms. The remaining contemporaries are, in your eyes, rather ordinary individuals. As time slowly drifts by, on a day following a routine 10-kilometer run during class, you typically prepare to retreat to a corner for rest. Your efforts have yielded fruit. Some of the parasites have successfully entered a stupor and are now nesting and laying eggs. The experiment has progressed to a critical juncture that requires constant vigilance, day and night. The reduction in rest has taken a toll on your mental state, making the 24-hour day feel utterly insufficient. In such moments, you find yourself unconsciously desiring the shadow clone technique, unable to afford the luxury of idle thoughts in the physical realm. The depletion of your physical strength weighs heavily upon you. Sometimes I think about such things, splitting off a clone to do the work while I rest. The main body sleeps for 8 hours while the clone works for 8 hours, back and forth. Wouldn't that mean no consumption? One works for a day while the other sleeps for a day, and every time I wake up, I hand over the fatigue to the main body, which immediately goes back to sleep while the clone continues working. It's like having both sleep and work, making it an all-day, non-stop perpetual motion machine. Theoretically, it should be feasible. However, it's just a thought, and in reality, there must be a lot of pitfalls involved. Right now, I don't have the time to think about it. The physical consumption is doubly difficult for Meiji. The experience of long-distance running after staying up late is simply too overwhelming. I must seize every moment of free time to rest. But things don't go as planned. Everyone, gather around. We're going to do a test. Teacher Achuin shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention, and continued. Unlike the previous small test, this time the test is a battle, assessing everyone's overall quality. Don't be nervous if you rank low in the test. You still have time and opportunities to improve. As he spoke, Teacher Achuin distributed the test ninja tools to the messy line of students. The unopened shuriken felt a bit heavy in my hand. It was the first time Meiji held this thing. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building, the third Hokage was observing the crystal in front of him using a telescope technique. Almost instinctively, the chakra-eating parasitic bugs sensed a sudden increase in chakra in the air, stirring within Meiji's body. Sensing this chakra, Meiji felt a bit perplexed. Who was so idle as to secretly watch a bunch of rookies spar? Scanning the surroundings without showing any signs, there were no unusual pheromones in the air, and no abnormalities were found nearby. Was it a long-range technique? Each selected their own opponents. Tsunade, you lead the way and choose an opponent. Good-looking, cute, academically excellent, and of high status. Teacher Achuin always thinks of Tsunade first for everything. At this moment, Tsunade stepped forward, looking at everyone. Some people who made eye contact with Tsunade quickly averted their gazes. Although she was cute in the eyes of many, Tsunade was not an ordinary tiger. She ran the long distance without even panting. Even more ridiculous was that she surpassed the last place by a full 3 laps. It's no wonder she is of the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines. Her physique is indeed monstrous. Every time she overtakes Bru, that kid looks like he's about to cry, gritting his teeth and trying hard. Anyone could see he was struggling, but Tsunade, being clueless, completely ignored his suffering. Thinking back, it was Tsunade's fault that Buru ended up in that state. Without hesitation, Tsunade looked directly at Meiji. Tsunade doesn't look down on the weak. But if it's someone who ignores her and makes her angry, she can make an exception. As a princess, Tsunade has the right to be willful. Come out. You wouldn't want to keep hiding from me, would you, old girl Meiji? With her hands on her hips, her proud ponytail and blonde hair flowing. The spirited little princess looked confident and heroic, although she still had a bit of baby fat. Laughable. You really have an imagination. But I'm just too lazy to bother with you. Saying this with a tone that lacked any laughter, Meiji stepped out of the crowd to stand opposite Tsunade. The tension filled the air from the very beginning. I wanted to teach you a lesson for a long time. Your look of disdain makes me furious. But I didn't find the opportunity to say it. Tsunade grinned, making an excessively cute grimace, her small fists cracking with a sound. Of course, Meiji didn't want to get hit by those seemingly small fists, especially since the boys in the class, particularly Jiraiya, had repeatedly proven their terrifying strength. Laughable. I'm not even looking at you, Meiji casually replied. Upon hearing this, Tsunade took a deep breath, the veins on her forehead bulging. What a big forehead. Big brain. Then Meiji easily said it out loud. When it comes to making girls dislike her, Meiji was once a professional. You little brat. Tsunade was already out of her mind with anger, her teeth grinding loudly. I will definitely knock you flying, disgusting bug girl. You two form a pair seal. Remember, you are classmates, not enemies. Winning the match is important, but friendship should not be lost. Teacher Achuin intervened from the side. Generally speaking, whenever Tsunade was about to hit someone, he conveniently wasn't around. This woman wasn't stupid. Tsunade glared coldly at Meiji, suppressing her anger. Meiji also looked at Tsunade, her expression hidden behind the mask, but Tsunade hoped it was anger. Otherwise, she wouldn't say such hurtful words. Such words had no lethal power against Meiji. But Meiji also didn't plan to engage Tsunade in such meaningless banter. Teacher, aren't you going to call for the start? Start, with a command. Neither of them moved, continuing to confront each other. Tsunade couldn't figure out Meiji's bottom line, preparing to see her tactics. Meanwhile, Meiji didn't want to move. She was already very tired, so she just wanted it to end quickly. One hand was raised, the wide sleeves revealing something aimed at Tsunade. It didn't seem like an attacking move. There were no seals formed. Rationally speaking, even the Oil Girl clan should form seals to control insects. Tsunade was sure she and made a mistake in learning this. Do you really know the terror of a swarm? The moment the words fell, the swarm went berserk. Like smoke, like rain, like water being sucked back, it crazily flew out from Meiji's sleeves, hood, pant legs, and all over her body, darkening the sky and covering the sun. A dense mass hanging ominously above Meiji's head, gathering and undulating ominously. As a result, the light within hundreds of meters around dimmed due to the swarm's obstruction, creating a gloomy atmosphere that felt oppressive. At this moment, Meiji slowly raised her hand and casually formed a seal in front of her chest. Sa, come feel my terror. The terrified screams of girls and boys echoed outside the arena. Further away, the third Hokage was shocked and sat up straight in his chair. This was definitely not the performance expected of a first-year ninja school student. Even graduating on the spot wouldn't be an exaggeration. Meanwhile, Tsunade in the arena faced the massive swarm, unable to help but sweat from her hands and feet, goosebumps all over her body. On a physiological level, she was crying out in discomfort, her heart racing, and she felt completely numb. Before Tsunade could react, the swarm surged forward, overwhelming her as she turned to run. Without any resistance, Tsunade fell to the ground, struggling and crying out in despair among the swarm, her cries echoing throughout the arena. The onlookers collectively swallowed hard, watching Tsunade stop moving, her cries fading away. Stop it, Meiji. Teacher, I know my limits. As she spoke, Meiji called back the swarm, which rushed back in her body, as if the previous scene was just an illusion. In the arena, Tsunade stared blankly at the sky, her chest still slightly rising and falling, drooling from the corner of her mouth, looking like a broken doll. She was simply exhausted from having too much chakra drained. There was no other major issue. After all, Meiji didn't bite her. Winner, Old Girl Meiji. So weak. Meiji whispered these words as she returned to the lineup. The crowd watched Meiji approach, involuntarily stirring. And as she walked forward, they instinctively made way. It seemed they had truly felt the real terror. Even if it's a boy, he definitely doesn't want Meiji's bugs crawling all over his body. Chapter 6. Genius. This child is a true genius. After watching the match, the shock Meiji brought to the third Hokage left him disinterested in the subsequent matches, only occasionally glancing over. The third Hokage was not lacking in understanding of the Yamanaka clan of Konoha. Based on the scale of Meiji's technique just now, it was no less impressive than that of an elite shinobi from the Yamanaka clan. There were no fundamental differences in the abilities of the parasitic bugs among the Yamanaka clan. In terms of attacking power, Meiji could be considered an elite shinobi of the Yamanaka clan. The question is, how old is she? Moreover, she hadn't even formed a full set of hand signs. Although she did form one hand sign, the third Hokage's keen eye immediately detected that it was quite perfunctory. Rather, it seemed like she was too lazy to hide it, completely showing off her natural talent. On this point, the third Hokage was certain that none of the Yamanaka clan he had seen could accomplish this. This made him reminisce about the deceased first Hokage, who could summon anything with a clap of his hands, something even the second Hokage could not do. From the perspective of this god of ninjutsu, this was particularly astonishing. As for controlling the bugs, although he had some understanding of the Yamanaka clan, the special secret techniques were too unique, and the third Hokage was not very clear on their true nature. He only knew that the techniques of the Yamanaka clan appeared to belong to the realm of yang-release secret techniques. Therefore, he couldn't fathom how Meiji managed to do what she did. He could only sigh in admiration. Truly a genius, remarkable indeed. At this moment, Meiji was watching the children fight from the sidelines, some of her attention still on the nest. Her gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over the bug corpses left in the arena. A large area looked like a carpet spread out. Still too weak. The parasitic bugs. These bugs had died from being crushed. Even parasitic bugs, you couldn't expect them to be very tough. A normal person, even a child, could crush a bug with a single finger. Although parasitic bugs are ferocious, they still fall within this normal range. Given their size, they definitely couldn't compete in terms of mass. Therefore, a single parasitic bug is not scary. What is scary is a swarm with a suicidal attack strategy. There are 4 types of attack methods. The first is to absorb chakra, which is a basic skill of the parasitic bugs. The second is to bite, tear, and chew with strong mandibles. Parasitic bugs have very complex mouth parts, and in addition to chewing with their mandibles, they have a middle tongue, small mandibles, outer leaves, and lower lip bristles that combine to form a food tube, allowing them to absorb chakra. This is a chewing and sucking type of mouth part. They usually tear open a wound large enough to enter, burrowing into subcutaneous tissue to occupy it while continuing to destroy and absorb chakra. So it will be very painful. The third method is to raise their body temperature and cluster together to heat the target to death. They usually remain still after clustering, absorbing chakra to increase their body temperature. In a closed space, they can rapidly raise the temperature, and after successfully clustering, they can elevate the temperature to over 40 degrees Celsius within 10 seconds. When human body temperature rises to this level, it typically results in heat stroke and fainting. The extreme temperature approaches 60 degrees, at which point the bugs themselves will also die from the heat. This temperature is sufficient to cause continuous burns in a closed environment, and its lethality is not weaker than fire release techniques. The fourth method is the most cruel and terrifying: asphyxiation kill. This is also achieved by clustering to block the flow of air. The cluster of bugs will quickly find an opening and burrow in, focusing on the lower body and head as primary targets, using a large influx to block the throat, namely the esophagus and trachea, rapidly causing asphyxiation and death in the closed space of the cluster. The method of death is extremely painful. Generally, members of the Yamanaka clan would choose to use 1 or 2 of these methods. It is not a matter of operational precision, but of chakra consumption. Such attack methods are too extravagant. For Meiji, she could employ all 4 methods simultaneously, maximizing the lethality of the parasitic bugs. Clan members must use chakra to control the bugs, and the larger the scale of the command, the more complex it is, and thus the greater the chakra cost. Because clan members need chakra to understand the parasitic bugs, and the bugs also require chakra. Chakra is the bridge connecting them. But for Meiji, it is merely a matter of thought. This portion of chakra is hardly consumed, which is why Meiji has such an abnormal scale of bug swarms. However, this does not mean that Meiji is an elite shinobi. One common piece of knowledge among the Yamanaka clan is that the number of bugs raised corresponds to the amount of chakra available. Chakra must be planned for use, with some reserved for nurturing bugs and more for combat. Depending on their situation, raising excess bugs would only reduce their combat ability, leading to diminished sustained combat capacity. Therefore, the larger the swarm, the stronger it becomes. Mei-ji, who does not need to plan chakra for combat, can even use all her chakra to nurture bugs, which gives her a significant advantage. The Yamanaka clan would only consider increasing the swarm size after a fixed number of bugs had been consumed, as nurturing bug eggs does not consume chakra. Fundamentally, the strength of the Yamanaka clan is very small in terms of personal contribution. It relies heavily on how many bugs can fight, and Mei-ji's bugs are just as capable as her clan members, if not slightly stronger. Moreover, just now, Mei-ji only utilized one of the abilities of the parasitic bugs, far from demonstrating their terrifying capabilities. The corpses left by creatures attacked by the parasitic bugs are quite frightening. However, Tsunade would lose, still due to the lack of wide-range attack ninjutsu, such as fire release. Pure taijutsu is extremely disadvantaged against a swarm of bugs. Otherwise, the scene would not have been as embarrassing as it was. At least she could have kept up for a while. Or rather, it would have made Mei-ji feel heartbroken. Mei-ji couldn't help but look at Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade was squatting alone outside, hugging her knees. Her body was covered in the bodily fluids and tissues left by the dead parasitic bugs, giving off a subtle odor. The child had already closed herself off. Under her mask, Mei-ji's lips curled slightly. As a sideshow, it was quite enjoyable. The combat tests were still ongoing. Theoretically, such assessments should not be necessary at this stage. Civilian children without a foundation are extremely disadvantaged in this kind of test. With nothing to showcase, they should undergo training for a period, excavate some potential, and then conduct such tests to establish each person's talent based on that foundation. In Mei-ji's view, this is a relatively reliable method. If the fourth Hokage were here, he would clearly be misled. Moreover, a momentary performance cannot prove anything. The Mike father and son could attest to that. Such an operation that defies common sense, combined with the watchful eyes in the dark, clearly indicates that someone wants to see something. So why? Just simply wanting to see everyone's potential? The third Hokage. Mei-ji looked at Tsunade. Was it the eager expectation from her elders? However, it was just the right time to establish a genius persona. At this stage, whether in the light or dark, she would receive numerous benefits, with little danger. Danzo had not yet become so extreme. As a match without much spectacle concluded, Mei-ji looked over, her focus sharpening, because Uchiha Itachi was about to take the stage. There's a saying that Mei-ji strongly agrees with. You can tell a child's future by observing them at 3 years old. True geniuses have always been different from ordinary people since childhood. Chapter 7. The first generation of little strong ones in Konoha. Uchiha's opponent is his own clansman. Another boy in the class named Uchiha has a spiky hairdo reminiscent of sage mode and squinty eyes, with a fierce face that is not very attractive among the Uchiha. However, his expression is filled with the same arrogant pride typical of the Uchiha clan. In contrast, Uchiha, with his long wavy hair, appears gentle and weak, lacking the fierce look, both in terms of appearance and demeanor. Yet, he has actively chosen as his opponent. This choice signifies that embodies the deep-rooted Uchiha pride. Looking down on the weak, including classmates, even if some are from the Hyuga clan, is quite strong among the boys, and when the opponent is from the same clan, there is no need to hold back or show sympathy. Among the Uchiha, those who are gentle and kind at heart are often the most terrifying. Such individuals are more susceptible to the influence of negative emotions, which can trigger the activation of their Sharingan. Is one such character. Unlike the typical Uchiha who may become extreme under negative emotional stimuli after awakening their Manjiki Sharingan, has always remained gentle. This gentleness allowed him to develop a technique like Izanami, which blooms beautifully yet briefly like fireworks. Thus, this girl is particularly frightening. The Izanami technique appears gentle and encourages goodness, but at its core, it is a terrifying technique that distorts the mind and personality, much like the strongest Genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, is the strongest Genjutsu that comes with the Manjiki Sharingan, while independently developed his technique in just a couple of years since the Uchiha Civil War. Comparing it to, it's evident who is more skilled, not to mention, successfully prevented the Uchiha internal strife and delayed the clan's collapse, making it fair to say was the strongest Uchiha at that time. To exaggerate, the 3 legendary ninjas of the same period would not be a match for her. The more one thinks about it, the more realizes the importance of this little girl in front of her. After the ceremonial opposing stance, the battle concludes in an instant. At this age, the Uchiha cannot yet utilize their signature fire techniques, although suspects can. Nevertheless, does not use any techniques. The two charge at each other, and in a moment of crossing paths, many did not see clearly, is knocked to the ground by, who then swiftly pins him down with a dull kunai against his neck. The process was a clean and quick kill. To display such a level of taijutsu means that both sides have developed a generational gap in skills, akin to an adult fighting a child. The winner is Uchiha, gets up, and politely performs a sign of gratitude. How infuriating! Clearly does not realize the gap between them, thinking it was only a small difference, wearing an expression of unwillingness. However, someone has noticed, with her Byakugan, stares intently at, unable to look away. As a generational master of taijutsu, she has not seen a pig run, but has tasted meat. At home, her father fights her in the same clean and decisive manner. Her silver teeth tightly bite her lower lip, revealing a hint of unwillingness on her face. She has dropped to 4th place. Currently, the class rankings are 1st, 2nd, Uchiha 3rd, and her 4th. Although she has not fought either or, she knows she cannot defeat them. Among them, while may not be as detailed in technique as herself, a single punch would definitely spell disaster for her. And attacking, based on what she observed with her Byakugan of that little monster's condition, will be akin to scratching an itch. If the battle drags on into a fierce contest, the one who loses will only be herself due to the consumption of chakra. Observing chakra, it seems to be on par with her own, meaning her attacks could pose significant trouble for her. However, the key issue is that techniques are more refined than her own. Many of some movements she could not see clearly, and the battle ended inexplicably. That abnormal speed of execution means that unless she can see through it, failure is inevitable. These monsters, grits her teeth as she looks at. She does not want to look at S condition again. This monster among monsters. Don't think you can shake me off. Finally, it's my turn to shine. Who want to fight me? Accompanied by Jiraiya's exaggerated laughter, a group of boys looks on, eager to try their luck against him. Currently, Jiraiya is still inexperienced, and soon selects an opponent to start battle. It is a very standard beginner S brawl, with heavy blows and cries of pain echoing. A flurry of punches exchanged, occasionally entering a classic cursing segment, making for an evenly matched fierce fight. It's very down-to-earth. Simply a contest of who has tougher skin and more resilience. Blankly stares at the sky, still recovering from the massive extraction of chakra. Looks at, in turn, gazes at, sensing's gaze beneath her mask, gives a slightly shy yet gentle smile. Seeing this, grits her teeth and turns her head away in frustration. That monster has never looked at me. Monsters do indeed notice other monsters. Slightly nods in response to Uchiha. I can't underestimate this girl. She has activated her Sharingan. Even if just for a moment, that has captured that unusually cold chakra. There's no mistaking it, as a product of yang release, is particularly sensitive to yin release. Her small body is not yet capable of using the Sharingan for extended periods. So the instantaneous activation and deactivation to perceive the opportunities in battle, reducing burden and consumption, is an exceptionally skilled and intelligent approach. This fleeting moment, so brief that no one but noticed her activation, signifies that this girl possesses outstanding battle instincts, awareness, and reflexes. Uchiha is a true monster. The Uchiha clan? In the distance, the 3rd Hokage gazes at within the crystal, taking a puff of smoke. This child is slightly stronger in taijutsu than. She also seems to have a nice personality. Then, the 3rd Hokage looks at Jiraiya, who is shouting and laughing foolishly after his victory, and can't help but smile. Truly, he is a lively and resilient child. Then he looks at his eyes becoming deep. This child seems somewhat less lively. But thinking of the generally introverted nature of the clan, he feels relieved. At least she is not an Uchiha. So what should be the next step in approaching her? It's a bit troublesome. If only she were as easily deceived as that foolish white-haired boy. In the arena, it's S turn to take the stage. Looking at the bandages on his head, the 3rd Hokage's expression darkens. Such a small child must bear such a heavy fate. He has seen this child before at the beginning of the school year, her face filled with naive innocence. Unconsciously, has she already begun to show such a cold expression? It is indeed a cruel growth. The family, what kind of so-called Konoha, where everyone is like family, allows children to grow up without worries or fears, happily and safely? As Hokage, I truly feel like a failure. The 3rd Hokage can't help but smile wryly. The 1st and 2nd Hokages have really posed a tough problem for me. At the instant the battle begins, she lunges forward like a fierce tiger, striking down on her opponent's guarding hands. Unlike the who tend to adopt a defensive counterattack style, is very aggressive. Remembers how weak this girl appeared when they first met. And now she has donned a layer of armor in her heart. If one were to say she is strong, she is indeed strong. If one were to say she is weak, that would also be true. Due to her young age, although she has mastered, she still cannot penetrate the skin, muscles, and chakra to the extent of attacking the meridians and internal organs, which would cause her opponent to become instantly paralyzed. But it was obvious that the opponent was in great pain from Hinata's seemingly weak palm strike, which had opened up a big gap in his chest. Following that, he was lightly pressed on the chest by Hinata's palm. He cried out in pain and fell to the ground, unable to get back up. Compared to the brutal punches exchanged with other boys, the pain inflicted by this girl was particularly insidious. It felt like being pricked by needles. And the unfortunate kid Bailu felt like he might faint from the pain at any moment, letting out a loud wail of anguish. He hated himself for choosing such an opponent. He simply couldn't forget how Hinata had been scared into fainting by Miki, making her seem easy to bully. Hinata won very easily. Looking at the fallen Bailu, he snorted. Although he didn't want to fight someone like this, there was no worthy opponent left to battle, and anyone would do at this point, plus it was his own fault, so he couldn't blame anyone else. One outstanding kid, thought the third generation. As he puffed on his pipe, our Konoha is truly filled with talent. Chapter 8. Of course, it's the start of the Ninja World War. After the first baseline test, the school's curriculum suddenly became much heavier. At the age of 5 or 6, it is the time to lay the foundation, and various kinds of basics are emphasized. The weight of cultural subjects has been appropriately reduced. Simple courses like addition and subtraction are needless to say, as most children from commoner families can barely read and write. At this time, the teacher distributed a chakra refinement manual, requiring students to study it at home. To help students better perceive chakra, the emphasis on basic physical training increased significantly. Basically, the routine consists of morning exercise, cultural lessons, and then more training until school ends. The cultural subjects are numerous and varied, including Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and politics, with most days focusing on Chinese and politics. The main goal is to learn and understand something called the will of fire. Some of the ideologies presented are still in their infancy, quite rough, grandiose, and unrealistic. They are not practical forms of capitalism or socialism, but rather an extremely naive and idealistic form of altruism. Total selflessness with no benefit to oneself is anti-human. Therefore, this concept is the political stance of the third Hokage, a beautiful but empty promise. Anyone who believes it is foolish. And the ninjas are not foolish at all, especially the clan ninjas who emerged during the Warring States period. Currently, there is a clear division between the village and the clans. The new generation of ninjas growing up in the village has not yet matured, and as the third Hokage, he is constantly constrained by the clan system. Even though he is in the prime of his life, he feels overwhelmed by the situation. The most rebellious factions within the clans are led by the Uchiha, followed by the Senju, and then the Hyuga. These are the three great clans of Konoha. As for the smaller clans, the Inuzuka and the Nara have been traditional allies of the Sarutobi clan. The others are not easy either. Among them, the Kurama clan is nearly on par with the Uchiha clan, and being a large clan is, in itself, a crime. Then there is the Shimura clan, which has gradually started to gain influence due to the relationship with Danzo. The Inuzuka clan, known for its fierce nature, is not very likable. Their clan techniques are excellent, but not exceptionally so. As ninjas, their talents have limits. Although this clan does not provoke the Senju's hostility. The Oil Women clan, which seems to have little presence, is isolated from the village, making it difficult for the third Hokage to ascertain their true intentions, leading to a vague feeling that they are mere spectators of Konoha. Rather, the Oil Women clan feels more like renters with no ties to the village, showing a disinterest in the village's troubles. It would be hard to easily pull them onto the battlefield. Additionally, being a small clan, secretive, and with few members, they do not intermarry with outsiders, and their secret techniques involving controlling insects are rather unpopular. Thus, it is difficult for them to grow, which may prevent the Senju from regarding them as enemies. Hence, accepting a genius from such a clan as a disciple should not be a problem. After all, he is the third Hokage. Completely relying on the Senju would be quite embarrassing. Even if the Senju misunderstands that he is trying to recruit other ninja clans, it does not matter. They must rely on him to stabilize the village's situation. With a cigarette in his mouth, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the figure of a little girl in the crystal ball. He had been observing this child for a week. He had not seen her make any special moves. There was no additional training. After school, she headed straight to a very dangerous, forbidden area for these ninja students, the Forest of Death. For many Chunin, the dangers of the Forest of Death are significant as well. Yet this child moved through it as casually as if she were walking in her own garden. This left the third Hokage somewhat astonished and increasingly appreciative. What further puzzled him was that this child was likely the first bloodline limit user in the history of the Oil Women clan. What level she could reach? Surpassing the historical Oil Women clan is foreseeable, but he does not expect her to exceed the first Hokage's level. As long as she can reach or even surpass his own level, it is worth his current attention. Currently, this child has indeed surpassed many others, and the future is promising. However, her current behavior genuinely left the third Hokage at a loss. Instead of focusing on training, she came here to observe insects in a daze. What does that mean? After a week without understanding anything, the third Hokage decided to try it himself. His line of sight vanished, and the gaze that had been following him since the exam ended left early today. This was unusual. The girl who had been enduring for a week without going to her secret base to play with her little insects did not mind continuing to endure. After all, the progress of the experiment had not stopped. It was just that the operations had become a bit cumbersome, and the gene mutations that required personal guidance could not proceed. Not returning home early was also to avoid her mother asking about the reason for her early return, which could reveal some information. While contemplating some experimental matters, a sudden sound of wind broke out behind the girl. Unexpectedly, a swarm of insects erupted, surrounding the shuriken in her hand, forcing her to stop. Kid, your insects are really scary. As a master of ninjutsu, the third Hokage was familiar with many secret techniques of Konoha and the ninja world. Generally, members of the Oil Women clan need to control insects for attack and defense. The insects themselves are unconscious, which means that if they're caught off guard in a surprise attack, the Oil Women clan can be injured. The third Hokage thought that there was no reason for a kid to discover his stealth. So, this was the insect's instinctive behavior to protect their master. However, this was just an appearance. The Kakache wouldn't automatically protect their master. Essentially, they are biological machines that require instructions to activate their actions. Therefore, the truth is that the girl had discovered his stealth. In this forest, there were insects everywhere, allowing her to move freely as if she were strolling through a garden. The real terror was never the insects, but rather the girl herself. Hearing this, the girl turned to look at the newcomer. Dressed in umbu attire, wearing the forehead protector of another village, she tilted her head in confusion. Are you an idiot? Huh? The unexpected question made the third Hokage look at the girl, waiting for an answer. You, an outsider, could never infiltrate the boundaries of Konoha. The girl crossed her arms and said, You must be a clan member sent by Tsunade for revenge. This is certainly impossible. Miki knows that too. What a clever little guy, even though he guessed wrong. The third Hokage thought, I am a spy lurking in Konoha. Miki sighed and said, So what? Why would a spy wear a forehead protector and seek death? Of course, it's to provoke the ninja world war. The third Hokage yelled passionately, But I'm not that valuable, you idiot. With a tone of indifference, as if looking at a fool. Miki said, There's someone named Tsunade over there. You should go find her. She is the princess of Konoha. The direction pointed was toward her family's base. The corner of the third Hokage's mouth twitched. Is lying without blinking an innate talent of women? How can she say it so naturally? What was I doing at her age? What a pity. Now that you've seen my true face, I can no longer spare you. Saying this, the third Hokage took out a kunai and looked at Miki. Miki looked at the third Hokage, showing no intention of moving. Why not take out a weapon? No. An unexpectedly simple answer. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow and growled, Then go die. He swung his hand and threw the kunai. A swarm of insects flew up, and this time, Miki was too lazy to even form a one-handed seal. The result of their encounter was the same as before. The kunai was suspended among the clustered insects. The third Hokage's eyelids twitched. The fact that she didn't form any seals was still incredibly shocking upon a second glance. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 9. Ideals. What a powerful bug. Although not at full strength, it was still at about 70 to 80%. Ordinary oil women from her clan absolutely couldn't stop it this way. Even if they could, it wouldn't be with this number of bugs. So the answer is, this child's parasitic bugs are stronger than everyone in her clan. Is it due to a mutation caused by the bloodline limit? As she thought this, the third Hokage rushed forward, delivering a punch straight to the back of Meiji's head, a blind spot in her field of vision. Beneath her mask, Meiji curled her lip. Her combat vision was all-encompassing, covering every angle, day and night. Sometimes she felt like an old man in a surveillance room, watching numerous monitors. It was quite entertaining. Even though there were too many things happening at the same time for her brain to process, it wasn't a big problem. Behind Meiji, the swarm of bugs surged, a mass the size of several door panels charging toward the third Hokage. These bugs would burrow into flesh, and if it weren't for the Hyuga clan, it was best not to make physical contact, even with the third Hokage. A troublesome ability. Speaking of the bugs defending their master, the third Hokage had already quickly retreated to a safe distance. Watching the ninja pull away from the bugs, Meiji sneered. She was very aware of this weakness. The flying speed of the bugs often couldn't keep up with faster opponents. Even after Meiji optimized them, the structural strength of the parasitic bugs was still limited. To counter this, her clan often set traps with the swarm to prevent prey from escaping. Meiji intended to optimize the structure of their wings. Dragonflies, as kings of flight, were very suitable. With a speed of 100 km/h and an explosive speed of 40 meters per second, they were more than enough to deal with ninjas. The trouble was, dragonfly wings weren't like the hardened wings of the parasitic bugs. They were fragile and hard to store, making it impossible to keep them in her body. Carrying a bug jar like her clan members wouldn't allow for much storage either. The solution was summoning techniques. But Meiji didn't have those. Fire release, great fireball technique. Facing the relentless swarm of bugs, the third Hokage formed hand seals to release ninjutsu. He specifically shouted to remind, was he that afraid of accidentally taking himself out? Watching the massive fireball carrying an overwhelming wave of heat, Meiji didn't dodge. As she raised her hand, more bugs flew up from her body, forming a dark mist larger than the fireball, drifting toward it. Attack against attack. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow in surprise. Logically speaking, bugs shouldn't be able to confront fire head-on. Unfortunately, this was chakra-transformed fire release, which was essentially chakra in a state of intense motion. And the bugs were parasitic bugs that solely consumed chakra. When the two collided, a subtle fragrance wafted through the air, and the fire release halted like a wave that had stopped advancing, blocked in place by the parasitic bugs. In an instant, the charred bodies of the bugs piled thickly on the forest floor. If it were just this level, you would die here. Coldly stating her intent, Meiji warned her opponent that she was about to unleash a big move. Sukai technique, insect gage. As she spoke, dozens of pillars formed from bugs rapidly shot up from the ground within a 100-meter radius, connecting in the sky to create a massive, terrifying birdcage. The third Hokage turned to look at the cage trapping him, poised to strike, and couldn't help but ask, When you threw your shuriken? Meiji replied. But in reality, she had carefully set the trap as soon as he intruded into her safe distance. In the forest, the ground was covered with fallen leaves, flowers, and trees, providing natural cover for the bugs, making it difficult for enemies to detect their movements. Sinai, with a single hand extended, she clenched her fist, and the parasitic bugs, receiving the command, surged down like a torrential rain. Was there still time to form hand seals? Usually, a Jainin wouldn't have enough time. But the third Hokage was not just any Jainin. As the strongest representative of Konoha, he wouldn't fall for such tricks. Earth release, earth barrier. The walls of earth rose from all sides, quickly completing the ceiling. Like a heavy rainstorm, the sound of impact was continuous, causing the entire earth barrier to tremble under the assault. With the thickness of the earth release, this level of impact was not enough to break through. But the bugs had mouthparts, seeking their own death. Meiji looked at the defensive position surrounded by the swarm, letting out a cold snort. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, within the earth release, watched as the parasitic bugs quickly broke through the barrier, with a few drilling up from the ground, and couldn't help but frown. Was the Oil Woman clan this troublesome? While thinking this, he leisurely formed hand seals. Let me give you a lesson. Never let the enemy leave your field of vision. The third Hokage murmured as he activated his ninjutsu. This time, there was no kind reminder. He was taking it a bit more seriously. Through the bug's perspective, Meiji watched the ninja slowly sink underground and chuckled lightly. So, never create blind spots in your vision. The essence of ninja combat is information warfare, and collecting intelligence is of utmost importance. Meiji raised her hands and seriously formed hand seals. Body replacement technique. Meiji was not a genius. Releasing ninjutsu and forming hand seals was common sense for a ninja. It's over. With a loud roar, a hand burst through the ground, fiercely grabbing Meiji's calf. As the arm pulled down hard on Meiji, the third Hokage emerged from the ground simultaneously. At that moment, Meiji's form completely collapsed under the force, transforming into a swirling mass of bugs. Insect clone. It was when I was using the Earth release to execute the decapitation technique. Truly outstanding combat awareness. The next second, due to the unguarded close contact with the insect clone, the shadow clone couldn't withstand the bug's bites, exploding into smoke. Careless. In the vicinity of the forest, the third Hokage, holding a cigarette, took a deep puff, feeling frustrated. This kid, truly a genius. The sound of cracking branches and leaves echoed through the forest. The third Hokage turned to look, and from the shadows of the woods, a small figure slowly walked into the path. Before the third Hokage could ask, Meiji cheerfully greeted him. Third Hokage-sama, have you seen a fool claiming to be a spy? Hearing this, the third Hokage took a deep, frustrated puff of smoke and replied, Oh, is there such a person? Ah, how strange. Clearly you're nearby. How did such a fool sneak in? Meiji continued, deliberately emphasizing the word fool. The third Hokage silently smoked. This kid must have discovered something. He needed to come up with a decent excuse. Since the third Hokage was here, that fool could be ignored. The third Hokage sighed in relief. So, third Hokage-sama, are you here to relax? Yes, little girl, what are you doing here? I'm also here to relax. Meiji replied somewhat coldly, slightly bowing as she prepared to leave. Wait. Meiji looked at the third Hokage. Seeing Meiji's unconventional behavior, the third Hokage asked abruptly, Do you have any ideals, little one? Ideals? Meiji didn't want to answer such a boring question, so after laughing, she coldly replied, Ideals are the stars and the sea. Stars and the sea? The third Hokage looked at Meiji with a puzzled expression. He didn't quite understand this ideal. I want to fly to the sky, Meiji said seriously, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The third Hokage opened his mouth. Want to say something, but stopping short. Although he didn't fully understand, he was profoundly shocked. What a remarkable child. Do you not want to become Hokage? Many kids now want to be as powerful as the second Hokage. I don't want to. Miki outright rejected it. Why? I'd rather dance. The third Hokage thought this child must have some big problem. Do you want to be a disciple of the Hokage then? I don't want to. Why not? If you don't want to be Hokage, why would you want to be a disciple of Hokage? Miki retorted. The third Hokage took a deep puff of smoke and said, You see, I know many jutsu, and I'm called the god of shinobi techniques. Do you want to learn jutsu? Really? Miki raised her hand, covered in parasitic bugs, and asked, Can you teach me this? The third Hokage took another deep puff of smoke. Don't you want to learn any other jutsu? I do. The third Hokage's eyes lit up and said, What do you want to learn? I'll teach you. Chapter 10. Princess, what ninjutsu do you want to learn? What I want the most right now is indeed the summoning technique. As for shadow clone jutsu and the like, I'll have plenty of time and opportunities to learn them after becoming a ninja. Besides, I currently don't lack time. The second great ninja war is about to begin, and I don't need shadow clones to enhance my work intensity or progress. So, seating technique? I asked, Can you do it? Yes. The third Hokage replied affirmatively, and he seemed a bit proud, even wanted to put his hands on his hips for a moment. Oh, I raised my voice slightly and said, Are you the best at sealing techniques in the village? The third Hokage paused. There was indeed someone else in the village who was more skilled in sealing techniques, but she didn't take on disciples. Moreover, even as Hokage, the third couldn't persuade her to teach. Of course it's me, he said, blushing and awkwardly looking away, his tone lacking confidence. He felt guilty for lying to a child. The current third Hokage was indeed quite naive. I chuckled lightly and asked, Really? Really? The third Hokage affirmed. So, do you want to be my disciple and learn ninjutsu? No. Irraplia decisively. Why? The third Hokage exclaimed, his voice rising an octave in confusion. I don't want to talk to someone who lies to children. With that, I turned around and left gracefully. The third Hokage stared blankly as I walked away, and after a while, he started to pull at his hair in frustration. This little brat is really hard to deal with. He huffed and turned to leave angrily. Without you, genius Miki, does Konoha have no other geniuses? That kid named Orochimaru is quite outstanding. As an orphan and a commoner, he has already become proficient in the body flicker technique in a short time at the academy. It's safe to say he could graduate on the spot. Even though the same materials were distributed, some people just know how to prepare in advance and have learned. Whether it's their attitude toward learning or their talent, there's nothing to say against it. But the strongest sealing techniques? Sigh, they're all kids from Konoha. It's a shame not to cultivate them. All the while, the third Hokage was gloomily smoking, pondering this matter. On the way back, I no longer sensed the chakra spying on me, and the next day was the same, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Although the experiments had no issues, they were a bit cruel for small animals, and it's easy for people to misunderstand and think I have psychological problems, especially for a child like me. Dissecting cats or dogs would definitely be seen as perverse. So, I don't plan to let anyone know. Orochimaru is an exception. That pervert has been strange since childhood and is smart, so it's not bad to lure him over to do some hard work. Moreover, I don't want to be one of the legendary Sannin. My career plan is to become a doctor in Konoha, staying away from the dispatched missions of ninjas, so I can save a lot of time for research. Although being a Hokage's disciple certainly comes with many hidden privileges, the first of which is the inheritance of the Hokage title. I don't need such things. Besides, gaining something means losing something. I don't want to taste the expectations and attention of others again. I had enough of that in my past life. This time, I just want to live freely. Like a bird, carefree. Most importantly, I don't like that third Hokage. I somewhat dislike the future version of him. I don't really want to see him. Now that the third Hokage has discovered my abnormalities, it's only a matter of time before the clan hears similar rumors. The Yamanaka clan isn't weak. With the resources of the clan, one usually can't learn common ninjutsu. At the beginning, my target was the clan, and I deliberately exposed myself to the third Hokage to balance things out within the clan. Given my demonstrated abilities, I would surely be directed towards the bloodline limit in the minds of ninjas. However, I can't gauge how much temptation a naturally born bloodline ninja would have on these clan members. If I'm treated like a breeding sow under the guise of protection, that would be ridiculous. I don't mind using the most malicious thoughts to gauge people's hearts. I'm still too weak and lack the ability to resist the clan. The clan's actions weren't slow. Just 3 days after meeting the third Hokage, I finally saw some clan members whom I usually don't see. Why don't I usually see them? Because they are hidden within Konoha. The clan members have very introverted and taciturn personalities. They don't want to say much, yet they want to see people. Secondly, the Yamanaka clan doesn't have a clan land. They're scattered throughout the village, and due to their personalities, most live in remote places. In the early years of Konoha's founding, when the Yamanaka clan joined, they took advantage of many things, land being one of them. The first Hokage generously allowed them to choose freely. This is something only the first Hokage could do. The Yamanaka clan was just about fine with it. After all, the Yamanaka clan is quite annoying. A bunch of them together is doubly annoying. To integrate into Konoha, the then clan leader wisely deviated from the Warring States tradition and dispersed the clan members throughout the village for easier integration. I really appreciate this. It's very perceptive. Being part of a large clan for a long time, they probably have ulterior motives. Furthermore, the clan members living on the outskirts of the village serve as natural surveillance sentries. The clan does have a convenient gathering place, but the last time it was used was during the First Shinobi World War. Usually, a team of clan members is stationed there. They say it's for defense, but it's basically a vacation. My father has complained about this in his notebook. I saw the clan members at home. 3 elderly men on the verge of the grave, dressed in Warring States attire, all wearing demon masks. The only difference was the color of the masks. Speaking of which, the rise of sunglasses is only a recent thing. 10 years ago, they didn't exist. My mask was left behind by my father, an heirloom from my grandfather. My father didn't want it because it was too old-fashioned and instead wore the trendy sunglasses. I actually think that the mask looks pretty good. The sunglasses are ugly, making everyone look like blind massage therapists. "You must be little Miki," one of the hunchbacked old men said as he pointed at me. He was struggling to walk steadily, leaning on his cane, his demeanor quite disappointing despite his efforts to stand straight. "I am your grandfather, Shiyu." Wow, right off the bat, he's claiming kinship. How shameless. I like it. "Your mother is my daughter." I blinked. Wow, I've never seen this guy once in my life. Quickly call him Grandpa Miki, my mother urged anxiously from his side. I remained silent. "Call if you want to." Oomph. With that, the old man thumped his cane down. My mother, Yumi, was scared into silence. Miki is too weak of a name. It's not suitable for the princess of the Yamanaka clan. From today on, you shall be called CH. Wow, wow. I kept exclaiming wow. From now on, you will lead the Yamanaka clan. I really despised this kind of autocratic old man. Although I had no hope, I felt I should refuse. What clan, burden, honor, it all sounds so troublesome. You haven't asked me if I'm willing. Oomph. You have no say, unless you take down us 3 old men right here. The Yamanaka clan is one of the few ninja clans whose combat ability doesn't diminish much with age, even as their physical condition declines. The insect swarm only evolves. It doesn't age. Don't be fooled by these Warring States old men being on the verge of the grave. They must be extremely capable fighters. All right, they'll be called CH, I said weakly. But I haven't asked who you are. I am the former clan leader of the Yun family. Oh, That guy from the Warring States period who had great insight, leading the entire clan to join Konoha after losing. Well, I'm just curious how my father, a mere Janine, could afford to run an inn. Turns out my mother is from a wealthy family. As for how he managed to marry my mother, it must be because he was handsome. Although I've never seen my father's face, I don't resemble him much, and it's obvious who I take after. For a moment, Miki thought of many things. Damn it, I calculated so much for nothing. If I had known, I would have just shown it to the clan directly. This cheap grandfather is quite a perceptive person. Chapter 11. Miki was taken away by 3 people, heading toward the clan's residence. Along the way, the 3 walked ahead in silence, while Miki followed closely behind. Not to mention, Key was still a bit confused, her mind not fully processing what was happening, and she didn't feel much like talking. This silent scene was quite normal for the Oil Woman clan. However, the old man in the dark purple samurai armor from the Warring States period looked really cool. He looked like he had a hard time moving in it. Noticing Key's frequent glances, the old man, Shiyu, spoke up. Key. Yes, Key replied. Do you like it? A little bit. Don't worry, when I die, it will be yours. Not long now. What should I say to that? Then do your best, Key replied coldly. Ha ha, you truly are my granddaughter. Seeing Key talking back, the old man was very pleased and said, You have spirit. The little ones at home are too honest, lacking the guts of the Warring States period. Big brother, times are different now. These little ones don't have to go to battle at 5 or 6 years old. It's understandable for them to be a bit soft-hearted. At the time of the First War with the second generation and the old Warring States folks around, Konoha wasn't desperate enough to send a young ninja to the battlefield. I know, Shiyu said unhappily, seemingly glaring at his brother. Then turned to look at Key and said, This armor is made from the shell of a parasitic giant bug. It's sturdy and has excellent chakra conduction abilities, capable of handling many types of ninjutsu attacks. The parasitic giant bug is a supersized parasitic bug. My father's notes are full of envy for this thing. Its ability is gigantification, a technique similar to the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. However, once it gets big, it can't return to its original size. Its lethality is quite sinister, burrowing into the human body and absorbing the opponent's chakra, then bursting out after growing large. For many ninjas, this is already a terrifying and deadly move. Why don't I have such bugs? The implication was clear. She wanted one. For child, Shiyu said, and one of the old men behind him took out a bug egg and handed it to Key, smiling. I'm your grandfather, Shi. Thank you, Grandpa. Key sweetly accepted it, then looked at the other old man. The old man coughed and said, My kind of bug is a bit dangerous. I need to ask your great-uncle. Give it to her. Shiyu waved his hand. I am your great-uncle, Sherwee. As he spoke, he took out a purple crystal and handed it to Key. Your grandfather's bug is big. Mine is small. Sherwee said proudly. To be precise, it's a poisonous bug. But it's actually non-toxic because it's so small that it can only target cellular attacks, causing a toxic effect that destroys cells. Like the parasitic giant bug. It's an application of the yang release, a super miniaturization technique. It's quite terrifying. These nanobugs are called parasitic microbugs. Nodding, Key tucked the crystal containing the parasitic microbugs into her pocket. It's worth it. That name is good. Key looked at her grandfather. My parasitic bugs are just ordinary parasitic bugs, not these flashy mutated things of theirs. However, parasitic bugs can evolve infinitely. With each battle and the generational change of parasitic bugs, they can evolve into their most perfect state, countering various ninjutsu techniques. When I was younger, I had more skirmishes with the Uchiha, so my parasitic bugs could interfere with Genjutsu and even release Genjutsu. Also, they have great heat insulation. As an oil woman, you should know the secret technique, bug ball. It's all about the mass attack. Key nodded. The center of my bug ball ignites like drinking water. The old man put his hands on his hips. Is this the level of the Oil Woman clan? Love it. It's a pity there were 2 freaks during the Warring States period. The level of shadow is still too ordinary. Grandpa is really amazing, Key applauded. Then quickly changed the subject. Give it to me. Ha 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 ha. Your personality is just like mine, not like your timid father. As he spoke, the old man handed Miki a bug egg. For the sake of the gift, Miki was too lazy to expose the fact that he was completely cowardly in front of Madara and Hashirama. Miki looked at the bug egg in her hand. It was a normal-sized bug egg, unlike the usual white jade color, but a beautiful ruby red, glimmering in the sunlight. It was very dazzling. It just looked too small. Not worth much. Miki casually tucked it into her pocket. I've given you the item. Whether you can tame it depends on yourself, Shiyu said in a deep voice. If you're not careful, you might die. Miki was puzzled. This thing can kill? What do you think the Oil Woman clan's parasitic bugs are? Shiyu asked. Weapons? Miki wasn't very sure and added convenient tools. They clean up quite well. Just like my granddaughter. Shiyu nodded in approval and said, that's right. Parasitic bugs are an important tool for our clan. Recently, because of that boring will of fire, the kids in the clan can actually treat bugs as boring companions. Remember, key, parasitic bugs are tools. In our clan, it's a relationship between the master and the subordinate, never companions. Bugs are thoughtless beasts. Once you're at a disadvantage, they will backfire on you. And our companions have always only been our kin. The old man's tone was exceptionally serious. Big brother, that was already in the past. Don't look at things with the eyes of the warring states. Now everyone in Konoha is a companion, she said softly. Times have changed. Without Konoha, there's south no place for us anymore. Little key, your great-grandfather knows you have a cold and independent personality. But being in Konoha, even if you have to pretend, you must pretend to really like it here. If you see certain things, you must pretend not to see them. Miki glanced at her great-grandfather and said, I understand, Grandpa. Konoha isn't trustworthy. Madara's fate is a cautionary tale. Shiyu grunted unhappily. And you know nothing. That dead monkey of the third has already set his sights on you. He hasn't learned the wrist ninjutsu, but his heart is as cruel as the second's. You need to be careful of that kid. Miki remained silent. Each ninja was not focusing on studying and training, but was instead eager for power and profit. It was simply laughable. Key. If one day you can reach the height of Madara and Hashirama, living freely and doing as you please, sweeping away everything that opposes you, can parasitic bugs achieve that level? Miki asked, wondering where this old man's confidence came from. I can't. You can. Huh. The third kid looks at your abilities as just a spectacle. The bloodline limit is truly short-sighted. Grandpa, do you know what my ability is? I don't know. Shiyu said bluntly. Scared me. I almost thought my cheat was locally sourced. However, I know your mastery over parasitic bugs and your ability to modify them. She extended his hand and said, give me a taste of that 5-spice, milk-flavored one. Indeed, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the truth. The Gata ninjas? Hee. Miki extended her hand, and a group of big-butt bugs crawled in her palm, all committing suicide on the spot, their bodies separating from their behinds, leaving jelly beans. Under Miki's command, the incomplete bodies stubbornly crawled away, returning to the embrace of Mother Earth. Truly beautiful parasitic bugs, the three old men said simultaneously. It is precisely because one knows how difficult seemingly simple things can be that such exclamations are made. The three old men picked up the candy beans and crunched on them. Quite fragrant. Yes, fragrant. Zhihui, it's more fragrant than your roasted giant insect. The thigh meat of the giant insect is still very tender. As expected, we are of the same kind, sharing a common perverse interest. The masked beauty's mouth curled up in a smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she tossed a candy bean in her mouth, producing a crunching sound. At least you know good stuff. I have to try the roasted giant insect, the beauty said in a muffled voice. In life, one must never let the mouth down. Chapter 12. The Oil Woman Clan Chew Chime. Has your body completed the nesting process? Old Man Gio asked while chewing on a sugar bean bug. No, there's nothing to hide. Meiji shook her head. The so-called nesting refers to digging out the bug holes inside the body. As expected, the three old men exchanged glances and then looked at Meiji, asking, how did you manage that? It's a bit complicated, Meiji said, directly taking off her clothes. Inside her clothes, layers upon layers were densely covered with parasitic bugs. And the same was true for her small body. Because the clothes she usually wore were a bit big, the difference wasn't noticeable on the surface. It's truly amazing that the swarm hasn't gone wild, old man Zhihui exclaimed. This is basically not nesting at all. Your father's secret teachings must have told you how to do it, right? Old man Gio asked. There are instructions, Meiji replied, but there's simply not enough time. Indeed, there was simply not enough time. For someone Meiji's age, just the nesting alone would take 2 to 3 years. The body would be ravaged by bugs, and then heal, repeating this cycle until the bugs established a stable nest inside. It was a painful and time-consuming process. Moreover, the efficiency was too low. She didn't need to go through this way. Generally, at your age, clan members wouldn't have combat capabilities. Being able to get out of bed and walk would be considered genius, Jiho said. If it were during the Warring States period, the clan would start nesting in infancy. And by the age of 5 or 6, they would have certain combat capabilities, assisting in intelligence gathering and other tasks. The consequence was that most had relatively short lives. Zhihui added, There was no choice. Infants couldn't suppress the parasitic bugs on their own, causing the nesting behavior of the bugs to be somewhat rough, leading to incomplete internal bodies and leaving subtle internal injuries. Historically, many had half their hearts eaten away, making this period very dangerous. Once the parasitic bugs recognized their host after nesting, the Oil Woman clan had to learn to control the bugs. Old Man Gio said, during this time, depending on individual aptitude, it can take 2 to 3 years for the faster ones and 5 to 6 years for the slower ones to make the bugs obediently follow commands. So, when we heard the rumors, the 3 of us unanimously believed it was impossible. If it were a bloodline limit, it would be even more impossible. Chuchime, do you know why? Meiji shook her head. She knew very little about the history of the Oil Woman clan. If it were a bloodline limit, our clan would have had it a long time ago. Meiji suddenly looked at Old Man Gio. Old Man Gio looked at Meiji. I see, the parasitic bugs. Old Man Gio chuckled. If the bloodline limit is a combination of ninjutsu inscribed in the genes that can be inherited by descendants, then the parasitic bugs are the ultimate form of yang release combined with life, also inscribed in the genes, capable of being inherited by descendants. The only difference is that bloodline families inscribe into their own bloodlines. One mistake leads to another while we inscribe into the bugs, allowing for plenty of room for trial and error. It's said that the Hyuga clan has a person with a Byakugan, and our clan equally has individuals who can manipulate bugs. In terms of intelligence gathering, who will win is still uncertain. That Byakugan is different. Meiji opened her mouth, but didn't speak. Forget it. Even if I said it, the old man wouldn't believe it. Our parasitic bugs are the ultimate form of yang release, a miracle of life. In some ways, the parasitic bugs are indeed perfect, but there is definitely a lack of diversity. So, does our clan have the technology to modify the parasitic bugs with yang release? Meiji asked. If they did, it would save her a lot of trouble. No, Old Man Gio answered firmly. It's not us who can use yang release, it's the parasitic bugs. That instinct to absorb chakra and transform it into life force is inscribed in the genes of the parasitic bugs. We are merely the ones who control the parasitic bugs, the brains that have coordinated their evolution over thousands of years. It's impossible for us to awaken a bloodline limit. Who exactly are the parasitic bugs? Meiji opened her mouth. Isn't this just a parasitic capitalist lying on the labor achievements of the parasitic bugs? However, nature is truly marvelous. This is a typical case of coevolution. It's hard to say who is parasitizing whom. The parasitic bug want to lie down and eat, and the Oil Woman clan wants to lie down and make money. The two hit it off perfectly. Meiji put on her clothes, returning to her usual appearance. So, how did the special parasitic bugs of the grandfathers come about? This happened suddenly one day, Gio said. However, it's clearly related to the autonomous evolution of the parasitic bugs. Zhihui fell seriously ill when he was a child, and after he recovered, he was covered in poisonous bugs. However, there were also clan members who fell seriously ill. Historically, there were a few who had situations like Zhihui's, but such exceptions are too rare. It's a problem of natural selection probabilities. Either gloriously evolve or die alongside the host. And the parasitic bugs were also getting urgent. Obviously, more failed. They turn into those tiny bugs, seemingly to kill the poison. When he was young, Zhihui almost died from his own bugs, but was fortunately saved. Meiji nodded. The bugs were killing madly, which is normal. As for Jiho, he inherited the parasitic bugs from the clan's predecessors. And my parasitic bugs have accompanied me through battles all my life. Clearly, they are still evolving and haven't reached the final stage. Inheritance? Meiji was somewhat puzzled and said, does that mean there are still things that can't be inherited? That's right. Zhihui's poisonous bugs and my bugs are difficult to inherit, Gio replied. Why? Meiji asked, although she had a rough guess. Nesting is a very important first step. Most clan members become part of the parasitic bug swarm imperceptibly this way. In other words, if you don't nest, you can't command the parasitic bugs. Chuchime, you are an exception, and we need to produce chakra for the parasitic bugs to consume. So, what would happen if we didn't produce chakra? If it weren't for the secret teachings summarized by our clan over generations and our clan's constitution, outsiders attempting to use the parasitic bugs would be eaten. After nesting, the parasitic bugs will remember their owner's scent, and even among the same clan, transplanting another's parasitic bugs carries the same risk. Zhihui's poisonous bugs are especially dangerous for clan members. The first step of getting through the parasitic bugs entering the body is very difficult. While Jiho's big parasitic bugs are relatively less dangerous, and many have inherited them throughout generations. And you, Chuchime, with your dominant control over the parasitic bugs, can easily inherit the treasures left by our clan for generations. At this point, Zhio couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chu Chime, you will become the most terrifying Chu Chime in the history of the Oil Woman clan. No, in the history of the ninja world. Ha 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 ha. Under the mask, Meiji curled her lip. That's too villainous. It made her seem like a minor character instead. And then, seized the position of Hokage. Meiji asked, you want to be Hokage? Old man Zhio countered Meiji. Not at all, Meiji replied. No matter what you do, after you grow up, I won't see you again, and no one can stop you. Old man Zhio said, do whatever you want. Then let's unify the ninja world, Meiji said. Chu Chime, terror cannot command people's hearts. Old man Zhio said earnestly. I was joking, Meiji said softly. Old man Zhio, what do you want from me? I just want to see my descendants grow up safely and happily, and for the family to branch out. Zhiyu, the old man, stood firm and seriously said to Meiji, instead of becoming a useful tool in the hands of certain people who don't even dare to refuse outright. Your uncle Zhi Long's talent is too mediocre. He is just an elite jonin for his whole life. After we old folks are gone, facing a giant like Konoha, there will be no other way for our clan but to remain silent and seek survival. This old man is not just an ordinary wise person. Later on, when Danzo asked the Yamanaka clan for people, the then clan leader could not say no, even if it was his own son. If it weren't for a nephew from the same clan coming to the rescue, he would have to pretend he never had that son. I promise you. Meiji said seriously. Ha 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 ha. Ji laughed heartily. Starting tomorrow, the three of us old guys will teach you how to cultivate, but first, go get your little cuties. The seniors have left us quite a number of impressive little cuties, but we've always struggled to find someone to use them. I'm really looking forward to it. Meiji smiled. When talking about the little cuties, her tone became warmer. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 13, Bug's sister. As they walked along the road, the three old men discussed some matters of their clan to help Meiji understand. Most of the information came from Old Man Zhio, with Old Man Zhihua adding a few comments, while Old Man Zhihui spoke little. The generation of Old Man Zhio consisted of 7 siblings. Zhio was the eldest, Zhihua the 4th, and Zhihui the youngest. The other siblings had perished during the brutal Warring States period, killed by other families who were also leaf ninjas. The Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Kurama, and Inuzuka clans, among others, were all involved. As a clan that adhered to mysticism, they had always maintained a neutral stance, refusing to form alliances. Due to the power and versatility of the parasitic insects, clan members were capable of undertaking various tasks, whether assassination, reconnaissance, sabotage, or others, and they accepted any missions for profit. During the Warring States period, families generally operated independently, and the market environment allowed the Oil Girl clan to remain indifferent, believing they were the best. Thus, they had provoked nearly all their opponents. When the alliance between the Senju and Uchiha clans began, the village started to take shape. To ensure the survival of his clan, Zhio had no choice but to lead them, and despite his hatred, join in. This was a wise yet difficult decision for him. After joining Konoha, Zhio stepped down from his position as clan leader, retiring with many regrets, while the leadership was taken over by his brother Zhihua's son. Old Man Zhihui had no descendants. He possessed such poisonous insects that even the women of the clan did not dare approach him without dying. As for Old Man Zhio's descendants, apart from a late-born and pampered youngest daughter, the other children had died during the Warring States period, still at the hands of those same people. His youngest daughter, Yume, grew up in the relaxed environment of Konoha. And Old Man Zhio originally did not intend for her to become a ninja. He then awkwardly explained to Meiji why he had not visited her mother and daughter for all those years. Meiji quietly listened without expressing her views, clearly sensing the conflict between father and daughter, with the old man unable to face it. Soon, the 4 arrived at the clan's residence. The Oil Girl clan members guarding the area approached them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they entered the building. The solitary assembly hall was not large. Its exterior appeared to have been used for only a few years, lacking the weight of historical age. Inside the hall was even more empty and bare. However, the gravestones standing in the open area outside were particularly eye-catching. You all stay outside. Yes. With a swish, the 3 guards vanished gracefully. Meiji also possessed this basic jutsu of a chunin, but she had not yet mastered it and was not at the level to perform it. The 3 old men, displaying the traits of a hidden clan, opened a concealed dark door, holding a lit candlestick as they proceeded down the dark passage. Along the way, Old Man Zhio formed a hand seal, and a parasitic insect, glowing red from its rear, flew out, illuminating the candles along the dark path. How about it? My flame insect? It must look beautiful at night, like fireflies, Meiji remarked. Will it explode? No. Old man Gio replied. It's flying too slowly. Meiji commented. It's still the same attack method as the parasitic insects. Suicidal group attacks, clustering, setting traps to prevent prey from escaping. Overall, it's not fierce enough. She honestly stated her opinion. You're not wrong, but that's because you haven't seen the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan, the old man said. When facing the Uchiha, never think your power is sufficient. Mangeki? Meiji probed. You won't have a concept of it if you haven't seen it. It's a divine power, old man Gio explained. You'll see it in the future. The Uchiha are not a clan that can remain complacent. Meiji nodded, looking at the glowing red rear of the parasitic insect. It seemed to be a type of insect capable of breaking through Susanoo. However, against Susanoo, the current strength of the parasitic insects was utterly powerless, even against a very basic Susanoo. After walking for a considerable distance, they reached the end of the path. The room was not large, about 100 square meters. In 3 of the walls featured a mural depicting the history of the Oil Girl clan's breeding of parasitic insects, showcasing many insects different from the current ones. The opposite wall was lined with ninjutsu scrolls, while the last wall held sealed clay jars. Without needing to think, it was clear they contained mutated insect eggs. Drawn to them, Meiji approached, ignoring the ninjutsu scrolls. They're all yours. Take your pick. Ha ha ha. Seeing Meiji's expression, old man Gio's laughter echoed through the underground, stirring up a fine dust. Meiji stretched out her hand, covered in chakra, and touched the jars one by one. After a long while, she turned to old man Gio and said, basically, they're all dead. Old man Gio seemed unfazed and replied, there's nothing to be done. They have waited here too long without anyone to inherit them. However, Bud Princess, you said basically, so there must be some still alive, right? Meiji raised her hand, indicating the number 2, and said, only these are responsive. With that, Meiji approached the largest jar, which radiated a strong will to survive. She reached out and smashed the jar, revealing a massive egg inside. It was nearly the same size as Meiji, comparable to that of a child. What a giant insect egg. Meiji turned to old man Gio and asked, is there a record of it? Old man Gio shook his head, saying, it has been here since I can remember. Then I will begin. Saying this, Meiji placed her hand on the egg. The 3 old men focused their minds, watching intently, but could not discern anything unusual. It followed the normal process of hatching an insect egg. As Meiji channeled her chakra, the infection progressed covertly and rapidly. This egg possessed its own will, clear and resolute, which was to survive. Faced with a lifeline thrown by Meiji, it clung to it without hesitation. The entire process of infection was very fast and smooth. As expected, the progress of infection was related to the target's mental will. The progress almost synchronized with the hatching speed, even a bit faster. When the infection concluded, the hatching was also complete. Moments later, the egg began to show signs of life, with small bulges appearing on the shell. Soon after, the egg started to crack, and some fluid leaked out along the seams. At a certain point, Meiji withdrew her hand. The entire egg split open, and a pair of tiny hands emerged, pushing the egg apart as a small girl resembling a human crawled out, naked and on the ground. The 4 looked at each other in astonishment. If one were to say she was human, she had a simple exoskeleton. At that moment, the exoskeleton was still transparent and soft, allowing a clear view of the pale skin of the human girl inside. As the exoskeleton rapidly hardened and changed color, a creature resembling a human insect was left on the ground. Stand up. Meiji did not need to verbally command. She could easily sense the girl in her mind. However, to facilitate understanding for the 3 old men, she gave the command. The girl struggled to her feet. Her 3 pairs of compound eyes turned to look at different people, then fixed intently on Meiji. When she opened her mouth split like an insect. Mama, she spoke. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. After a moment, old man Gio slapped his thigh and exclaimed, what is this child? Don't call me Mama. Meiji said darkly. Yes, Mama. The bug's sister obediently replied. It seems that the mind is not functioning well. Meiji pressed her slightly aching forehead, feeling a bad premonition. 3 old men surrounded the bug girl, eagerly inspecting her. Chapter 14, Bad Premonition. Facing the old men as scrutiny, the bug girl appeared very nervous. After glancing at Meiji, she took a defensive attack posture. With the sound of a sword being drawn, dangerous-looking spikes shot out to her wrists. This child seems more beast-like than human. Meiji, tell her not to resist. Old Shiyu instructed Meiji. Don't move. Meiji said coldly. Upon hearing this, the bug girl stood rigidly in place, not moving at all. It's truly amazing. What exactly is this child, human or bug? Old Sherhui exclaimed in wonder. Old Jiho then took action. With a parasitic bug drilling into the bug girl's body through the air holes exposed on her exoskeleton to conduct an inspection. After a while, he said, "This child can produce chakra. The parasitic bug has already detected it. However, she is still very weak, and her chakra production speed is very slow." After continuously sizing up the bug girl, old Shiyu said, "Strange, there are no signs of a parasitic bug, although she has a human-like form. This child has 4 arms, one pair at the shoulders and another pair lower down at the waist, which are much slimmer. Her tightly fitted, smooth exoskeleton exhibited a reflective purple color, resembling a suit of armor. Her face was petite with feminine softness, and the hair on her head was a cluster of chitinous antennae, with 2 large leaf-shaped carapaces at the back of her head trailing behind her, reaching near her back. 3 pairs of compound eyes included a pair the size of normal human eyes, just slightly larger, looking quite cute overall, and shining a golden color with a gem-like quality. There were no eyelids. Instead, there was a transparent protective chitin covering. The other 2 pairs of eyes were much smaller, arranged in a row above the brow ridge of the large eyes. Whether it was the antennae or the eyes, they did not seem like mere decorations. The antennae on her head were used for collecting various information, while the eyes. Meiji sensed a bit and was amazed. In addition to X-ray and telescopic vision, there was also infrared thermal imaging and high-speed photography. Everything in the world appeared to the bug girl in slow motion. The 4 abilities corresponded perfectly to the 4 small secondary eyes. She could activate and deactivate her abilities by closing her eyes. The pair of primary eyes had an overly rich perception of colors. Just a few seconds caused Meiji to feel severe dizziness, resulting from her brain being unable to process the excessive information. This creature's brain is even more advanced than mine. This simple fact crossed Meiji's mind after the dizziness subsided. What about her wings? Old Shiyu asked curiously. Let us see if she can fly, Meiji said, although she didn't look like she could fly at all. As soon as she finished speaking, the bug girl moved. The 2 carapaces at the back of her head lifted, and immediately, a purple chakra light stream emerged. As the room began to wind, the bug girl wobbled and floated up. It's a jet type. Meiji noticed the air holes arranged on the carapaces. After a while, the bug girl swayed and landed, slumping down, the 2 carapaces on her head drooping behind her. She has run out of chakra. So far, it seems this creature is a killing weapon born for battle. Big brother, something feels off, old Jiho said gravely. What is it, Jiho? I'm hesitating, Jiho said. This child has a nest from our clan inside her body, but there are no parasitic bugs left. In other words, she might be one of our kin, right? Old Shiyu said in a deep tone. We cannot rule out this possibility. Big brother, do you remember the legend of the clan where someone was reborn as a bug? Old Shiyu pondered for a moment, looking at the bug girl, and said, to go to such lengths. Meanwhile, Meiji squinted, realizing, so this is how it works, similar to her own thoughts but the opposite. Unfortunately, she failed. What could be a reference? All along, Meiji had been afraid to conduct genetic modifications on herself, fearing this kind of situation. The worst outcome would be a genetic collapse leading to immediate death. Even though Meiji could already perform genetic modifications on herself, this bug egg was essentially a dead egg, but not completely dead yet. The residual chakra held a strong will to survive. Therefore, Meiji helped her out, activating her own abilities to recombine the chaotic genes within the bug egg. Without Meiji, it would have been impossible to hatch. In the end, it looked quite good. What do we do about this child? Old Jiho asked. Treat her like a bug, old Shiyu said. She is now the property of the bug princess, and besides, judging by her appearance, she doesn't seem like a little girl who can be easily controlled. It has to be this way. Old Jiho looked at Meiji and said, Bug princess, I hope you can take care of her like you take care of your sister. Meiji looked at the kind-hearted old Jiho and nodded in promise. After school, the cats and dogs I take care of never die. Then she waved at the bug girl, saying as if calling a puppy, Come here. The 3 old men had a black line on their foreheads upon hearing this. The bug girl, who had slumped back down, heard Meiji's call and immediately got up and pounced over, clinging to Meiji. She seemed to really like Meiji. Mama, mama. She repeated these words. Meiji firmly held down the bug girl, who was about to start licking her face, using the chewing and sucking type mouth parts of a parasitic bug to prevent her from getting too close. This child has 2 sets of mouths. The one under her exoskeleton looks like a normal human mouth. It looked quite terrifying. However, she didn't give any commands. Just a bit of disdain but not dislike. Let us give her a name, Bug Princess, old Shiyu said, watching the warm, yet strange scene with a smile. Peach, Meiji instantly named without thinking. Don't give her a cat or dog name. Old Jiho shouted. How troublesome. Just call her Mushy Momo, Bug Peach. Mushy, Heim. It matches your name quite well. Old Jiho laughed. If you put your heart into it, it can still be done. Get off. Meiji shouted at the bug girl. The bug girl, feeling wronged, left Meiji's side. No commands were given after that to prevent her from pouncing again. The parasitic bugs on her body had burst some parts. Meiji instructed the remaining parasitic bugs to handle the corpses of her companions by consuming them. Protein is an important source of energy and should not be wasted. Keeping her in my house shouldn't be a problem, but I don't have much money. Meiji looked at old Shiyu, extending her hand. Meiji had long been thinking of an excuse to ask for money. At this moment, a series of crackling sounds echoed from Meiji, somewhat eerily. Bug Princess, I have no money, old Shiyu said bluntly. Meiji looked at old Jiho. Old Jiho shook his head. Then she looked at old Sherwee. The taciturn old Sherwee simply turned his head away. Is this the treatment of a princess? After a moment of silence, Meiji said, could it be that the clan has no money at all? That's right, old Shiyu said. Since joining Konoha, the family's financial situation has not been optimistic. Previously, clan missions were handled by the village, and the commission fees were partially taken by Konoha, with clan members risking their lives for money. The family hasn't collected a share for a long time, and moreover, the clan doesn't have any industries. Meiji said, so now the clan has to rely on their own abilities to make a living? That's the case. Old Shiyu said, there's a sum of money specifically for taking care of the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. The previous ninja war caused significant losses to the clan, with many people dead, leaving orphans and widows to be taken care of within the family. Isn't this guy considered an orphan? Meiji pointed at the bug girl. I've said it, she is already a bug. Her own bugs are her responsibility to take care of. That's a strict rule in the clan, old man Gio said. Meiji looked at the bug girl, unsure if this guy's appetite could be afforded. In any case, she had a bad feeling about it. Chapter 15. Bountiful harvest. The matter with the bug sister has come to a temporary conclusion. The bug eggs given by the grandfathers are not being rushed to hatch. Instead, they're hatching the second type of bug eggs found at the base. Each egg is only the size of a soybean, and there are a handful in a clay jar. As they hatch, the bug eggs visibly grow larger, and after a few minutes, a type of flying insect breaks free from its shell. It is about the size of a finger segment and larger than several hundred parasitic bugs. Unlike the parasitic bugs, which belong to the order Coleoptera, this insect belongs to the order Lepidoptera. It resembles a butterfly covered in white scales. It has 2 pairs of delicate wings, a small head, and big eyes, making it look extremely cute with its fluffy appearance. Its entire body is snow white, resembling a small rabbit, and its feathery antennae resemble rabbit ears or twin ponytails. In short, it is a very adorable bug. Isn't this a silkworm moth? Meiji muttered as she looked at this little creature. It's the thing that eats mulberry leaves and spins silk. However, on Earth, it's the larvae that spin silk, while this one is a fully grown adult right from birth. It doesn't seem to have much combat capability. Watching the little creature flapping its wings on her finger, unable to fly, Meiji frowned. What use does this little guy have? It seems to be performing a courtship display, constantly releasing specific pheromones. It looks like a failure. The old man, Ji, said. A failure? Meiji questioned. In nature, animals that look cute must have some astounding quality, like sharks and dolphins. Despite the shark's fierce appearance, unless it is suicidal, it usually won't bother dolphins. In the past, the clan tried to cultivate other types of bugs, but none were as outstanding as the parasitic bugs, so they ended up leaving behind these failures, Ji explained. However, the fact is that even a powerful existence like the bug sister is nearing death with the passage of time, while this cute little bug still retains a vigorous vitality. Just as Meiji was thinking of testing the little guy's abilities, the bug sister bit her finger. Meiji couldn't help but look at the bug sister. The bug sister looked innocently at Meiji. The poor little creature had already disappeared into the bug sister's mouth. Let go. You really can't let a guard down. This child's energy and curiosity are too vigorous. The bug sister released her grip and looked at Meiji, completely unaware of any wrongdoing. Her eyes eagerly fixed on the clay jar in Meiji's hand. Seeing this, Meiji licked her lips. It seemed delicious. Is it tasty? Meiji asked. The bug sister nodded vigorously. Let's try it cold at home, Meiji said thoughtfully. Then she reached out and struck the bug sister on the head with her hand. The bug sister tilted her head. Trust the instincts of a beast. If it were something inedible, the bug's sister should not have preyed upon it according to her instincts. Bug sister, I've given you the item. Remember to come find us for training after school tomorrow, Jiyu said, not caring at all about the moth-like bug, and left decisively after speaking to Meiji. Oh, and you can choose any ninjutsu scroll. I'll one-T accompany you. Yes. After responding, Meiji began to flip through the family's ninjutsu scrolls. Most of them were very ordinary Doton techniques. There were practically no forbidden techniques. After some time, she made a few discoveries. There was no shadow clone technique as expected, nor was there sealing technique. The Oil Girl clan doesn't need shadow clones because they have the more cost-effective bug clones. Also, when playing around with the third Hokage, Meiji used a transformation technique, not a bug clone. The secret techniques left by her father regarding bug clones included 3 powerful techniques: the defensive bug wall, the offensive bug gem, and the bug tornado technique. Meiji could use them without needing to study them specifically. However, the family's discovered secret techniques were pitifully few. One technique she lacked was the secret technique to summon bugs. This technique can attract a large number of wild insects. Its usefulness is neither great nor small. It seems like it doesn't have much use, but it appears to be effective against parasitic bugs or other bug users. The second one is the bug curse interference technique. This technique can disrupt the perception of ninjas. It is very practical on the battlefield, although it's not very useful against Byakugan. The third is the secret technique for detoxification. This technique is specifically used for antidotes, based on a simple principle, allowing parasitic bugs to extract toxins. The overall difficulty lies in the precision of operation and the need for precise knowledge of the human body. It belongs to medical ninjutsu and is generally of higher difficulty. Meiji lacks medical knowledge, but doesn't lack operational precision, so it wouldn't be too difficult for her to learn. Conversely, she could also inject toxins. Coating the bugs with poison is quite simple. Mixing the powder with water can solve the problem. However, the clan rarely uses it, as one operational mistake can easily harm oneself. My bugs can be poisoned. Lick. In this situation, after a few accidents, the secret techniques clearly state not to do it this way anymore. The fourth is the secret technique of life transfer. This also belongs to medical ninjutsu. It was mentioned before that parasitic bugs convert chakra into life energy they can consume. This technique utilizes this point, allowing parasitic bugs to transport chakra to convert limited life energy, thus sustaining the life of the severely injured. The fifth is also a medical ninjutsu, the secret technique for healing. Parasitic bugs are products of yang release and can use simple yang release to heal wounds. If it weren't for this, the skin of the Oil Girl clan would be filled with densely packed holes dug by parasitic bugs, making their appearance even more terrifying. However, it basically has the effect of Yunnan Bai Yao, but the speed of wound healing far exceeds that of Yunnan Bai Yao. Among these techniques, except for the secret technique to summon bugs, although Meiji hasn't learned it, she already knows how to use it. It's essentially just an application of parasitic bugs. The family's secret techniques mainly consist of these few, which is pitifully few. The technique Meiji values the most is the forbidden technique, the poison jar technique. This technique is paired with Ji Hui's poisonous bugs and was created by predecessors. Its lethality is terrifying and indiscriminate. On the battlefield, it gathers a large number of corpses to serve as a breeding ground for nanopoison bugs, using a barrier to accelerate their reproduction. Once enough are cultivated, they are detonated, and with the wind, they spread rapidly. The resulting cloud of bugs is extremely lethal. Meiji doesn't care much about the lethality. What she cares about is the barrier that accelerates reproduction. This thing is a super double version of the secret technique for hatching. The difference is that even if it's not a parasitic bug, other organisms will also accelerate cell division and grow rapidly. It is very useful for quickly increasing troops or accelerating experimental cultivation of subjects. For Meiji, it is undoubtedly a good thing. Therefore, Meiji first chose a C-rank Doton technique, Earth underwater navigation, then a Doton hardening technique. Finally, she chose a B-rank F-ton technique, vacuum sphere, one for attack, one for defense, and one for escape. The thought process is very clear. Meiji's chakra attributes are wind and earth, and she temporarily cannot learn techniques like fire release or water release. As a clan that has co-evolved with parasitic bugs, theoretically, Meiji also has yang release attributes. However, there are no yang release-related ninjutsu in the clan. The medical ninjutsu she can learn can only be sought within the village. As for taijutsu, the clan has no taijutsu at all. After this trip, Meiji returned with a bountiful harvest. Chapter 16. Throwing ninja tools after the end of the First Great Ninja War. The village saw an increase in orphans, not only among the civilians, but also within the ninja clans. Having an extra bug sister at home didn't draw much attention. It was enough to explain to the neighbors that she was a relative's child, and the clan would provide cover. Miki found her usual long robe and a new mask. And after putting on the bug sister, her identity as a bug wouldn't be exposed, except when she happened to appear in front of the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan activated. This issue could be easily resolved as long as she didn't run around. The only worry was that there was now an additional mouth to feed at home, and unsurprisingly, her appetite was enormous. One person could eat 10 times what Miki could. Although her mother, Yumi, didn't say much, Miki knew she was worried about money. The small and they ran didn't earn much. In Konoha, a ninja village, the visitors were merchants hiring ninjas for missions. Due to competitive pressure, prices were low. Miki believed it would eventually go out of business because it had no unique features. After all, they couldn't sell grill bugs from the Oil Woman clan. Business would definitely be worse. Most merchants preferred hot spring inns, where not only were there hot springs, but also girls. While it was not a problem to support Miki, supporting a whole soccer team was another matter. After the bug sister wiped out the family's food supplies in one night, Miki decisively revoked her right to eat at home. She sent the bug sister to the forbidden forest to hunt for herself during school. This was not a situation where one could be soft-hearted. During this process, Miki discovered that the bug sister especially liked licking honey. The beehives in the forest were unforgiving. With her hard exoskeleton, the bees were completely helpless against her. This forced Miki to prohibit the bug sister from raiding the beehives. At this rate, if she kept destroying them, the bees would soon be extinct. Who would pollinate the flowers then? How would the plants reproduce? During class, Miki found herself distracted by the bug sister's situation, worrying incessantly. Surprisingly, the bug sister hardly hunted live prey in the wild, but would snatch already dead animals. From morning until afternoon, a group of unfortunate dogs had already been robbed by the bug sister 3 times. After their first encounter, they basically avoided her, but she still tracked them down by scent. Then, with one punch, she would take down a little dog. The dog's bite force was completely ineffective against the bug sister. It was like a game. She easily chased away the pack. If Miki hadn't been unable to watch any longer, that group of dogs wouldn't have gotten a single bite to eat that day. So, Miki still softened her heart and didn't confine the bug sister to the house. She just issued new restrictions based on her behavior. In Miki's eyes, this child was quite kawaii. Kawaii, a little girl beside her, looked at Miki and asked, "What kind of bug is that?" It was during a kunai throwing class at the ninja school, and the question came from Uchiha Govan, who happened to be standing next to her. "It's a moth," Miki said softly. "You have a good eye. You really are an Uchiha." Govan flipped her hair and said in a girlish manner, "I've never seen such a bug before. It's surprisingly cute. Do you want to eat it?" Miki asked, as the silkworm moth fluttered its wings on her shoulder. "No, thank you," Govan replied with a frown. "You're welcome," Miki said politely. "Are you deliberately trying to make me angry?" Govan asked with a smile. "Don't worry. I absolutely mean well," Miki replied with a light laugh. "If you never try because you're afraid, you'll never know how wonderful it is." "Really?" Govan asked. "Do you want to eat it?" Miki pressed. "It's too cute to eat," Govan replied. "But you're much friendlier than I imagined. I guess you really won't know unless you try. People always look at the surface." Miki said, "What did you imagine I was like?" Govan thought for a moment, then turned her head to glance at Miki before looking away and ignoring her. "Like this? Do I need to learn how to be like Tsunade?" Miki chuckled and mimicked Tsunade's pose, crossing her arms. Hee. Govan covered her mouth and giggled. "Tsunade is going to be so mad at you." As desk mates, that was basically their daily routine with Tsunade. "That's great," Miki said. "Crack. Not far away." Tsunade gritted her teeth, glaring at Govan. "Wow, so scary." Although she said that, Govan showed no fear, laughing as she spoke to Miki. "Can you give me this bug? I want to raise a puppy, but taking care of a puppy is hard. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well. If it's a bug, it will be much simpler, right? I can give it to you, but you won't be able to keep it alive," Miki said. "Why?" Govan asked in confusion. "This type of bug only lives for a day." "Oh, I see." Govan looked disappointed. "That's just too short. What's the point of living like this? Romantically speaking, it's to come to this world, to see this beautiful world," Miki replied. Hearing this, Govan's eyes lit up. Brutally speaking, the moth itself is just a tool. Its genes are only there to pass on its own genes. "That's a novel perspective," Govan said. As a bloodline ninja, she was no stranger to discussions about genes, but it was her first time hearing such a viewpoint. "To explain it in detail will be quite complex," Miki said. "Do you want to hear it?" Govan decisively shook her head. "That's too boring. Don't you have any topics that girls would talk about?" Sorry, Miki shook her head. I'm not an ordinary girl. I'm not interested in what ordinary girls like. To be honest, me too, Govin said. They all talk about who's handsome, and I always feel like I can't join the conversation. Who has the most handsome? Miki asked, her interest piqued. No girl in her class ever talked to her about such things. They all avoided her. Orochimaru from the neighboring class. Govin mentioned a name that surprised Miki. Then who's the ugliest? Jiraiya? Miki asked. Of course it's you, Govin said. Jiraiya does have a handsome side. As expected. Miki chuckled, feeling a bit annoyed. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with the kid. If she wanted to refute, she could just take off her mask, but she didn't want to. She would never take it off in her lifetime to avoid having boys come up to her, annoying her. Are you angry? Govin asked. No, Miki replied. You are angry. Govin insisted. You can't hide that from my eyes. Shut up, you idiot. Heh. Govin laughed while covering her mouth. Miki couldn't help but chuckle. You're really gentle. Miki-chan, Govin said. Miki paused, momentarily unsure how to respond. Old woman Miki, it's your turn. Just then, Mr. Ogawa's voice rang out. Saved. Miki sighed in relief. She stepped forward, took out a kunai, and threw it. Since it was her first time handling it, it unsurprisingly missed the target. Not having practiced, this was a normal occurrence. 0 points. In fact, Miki was taking it seriously and wasn't distracted. Such a score. Under the mask, Miki raised an eyebrow. It was so close, just barely missing. She found it a bit hard to accept. Ha 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 ha. In a situation where no one in the class dared to laugh. Tsunade laughed heartily. Her laughter was a bit overwhelming. That's hilarious. Ha ha ha. The main thing is that the two words are hilarious. Tsunade has always wanted to return it to Miki. Miki quietly walked back into the crowd. Teacher Ogawa opened his mouth several times, hesitated, and then called the next one. Don't mind it. Shuriken throwing is very simple. I'll teach you, said Tori, comforting Miki. No need. I absolutely don't need shuriken techniques, Miki said through gritted teeth. To be honest, Miki really doesn't need shuriken techniques. Even carrying them takes up space. If it's just about forcing movement, the small group's bug swarm is better than shuriken. Tori looked at Miki and blinked, smiling. Kawaii under the mask, Miki pouted. This kid must have some kind of problem. Chapter 17, a pleasant and peaceful day before she knew it. It was time to leave school. According to the agreement, Miki was supposed to go to the family residence to train with her 3 grandfathers. When school ended, Shirori naturally approached Miki. It seemed they were going to head home together, but the Uchiha clan's residence was in the opposite direction from Miki's home. This situation felt off. Looking at the gentle and natural expression on Shiori's face, Miki glanced at the boy who was following Shirori a short distance behind, appearing hesitant yet wanting to approach. Uchiha Hakadai. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Today's girls truly had impressive methods. Miki, are you going home together? Not on the way, Miki rejected. She didn't want to have a relationship that involved holding hands to go to the restroom together like those kinds of girls. On the way, Shirori said with a smile. Scary, Miki replied, do whatever you want. There was nothing to pack. Her textbooks were all left on her desk. Miki stood up and walked away. Shirori followed, and the two left the school together, while Uchiha Hakadai trailed behind. Without needing to look back, Miki knew that the kid was sneaky. He didn't have the attitude of a challenger. He looked more like a young boy who was just starting to develop feelings. She didn't mind this minor situation. Along the way, Miki didn't say much to Shirori. However, Shirori took the initiative to explain. After Uchiha Hakadai had followed them for a few streets, Shirori said, Hakadai isn't a bad person. I'm just a bit annoyed by him following me. Yeah, that's true, Miki replied. The problem is that he's ugly. I don't like him. He has too childish and naive. Shirori said, I hope he knows when to back off. I'll be relying on you in the future, Miki. He can back off without this kind of method, Miki said. What do you have in mind? Shirori asked. You can't be too cruel to him. Sometimes cruelty is actually kindness, Miki replied. In the current situation, if he's uncomfortable, you're also uncomfortable. So? Shirori asked. Just be clear, you're too ugly, we're not compatible. Miki said. Maybe he'll be stimulated to unlock his Sharingan. That would be a great thing. As expected of you, Shirori said with a wry smile. If only things were that simple. What else can you do? If he follows me for a longer distance, what if he thinks you look at him, smile at him, and you have thoughts and hopes for him, and he doesn't give up? Shirori clearly hadn't thought that far. After all, he was still young and lacked such life experience. Could it be like that? Shirori asked. In general, that's how it is, Miki said. Just like how you think we're friends now. After hearing this, Shirori didn't show any embarrassment on his face and smiled. Are we friends? Is that so? Miki retorted. You didn't reject me, Shirori said. It seems like you don't dislike me. Look, that kid Hakadai thinks so too, Miki said softly. That makes sense, Shirori nodded. Miki, Shirori continued. Do you really dislike me? Miki didn't want to answer such a boring question. Do you really dislike me? Shirori pressed. Do you really dislike me? Shirori pushed further. As expected, Miki was very gentle. A crisp laugh rang in Miki's ears. Are you not going back? I'm going to train, Miki said. Training? Shirori asked. Does a genius like Miki need to work hard to train? Isn't it obvious? No one is born knowing everything, Miki said. Is that so? Shirori said. I always feel like Miki was born knowing everything. To some extent, that's true. Don't you train? Miki asked. Shirori shook his head. There's nothing to practice. I can learn just by looking. Ah, so. The Sharingan is quite convenient. Miki still hadn't figured out how to use the 3 ninjutsu she got yesterday by the end of the night. The situation was basically like this. Brain, I've got it. Hands, no you don't. As expected of you, Miki said. Is there anything you don't understand? Shuriken, I can teach you, Shirori said. Do you want to learn how to throw shuriken that can curve? Let us skip that super difficult technique, Miki said. Laughable. I can't learn it all. Is there anything difficult about it? Shirori asked. No, not all, Miki replied. Practicing will help you get it. Learning ninjutsu is just about accumulating experience. Contrary to Miki's situation, with the cheating of the Sharingan, it should be like this. Brain, I seem still not know how. Hands, no you know. Miki didn't think Shirori could teach her anything. Seriously, let me repay you, Shirori said. No need, Miki said coldly. Then, how about I treat you to something to eat? Miki stopped in her tracks. Are you rich? Well, a bit, Shirori replied. Let us go. Training can be done anytime. Carpe diem is Miki's life motto. Moreover, Miki never actively asked Yume for money. Yume would give Miki pocket money and New Year's money, but it was only a normal amount for a child. Miki's usage was far from normal, so her daily life was quite tight. Miki turned around and walked away. Shirori followed with a smile. The bug girl who was herding sheep in the forest was sent by Miki to the family residence to wait. The 3 old men waited and waited, but didn't see Miki, and soon began to explode with rage. It was mainly the hot-tempered old man Shiyu who was throwing a fit. On the other side, Miki and Shirori sat side by side by the riverbank, leisurely watching the sunset gradually sink in the west. Each held a grilled fish in one hand and a bowl of red bean soup beside them. In the distance, a white-haired boy was fishing in the river. It was Jiraiya. This is life. Ninja school is exhausting. Miki nodded while gnawing on the grilled fish. Are you not going to take off your mask? Miki asked curiously. Not a chance. I'll just lift the mask to show my mouth, Miki said, looking at Shiori's cute cheeks dyed red by the sunset. Looks don't matter. What a pity, Shirori said. It's rare to make a friend and not know what they look like. Don't you find that strange? Miki raised her hand to wipe her mouth and said, I don't really want to make troublesome friends like you. Am I troublesome? Shirori asked, puzzled. Yes, super troublesome, mainly because you're an Uchiha, Miki said meaningfully. Everyone in the village doesn't like the Uchiha, Shirori said a bit dejectedly. Clearly, I like everyone so much. You'll understand in the future, Miki said. Some people are not worth liking. Miki is definitely worth liking, Shirori said. You have the same eyes as me. I don't have the Sharingan. No, not that kind of eye. It's the kind that likes everyone. Is your eyesight really that good? Miki asked. Can you see that? I can see it. Whether it's Obito or Jiraiya, you don't dislike them, Shirori said. Everyone in the class dislikes them. I think there is something wrong with your eyes. Beilu is truly unfortunate. Because of being too cute, he is disliked by boys for being effeminate and hated by girls for being cuter than them. Jiraiya, on the other hand, is simply being troublesome. As an orphan, he longs for attention due to his loneliness, which leads him to do annoying things, such as pulling girls' hair. However, Jiraiya is not foolish. Being beaten by Tsunade is both painful and enjoyable, but being beaten by Mei is just painful without any joy. Although Jiraiya has never attempted to provoke Mei, he always keeps a distance from her. From afar, Jiraiya sees 2 girls by the river and hesitates for a moment before turning around to escape, neglecting to fish. This kid, clearly, Mei has never hit him. So why is he scared? Chewing on grilled fish, Mei smirks. However, does she like everyone? Mei simply enjoys the memories of her childhood. Therefore, she watches silently. Sitting on the riverbank, Mei swings her little short legs. The 2 of them chat casually. Let us call it a day. After finishing the last piece of grilled fish, Mei wipes her fingers and puts on her mask. Let us play together next time. Let us make an appointment for next time. It depends on the situation, Mei says. Then it's settled, Yuri replies gently. This guy doesn't listen to others. He looks gentle, but is quite strong-willed at heart. Mei glances at Yuri, neither rejecting nor responding. Waves goodbye and leaves. Yuri smiles and waves back. The old men must be getting restless waiting. On the way, Mei thinks about this and isn't in a hurry. She glances at a ninja uncle by the roadside, anxiously holding a wounded large dog. Taro, how did you get hurt? Who did this? Damn it. It's someone from the Inuzuka clan. This dog looks a bit familiar. Whimpering sadly, the large dog looks pitiful. Mei walks past without paying attention. I don't know anything. As Mei passes, the large dog nervously tucks its tail. It whimpers even more pathetically. Taro, what happened to you? Taro, the bug girl has her own scent. She should have sensed it. Walking behind the uncle ninja, Mei turns around, looks at the nervous large dog, and makes a throat-slashing gesture as a threat. The large dog goes silent, lying down with its head lowered, not daring to look at Mei. Seeing this, Mei nods in satisfaction and turns to leave. What a pleasant and peaceful day it is. Chapter 18, Dance, Eya. With a loud shout, two people in a courtyard broke a giant tree as thick as their arms in half. It's hard to believe that this was done by the punch of a 6-year-old girl. The thousand-hand style, incredible strength technique. This technique looks simple, but is actually very complex. It is well known that the action of force is mutual. If it were simply a matter of fine control of chakra, gathering it to the hands and feet to release, it would be impossible to achieve such a level of destructive power. The returning impact alone would be enough to shatter the user's arm. Additionally, there's the application of medical ninjutsu. It is a very advanced ninja body technique. In the corridor under the eaves, a kind and gentle, beautiful woman watched her granddaughter's training with indulgence. She is the wife of the first Hokage, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mido. She is currently the strongest presence in Konoha, albeit she rarely intervenes in her lifetime. After taking a sip from her teacup, Mido said, Tsunade, don't wear yourself out. Come have a drink. No need, Granny Mido. Tsunade replied without looking back, continuing her training, strengthening her control over chakra, and making progress with each punch she threw. You child, really, isn't the tree in the courtyard enough for you to destroy? Come take a break. What are you talking about, Granny? There are plenty of trees in this forest. Although she said this, Tsunade still punched at the air, due to the special nature of her body technique. The training equipment was indeed not enough for her to destroy, and she would only punch at the wooden stakes to confirm her progress when she felt she had improved. I've never seen you train this hard before. Did something happen? Mido asked. Tsunade bit her lip and remained silent, pouring sweat as she trained. Seeing her granddaughter not speaking, Mido smiled and said, Tell me, and I'll help you. In Mido's view, Tsunade had inherited the powerful chakra and tenacity of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and at this stage in the Ninja Academy, there was absolutely no opponent for her. Her talent was top tier, especially in medical ninjutsu and body techniques, surpassing even her grandfather Hashirama. Not to mention, at the same age, Hashirama's incredible strength was merely at the level Tsunade currently had. He relied on his strong physical talent to throw punches. The fact that Tsunade was pushed to train hard indicated that she had encountered an opponent of the same age. Hearing this, Tsunade stopped punching and after a moment of silence, said with grievance, No matter how I think about it, I can't win against her. Relying solely on body techniques is absolutely hopeless. Granny, you wouldn't allow me to learn ninjutsu. If I knew fire release, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Tsunade, in a person's life, mastering one thing is already impressive. Coveting other ninjutsu isn't suitable for you, Mido said. Granny, it doesn't matter what it is. You said you would help me. Then teach me the ninjutsu that can defeat her. You haven't even said her name. Miki Yamanaka Miki, the Yamanaka clan? Mido appeared somewhat puzzled and said, Did she use the insect flame technique? What is that? Tsunade looked even more confused and said, Granny, are you getting old? It's called the insect infestation technique. I'm not getting old. If it's the insect flame technique, fire release wouldn't be of much use, Mido said. The third Hokage had never seen those old warlords in action, but Mido knew their terrifying nature very well. How could that be? If so, wouldn't that mean I can't win at all? Tsunade looked disappointed. How could you not win? Mido stood up and said, Tsunade, wait a moment. She turned and went inside, and soon came out with 2 large scrolls. These are left for you by your grandfather, Mido said, her eyes filled with nostalgia. What kind of scrolls? Summoning jutsu, Mido smiled and said, With these 2 techniques, it will be hard for you to lose. You're the best, Granny. Tsunade cheered, hugging the 2 large scrolls that were taller than her. How do I use them, Granny? Drop blood and press your fingerprint. Then you can practice as much as you want, Mido said gently. Are you satisfied now? Tsunade nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with excitement. She could hardly wait. In the Hyuga clan's territory, compared to the commotion Tsunade was causing, Hinata's training was much quieter. A normal wooden stake was enough for her to practice for a long time. Not enough. Absolutely not enough. Her hands, wrapped in bandages, were already stained with blood. The wooden stake was making loud noises from the impact, but Hinata remained tireless. She didn't have the convenient conditions that Tsunade had, such as medical ninjutsu to speed up wound healing. She could only wait for them to naturally scab and heal, leaving behind proof of her hard work. "Young miss," a servant from the branch family said with concern. "The young miss has been like this for a while now." Beside her, a weathered man stepping into old age gazed at Hinata. He was the leader of the Hyuga clan, though not referred to by that name. His true name had not been spoken for a long time. As one of the founders of Konoha, he was a legendary figure rumored to be on par with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. He was the former head of the main Hyuga family. At the same time, he was also Hinata's father. Hinata's brother was already the clan leader, and Hinata was simply born at the wrong time and into the wrong family. At this moment, the clan leader walked in front of Hinata and stopped. Upon seeing her father, Hinata halted her movements, lowering her head in silence. It hardly resembled a father-daughter relationship. It felt more like the main family and the branch family. "Do you want to dance?" the clan leader asked. Hinata did not respond, clenching her small fists. "Only geniuses are qualified to dance in this world. You are not, and neither am I." Silence. "You don't even dare to answer me. What's the point of effort? It's better to accept your fate, be content to become someone else's bride, a mother, and then die peacefully. You need to understand, sometimes a peaceful death is a luxury. Why not accept it? But such a level of resistance is too weak. If you want to dance like a bird, you can't. You are too weak. What is wrong with staying in the cage? Even if you can get outside the cage, what is the difference? It's just a bigger cage. There are also strong winds and heavy rains, various predatory beasts." "I'm not afraid," Hinata said softly. "What did you say?" the clan leader asked. "I'm not afraid," Hinata shouted loudly. "I will fly away, far away, up into the sky. I will never stay in a cage. No matter the storm or rain. No one can stop me. Is that so?" the man said, and in the next second his eyes quietly opened. Byakugan. The oppressive force descended without any movement, heavily crashing down on Hinata. Stumbling, she was forced to the ground. How ugly. What is the use of not being afraid? The ninja world ultimately speaks with strength. Pressed to the ground, Hinata gritted her teeth, stubbornly resisting, constantly trying to get up. "Compared to monsters, you are too ordinary, my daughter." "Shut up," Hinata growled. Her whole body was creaking with pain. "Shut up. I will fly to show you. Don't always underestimate me." Roaring, Hinata used all her strength. And then with a crack, a bone broke. In excruciating pain, she collapsed to the ground, covered in dirt and grass. So-called effort. It's just like this, ridiculous. After saying that, the man withdrew his technique and turned to leave. "I told you not to underestimate me." Behind him, Hitomi, with several broken bones, stubbornly got up and shouted at her father's back. The man's footsteps paused. He said, "Then let me see where you can fly." At the same time, a scroll of ninjutsu seemed to have accidentally fallen from him. As the man walked away, the maid dared to step forward and support Hitomi. However, at this moment, Hitomi had already fainted from the pain in her arms. The maid picked up the scroll, endured a moment of curiosity, and opened it to take a look. But after just one glance, she immediately closed the scroll. This was not something she could look at. Secret transmission. J'entrefils de technique. Chapter 19. Individual training. "You're here," the old man Gio said gloomily in the forest. "I'm here. You could have not come." "I know, but I came. Since you're here, be prepared for what is to come." "I've been ready for that for a long time." "Then, get ready to face true hell." "Wait," Meiji said. "I haven't thought it through yet. I feel like there is nothing you can teach me about secret transmissions. Training will delay my research." Previously, the old man Gio didn't give her a chance to refuse. "Naive, there is still a lot you need to learn." "I will be strict with you," Gio said, leaning on his cane, his tone harsh. "I have no problem with that." Meiji looked at the three old men and smiled. "I just worry you grandpas might get tired halfway through." Meiji originally didn't want to participate in this kind of training. "Don't worry, we won't tire out just yet." Gio asked, "Meiji, what do you think is the most important thing for the Oil Girl clan?" "Chakra? The scale of chakra determines the scale of the swarm. This is obviously extremely important. It seems you have your own understanding, but it's not deep enough," Gio said. "My clan has always been known as all-round ninjas. The most important thing for our clan is comprehensive quality, which means there are no obvious weaknesses in any aspect." Illusion techniques. As an oil girl, the first thing you must learn is how to break illusions. When you have companions, they can help break the illusions. But what if you're alone? What should you do? Send the parasitic bugs? Meiji asked, So, if you fall into an illusion and the parasitic bugs have no commander, how do you break the illusion? Simple, preset commands. Every 10 seconds, let the parasitic bugs disrupt the chakra within your body to guard against accidentally falling into an illusion. Meiji said, Bug Princess, you truly are the most gifted of our clan throughout history. Gio nodded in satisfaction. Preset commands are a very practical skill. This skill must be mastered based on your own experience. I didn't expect you to develop the parasitic bugs to this extent. However, there's an even simpler method, pain. Gio said, when facing illusions, you can preemptively let the parasitic bugs stimulate pain in your body to achieve the goal of breaking the illusion. Simply put, just let the parasitic bugs bite yourself to stay awake. Meiji nodded in understanding. But just these methods are not enough to guarantee you won't fall into an illusion, especially the Uchiha clan's illusions. Pain is also unreliable. Gio must have a great grudge against the Uchiha clan. So, Meiji asked, so don't rely on your eyes. Rely more on the perception of the parasitic bugs. Illusions have no effect on the bugs. This kind of thing is instinctual for you. Previously, during the simple game with the third Hokage, you didn't rely on your own eyes at all. The discussion about illusions ends here. The illusion abilities of the fire bug can be easily developed with your talent. Bug Princess, what ninjutsu have you chosen? Earth Release, Hardening Technique, Earth Release, Underworld Submarine, Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, Meiji replied. Smart choices, Gio said. Attack, Defense, Escape. You truly are my granddaughter. Ordinary clan members wouldn't let him learn ninjutsu. But Bug Princess, you are an exception. The clan has secret techniques, no longer have anything for you to learn. What limits you is merely your age and chakra. Ninjutsu can enhance your coping methods. Gio continued, on the battlefield, prioritize survival. Don't expose yourself easily. That's a bit too cautious. As for ninjutsu, the clan has done much research. Bug Princess, you can learn it, but don't delve too deeply. Focus your energy on improving the parasitic bugs. So next, what I will mainly teach you is taijutsu, Gio said. Taijutsu? Does the clan really have such things? Taijutsu, isn't something profound. It's just that ordinary clan members don't need it. But you, Bug Princess, to become the top-tier powerhouse, taijutsu cannot be your weakness. Ordinary taijutsu isn't necessary to learn, Meiji said. The steel fist of the Senju and the gentle fist of the Hyuga are not easy techniques to master. Meiji thought that simply sending bugs to bite people from a distance was enough. Whether it was boxing or shuriken techniques, they weren't necessary. Moreover, her combat radius was much larger than that of ordinary clan members. Then, Meiji subtly looked at the bug sister, squatting beside her like a small dog. I can send the bug sister. Look at her. She seems particularly capable of fighting. She can buy me time to escape. Isn't that reasonable? I'll let you prioritize survival on the battlefield, not to escape at any moment. Gio yelled, raising his cane threateningly. You must learn this taijutsu. No more chatter. You have a final say, Meiji replied. Then let us start. Hurry up so I can go home for dinner. Gio said. Taijutsu will be taught to you by Zhihui. He is the strongest in the clan. Bug Princess, you've already hatched Zhihui as poison bugs, right? Yes. Meiji raised her hands to show the 3 grandpas. The nails on her 10 fingers were dark purple, looking particularly dangerous. Just like my granddaughter. Gio nodded in satisfaction. The microbugs are different from the parasitic bugs. Due to their small size, there is no need to specially create nests within the body. They can reside in any part of the body. Meiji mainly lets them reside under her nails, and she can even trim her nails when there is nothing to do. Zhihui, it's up to you next. Big brother, let me say something, the old man Zhihui said to Meiji. Bug Princess, the bug nest is a very important technique. It allows you to carry a large number of parasitic bugs. You're still young, so there is no need to rush. You can build a nest inside your body when you're an adult. I understand, Grandpa Zhihui, Meiji nodded. I'll start this work when I go back. Don't rush. Establishing the bug nest will have a period of weakness that is not conducive to your current training, Zhihui said. It's okay, Grandpa. I've mastered the healing technique, so the damage caused by the bugs will recover quickly. Even so, it's not a simple task. It can't be completed in a short time. Moreover, it will be very painful. The parasitic bugs dig holes relying on their mouth parts. Even Meiji is no exception. At most, she'll use a tube of anesthetic to make herself more comfortable. Clan members have to use chakra while commanding the parasitic bugs to build nests, so they can only endure it. They must never numb their limbs. But for Meiji, she just needs to think about it. As long as she ensures her consciousness is clear, it's enough to prevent the parasitic bugs from gnawing on her heart. You see my memory. I forgot your control over bugs. You're aware of it yourself. If there is anything about ninjutsu that you don't understand, you can come find me. Finally, the old man Zhihui said, Zhihui, you go ahead. Hearing this, Zhihui stepped forward, took off his gloves, revealing a pair of purple hands. Bug Princess, fighting me will easily lead to your death because you've mastered the micro bugs, greatly reducing the danger. Saying this, Zhihui took off his armor, revealing a strong and sturdy physique. When the micro bugs fight on such a small battlefield, the outcome between you and me will depend solely on taijutsu. My requirement for you is simple. Defeat me head-on without using parasitic bugs, and your training will end. The typical oil girl clan wouldn't have such beautiful muscles. It's because of the parasitic worms nesting in their bodies. Many bodily tissues have been structurally damaged by these parasitic worms, which can be observed on the surface. For example, mommy has a small chest due to damage to her mammary glands in childhood, resulting in developmental deficiencies. When she was nursing, she went through a period of hunger, so she remembers it clearly. On the other hand, Zhihui, who had the parasites early on, did not suffer from the destructive effects of the parasitic worms, which allowed him to develop a beautiful set of muscles. Old Gio clasped his hands together and suddenly shouted. Immediately, purple parasitic worms crawled all over him, turning him deep purple. Do you understand? Miki nodded, mimicking the gesture with her hands together, and although her clothes hid it, it could be seen that her hands were also crawling with purple. Insect Princess, parasitic worms, old Gio said from the side, without any visible action. A mass of parasitic worms flew off Miki, darkening the area before disappearing into the forest. Old Gio nodded in satisfaction. Being bitten by my worms is very painful, so be prepared for full body defense. Thank you for the reminder, Grandpa Zhihui. Come here, old Zhihui shouted. Upon hearing this, Miki assumed an attacking stance. She had no skills in martial arts, so it lacked any aesthetic appeal. After thinking for a moment, Miki decided to charge forward recklessly. At worst, she would just get beaten up. Miki rushed in. Miki was sent flying back, crashing onto the hard ground. It was like an adult hitting a child. Miki grimaced in pain. Chapter 20. Body Techniques of Ninjas. Ha ha ha. Old man Gio let out a malicious laugh from his side, reveling in the misfortune. Finally, he said, Chongji, you have to work hard on your own. I won't accompany you any longer. I'm getting old. Saying this, he walked away with his cane. Meiji glanced at old man Gio. When ninjas reach a certain age, their physical condition declines rapidly, mostly due to the frequent use of chakra in their youth, which leads to overexertion of their bodies. Those in their 50s or 60s are considered long-lived. The average lifespan in the Warring States period is around 30. It is quite normal to go to battle at the age of 5 or 6. Moreover, due to the Oil Woman clan's secret techniques of insect nests, this physical condition is even more severe. Even though old man Gio has been pretending to be strong, Meiji has known since yesterday that he is already lacking in energy. As he said, he doesn't have many years left to live. He himself is a short-lived fellow who started nesting in infancy. It's unclear what important organs he may have injured. Therefore, most of the Oil Woman clan do not excel in body techniques. Compared to normal ninjas, the physical strength of the Oil Woman clan is quite poor. After glancing at old man Gio's departing figure, Meiji got up from the ground and looked at old man Zhihui. This is why Meiji hates the eager looks of her elders. She can't just ignore them. Therefore, she can only work hard on her own. Although it sounds like she's training for old man Gio, Meiji has her own pace of progress. Do you understand? Old man Zhihui asked. Your arms are longer than mine, Meiji replied with frustration. Nowadays, her short stature puts her at a disadvantage in many aspects. And? Your wrist strength is stronger than mine. Then what are your own strengths? Old man Zhihui asked. Agility? Meiji responded. That's barely acceptable, old man Zhihui said. And? I think I should take a weapon, like a sword or something, Meiji said. Old man Zhihui shouldn't mind, right? A weapon? Old man Zhihui said. Swordsmanship is also a type of body technique. Good. As he spoke, the battle among the insects at the microscopic level ended. Old man Zhihui used the attack to kill all the poisonous insect that invaded Meiji. On the surface, the purple on Meiji's hands was just a wriggling motion, which then calmed down. Old man Zhihui's hands were the same. While attacking, he was also attacked by Meiji. Old man Zhihui glanced at his hand and said, as long as there is physical contact, you will be attacked. Ordinary ninjas would be killed quickly. What about extraordinary ninjas? You can't touch them, old man Zhihui said, sharing his experience. Therefore, my body technique is to find a way to make contact with the opponent. As long as I plant the poisonous insect, it's my victory. Such a simple body technique. Attaching the micro-insect to metal is possible, but very difficult. However, for you, Chongji, it should be no problem. And your wrist strength is too weak, which is due to being a member of our oil woman clan, and being a girl makes it even worse. Avoiding direct confrontation is your body technique. Using the advantage of a weapon is a good method, but the weight of the sword is a considerable burden for you. Isn't there a lighter sword? Meiji asked. Simplicity is good. Simplicity means it's easy to learn. After pondering for a moment, Old Man Zhihui looked at Old Man Jiho. Brother, what if I don't know swordsmanship? Old Man Jiho said there are lighter swords. Saying this, he released a swarm of sending insects. When I was younger, I collected quite a few similar things. If you want anything else, just tell me. Thank you, Grandpa, Meiji said with a sweet smile. Chongji, Old Man Zhihui called, bringing Meiji's attention back. Due to the micro-insects being too small, their wings have degenerated and cannot rely on flying for high-speed movement. They can only infect through close physical contact. So, do you know how to expand the attack range of the micro-insects? Meiji thought for a moment and said, Wind. Airborne transmission of viruses is common knowledge. If they can only float and have difficulty moving on their own, then they should rely on the power of the wind. That's right, Old Man Zhihui said. There's a thing called body technique, which is activated by the power of ninjutsu, and its power is greater than ordinary ninjutsu. Because I am weak in wrist strength, I can only find a way to enhance speed, and this body technique was born for that reason. But to master this body technique, you must first understand the nature of wind. Chongji, what do you think wind is like? What is wind like? Chongji thought for a moment and said, temperature changes. Huh? Old Man Zhihui raised an eyebrow, looking at Old Man Jiho. Brother, I completely don't understand what she said. Isn't wind sharp? Temperature changes? Old Man Jiho asked, why do you say that? The change of wind is due to solar radiation. Sunlight heats the surface, causing the warm air at the surface to rise, while the cold air flows in to fill the gaps, forming wind. Chongji, what you mentioned is a natural phenomenon. Chakra can simulate the form of wind according to your imagination, Old Man Jiho said. Old Man Zhihui raised his hand, without forming any seals, and a gust of wind stirred up, accompanied by swirling purple mist. Wind is a very rare chakra attribute. During tests, if the test paper is torn in half, it indicates wind attribute. So most people believe wind has the properties of tearing and cutting. People often understand the direction of the wind as a change in its form, which is not entirely incorrect. However, within the changes of wind, there are also hidden property changes, which is wind speed. As he spoke, Old Man Zhihui suddenly took a deep breath, and then a large cloud of purple mist was violently expelled from his mouth. Speed is power. This is non-printed ninjutsu. Meiji narrowed her eyes. Isn't this momentum? It can also be described as a vector, which is the physical quantity of an object's mass and speed, referring to the effect of a moving object. Like Asuma's wind blade, the sharpness and thinness are essentially applications of vectors. The wind speed mentioned by Old Man Zhihui refers to mechanical motion. The mechanical motion of an object does not occur in isolation. It interacts with surrounding objects, reflecting a process of mechanical motion transfer between the moving object and the surrounding objects. Momentum measures mechanical motion from the perspective of this transfer, with the result being that the total momentum remains constant. To put it simply, using a fan to create wind is a process of mechanical motion transfer. The more force you use to fan, the more wind you create. Here, chakra replaces the fan, interacting with the surrounding air, generating strong winds. I understand. Meiji clasped her hands together, inhaled and exhaled. The purple mist did not expel. A mouthful of nanopoisonous insects mixed with saliva was swallowed back by Meiji. No, you still can't do it. Meiji awkwardly lowered her hands. Do you understand? Old Man Zhihui asked. I was just trying, Meiji said. The key point is to apply pressure and area to cause more wind oscillation. Old Man Zhihui shared his experience, saying, you need to practice more. Meiji obediently nodded. Reaching out to adjust the mask, it needs to be modified, mainly to cover the mouth, as it affects the performance of ninjutsu. If I can achieve this step, I will be able to train in my secret transmission ninjutsu. And, CH key, you possess wind release chakra, which save a lot of effort. Chapter 21. Aura, 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 the setting sun gradually sank, and the waning moon hung in the night sky. For Miki, the hellish training continued, constantly knocked to the ground and then charging back up. Occasionally, the Old Man Zhihui would kindly let Miki catch her breath, using the break to correct her technical mistakes. Mistakes that many newcomers would make. In life and death battles, these could be fatal. Make your steps light. You have no advantage in strength, so you can only be fast, faster, extremely fast. Speed is also related to strength. You idiot. since you have completed the training of walking on water and climbing trees. Then today, you must be able to do this. Get up, there's no time for you to dawdle. The old man Zhihui started talking more. Miki reluctantly got up from the ground. Then she was knocked down again. Up she went, only to be knocked down again, repeating endlessly. How many times have I taught you this? Why can't you learn it? 3 times. I'm not a genius. Miki said in annoyance. This guy's teaching method is like this, and you have to experience it with your heart. It's too abstract. Only a genius could learn it. No, you are. The old man Zhihui insisted. Yes. Miki replied, standing on her tiptoes. This move is called wind step. Theoretically, it's a simple technique of using jet propulsion from the soles of the feet to achieve light steps through reaction force. It's quite different from walking on water or climbing trees. Walking on water uses chakra evenly spread across the surface of the water under your feet. The old man Zhihui explained. I know, Miki nodded. It increases the area of force applied, allowing one to stay on the water surface. Climbing trees relies on adhesion. There are many ways to achieve it. Miki didn't know how others did it, but she formed hook-like bristles on her soles to create grip. Her ability was similar to that of Spider-Man. The main difficulty in climbing trees lies in core strength. Under the pull of gravity, how to stand upright horizontally is a big problem. When Miki practiced back then, she had a hard time in terms of physical strength. And this move is all about spraying. Spraying. The key is spraying. Ah, that feels right. Teaching a child to do homework. I know it's about spraying, Miki muttered. Feet. I can't do it. Don't keep yelling at me. You're making me unable to do it. Saying this, Miki shouted back defiantly. The old man Zhihui made her unable to do it. Watching Miki struggle to calm down, he said, All right, Miki, take your time. No rush. I'm not in a hurry. You are. Miki pouted. It's simply a matter of practice volume, forming instinctive muscle responses and accumulating experience to a certain level. You'll naturally get it. Moreover, this old man increased the difficulty, making her practice while flexibly applying it in real combat. This is no longer about skipping levels. He really treats Miki like a prodigy. Come again. Saying that, Miki charged forward, only to be knocked back again. The stingy old man got angry. Before she could get in a couple of moves, she was directly sent flying. Is there any point in practicing like this? Miki said angrily. I don't even understand how I knelt down. Then come here. The old man Zhihui huffed. Oomph. Miki huffed in displeasure. Getting up again, she charged forward once more. The two of them went at it, primarily the old man Zhihui attacking, while Miki took the hits. He specifically targeted the meatier parts of Miki's body. If he hurt her, he would feel bad himself. As time passed, Miki gradually grasped some tips. This wind step is not a body flicker technique. The body flicker technique is a technique that requires hand seals. Although it operates on the same principle, the body flicker technique requires a burst of speed in an instant, which is hard to control. Very few ninjas can master the body flicker technique deeply. Most cannot manage the speed and distance due to their own reflexes. Therefore, it's not uncommon to hear jokes about ninjas crashing into walls while trying to use it. Miki had done that before. Moreover, it's extremely difficult to change direction under a massive thrust. Wind step, on the other hand, is about sustained and stable acceleration, focusing on flexibility and complete control over speed. It can be said to be both a simplified version and an optimized version of the body flicker technique. The old man, Zhihui, really has great ideas. No wonder it's a secret technique. After a moment, Miki was knocked back again. This time it looked a bit better. Miki got up and wiped her sweat. I'm exhausted. I can't take it anymore. She sat down hard on the ground, unwilling to get up. I have no chakra left, not a drop. Seeing this, Zhihui looked at the sky and said, Let us call it a day. Miki immediately jumped up, turned around, and was about to leave. Shouldn't he look like someone who had no chakra? The bug's sister, who was counting ants nearby, was about to follow. Wait, Miki. At this moment, the old man Zhihui came over, holding a large pile of swords and knives. According to your request, I found some weapons. Pick one you like. Miki stepped forward to take them, then pulled out one to examine. After a while, she chose a sword. A straight blade, double-edged, nearly a meter-long katana, which Miki held like a great sword. Miki herself was only about 2 meters tall. The style was exquisite. The weight was very light. But it was still not something Miki could use without pressure at this stage. In actual combat, the lighter the knife, the better. If you don't want to be exhausted after swinging it hundreds of times. Zhihui asked, Why didn't you choose a ninja blade? It's more practical for ninjas. I think it looks prettier, Miki said. Miki waved it a few times, feeling it was still a bit heavy. With your physical fitness, Swinging the sword at full force 300 times is the limit. This figure is much stronger than that of an adult man on Earth. This is normal. A ninja's body, not to mention chakra, has 130 million cells, while an ordinary person has 40 to 60 million. In the fighting world, weight equals lethality. A ninja's body density is 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person. The heavier they are, the stronger they become. If it were a ninja blade, you could swing it an additional 200 times. Because it's longer. Miki said, why? With my strength, slashing isn't suitable for me. The straightest line between 2 points is the thrust, which fits my swordsmanship style. Miki said seriously. It seems you thought about this seriously. The old man Zhihui pondered. At this moment, Miki pressed her hand lightly on the blade, gliding her fingers over it. As with each caress, a dazzling and dangerous purple layer visibly coated the sword. Secret technique, poison application, Miki proudly announced. Then she acted as if to stab with the sword. Just a scratch would be enough. Zhihui praised. Miki's brain works better than yours back in the day. Zhihui said nothing. If I had known this technique of applying poison back in my day, would I need you to teach me? It's only through gradual growth that I can apply it this way, but the style and habits of combat have already formed. There is no need to use sword techniques. So, how am I supposed to teach her sword techniques? Miki, tell me your specific thoughts. Miki sheathed the sword, finding it a bit difficult due to her height. As for thoughts, I have a little bit. Tilting her head, Miki said, aura is enough. Zhihui and Zhihui looked at each other in confusion. Speak in a way we can understand. Oh, Chapter 22. Dance of the Butterfly. Miki drew her sword again, took a deep breath, and executed a series of thrusts. Due to the weight and her inexperience, her movements were quite unrefined. After thrusting dozens of times in quick succession, she looked at Zhihui and said, how was that? What do you mean? Zhihui asked, but he seemed to have grasped some of the nuances. Of course. I mean this move, Dance of the Butterfly. Storm, Miki replied. Speed it up by 500 times, and hundreds of consecutive thrusts will be completed in an instant. Interesting, Zhihui said, but what you described is something you can't achieve. With your wrist strength, even in the future, you won't be able to do it. That's something you can't do, Miki said. Even a scaled-down version of the Dance of the Butterfly has considerable lethality. Let's set a small goal, 10 thrusts. Good idea, Zhihui said. Completing 10 thrusts in an instant is also extremely difficult. There's a move from the second-generation sword technique called the Crescent Moon Dance, which simultaneously releases shadow clones and delivers fatal strikes from 3 directions, left, right, and above, in an instant. It's 3 slashes made in a heartbeat, combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, making it very dangerous, implying that 10 thrusts is not a small goal. There are ways to cheat. We could change the Shadow Clone Shuriken to Shadow Clone Sword techniques, Miki suggested. The Flying Thunder God technique could also work, Zhihui acknowledged. The future Golden Flash has a record of instantaneously killing 50 elite ninjas, truly inhuman. That's a great idea, but it requires a certain level of ninjutsu mastery, Zhihui nodded, then shook his head, saying, I don't have high hopes for your self-created ninjutsu. It's not impossible, just relying on wrist strength. Senjutsu mode, Miki said. Where did you get that information? Zhihui asked. Konoha has no secrets for me. There are spies everywhere. Just keep it discreet and don't get caught. Insect Princess, Zhihui added without dissuading her. Don't think about using someone else's ninjutsu secrets. It will cause trouble. I'm not stupid, Miki replied. Can you just use ninjutsu from unknown sources casually? That's great. Also, don't talk nonsense. Silence is golden. LOL, no one else is talking to me, she said, recalling the face of Tsunade. Other than Hinata, who spoke to her at the beginning out of confusion, Miki had only exchanged a few words with Tsunade. Although it was quite interesting, the other kids basically avoided her. At that moment, Zhihui expressed concern, saying, Insect Princess, there are no children of your age in the clan. If there's a chance, we should try to make friends. Fourth brother, the clan's children won't want to play with the Insect Princess, Zhihui said. The Insect Princess has nearly completed the path they will walk in their lives. No child in the clan can endure such stimulation. Outsiders might, but I'm worried the Insect Princess will play them to death. Genius is lonely. Zhihui sighed at the end. Since childhood, the clan's children have avoided him because of the insects on him. You're looking down on people too much. At most, you'll just cripple them. Miki teased with a light laugh. You. Zhihui affectionately ruffled Miki's hair, not saying much more. Old man, touching my head will make me short. Next time, I'll let loose the insects, Miki said, instinctively dodging a bit, but not completely. All right, I won't do it next time, Zhihui said with a smile. This old man is a good person, but Miki felt uncomfortable with his affection. Zhihui, Do you still want to hear my thoughts on swordsmanship? Miki asked. No need. Follow your own ideas and work hard on them in the future. Surprise me then. Okay. Miki nodded in agreement. A day of training officially ended. After bidding farewell, Miki took her younger sister home. Once Miki was far away, Zhihui sat down heavily on the ground, breathing heavily. Can you still hold on? Zhihui asked. No big problem. I won't die for now, Zhihui replied in a low voice. Hold on until the insect princess grows a bit more, Zhihui said. Absolutely, Zhihui said solemnly. The insect princess wants to learn sealing techniques, Zhihui said. The third Hokage mentioned it. What are the requirements? No requirements, Zhihui replied. There's no war in Konoha right now. The younger generation can handle the outside missions, and there's no place for us. What does the elder brother say? Find a way, Zhihui replied. Meet all of the insect princess's requests. Then, stand with Princess Tsunade's team? Zhihui asked. It depends on what the third Hokage thinks, Zhihui replied. The Sarutobi clan has developed a bit too quickly. The Senju will make an appearance, Zhihui said. It's not our concern. Then we wait, Zhihui said. Mito, that woman. I don't have confidence in standing with the third Hokage. It's a bit precarious. Have you forgotten something? Zhihui asked. What? Hyuga, Uchiha Kuruma. The old folks haven't all died yet. TSK, troublesome people. So, maintaining neutrality is most beneficial for us. As for sealing techniques, if that woman Mito is still a competent grandmother, she will pave the way for Tsunade, Zhihui said. Opportunities will come. On the way, Miki took out a silkworm moth and tossed it into her mouth. The flying parasitic insects gradually returned. Is it the whirlpool, Mito? The opportunity has come. Her younger sister looked at Miki eagerly. Seeing this, Miki casually flicked out a silkworm moth. It's all meat, too fat, can't fly at all. Her sister lunged out and swallowed it midair. What a greedy bug, Miki chuckled. After her sister finished eating, she looked at Miki eagerly. If we talk about this special silkworm moth, the original flavor is the best, with a unique sweet taste and a deep fragrance. There's no disgusting fishy smell at all. The taste is quite addictive. It feels uncomfortable if one doesn't eat it for a day. On Earth, silkworm moths are originally a type of edible delicacy. They contain a large amount of complete protein and fat, rich physiological active substances, and are a medicinal food material that integrates food therapy, health preservation, and care. The silkworm moth in Miki's hand has even stronger functions, similar to military food pills, and is very invigorating. Eating one when tired is completely revitalizing. Moreover, there are no obvious side effects or addiction. The main action is the strong vitality within the silkworm moth, though Miki hasn't fully grasped the principle yet. But one shouldn't eat too much, as it can lead to excessive excitement. It can be quite overwhelming. Fortunately, Miki doesn't lack self-control. Adding a snack made her very happy. However, Miki felt that she hadn't fully explored the abilities of the silkworm moth. If it were just at this level, there would be no need to bother cultivating it. The same military food pills are convenient and economical. Although this insect's existence may not align with the era when military food pills were created, there could also be a possibility that it was specially created for this purpose. But Miki always felt she was missing some important details. Where exactly was it? After thinking for a moment, Miki gave up and turned her thoughts to other matters. Under the moonlight, the gentle moonlight stretched shadows long, and her younger sister followed closely behind, curiously stepping on Miki's shadow while occasionally letting out pure, happy laughter. This child is learning. First, she is recognizing the world. Like an innocent baby. Mommy, her sister called out mindlessly. Shut up, Miki replied without thinking. Mommy, shut up. Two people take turns repeating the same phrase, enjoying themselves as they walk on the way home. Chapter 23, it's not that simple, is it? Geniuses are all lonely. The more clear-headed a genius is, the lonelier they become. Chiri, do you want to eat some dango? A kind-hearted shopkeeper aunt called out to Chiri as she passed by. Chiri responded softly, shaking her head. No, thank you, and Ina, I've already eaten. I see. Are you enjoying your time at the ninja school? Very much. Chiri smiled sweetly. I wonder if my kid will be able to attend ninja school next year. He definitely will, Chiri encouraged. But I'm still a bit worried. That kid, Yael, doesn't have much ninja talent. The school's curriculum isn't difficult at all, Chiri reassured. With your words, I won't worry anymore. On the way back from parting with Miki, Chiri chatted with the warm-hearted villagers. Although it seemed like she was idly wandering, that was indeed the case. Before she knew it, she had strolled to the village's ninja training ground. Today, despite taking a longer route than usual, Chiri passed her days like this every day. There was no difference from her usual routine. Fortunately, The ninjas who were engrossed in training had not left yet. Sometimes there were 5 or 6 people, and at other times, just 1 or 2. Many civilian ninjas in the village especially needed a place to train. Unlike some big clans that had their own designated training areas, the reason she didn't watch her clan members train was simply that there was nothing they could teach her. However, these civilian ninjas occasionally showcased some ninjutsu that Chiri had never seen before. Then just a glance was enough. Today, there was only one person at the training ground. Was that boy developing ninjutsu? Chiri couldn't help but stop, her Sharingan activating. The village had thousands of ninjutsu, if not tens of thousands. Even though there were some that Chiri hadn't seen, most were familiar to her. Common ninjutsu could be recognized at a glance. Uncommon ninjutsu could also be identified just as easily. That boy wasn't forming any hand seals. Nature transformation? Form transformation? The legendary non-hand seal, ninjutsu? Chiri's interest was piqued. The boy at the training ground had striking white hair, which reminded Chiri not of Jiraiya, who had the same hair color, but rather of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Idiots and geniuses, even with the same hair color, don't match. He looked to be about 11 or 12 years old, and was already dressed in an ambu outfit, wearing a somewhat silly dog mask. Of course, it was also possible he was an adult, but just short. Instinctively, Chiri slowed her breathing, concealing her presence, and stood still in the dense forest at the edge of the training ground. Lightning release. The white-haired boy was desperately trying to control the chaotic electricity around him. Chiri found it a bit confusing. Generally speaking, isn't more power better for ninjutsu? Very few people operate in reverse, suppressing the power of their ninjutsu. However, after observing the chakra with her Sharingan for a moment, Chiri began to understand. If he didn't suppress the power, it was evident the boy would electrocute himself. Subtly, Chiri seemed to catch a strange scent drifting from upwind. A madman. She had never seen anyone use lightning release on themselves. Truly ruthless. After a while, the arcs of electricity around the boy gradually diminished, only occasionally sparking on the surface of his body. To control the volatile lightning release to this extent, this older brother is impressive. This isn't something that can be achieved in just 1 or 2 tries. Clearly, the boy had experimented countless times before, and now he was close to succeeding. Sure enough, the next second, the boy confirmed Chiri's thoughts. Konoha fruit technique surpasses. 1,000 years of death. The residual glow of lightning lingered on his eyelids, and when Chiri looked again, the boy had already dashed to the other end of the training ground at high speed. Chiri's pupils constricted sharply. So fast. Unseen speed. The Konoha short knife drawn was held in a diagonal, stabbing posture from below. This taijutsu move was very familiar to Chiri. The boys at school often played like this during breaks. She didn't know who invented it, but it had been passed down among the boys at school. The most frequent victim was probably Obito. Boys passing by would always give him a poke, no matter the occasion. How despicable and shameless. Chiri whispered. This white-haired ANBU wasn't a good person. While others used their fingers, he drew a short knife. If he aimed to stab that embarrassing part, Chiri could already imagine the unbearable pain. So brutal. This secret art. However, what an impressive technique. Stimulating the body with lightning release to increase speed. Now it's mine. Who? The boy's voice was clearly startled as he sensed another presence. Chiri silently stepped forward, closing her eyes and then opening them again. Her eyes had returned to normal, and she smiled warmly at the boy, saying, "You're really impressive, big brother." Looking at Chiri, the boy scratched his head, and after a moment, without saying much, sheathed his short knife and coolly turned to leave. Others would surely think he was a very cool ninja with a strong presence. If it weren't for that 1,000 years of death technique, Chiri might almost believe it. Only mischievous guys would master that technique in school. Therefore, Chiri felt that this white-haired boy should be quite mischievous, like an idiot such as Jiraiya. No, even an idiot like Jiraiya wouldn't pull a knife for this kind of taijutsu. After the white-haired ENBU boy left, Chiri approached the training ground to experiment with the new technique she had learned. After a few tries, she had a preliminary grasp of it, though her limbs felt a bit numb from the electricity. It was a bit more difficult than she had anticipated. Since she usually learned things in one go, this was slightly more challenging. Stretching her hand to press on her tingling little arms and legs, Chiri left the training ground and continued her daily routine. She wandered around the village. By the time it was already quite late, Chiri had unknowingly returned home. The small house's door was tightly closed, with no lights on. The surrounding houses were brightly lit, and the lively atmosphere of the neighbors contrasted sharply with the silence and solitude of her own home. Chiri looked up at the door. "Now I want to go inside. Then I won't go in. It's not the first time anyway, and no one will be nagging in my ear. So where should I go? I don't know. I'll just walk around." As she walked, she arrived at a park on the edge of the village. Sitting on the swing in the park, she swung back and forth continuously. Creating my own ninjutsu? Sounds quite interesting. But now I must be the best in class, right? Even though Chiri didn't want to compete for anything, she still had a sense of competitiveness. But it was enough for her to secretly enjoy it. Miki probably wouldn't be able to respond to this sudden attack. Tsunade might react, but if she got hit with a knife, it would hurt a lot. Chiri muttered to herself. Dealing with Tsunade would indeed require Jinjutsu. Let's give it a try. Created my own ninjutsu. With that, Chiri raised her hands to form hand seals. Like this, and then this? Huh, isn't this very simple? This was how Miki saw Chiri. Under the moonlight, on the lonely swing in the park. The girl swung under the cold moonlight, surrounded by a swarm of butterflies. The glowing butterflies are truly beautiful, their splendid wings fluttering gracefully, surrounding the girl who seems to dance under the moonlight. It's like a group of fairies playing. A swarm of butterflies is fluttering. Miki. Upon seeing Miki's appearance, Chiri stops, swinging on the swing, elegantly leaps down to the ground. What is that? Miki asks. What? Chiri responds in confusion. The butterflies, the glowing ones, Miki says. It's an illusion, Chiri replies. As Chiri finishes speaking, one by one, the butterflies vanish into thin air. An illusion? When did I fall under your illusion? You really can't be underestimated, Miki says. Chiri laughs. You're the one who can't be underestimated, Chief. You appeared suddenly like a ghost, without me sensing your presence at all. As expected of you. A monster. X2. Miki and Chiri look at each other. The bug girl tilts her head, feeling a bit confused. How long are these two going to keep looking at each other? Chapter 24. Ninja Game. Miki didn't know what Chiri was thinking. She was just trying to figure out how she fell victim to an illusion. There were no warnings, or rather, Miki had never seen a Sharingan before. This was very perplexing. The common tactic for illusions is to disrupt the target's chakra with chakra interference. It requires invasion, using actions, environment, sounds, gazes, smells, or catalysts as necessary conditions for casting. Miki was certain she hadn't noticed any abnormalities. In fact, it had been too quiet along the way. But that was a normal phenomenon in a remote area. How did she manage to do it? It was quite baffling. This technique was abnormal. No wonder she was able to develop the ultimate illusion, Izanami. Miki completely couldn't understand how it was achieved. This meant that Miki currently had no way to defend against this guy's illusions. Moreover, this guy dispelled the illusion too quickly, not giving Miki a chance to experiment with dispelling it herself. Why haven't you gone home yet? Chiri broke the silence first. I just finished training, Miki replied. That's quite the effort. Do geniuses work this hard too? Isn't it time for you to go home? Miki retorted. Chiri was silent for a moment before laughing. Who is this child? His gaze shifted to the bug girl. She's my sister. Aren't you going to introduce her? She's a fool, Miki said. Wong. The bug girl barked happily at Miki's command. Chiri covered his mouth in surprise and then said somewhat angrily, Don't bully her like that. I haven't seen you show this sense of justice at school. Miki scoffed. Whether it's me or Princess Tsunade, neither of us has taken action. Why should I meddle? Chiri seemed a bit angry, his chubby cheeks puffing up slightly. So it's okay to meddle in my business? This is an Uchiha. Aren't we friends? Your sister is my sister. Chiri said. Are you serious? Yeah. Chiri nodded earnestly. Miki fell silent. To be honest, she felt a bit scared. Mainly worried that one day this guy would sacrifice her to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. It wasn't impossible because this guy was bound to awaken it. In short, being friends with Chiri was very risky. Why the silence? Chiri asked. I was wondering what attracted you, making you act like a moth drawn to a flame, Miki said. Miki was aware of how terrifying she appeared in the eyes of children, especially girls. Chiri was taken aback. It's the strength to face loneliness, he said mysteriously. You seem to be alone all the time. Why aren't you afraid? I'm a bit envious. Still a child, only thinking about useless things. Miki looked at Chiri deeply and said, It seems you have a lot of free time. With that, Miki turned to leave. Mother Yumi might be getting a bit anxious waiting. Chiri looked dejectedly at Miki, having been cleanly and decisively rejected. It was her first time wanting to make a friend, but it had failed. She seemed to have overestimated Miki's indifference. Standing under the moonlight, Chiri lowered her head in disappointment. However, Miki's voice floated back, cold and clear. Chiri suddenly looked up. I can occasionally play with you, like ninja games or something. In the distance, Miki was pulling the bug girl away, their figures growing fainter. A bright smile gradually spread across Chiri's face. Sure enough, she is quite gentle, she murmured almost inaudibly. The next day was a regular workday. Miki felt a bit dazed on the way. This was a normal phenomenon of staying up late. There would be plenty of time to catch up on sleep during the day, as long as she straightened her back. That guy Ogawa wouldn't be able to tell what Miki was doing under her mask. After all, Miki didn't grind her teeth or talk in her sleep. But the next second, Miki snapped awake. At the corner of the street, in the bright sunlight, Chiri was cutely waiting by the roadside. She raised her hand to rub her forehead, feeling a buzzing sensation, louder than when the bug girl suddenly crawled in her bed in the middle of the night. It would probably turn out like that, holding hands to go to the bathroom together. Absolutely not. How desperate for love could this guy be? I'm not some old mother taking care of a little brat. Clearly, Miki couldn't do anything about Chiri. Ignoring her, Miki walked past. But Chiri naturally followed, right beside her. Do you want me to treat you to a meal? I have money, Chiri said with a smile. Don't buy friends with money. Miki replied. Are you really that rich? Yeah, I'm quite rich. I get 3 allowances every month, Chiri replied cheerfully. If it's for Miki, I can give it all to you. This girl, it's just a regular allowance and village orphan support. Miki felt a bit embarrassed. I'm not eating. Miki flatly refused. Chiri looked a bit disappointed and said, then what is Miki like? Thank you, but no, I like small animals, Miki said succinctly. Chiri understood and said, you like small animals? I thought you only liked bugs. Doesn't tea seem like it? Yeah, not like it at all, Chiri replied. Indeed, I like to eat small animals. Little chickens, little rabbits, little ducks, little pigs, little fish, and so on. Miki didn't say anything to avoid ruining Chiri's fantasy. They chatted and laughed all the way, and when they arrived at class, thanks to Miki, the single attendance turned into a duo. Ogawa looked furious. However, after a while of being sulky, Tsunade inexplicably shot Miki a provocative glance. Just wait, bug girl. After saying that, she ignored Miki and turned away. Well, very confident. Miki thought, where does that confidence come from? According to common logic, she should be learning powerful new ninjutsu. How nice it must be, coming from a big family. However, what could she learn? Sealing techniques had little offensive power, and Tsunade didn't have the conditions for offensive techniques. Medical ninjutsu also lacked offensive power. That chakra scalpel looked impressive, but Tsunade already had superhuman strength. One punch could easily break all the bones in her opponent's body. So, the answer must be summoning techniques. After all, she was one of the legendary Sannin. In any case, there wasn't much threat for now. During class, Miki found it strange that Hinata didn't come. Skipping class wasn't something she would do. That guy Ogawa didn't offer any explanation either. There was no sign of worry from the students about someone being missing. Naturally, since no one brought it up, it was overlooked by everyone. Miki was a bit concerned about that fiery little girl. The flames in her eyes were burning fiercely. Would she turn to ashes or become light? Thus, Miki was curious about what kind of person she would become. Those with ambition are always remarkable. In this regard, Chiri was too low-key and uncompetitive. This was very un-Uchiha, yet also very Uchiha. It sounded contradictory, but that was the truth. During the break, Chiri naturally moved closer to Miki. She didn't know where she found so much to say. Most of it was trivial little things like my brother dares to eat poop, typical little girl topics. Meiji was casually dealing with it. Tsunade, sitting next to her, deliberately kept her distance from Meiji to annoy her. As a result, Chiri was able to sneak over. She wasn't afraid of Tsunade at all. Tsunade's gaze kept drifting over intentionally or unintentionally. That guy Chiri, cunning Uchiha. Tsunade felt a bit angry, though she didn't know what she was angry about. Was it because Chiri was talking to Meiji? Or was it Meiji talking to Chiri? The difference didn't seem significant, yet it was quite substantial. In short, it was very complicated. Chapter 26. Extremely exciting. The following day was quite ordinary, with routine cultural classes, basic physical training, basic shuriken techniques, and detailed explanations of basic martial arts combat. The 3 old men of the Oil clan were all aware of this. There was no need to worry about teaching the basics, as the school provided that. They focused on imparting knowledge that Meiji couldn't learn at school. If there was anything noteworthy, it was that Meiji's swarm had made a bit of progress. The selected several types of insects had begun to form small societies while maintaining the basic abilities of parasitic insects, such as rapid hatching and chakra absorption. However, since Meiji did not provide chakra, the offspring were naturally hatched, resulting in a larval stage. Each of these flesh worms was just a powerless mass of protein. As the queen, the insects followed genetic behavioral algorithms to carefully care for these larvae. Once the larvae matured, these worker insects would take on various roles needed by the society, managing all operations of the hive. The queen would only be responsible for laying eggs. So far, Meiji's first goal had been achieved, to have a swarm capable of independent reproduction and growth without relying entirely on chakra. This meant that Meiji had begun to break free from the constraints of chakra on the swarm, compared to cultivating the swarm with the scarce chakra. It was evident that natural resources were much larger and richer. If the next step went smoothly, it would still be a test of whether the swarm could maintain a small society without collapsing. This was a severe test against nature. When school ended, Yuri approached Meiji. Meiji, shifting her thoughts from the swarm to the present, looked at Yuri, who sighed for no apparent reason. "What's wrong?" Yuri asked, puzzled. "Nothing much," Meiji replied. "I still have training to complete. I can't keep people waiting too long. Those 3 old men might get backaches from standing for too long." "I see. Then let's go together," Yuri said with a smile. "All right." After tidying up her desk and putting her books into the drawer, Meiji walked out of the school with Yuri. On the way, Uchiha Hakadai had been following them for a whole street today. It seemed he hadn't given up yet. Yuri spoke cheerfully about it. Meiji listened quietly, occasionally responding with a word or two. When they arrived at the park from last night, the two naturally parted ways. As they said goodbye, Meiji turned to glance at Yuri, who waved at her with a smile. This guy, Meiji thought as she turned and left. Upon reaching the base, neither Shiyu nor Shiho was present. Only Shirui and the insect sister were there. "No need for small talk. Let's get started. Insect princess," Shirui said with great authority. It seemed that a night and day of rest had allowed him to catch his breath. Meiji naturally had no objections and took the sword brought by the insect sister. After drawing the sword and performing a flourish, it became slightly deformed and floated due to the lack of power. Shirui frowned. Meiji had no foundation in swordsmanship at all. Practicing in this state was very dangerous. "You should learn the basics of swordsmanship, insect princess." "I've looked at some books on swordsmanship," Meiji said. "So have you practiced?" Shirui asked. Meiji shook her head. "You think you can master it without practice?" Shirui questioned. "Of course not," Meiji replied. "But isn't martial arts the same?" Meiji implied they should just start fighting. "You can learn the basics of martial arts at school, which is why you can jump straight into actual combat to accumulate combat experience." Shirui said seriously. "But swordsmanship is different. If your technique is not correct, who can you cut down? Since you have decided to fight with a sword, the basics are extremely important. Continuous practice every day can increase muscle mass and strength, enhance power, explosiveness, and endurance. This practice also helps your muscles remember the basic movements, so you can swing the sword instinctively without thinking. In combat, this can save you those crucial fractions of a second. And those fractions of a second can mean the difference between life and death. Now, do 1,000 basic swings with the sword." Meiji blinked, said nothing more, and walked to the side to begin swinging the sword in the air. "Insect princess, you must control the sword, not let the sword control you." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Meiji pouted, unfazed as she swung the sword. "Your power stance is wrong. Swinging like that will only tire you out more." "Then what is the correct power stance? Can you be more clear?" Just 2 minutes in, Meiji began to breathe heavily. Shirui muttered, "You need to feel it yourself." "What? You can't do it? So I have to explore on my own." Meiji continued her swings, and after nearly an hour, she completed the task of 1,000 sword swings. Her hands trembled so much she could barely hold the sword. "Learn ninjutsu from me. It's better to give up on swordsmanship," Shirui said. "I want tea." Meiji gritted her teeth, breathing heavily. "Then do another 1,000 basic swings. You can manage, right?" Shirui said with a cold smile. "I need to catch my breath," Meiji replied, bending over the sword to catch her breath, sweat dripping down her hair. "Why am I so obsessed with swordsmanship?" In fact, Meiji had thought it through clearly. She was not cut out for martial arts. While hitting flesh felt great, her physical talent would likely achieve very limited results. As for swordsmanship, it naturally held a significant advantage. Simply put, if Meiji punched Tsunade, it would be nothing to her. But if she slashed with a sword, Tsunade would feel it. This stark comparison of basic attack power clearly indicated she should choose a more cost-effective option to train. After all, practicing anything is still practice. After taking a deep breath to calm herself, Meiji stood up straight and continued practicing her sword swings. Halfway through, she suddenly realized, "What am I practicing this for? This move doesn't suit me at all." The vertical cut, known as Tangju, was named for its resemblance to bamboo. Due to her lack of strength, basic techniques like Tangju, Kasa slash, reverse Kasa slash, right Ji, and left Ji were difficult for Meiji to execute effectively. Moreover, these techniques were easy to parry, and Meiji's strength struggled to break through her opponent's defenses. To avoid the disadvantage of power and enhance her agility, thrusting was the only sword technique suitable for a weak girl like Meiji. Because the contact area of the sword tip was small, under the same force, the pressure was greater, thus increasing its power. At the same time, the small contact area made it difficult for her attacks to be parried or defended against. Especially since speed was already her characteristic, all Meiji needed to do was be faster. Speed equals power. As for other techniques, like Tangju, considering cost-effectiveness, they could be discarded without hesitation in favor of focusing on a deadly thrust. Just like Fu Hongxue, who focused on a single draw technique and pushed speed to the limit, he could still dominate the world. Meiji shifted to a thrusting stance and practiced continuously, allowing her body to remember this movement through diligent effort. Shui watched Meiji's focused demeanor and nodded in approval. By the time dusk fell, she had already practiced to a considerable degree. Now let's try this move. Insect's secret technique, dance of butterflies. Mirage. After taking a deep breath, suddenly, Meiji thrust the sword toward Shui. At the moment of the strike, thousands of cold stars instantaneously burst forth before my eyes, filling the vision with a dazzling array of starlight, beautiful yet deadly. Only the word elegant, like a butterfly spreading its wings, can describe such swordsmanship. Caught off guard, the first thought that arises is impossibility, and the second is shock. By the time I react to dodge or defend, my aging body can no longer keep up with my awareness. All I can manage is to barely protect my vital points. But the multitude of sword shadows is simply impossible to block completely. However, in the next second, when the sword tip pierces my body, I feel no pain. Upon closer inspection, where did all those sword shadows come from? There's only a single long sword lightly resting on the position of my throat. This is a surprise, Meiji said with a smile. No, it's a scare. An illusion? Old Jihui asked. Meiji replied, that's right. Brothers is as terrifying as ever. Jihui said solemnly. To be able to control it to this extent in just 2 days is astonishing. The ability of these is indeed to create illusions. But the content of the illusions is uncontrollable. At least, that has always been Jihui's understanding of the. To be able to control the bugs, to edit the content of the illusion. Just how terrifying is her mastery over them. Rather than driving the bugs, it's more accurate to say she is one with the bugs. Bug Princess, you truly are the strongest genius in our clan's history. As brother said, you can easily surpass us in commanding the swarm. What do you think? How about this sword technique? Meiji snorted lightly, feeling proud. Extremely impressive. Old Jihui praised without reservation. Chapter 27 conclusion. Then Meiji got beaten up while holding a sword. The training for the next day came to an end. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Ever since the last time the third Hokage came to see her, there had been no further news, and she had no idea what the third Hokage was thinking. During this time, Meiji had been training in physical techniques with the old man Zhihui, and her swordsmanship had already become quite impressive in actual combat. She had also made progress in wind release ninjutsu, and using the technique called wind step was no problem. For more advanced techniques, the old man Zhihui told Meiji to figure them out on her own. Meiji seriously suspected that the old man Zhihui was running out of ideas. His physical techniques weren't extremely sophisticated, and he wasn't outstanding in terms of strength. On the contrary, he was quite lacking in endurance. After all, he was an old man, which was normal. However, the old man Zhihui's physical techniques relied on the lethality of nano-poisonous insects, which had no effect on Meiji, who had the same kind of poisonous insects. Therefore, passing the old man's tests wasn't very difficult, roughly equivalent to defeating a nin who used physical techniques. And the training was coming to an end. This premonition was soon confirmed. Meiji graduated under the 3 old men. At the moment, she had her sword against the old man Zhihui's neck. In every aspect, you have become a qualified genin, Mei. That day, the old man Shiyu, who had not shown his face for a long time, looked very serious. In terms of family secret techniques, we have nothing more to teach you, and we didn't expect your progress in physical techniques to be so fast. We thought it would take at least 1 or 2 years. But Zhihui said you have already learned everything you can, and what remains is just the accumulation of experience. Because it is a very simple physical technique with a personal style, the horse stance and stance training that Meiji remembered were completely absent. And aside from some of the old man's experiences, there were only some basic moves that were normal to the point of being simplistic. There were no complex and glamorous boxing techniques like those of IP Man. The old man Zhihui had said that what Meiji currently lacked was experience, specifically combat experience. Just fighting with him, aside from learning the basics of combat, it was really hard to learn anything more. Every ninja is different, and so are their fighting styles. Therefore, every sparring session would become the same, and one can learn different things. As long as one doesn't lose their life, they will naturally grow. Just fighting with the old man Jirui. Each time was almost identical and repetitive, boring and dull, which can make a person lose their edge. On the other hand, regarding ninjutsu, the family was powerless, but they would still do their best. Next, Mei, you just need to continue to train hard. Don't let us down. Yes. Meiji nodded her little head. The old man Jirui then let out a sigh of relief. Being an old bone, it wasn't easy. After half a day, each time he felt as if his whole body had fallen apart from exhaustion. As time went on, Meiji naturally became harder to deal with, and the level of fatigue would double. It was not like Meiji, such a lively child, who could sleep and wake up as if nothing had happened. If this continued, he might die a few years earlier, and he didn't want to die alongside his older brother, continuing to suffer in the afterlife. He wanted to wait for his brother to pass on before enjoying a few years of peace. After saying that, the four of them fell into silence, and no one said anything emotional. After a while, the old man Shiyu shouted, "Disperse." Almost instantly, after years of combat coordination, the three old men vanished before Meiji's eyes. They were indeed ninjas, and why ninja? They had quite a flair. Just like when they arrived suddenly, they left just as suddenly. Meiji looked up at the sky, feeling a bit lost and confused. With a few fewer people in her life, it felt a bit unfamiliar. The old man Shiyu, who could leave his own daughter for years without a glance. Meiji didn't think he would specially come to see how she was doing. What should she do next? It was still a bit early. Meiji first practiced her sword for a while, found it a bit boring, and then switched to practicing ninjutsu. After dawdling until the usual training time was about to end, Meiji was walking home with her sword in hand. The sky had not yet darkened. The sunset was red, and crows were cawing on the utility poles by the road. Passing by the park, she unexpectedly ran into Chiri, who was alone on a swing. With her head down, she looked very downcast, lost in thought. When she looked up and saw Meiji, her usual smiling face lit up, and she waved naturally at Meiji. This guy. Scary. If this were a guy, it would be hard to say he wasn't a stalker. Not only did they walk home together every day, but he also waited for her for so long at the parting spot. Some people say the Uchiha clan is a cursed clan. Some believe the Uchiha clan is a clan of love. Some think the Uchiha clan is a clan of arrogance. Some think the Uchiha clan is a clan of madness. But it is undeniable that everyone thinks it is an extremely powerful clan. However, at this moment, Meiji thought this was a fragile clan, a clan with fragile hearts. Madara Uchiha, Obito, Shursui, Itachi, and Sasuke too. Of course, Chiri was included. Not stopping to wait for Chiri, Meiji turned around and walked away. Seeing this, Chiri was not surprised, quickly catching up to Meiji in a couple of steps, and curiously asked, "Aren't you training?" "It's over," Meiji replied. She didn't know how this guy managed to do it, but over the past 2 months, Meiji felt that Chiri was getting stronger all the time, not slower than herself. Clearly, this guy spent all day being idle. In contrast, she was exhausted every day. It really made one grit their teeth in frustration. "Oh, it's pretty early today," Chiri said, inadvertently revealing something. "I mean, the training has completely ended," Meiji repeated. She was reminding Chiri not to wait foolishly any longer. Oh, Chiri reacted, smiling. "You're really gentle, Meiji." Meiji couldn't be bothered to answer. She usually didn't respond to things she found uninteresting. Being a Y ninja, Chiri knew that. And to some extent, Chiri had figured out some patterns in the technique of chatting with Meiji. Seeing that Meiji didn't reply, Chiri didn't mind. After all, it was usually her talking, which was better than talking to herself. She asked, "Do you want to go play today?" "No, I'm going home to eat." Meiji said, "What?" "We clearly agreed, and has already been delayed for 2 months. School is almost on break." Chiri said a bit angrily. "After the break, isn't there plenty of time to play?" Meiji replied, "That's true." Chiri said, "I've already saved up a lot of money, just waiting for a big outing." This guy, so self-aware. Under her mask, Meiji's mouth twitched. If this were her previous life, this guy would have been a cash cow for a scumbag. "Aren't you spending money to eat?" Meiji asked. Chiri nodded, "Yeah. The people nearby are all very kind. Seeing me pitiful, they give me food. The old lady next door, afraid I wasn't eating well, brings me food every day." "Really?" Meiji said. "So how long do you plan to eat for free?" Can't I eat?" "It's clearly made with effort. Refusing would be too rude." Chiri said. Meiji realized where she found it strange. This guy had no awareness of being pitiful at all. There was no sense of inferiority or anything like that. Generally speaking, those with strong self-esteem and inferiority complex tend to refuse such charity-like kindness. It's really strong and optimistic to the point of being intimidating. "You can eat." "Feel free to eat," Meiji said. This way we can save a lot of money," Julie said happily. Do you want to come to my house to eat? Meiji asked. Is that okay? Jilly asked, momentarily taken aback. If not, then forget it, Meiji said. Then I won't hold back. Jilly said with a grin. Under the setting sun, the two walked together. Chapter 28. Meals at the Miki household before training. Miki didn't eat because she was afraid of throwing up during the process. When she returned home, her mother, Yumi, was not there. Since Miki came home early today, she didn't have time to cook. Miki could cook, but Yumi was unaware of this. Even if she knew, she would just think it's Miki, so it should be fine and wouldn't find it strange or impressive. However, Chiri thought it was quite amazing. She circled around Miki in the kitchen, looking astonished. What do you usually eat? Miki asked while instructing. Move the stool over here. Okay. Chiri replied, moving a small stool behind Miki. Miki stood on the stool, tiptoeing to stir the dish. This was the reason Miki didn't cook often. Rice balls, meatballs, stewed meat, tempura, fish. Counting her recipes, Chiri said, I eat everything. Better than Naruto, who drank expired milk. What do you dislike eating? Miki asked. Can you handle spicy food? If it's not too spicy, Chiri said, looking troubled. Not spicy, Miki replied, tossing a chili pepper into the pan. The pungent, spicy aroma filled the air. Chiri opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitated and didn't say much. After the spicy aroma emerged, Miki tossed a plump white ingredient into the pan. Chiri's eyelids twitched, and she couldn't help but raise her voice in panic. What did you just throw in? Huh? Miki turned back, staring at Chiri, and said, Is there a problem? How could there not be a problem? Chiri nearly screamed. It's alive. Bugs. There are no vegetables at home, Miki said, so I just threw in a little something. Don't worry, it's high-quality protein. There really were no vegetables at home. Yumi usually brought groceries when she came back. That's not just a little something. Chiri shouted in frustration. Is there nothing normal that a person can eat? Stop whining. Or you can leave, Miki replied. Chiri shut her mouth, stomped her foot in annoyance, and ran to the living room. She really didn't have the courage to see what else Miki could come up with. But at least there was rice to eat. Worst case, she could mix it with soy sauce. Before long, Miki brought several dishes to the living room. Chiri sat stiffly, unable to say a word as she looked at the table full of dishes. Let's eat, Miki said, taking off her apron and sitting down. After serving 2 bowls of rice, she reached to tap the mask. With a mechanical sound, the mouth of the mask popped open, revealing Miki's small mouth. However, Chiri was too preoccupied to notice this, her eyes fixed on the table full of dishes. After a while, she picked up her chopsticks, wanting to eat, but lacking the courage to do so. Finally, she pointed her chopsticks and asked, What is this? Garlic and eggs, Miki said, picking up a full spoonful with a ladle and placing in her bowl. Miki had plenty of ant eggs, a secret product from the lab, guaranteed quality. They were cooked, then seasoned with salt, chili, scallions, and garlic, mixed well for consumption. The method was simple and tasty. The egg-sized ant eggs were pure white like pearls, looking shiny and beautiful. Chiri remained silent for a moment, then asked again, What about this? Stir-fried spicy tree worms, Miki replied. These things are abundant in the forest. They're tree worms that live by boring into trees for their juice, which is a very nutritious, physiological active water from the trees. Chewing on the ant eggs, Miki continued, These little things eat a lot, usually avoiding common trees, eating well, and growing fat. Oh, and they have a bit of alcohol content, like natural beer. So there are many of them. They are one of the important feeds for my insect group. Usually, I cook them and crush them into granules for storage. They are very fragrant. Saying this, Miki picked up a chopstick full and put it in her mouth. The stir-fried meatworms were a beautiful red. Chiri swallowed hard and asked, What about this? It's still alive. Cold dish silkworm moths, Miki said. A plate of silkworm moths slowly moved in the seasoning. Although they couldn't fly, some tenaciously crawled outside the plate. The scene was quite peculiar. These were very delicious, not fishy or greasy, and could be eaten without cooking. Considering your taste, I added some seasonings. And this? Chiri pointed to the last item. It didn't look like a bug. It appeared quite normal. Small round, milky white balls piled in 2 small cups, one overflowing. Sweet yogurt jelly, Miki said. My regular snack. The kind you see me eat in class. Just like you, Chiri remarked. If this is casual, what would a more formal dish look like? After thinking for a moment, Chiri didn't ask further. Watching Miki eat so delightfully, she hesitated for a long time and finally moved her chopsticks, choosing the ant eggs that seemed the most acceptable. Carefully, she picked one up and placed it in her mouth. She thought, since she was here, she should at least try it. Then her eyes narrowed. So delicious. Chiri dug into her meal with enthusiasm. Miki didn't tease her, which made Chiri eat more confidently. After the meal, Miki cleaned up the dishes while Chiri lay on the tatami, rubbing her round little belly. The summer night breeze flowed through the room, and the wind chime under the eaves rang gently. The sound of the wind was refreshing. The cicadas chirped outside, lulling her into sleep. Before she knew it, she drifted off. When Miki finished washing the dishes and came out, she saw Chiri's peaceful sleeping face. Not knowing what she was dreaming about, Chiri wore a sweet smile. Such a child. Miki found a thin blanket and covered Chiri, then sat under the eaves with a glass of juice, looking at the scenery. Time was tranquil. Summer was coming to an end. Gently sipping her juice, the scene was serene and picturesque. The next day, the two went to school together, saving Chiri the trouble of waiting for Miki after taking a long detour. When they arrived punctually, the classmates had already become accustomed to it. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere lingered in the classroom. Almost everyone wore a serious expression. The reason was that the summer vacation was about to begin. The downside was that exam results had to be taken home to show their parents, although some didn't have to show their results to their families. It didn't stop them from feeling down. Right, Jiraiya. Miki glanced at the white-haired boy with a long face. This guy had completely fallen behind in cultural classes this semester. On the other hand, Tsunade looked eager to try. For her, exams posed no difficulty. She had no worries about getting good grades. Noticing Miki's gaze first, Tsunade shot her a provocative look. Miki felt uncomfortable being stared at by her, which was why she looked over. Tsunade's eyes were filled with impatience. Clearly, she was ready to unleash her big moves. Such a child, Miki sighed. Do your best on the exam. Miki, Chiri whispered in her ear. Don't lose to Tsunade. Can't you do well on your own? Competing with Senju is troublesome. After all, she's a princess. Chiri shook her head. That sly girl. Miki chuckled softly. The two separated and took their respective seats. On one side of the classroom, Hinata's eyes, wide open, continuously scanned the three people. Who should I choose? My opponent. Anyway, all three are monsters. It doesn't matter who I choose. It's either a win or a loss. Hinata nervously bit her lip. It's time to prove the results of my hard work. Chapter 29, The Exam Students. Today's exam is especially important. The third Hokage will select 3 students from this year's cohort to become his disciples. This is a very good opportunity. Everyone should be brave and strive to show their best performance. As soon as the words were spoken, the classroom erupted in chaos. This year's ninja school has 5 classes, each with 60 to 70 students, totaling over 300 in the entire grade. In other words, this isn't entirely without chance. The Hokage will definitely choose those with excellent grades. A struggling student said dejectedly. That's logically true, but not necessarily. The selection criteria this time will be based on overall quality, including daily performance, said Ogawa Masaru. Isn't that even worse? The Hokage must dislike mischievous kids. The person became even more desperate, a look of frustration on his face. You're right, Ogawa Masaru said with a hint of sympathy. Suddenly, the classroom was filled with wails, all from the boys. To be honest, even if one isn't mischievous, there's still no chance. The third Hokage is coming for Princess Tsunade. This much is clear even to Ogawa Masaru. Thanks to the princess, her companions can only be kids of the same age. That is how such good fortune has come about. Among them, Princess Tsunade will definitely occupy one spot, and the other spot will undoubtedly go to the top student in the entire grade. Ogawa glanced at Miki. This girl is the top student in the grade, if nothing unexpected happens. In Ogawa's view, compared to the widely rumored genius Orochimaru from the neighboring class, who is said to appear once every few decades, Miki is far stronger. As for the last spot, it might go to a slightly weaker genius. But it definitely cannot be a child from prominent clans like Hyuga, Uchiha, or Kurama. Growing up in Konoha, Ogawa Masaru isn't clueless. Being in the same generation as Sarutobi Hiruzen, he thinks he understands him well. To avoid suspicion, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akamichi clan children are even less likely to be chosen. So, the only option left is commoners. Orochimaru fits this condition, being a commoner. But Miki is a bit uncertain. However, there's another possibility, to show fairness. They might choose a commoner child who isn't particularly strong in all aspects, but is pleasing to the eye as a disciple. Thus, Ogawa believes that the commoner kids in the class all have a chance. It's a chance to leap over the Dragon Gate, to be directly related to the Hokage. As we all know, the Hokage position is passed down through the master-disciple relationship. Without this identity, there's no ticket to compete for entry. Now, the next 4th Hokage has almost been confirmed. Everyone thinks so during discussions. It can only be the princess. How infuriating. Ogawa, why didn't you say this earlier? You've made me completely unprepared. Upon hearing this, Ogawa casually threw a piece of chalk, hitting the target right between the eyebrows. The latter cried out in pain. Ogawa nodded. His shuriken skills hadn't declined. Who told you to only play around usually? Today's notice is meant to showcase your true level. Oh, when does the exam start? A boy shouted in anguish. Showing grades to parents is already painful enough. Now it's doubled. I've already kindly reminded you. As for the exam, it's now immediately. Ogawa clapped on a stack of test papers. Wails erupted again. Silence. Maintaining classroom discipline, Ogawa began preparing for the exam. The first exam is a cultural comprehensive test. When Miki got the test paper, she first glanced through it. I didn't say the exam has started. You're not allowed to start early. If caught, it's an immediate 0. The questions are very simple. The content is extensive, including language, mathematics, physics, geography, history, etc. These are some basic questions. If you've been paying attention in class, there shouldn't be any difficulty in completing them. The trick lies in some hidden questions. What is the Hokage? Miki narrowed her eyes. Normally, the answer should be the leader who protects everyone in the village. Such an answer reflects the naive essence of a child's thoughts. In short, the main idea should be positive energy. The exam begins. After thinking for a moment, Miki picked up her pen and wrote. Answer, it's a manga. Next, she looked at the second question. What do you think the will of fire is? Answer, don't be cowardly, just do it. How do you see your companions? Answer, chatting companions. When faced with an impossible task, what will you do? Answer, as long as the Green Mountains remain, I'm not afraid of running out of firewood. If you were to be Hokage, what would you do? Answer, increase the pay. Miki happily wrote down her answers without pausing at all. These are all her most genuine thoughts. Soon, she finished this test paper and immediately handed it in. The 2-hour exam time was completed in less than half an hour. Walking out of the classroom, Miki felt a bit unsatisfied. She wandered around the playground. The third's questions were not that challenging. Seeing Miki leave the classroom, Tsunade, unwilling to be outdone, was the second to hand her paper, though she wasn't sure how many she got wrong. After her was Hinata, who was always top-notch in her cultural courses. Fast and accurate. As for Ino, facing the third's questions, she was somewhat serious. If it wasn't taught in the textbook, she could only think carefully on her own. The morning exam only had one subject, and once the papers were collected, they would be graded immediately and sent to the Hokage. In the afternoon, there would be another subject. There was almost a 3-hour break in between. Once Miki regrouped with Ino, they sat in a corner of the playground, waiting for the school lunchtime. Due to the exam, grades 2 to 6 had already been let out, and tomorrow would be the second grade exam. Meanwhile, the 6th grade graduates still had 6 days of final sprint time. The school seemed quite quiet. When lunchtime arrived, the test papers had already been delivered to the third Hokage's desk. Naturally, the first one he looked at was Tsunade's paper. Very perfect, very standard, very positive answers. The third took a deep puff of smoke. He wasn't blind. He clearly saw how Tsunade usually was, and the answers were completely different from her usual self. She isn't particularly warm-hearted, but she is kind. Not bullying classmates is her greatest kindness. Like many princesses, she has a bit of pride, but she is still lovable. However, sometimes the third dreams of Tsunade losing Konoha, waking up in a cold sweat. Then the third specifically looked at Miki's paper. The bright red 90 points were a bit dazzling. Even Tsunade scored 100, and this time the questions were very simple. According to her usual performance, this was impossible. The third didn't think he was mistaken. Then he carefully flipped through the test paper, his blood pressure rising sharply. The third took a deep puff of smoke. Good heavens, every question the teacher asked was correct, but all the questions he set had 0 points. A total of 20 questions, each worth half a point. Exactly 10 points. This girl is indeed a person who is consistent inside and out. Her personality is quirky. What kind of answers are these? What do you mean by increasing the pay? ISNT the money, I give enough? And what is this about manga? What on earth is this guy thinking? The third generation wearily rubbed his temples, thought for a moment, and angrily erased the 90 points, giving a 0 instead. Satisfied, he nodded and then looked at the next exam paper. His blood pressure shot up again. Taking a closer look at the name, Hinata Hitomi. Chapter 30. Konoha's Traditional Arts, What is Hokage? Answer, no matter what Hokage is, the Hyuga clan is the strongest. What do you think the will of fire is like? Answer, no matter what will, the Hyuga clan is the strongest. What is your view on comrades? Answer, the Hyuga clan is the strongest. What will you do when faced with an impossible task? Answer, the Hyuga clan is the strongest. The entire paper is filled with the Hyuga clan is the strongest. This child is doing it on purpose, right? If I remember correctly, this child is the offspring of that old monster, Hyuga Tenrin. Between the strokes of the characters, the strength that seeps through the paper is full of anger. The main family and the branch family. Huh? The cruel tradition is such that even one's own daughter isn't spared. Given this child's usual cleverness, it doesn't seem like someone who would say such arrogant things. So, is it a way to mess with their father? Another troublesome situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, in the capacity of a father. However, there was nothing he could do. His power wasn't enough. He couldn't change anything. Next, the third Hokage looked at the exam papers of other children, which were filled with plain and unadorned language. When he saw a beautifully written paper, the third frowned in displeasure. This is not the kind of thought a child should have. The subtly flattering language is beautiful but useless. He couldn't see this child's true heart. Moreover, the purpose was obvious. The third looked at the name. By Ruho. After noting it down, he looked at other papers. One of the papers made the third laugh. The language was silly and naive, full of goodness, poorly written, but densely packed together, ugly yet earnest. It was clear that a lot of serious thought had gone into it. A silly and adorable child. Is it Jiraiya? A good child. The duty of a Hokage is to ensure such children grow up happily. The third, while smoking, looked at another paper, which also exuded seriousness. The handwriting was elegant and beautiful, the writing neat and concise, a complete mess of comfort. Just the writing alone was enough to earn a glance of admiration. Unlike Jiraiya, who had clumsy corrections, this paper was much better in appearance. Not to mention the content. Although equally naive, it had depth with kind and humble language, far surpassing Jiraiya by more than one level. The third Hokage glanced at the name of its owner. Uchiha Chiri. Uchiha Han. What a pity. The third side. Family and village. Which side will you choose? Looking at the mountain-high stack of papers before him, the third side. He must finish reviewing today. It should be about time. Thinking this, the third took out the crystal ball. The afternoon was for physical tests, with everyone in the grade being tested together. The playground appeared very lively, almost like a sports day. Areas were divided by class. They conducted basic physical tests such as sprints, long-distance runs, high jumps, and long jumps. Each person was tested 3 times, taking the best score. Although there were many people, the process went quickly. Miki achieved her usual results. At the level of the first tier, the test continued to be lively, while Chiri remained at a moderate level. That guy was too careless. Since there were no relatives wanting to see her results, she was too lazy to perform. She wouldn't be like Jiraiya, who, in order to gain attention, was very showy. Thus, she lacked motivation to perform. Miki was performing to gain some attention and resources. At this point, she couldn't slack off too obviously. Although Miki could be willful, the 3 old men didn't have many years left to live, so it was nice to make them happy. Therefore, the genius persona couldn't be lost. So, what was that girl performing for? Hyuga Hinata. What are you looking at? Chiri asked as he leaned close to Miki. I'm watching a little bird take flight, Miki replied. Chiri followed Miki's gaze and asked, is there anything different about Hinata today? Chiri didn't find anything strange. The scent has changed, Miki said. It's the smell of confidence. How can you smell it? Chiri sniffed. Apart from the youthful smell of sweat, he couldn't smell anything. It's what insects can smell, pheromones. A type of chemical secreted by the human body that has a communication function, Miki explained. Although most people can't perceive it. Can I smell this pheromone? Chiri asked. Then we would have a secret way to communicate. Not for now, Miki replied. But one can receive and unconsciously be controlled by pheromones. For example, both happiness and fear are influenced by pheromones and can be contagious. Pheromones can control emotions? Chiri asked. Yes, Miki replied. Not just emotions, but the 5 senses and behaviors can all be influenced by pheromones. Human social behavior is mutually influential, and pheromones play a significant role. That's dangerous, this ability, Chiri said. Isn't that just Jinjutsu? You can't even perceive it. Miki glanced at Chiri. You're quite sharp. You can understand it this way, Miki said. Her butterfly dance. The illusion is cast using pheromones as a medium. This is the true face of the firefly illusion technique. The pheromones that fill the air. Although the chakra is weak enough to be ignored and the effect is slow, it's hidden. Even if one cannot weave large and complex illusions, it can still sufficiently interfere with the 5 senses. Enough to create some simple illusory content. And simple doesn't mean non-lethal. However, it's not undetectable. A person's subjective consciousness is capable of perceiving anomalies. In short, that girl is a bit dangerous right now, Miki said. She is radiating a dangerous aura. Who? Hinata? Chiri asked. Miki nodded. Chiri looked at Hyuga Hinata, lost in thought. Compared to before, Hinata was now handling the test with ease, and her performance had improved significantly. with the paper data surpassing Miki's. She appeared to have plenty of energy left. Upon closer inspection, Chiri noticed many details. She had indeed grown stronger. Hinata had hidden her true abilities well before. Chiri was referring to her performance during class. The exam continued, and more people gathered. Some students' parents came to watch the excitement. However, gradually, the atmosphere became subtle. Some unrelated people also arrived, but they were related. Most were ninjas, occupying elevated spots to watch. Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Kurama, Inazuka, Yamanaka, Sarutobi, Shimura. Not a single one was missing. Everyone wanted to see what kind of person could become the disciple of the third Hokage, and whether the princess of the Senju clan could bear the future of Konoha. Everyone's attention was focused here. The exam proceeded in an orderly manner. After the shuriken technique assessment, it was time for the highly anticipated individual battles. Everyone perked up. The candidates faced off one-on-one. With each victory or defeat, the expressions of those watching outside changed. Even among comrades, there were unavoidable teasing remarks. Until the main event came up. Tsunadeheim against Yamanaka Ino. As the words fell, a slight stir went through the crowd. Miki narrowed her eyes, looking at Tsunade's face, which was filled with surprise. The exam had been manipulated. Konoha's traditional arts. The three old men at home are also intertwined. Contestants step up, Tsunade and mate each step forward, standing off against each other in the arena. Do you understand the exam rules? The rule is that there are no rules. One side can concede or cannot continue. The two nod. They form the hand seals. The two synchronize and raise their hands to seal, betting their lives on it. Today, I will make you cry. So be prepared. Bug woman. Tsunade throws down the gauntlet. Hilarious, but not completely dead, big forehead. May coldly responds, just like the first time they met. Tsunade's face contorts slightly, angered, but she still honestly forms the hand seal, because May on the other side has already completed her seal. Begin. Chapter 31. Not over yet, just like the rumors, Lord First Hokage, a leaf ninja, said nostalgically. In the arena, a blonde girl, small in stature, carried a massive scroll on her back, looking quite imposing. It's not just like, it is indeed, another ninja remarked. That scroll is the one Lord First Hokage used, right? She's not even as tall as the scroll, yet she carries it with ease. Just as the rumors said. She's incredibly strong, another ninja sighed. Who is the princess's opponent? Looks like a skilled sword user. A similarly short figure, with a long sword at her waist, pressed down on the hilt with one hand, enveloped in a large, pure white haori and hooded robe, wearing a pure white, unblemished mask resembling a fox. The mask bore a simple family crest. Didn't they say the Oil Girl clan is full of bug users? No way. Does the Oil Girl clan also use swords? To be able to fight the princess, she must have some skills. How long have you been on a mission? This is the infamous Oil Girl prodigy. At just 6 years old, already possesses the qualities of a jonin. Back during the Warring States period, she could already take heads on the battlefield for bounties. I absolutely do not want to encounter the Oil Girl clan on the battlefield. Senior, what do you mean by that? You wouldn't know since you're a commoner. But if you encounter the Oil Girl clan and can be recognized by your own clan when they collect your body, you can at least laugh about it. Huh? Why? After a moment of silence, the ninja spoke meaningfully. The bugs eat people. Begin. The battle erupted the moment the words were spoken. Tsunade took the initiative. With an extremely precise chakra explosion and powerful leg muscles, she generated immense kinetic energy. The ground beneath her feet cracked instantly, and then, unable to withstand the tremendous destructive force, it exploded upwards, sending large stones violently up from the ground, with small fragments flying everywhere. This guy, such amazing destructive power. The crowd around stirred. The exam had entered its most explosive phase right from the start. At this moment, Tsunade soared into the sky. Even for ninjas, who could jump several meters high, seeing Tsunade soaring dozens of meters high was jaw-dropping. In the air, looking up at Tsunade, who was hurtling down like a cannonball, Miki's eyelids twitched. With the bug swarm specifications, it was impossible to intercept such a heavy object falling under gravity. This meant that the bug swarm's defense would be breached. This is chaos. Watching the scene in the crystal ball, the third Hokage chuckled while smoking. Given Tsunade's physique, dropping from this height would at most result in a soft tissue bruise. So, how will you deal with Tsunade's close combat? A large mass of black mist surged around Miki, rising like a huge cloud, quickly meeting Tsunade, who had nowhere to dodge in the air. This was also an opportunity. It would be interesting to see whether Tsunade could land a decisive blow on Miki amidst the swarm's collective attack. Undoubtedly, Miki could evade it. Whether Tsunade's desperate suicide attack could hit Miki was a big question. As the bug swarm was released, Miki prepared to quickly jump out of Tsunade's attack range. Just then, Miki abruptly stopped moving, squatting down on the ground. Not dodging, the observing ninjas began to wonder. The answer quickly followed. Using the vast view of the sky obstructed by Miki's bug swarm, various weapons, carrying a sharp wind sound, rained down from the sky. They sealed off all escape routes around Miki. Brilliant tactic. Tsunade-sama. One ninja exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. That girl has an incredible battle instinct. Another ninja remarked. The sounds of weapons embedding into the ground around Miki were continuous, with no sign of stopping. And the time left for Miki was running out. Tsunade was rapidly closing in. The heavy wind pressure accompanied Tsunade's presence, a low roar above Miki's head. However, the bug swarm's obstruction of vision was mutual. In front of everyone, Miki raised her hand to quickly form seals, then sank rapidly into the ground. This guy, someone exclaimed in surprise. Did Tsunade's attack miss? No, there's still time, one person said in a deep voice. In the blink of an eye, it was unclear whether it was Tsunade who was on time or Miki. Tsunade broke through the bug swarm and emerged in the air. At that moment, Miki's figure was entirely absent from ground. Without any hesitation, her body was covered in parasitic bugs, resembling a writhing black shadow, and her raised foot heavily landed on the ground. Without caring that the parasitic bugs might crawl into her mouth, Tsunade just wanted to shout out loud. Heavenly Hunt Kick. Then it exploded. The hard ground cracked like tofu, shattering into pieces. The thunderous sounds of the explosion echoed endlessly. The ground rippled like the surface of a sea. The crowd standing far away also struggled to maintain their balance. Debris, dust, and weapons scattered and flew everywhere. When everything calmed down, it became clear that the school playground had been demolished by Tsunade. At the center of the chaos, Tsunade bent over, supporting her knees, gasping heavily. Some bugs were blown away by the impact, while others clung stubbornly to her body. Her pretty and cute face was revealed, but no one present found her cute. They were all left speechless. Is this our princess of a leaf? Clearly, she looks like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. No, she's even more frightening than a Tyrannosaurus. A group of secretly infatuated young boys felt they could never love again and instinctively thought that marrying Tsunade would be very dangerous. So where did Miki go? Chiri scanned the area anxiously, believing in Miki's strength, but still unable to suppress her worry. The Byakugan-eyed Hinata looked at Tsunade, crossing her arms and snorting. Oof, it's not over yet. The next moment, Miki's figure rose from the ground in the distance, supporting her slightly cracked mask covered in dust. Her white robe was no longer pristine, looking quite disheveled. She had made it in time, but not completely. The earth escape had sunk deeper underground. Although she had softened the surrounding soil with ninjutsu, there was a moment when Miki felt she would be crushed into a pulp. The surrounding bug swarm buzzed angrily. Just like Miki's current mood, she didn't rush to attack Tsunade. It would have been meaningless now. Why? Because your bugs no longer affect me. Bug girl, come here. I'm going to knock you out. Tsunade stood tall and shouted at Miki from a distance. How did you do that, big forehead? Miki questioned. I've never seen such a technique. Oomph. Do you think I would kindly tell you? Tsunade laughed. If you ask nicely, I might consider it. Ha ha. Seeing Miki fall into a disadvantage, Tsunade laughed while placing her hands on her hips. No, what I mean is with your brain. You would never think of such tactics and ninjutsu, Miki said coldly. Tsunade's forehead veins instantly bulged. Her triumphant laughter abruptly stopped. Let me think. Miki continued. It's mucus, right? A coating of mucus on the surface of your body. Having her trump card revealed in one fell swoop, Tsunade glared at Miki with a dark expression. I see, it's a slug, Miki said. They're the fascinating natural phenomenon where the usually unstoppable army ants cannot take down slugs. Why? The cluster's group attack is not very effective against the slimy slug. Its limbs get stuck and it struggles to use its mouthparts effectively. It can only entangle for a while before letting the slug escape. This special slime seems to even defend against chakra absorption. While a little can still be absorbed, it's only a tiny bit. One can only say, as expected of Lord Slug. It seems that Princess Tsunade has achieved victory. That Oil Maiden's little brat has no way to deal with Princess Tsunade anymore. In the distance, a duty-bound Umbu said. Not necessarily, replied a female companion beside him. That Oil Maiden's brat is quite terrifying. A pair of Byakugan eyes revealed. I can't understand it, but it's very dangerous. The ninja's intuition is not over yet. At this moment, Miki made a move, slowly drawing her sword and casually tossing away the scabbard. Is it time for close combat? What does she have to fight Tsunade? Everyone watching this scene became interested. Meanwhile, Tsunade bent down and casually picked up an exaggeratedly large spiked mace from the ground, heroically resting it on her small shoulder. It's hilarious. You look so cool now. But after it's over, your picking things up will be so embarrassing. Miki sneered. Tsunade opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 32. The Dance of the Centipede. The same tactic would not work. Tsunade was very clear about this. Moreover, there were no weapons left in the scroll for another long-range, large-scale ceiling attack. This time, she could only wait cautiously for Miki to attack first. Being hit by her even once would surely mean death. The other side understood this as well, making it difficult to land a hit. They could only counter as the moves came. That slime was a bit troublesome. The conventional parasitic bugs were restricted, and, in principle, the current situation was not much different from facing the absolute defense of Susanoo. Conventional parasitic bugs had no effect. But here's a joke. Absolute defense. Big forehead. Let me tell you a truth today. The thicker the armor, the harder the hit you take. Saying this, Miki plunged her sword into the ground and began to form hand seals. Insect secret technique. Vacuum poison pearl bullet-sized wind projectiles were continuously spat out by Miki. Fast, continuous, and deadly. Purple wind release. Many ninjas present were puzzled. Purple wind release? What strange nature transformation is this? But some recognized its significance. From outside the arena, a woman's urgent voice synchronously shouted as if attacking, "Get back!" Tsunade. It was Mito Granny. Without hesitation, Tsunade, who was ready to punch, followed the advice from outside. Although this level of wind release was no match for her fist, she instinctively dodged at the last moment. TCH. Miki spat in disdain. Despicable adult. The vacuum poison pearl continuously hit the target behind Tsunade, leaving small craters where the wind release struck, appearing not too powerful. However, the crowd was in an uproar. Tsunade looked over and saw a large tree behind her quickly covered in purple marks, and then in her perception, the tree withered. She watched helplessly as the tree split in two at the point of impact, leaning and falling to the ground, with ominous purple bubbling like lava at the wound. Poison. Real poison. Such a dangerous technique. This oil girl. She will kill. A single hit will mean death. The crowd, already retreating under Tsunade's attack, now moved even further away from Miki's assault. At this stage, the underdeveloped medical ninjutsu led everyone to perceive toxins as extremely dangerous. Although it wasn't tea poison, they recognized its threat. Watching Miki's offensive in the crystal ball, the third Hokage's eyes brightened. A combination of ninjutsu? It could already rival bloodline limits. Truly an outstanding talent. But there were others who recognized it even more. Bloodline elimination. On a nearby tree, Uzumaki Mito let out a near moan. What kind of little monster is this? The surrounding Umbu ninjas exchanged glances. Uzumaki-sama, what is that? Bloodline elimination of 3 types of ninjutsu, Uzumaki Mito said. That guy, Oil Girl Shihue's signature move. Many of your fathers died from this technique. The 4 Umbu members from the Senju clan looked at each other. More dangerous than the Earth Country's dust release. A single hit means death, extremely lethal. Tsunade in the arena swallowed hard, clearly realizing this. In terms of lethality, the two were equal. Little Tsunade, if necessary. You can use me as a shield. The gentle voice of the slug echoed in her arms. Tsunade nodded at the words, looking at Miki with fierce eyes. Since you want to start, then I will finish it. Although Tsunade didn't know this saying, she could no longer hold back. It was time to go all out. Big forehead. Carelessness could lead to death. Miki said, pulling the sword from the ground and applying a layer of brilliant purple to it. Insect secret technique. Poison application. Tsunade's expression darkened. Initially, she hadn't thought much of that sword. At worst, it would just be a hole, and it would heal in a day. But now, even a mere touch was unacceptable. Uzumaki-sama, should we stop this exam? No. Let everyone see the talent and character of the princess of Konoha. Uzumaki Mito replied confidently. Whether she has the strength to lead everyone. Yes. Uzumaki-sama. Uzumaki Mito looked at Miki, her eyes filled with a smile. Such a lovely child. Let me see if you truly have the strength to support Senju Tsunade. As her grandfather said, Miki charged forward. Tsunade's pupils constricted sharply, then revealed a savage smile. Come on, just what I want. Insect secret technique. Dance of the centipede. Face to face? Not all. It is well known that centipedes crawl. Suddenly, Miki made a bizarre posture in front of everyone. She lunged forward, her abdomen pressed to the ground, moving across the surface like a centipede, relying solely on the power of her toes. The posture looked both ugly and terrifying. like a large insect on the ground. Many girls, recalling their usual impressions, began to scream in shock. Although it looked ugly, it was practical. The ultra-low attack angle was extremely difficult to defend against. The sword in her hand resembled a venomous fang, hiding a deadly threat, ready to strike at any moment. In fact, it was just that. Real, venomous fangs. What a fantastical idea. The third Hokage slammed the table, instantly recognizing the troublesome nature of her combat capability. On a battlefield filled with gunfire, such a technique would ensure Miki could easily maneuver through the chaos of flying projectiles while sprinting close to the ground. Essentially, it was a tactical crawl. In a grassy terrain, it was no different from a lurking deadly centipede. And that strange technique of generating power. The third Hokage could only see the simple application of wind release and a chakra membrane in contact with the ground at her abdomen. It seemed like a technique similar to walking on water, maintaining a smooth membrane in contact with the ground. It didn't need to be very sturdy. It just needed to be smooth to reduce friction. Thus, with just the feet providing power, it was enough to generate strong momentum. The empty left hand was used to grip the ground to control direction. As expected of you, an unexpected idea. Watching Miki approach the ground at high speed, Tsunade felt a tingling all over her body. She struggled to suppress the visual discomfort and prepared to attack, but felt an indescribable strangeness. What was it exactly? Tsunade had no experience dealing with attacks from such angles. Uzumaki Mito said, so she is not adapting to the rhythm of generating power. As the two approached, Tsunade even stepped forward and kicked at Miki. But because it wasn't her usual power stance, her attack power was significantly reduced. What a terrifying oil girl. Many observing ninjas noticed this peculiar detail. Facing Tsunade's kick, Miki merely raised her right hand slightly. The tip of the sword aimed at Tsunade's foot and accelerated again. This kick lacked the power to interrupt Miki's momentum. Tsunade realized this as well. Stopping her movement, she jumped to avoid Miki's sharp edge. She retreated. After landing, she began to think. This sudden offensive was not part of Tsunade's battle response plan. Meanwhile, Miki paused, staying close to the ground, slowly circling around Tsunade like a centipede hunting its prey. Very patient, like a seasoned hunter. Wow, so scary watching Miki like this, Chiri next to her complained, rubbing the goosebumps on her arms. Thinking about how I can respond to this move. Chapter 33. Dance of the Dragonfly. The answer is difficult to deal with. The many taijutsu and sword techniques of Konoha have no countermeasures against this kind of offensive. What can be relied on is the area-clearing ninjutsu to stop Miki's advance. However, Tsunade does not possess any large-scale ninjutsu. The monster's strength technique attacks with fists. And the process of bending down to strike Miki into the ground gives her enough time to stab Tsunade through. Using the legs to launch the sky-hunting foot lacks the downward gravitational acceleration, making it insufficient in attack power to create a widespread impact on the ground, thus maintaining a safe distance. Moreover, no matter how you think about it, punches and kicks delivered at this angle would inevitably be pierced by Miki. The lowered ultra-low stance significantly reduces the attack area on Miki's body, giving her a considerable advantage in taijutsu battles. How despicable! After contemplating, Tsunade let out a cry of despair, unable to think of a countermeasure. She then lifted the spiked club, resting on her shoulder, and swung it fiercely at Miki. Miki, on the ground, nimbly avoided the incoming weapon. The heavy spiked club struck the ground with a dull sound and bounced away. Compared to Tsunade's fists, the destructive power of the spiked club is undoubtedly much less. This is because such iron tools cannot support chakra conduction and fine chakra manipulation, making it impossible to unleash the monster strength technique. Forcing an attack also did not yield satisfactory results, leading Tsunade to fight barehanded. Seeing this, Tsunade let out a cry of despair. Is this the end of all strategies? Miki circled around Tsunade, deciding to test her. Bug's secret technique. Insect concealment technique. The swarm of insects, which had disappeared without a trace, suddenly erupted. A terrifying tide of insects burst forth from the ground, instantly forming a black fog that engulfed the playground. The swarm of insects flitted about in chaos. Visibility was completely blocked by the thick black fog. Panic-stricken screams erupted, both from girls and boys. Anyone caught amidst the flying insects would panic and scream. The terrifying part is that Miki is hiding within the swarm, waiting for an opportunity to strike. In an instant, Tsunade felt a tingling sensation on her scalp, although the densely flying bugs posed no threat to her. She never expected that merely changing tactics could instantly create a sense of deadly threat. Is this the mist shadow technique? Vortex Minato said, This child is full of spirit. However, it's time to use that technique, Tsunade. Summoning technique. With a loud shout, a terrifying colossal creature emerged from the enveloping black fog. It has been forced out. The slug sage. Miki looked up at the giant beast on the ground, shocked by its massive size. Logically speaking, no normal creature could support such a size. She was also astonished by Tsunade's chakra. The fear emanating from the swarm of bugs continued to stimulate Miki's nerves. It's not it. Who is it? TSK. I really can't underestimate the Senju clan. Miki stood up from the ground. In the face of such a giant, the centipede dance no longer held tactical significance. At this moment, Tsunade, sitting on top of the slug, felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, she had been on high alert, fearing that Miki would suddenly emerge from the fog and stab her foot. Just thinking about it made her dread the nightmares to come. To think I am forced to this extent. Gritting her teeth, she got up, and with the slug's healing and powerful chakra infusion, Tsunade began to recover the rapidly depleting stamina and spirit. Now, slug, eliminate these pesky bugs. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The voice of the slug sage gently echoed, and then it raised its head to spray yellow acidic liquid into the sky. Saliva and teeth mixed with acid, a highly aggressive corrosive liquid. It was like a decorative fountain in a park, but on a much larger scale. The acidic rain poured down like a downpour, and in an instant, the dense swarm of insects began to smoke and fall one after another. Seeing this, Tsunade nervously looked into the black fog. She feared for Miki's life. At this moment, the swarm of insects crazily surged towards Miki, forming thick layers to shield against the corrosive acid. Hey. Is this the kind of battle a ninja student can achieve? A ninja shouted in excitement. There was a sense of frustration akin to having lived over 20 years only to turn into a dog. Tsunade is one thing, but that oily girl from the Oil clan is surprisingly holding her ground. It's the Bug Princess, a ninja said in a deep voice. The Bug Princess from Konoha. Although the Bug Princess is strong, she has no way to deal with such a formidable summoned beast, right? She started to fight back. On the other side, a ninja crossed his arms and said, veins bulging around his eyes. In the next moment, a massive insect ball suddenly exploded. The figure within slid out at an eerie speed. Bug's secret technique. Dance of the dragonfly. Point water. You probably played ice skating before. The maximum running speed of a normal human is 44 kilometers per hour. Speed skating can reach 60 kilometers per hour. This is recognized as the highest speed a human can achieve without mechanical assistance. For ninjas, this speed would only be faster. Miki glided on the ground, moving at an eerily fast speed that created dazzling afterimages. After a brief acceleration, her speed increased even more, like a bolt of lightning. But lightning would never be this agile. Amidst the falling acidic rain, she nimbly weaved through, with the slowly descending acid only hitting behind her helplessly. The posture of advancing with a sword was fierce yet graceful, like a flying insect. A group of red-eyed ninjas watched from above. One of them said, the principle of the technique isn't difficult. Another said, it's similar to the previous one, creating a smooth chakra membrane underfoot to reduce friction, combined with wind release for propulsion. The difficulty lies in the alternating creation and use of wind release and the membrane, a very clever ninja foot technique. One foot slides, while the other accelerates and propels at the moment of contact, alternating to maintain balance and change direction. What a terrifying little girl. The friction, like the steps of a devil. Watching Miki advance, Tsunade's heart rang alarm bells. Slug, block her. Yes, Lady Tsunade. The gigantic slug arched its back and immediately sprayed acid towards Miki. The attack was too obvious, making its intentions easily discernible. Estimating the range, Miki swiftly glided out of the coverage area. The consecutive 3 sprays of acid all missed Miki as she skillfully changed direction. Then, she quickly circled around the giant beast, shortening the distance. Can't hit her. Lady Tsunade. Once she advanced to a certain distance, the shooting angle became even harder to hit. By the time Miki entered the slug's range, Tsunade, sitting on the slug, had already lost her line of sight on Miki. What is she going to do? Simple. Just lightly stab the sword into the slug's body. For a giant beast, a shallow wound isn't fatal. Rather, it could be said that the slug, being a soft-bodied creature without bones, can freely split and recombine, making it largely immune to physical damage. The effect is similar to the combination of the fruit that counters swords and the slippery fruit. However, Miki's sword is highly poisonous, and contact can cause fatal damage. Moreover, Lacking bones means no support, making movements slow, let alone engaging in melee like a beast. The seemingly terrifying giant beast actually provides relative safety nearby. Charging beneath the slug and then bursting out from its side, Miki maintained a certain safe distance to prevent a counterattack from the giant beast's body. Afterward, Miki turned around abruptly and looked at the slug sage from a distance. The purple on the blade surged like rolling waves. Insecte secret technique. Poison explosion. The parasitic insect feeds on chakra. Even the tiny nanopoison insects are no exception. Utilizing the enemy's flesh and chakra, it creates a breeding ground for nanopoison insects, exploding forth terrifyingly. Humans do not need to respond this way, but with the size of a giant beast, it must be done quickly to be effective. Any toxicity, regardless of dosage, is just bullying. Art is the explosion. Drink! With a loud shout as Miki formed a one-handed seal in front of her. The dangerous purple erupted from the toad sage. The giant beast let out a mournful wail to the sky. Cells being devoured and destroyed is very painful. As the body convulsed, chunks of purple tissue fell off in pieces. Lady Tsunade, get out of here, quickly. Hearing this, Tsunade jumped away. So, how will the toad sage respond to this move? The confrontation of poison and medicine. The answer is, Toad, great division. Like an avalanche. The giant beast suddenly exploded, melting like snow, and chunks of white flesh scattered and flew apart, soft and chewy. It became smaller and also multiplied. Chapter 34. I can't solve this problem. A large mass of white, soft tissue lay limply on the ground. This was the body tissue of the slug sage. Appearing soft and defenseless, yet in reality, it was nearly impervious to blades, fists, and kicks. At the center, there was a patch of purple soft tissue that lay still. Soon, its life force faded away. She was dead, but not completely gone. All the slug clones were essentially the same slug. One of them had died. Along with her, the swarm of insects that accompanied her also perished. Without fresh flesh and chakra to sustain their rapid reproduction, the swarm turned to stone on the corpse. When she was summoned, the slug sage had not anticipated such an unexpected situation. How many years had it been since she had been harmed? She still remembered the last time it happened. In any case, it had been quite a while. Katsuyu, be careful. The larger the size, the more disadvantageous it is against this kind of attack. My help is limited, she warned. As her words fell, small slugs began to gather on the white soft tissue, forming clusters of tentacles that simultaneously turned toward Miki's direction. She felt apprehensive. Miki sensed this odor. That's why she maintained a smaller size, to avoid being taken out in one fell swoop or to prevent greater losses. Meanwhile, the slug sage had completed her self-rescue by shedding her poisoned body tissue. Just like a gecko shedding its tail. It was a simple and brutal maneuver. She was quite the ruthless slug. Although Miki liked slugs, it was the cute-looking sea slugs that she favored. Katsuyu stood up amidst the slug swarm and looked at Miki, her jaw clenched in seriousness. They had been pushed to such an extent. The slug sage had been so easily defeated. A member of the Umbu from the Senju clan said in disbelief. As a member of the Senju clan, he knew well the terror of the summoning beast. The slug sage. The words invincible could summarize it in two simple characters. Although her attack power was lacking, her physical immunity was sufficient to handle any battle. It's not over yet, another voice said solemnly. The situation is still in favor of the princess. The slug lord has not yet exited the stage. He said this while feeling somewhat guilty. Uzumaki Mido quietly watched the two small figures on the battlefield. Sure enough, having an opponent would lead to rapid growth. How would the battle develop next? Others had different opinions. With red eyes and a clan emblem resembling a fan, that insect princess had taken the upper hand. Katsuyu had no effective means to cope with that poison. However, was that last technique, did I see it wrongly? It didn't seem like a proper hand sign. No, you didn't misjudge. It was a meaningless sign. She was just showing off, a man with crossed arms commented. Impressive, but it's strange, clearly. She has ninjutsu for long-range attacks and poison. Why risk a close-range attack? Although I must say, her taijutsu is quite stunning. It's chakra, the man continued. Do you think she's only a few years old? She's not like Katsuyu from the Senju or Uzumaki clans, who have vast amounts of chakra to squander. That's right. The Oil Woman clan is not known for having a lot of chakra. However, you young ones might not realize that the chakra reserves of the Oil Woman clan are also quite astonishing, especially on the battlefield. An old ninja who had experienced a war shared his insight. Katsuyu summoned the slugs, and it was a miscalculation. Why? The chakra of the slugs is the chakra of the insect princess. What? That's right. but it's ordinary chakra. The vast sage chakra of the slugs is not included. Therefore, currently, while Miki's chakra is not in a desperate state, she cannot afford to waste it in the previous situation. Moreover, the mucus on the slugs is quite troublesome. Just using wind ninjutsu is insufficient to break through. A large number of slugs lifted themselves and prepared to attack Miki. It was still acidic fluid, but the attack mode was different. Unlike the large-scale spraying of the larger forms, there were gaps for evasion. These numerous small slugs could strike accurately and gradually. It was like being targeted simultaneously by a considerable number of snipers on the battlefield. For Miki, it was more dangerous and deadly. There seemed to be no chance of survival. Sensing the threat, the slug sage became serious. But this was something she had anticipated long ago. She inserted her sword into the ground, and Miki silently raised her hands. "Be careful, little girl. You might die," the slug sage gently warned. Immediately, the acidic fluid sprayed out violently. A torrent of acid shot forth like fierce arrows. The crossfire of the fan-shaped attack blocked any openings, whether in the sky or near the ground. The slug sage, who had lived for thousands of years, might not understand the principle of this technique, but she recognized its effect. In an instant, a death net was formed, spreading towards Miki. At the same time, Miki was forming hand signs. The next moment, a blast of flame erupted into the wind. Fire release? Fire is a classic counter to water. As long as the acidic fluid evaporated, it would not pose a threat. However, could the insect princess use fire release? Sure enough, Uzumaki Mito murmured, "The third type of insect. It's not fire release." The red-eyed fire release expert exclaimed, "It's the flame insect. Insect secret technique. Vacuum great crimson jewel." The swirling red insect swarm enveloped in a giant wind jewel surged forward rapidly. Moving in a chaotic flame-like shape, incredible heat rising around it. Compared to the defensively weak flame micro-insect, the flame insect was better suited to clash with various ninjutsu. Even the highly corrosive acidic fluid, before it could break through the outer layer of the insect swarm, was evaporated by the swarm's heat. While it was not a plasma state like fire, it was already superior to flames. Like a giant fireball, the massive insect jewel swept away the acidic fluid on its path, heading straight for Katsuyu. But at this moment, Miki did not stop her actions. Since she had unleashed her trump card, she would carry it through to the end. Insect secret technique. Vacuum great crimson jewel. 6 consecutive blasts were continuously spewed out by Miki in various directions ahead. Her chakra was rapidly depleting. The main consumption was in the release of the wind release vacuum great jewel. The large size had its advantages, with the slug's massive body. The outer layer of mucus was not easy for the flame insect to handle. Getting stuck would mean being doomed. To envelop that gigantic form required a larger-scale insect swarm. But in a smaller form, the division of volume equated to a division in defensive power. For this scale of the flame insect swarm, it was like serving up a meal, a typical divide-and-conquer strategy. Although the total amount had not changed, various stats have been reduced invisibly. As the saying goes, one misstep leads to a cascade of errors. This was a perfect execution of tactics. Beautiful, the third Hokage exclaimed while biting on a cigarette. He had already seen the outcome. A typical Uchiha fireball was hard to hit. However, Miki's vacuum great crimson jewel was not a fireball. Facing the incoming insect jewel, which resembled raging fire, Katsu, having fully absorbed the lesson from the first encounter, turned to run. But it was useless. The subsequent 6 insect jewels swept through the targets in their path, leaving behind a field of charred and cracked slug corpses. At this moment, the acceleration breakthrough tactic of the vacuum great jewel had already concluded, and as the wind release dispersed, the following 6 great crimson jewels turned around and continued to clear the slugs on the battlefield. The self-targeting, tracking fireballs. One red-eyed observer moaned, his eyes turning even redder. Only they know how hard it is for the fireball to hit someone. As Tsunade turned around and saw the bug ball clinging tightly behind her, her scalp tingled. "Grandma Mito, this is too difficult. I can't solve this problem." In the next moment, Tsunade was overwhelmed by the swarm of bugs. Just like her first unpleasant encounter with Mei. "Is it over?" Mei gasped sharply. She drew her sword, staring at the mass of bugs. "It's coming." The source of that sense of danger. Chapter 35. Ninetails Jinchuriki, an ominous chakra erupted here, more vibrant, a blood-red chakra sweeping across the battlefield. In an instant, a sense of dread weighed heavily on the heart. Under the impact, the gathered swarm of insects exploded, revealing Tsunade's figure within. The dead insects instantly severed their connection with Michi, while the surviving swarm conveyed nothing but fear. Tsunade was enveloped in a crimson chakra, as if draped in a layer of clothing, her beautiful eyes transformed into a beastly fierceness. The Nine Tails, that detestable woman. In the distance, the old man, Jiyu, stomped his cane in anger. Michi was in danger. Jiyu exchanged glances with the old man Jibao. In front of the crystal ball, the third Hokage took a deep breath, recalling the terrifying figure from his childhood memories that resembled a natural disaster. Lord Mito has really gone too far. A bitter smile appeared on his face. It was evident that a portion of the Nine-Tailed chakra had been sealed and given to Tsunade, but this level was already quite formidable. The Nine-Tails, both the red-eyed and white-eyed individuals looked towards Michi. So, how will you respond? In the trees, Uzumaki Mito revealed a confident smile, resembling someone who had successfully pulled off a prank, and spoke proudly to the surrounding Umbu. To actually force little Tsunade to this point, how impressive, little insect princess. Looking at Tsunade, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. The results of the secret training were now evident. The adaptive training for the Nine-Tails chakra had been completed excellently. If Tsunade was willing, inheriting the Nine-Tails power wouldn't be impossible. That was her plan. To become Hokage, one must have absolute power. The surrounding Senju Umbu looked at their princess's might and couldn't help but smile. The villagers should be satisfied now. Look, the power of the Senju clan. Beneath the mask, Michi grinned, her smile curling at the corners of her mouth. When was it? The storm stirred by the butterfly had begun to reveal itself. The Tsunade before her was not the Tsunade she remembered, yet it was still Tsunade. The power of the Nine Tails. It seemed she intended to cultivate Tsunade into the fourth Hokage. However, an opportunity. Can the Nine Tails chakra be consumed? Michi licked her lips. She only needed a small piece. Who knows when the next opportunity like this will arise. A big insect could bite off a large chunk. After inserting her sword, she suddenly clasped her hands together. Insect secret technique. Iron armor cocoon dance. Insect poison garb. Purple particles burned like flames, rising all over her body. Her pure white robe dyed a dangerous, eerie, deep purple, resembling a purple cloak. With the help of a nano-insect swarm, Michi covered her body in chakra, forming a chakra armor. It incorporated properties of wind, air, density. The dazzling purple particle ribbons swirling around her were both beautiful and dangerous. With the characteristic of absorbing chakra, it had excellent defensive capabilities against ninjutsu or chakra attacks. Although her chakra was running low, once the fight began, the Nine Tails had plenty of chakra to spare. Michi could borrow a little bit. At first glance, she looked no different from Tsunade, who was enveloped in the cloak of a tailed beast. To be able to achieve this level, seeing Michi like this, Tsunade's eyes widened. Does she also possess the power of a tailed beast? Miki. Without thinking too much, Tsunade let out a furious roar and crouched down like a beast. Meanwhile, Michi drew her sword, bracing herself. Without shouting Tsunade's name, with that energy, she might as well strike harder. The battle was about to erupt. Tsunade charged straight forward, wild and fierce, shattering the ground beneath her feet. At the same time, Michi, not to be outdone, charged forward as well. Insect's secret technique, dance of the bee. Stab. The speed exploded to its maximum in an instant, racing straight along the ground. Compared to gliding, the explosive speed of running was even faster. The power was greater. The sound of explosive wind rushed past her ears. Needle against wheat spike. Tsunade swung her fist wildly. The crimson chakra, under her strong control, clearly imprinted a massive fist mark. Against the sword tip stabbing toward Michi. The sword will break. Some predicted. Not necessarily. Another held the opposite opinion. The next moment, this is the end. As a figure suddenly appeared in the arena, a thick chakra chain shot out, simultaneously striking toward Michi and Tsunade. In an instant, it tightly bound the two of them. Their offensive was forcibly halted. The newcomer, Uzumaki Mito, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, unsure whether it was disappointment or something else. For Umbu landed near Mito, seemingly wanting to restrain Tsunade and Michi, but hesitated to approach. Tsunade said nothing. The dangerous purple garb surrounding Michi could easily lead to death even if they got too close. They all understood this. Granny Mito, seeing the one who intervened, Tsunade shouted with a hint of a spoiled tone, a little unwilling. I was about to win. On the other side, Michi was unsure, feeling frustrated as the opportunity slipped away. She commanded the insects to discreetly bite through the adamantine seal, breaking free from the restraint. Upon seeing this, Tsunade furiously struggled. But it wasn't easy to break free. You. How did I warn you before? Uzumaki Mito asked with a smile. Ah, Tsunade's face scrunched up. She muttered, you can't use this power against comrades in the village. So how did you do it? Uzumaki Mito asked, seemingly reproaching. But knowing you would use it. That's why I gave you this power. I don't want to admit I'm wrong. Gradually Tsunade retracted the Nine-Tails chakra. Then with a swift eye movement pointed at Michi, asserting, that girl is terrifyingly strong. I wouldn't win without using this technique. I wouldn't use this against anyone else. Is it my fault? Michi retorted. It's your fault. Tsunade shouted angrily. Michi ignored Tsunade, clasping her hands together to retract the insect poison garb. If she couldn't fight, why show it off? It's like taking in the laundry when it rains. Don't ignore me, you bug girl. Tsunade, Mito scolded. Granny. She called me Big Forehead. Big Forehead, Michi replied. Look, Tsunade screamed. You really dare to say that? The many ninjas surrounding them broke out in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Mito looked at Michi with a mysterious smile and said, you're really cute, insect princess. Not at all. I'm not cute at all. You don't even know how I look. Upon hearing this, Tsunade immediately protested. Tsunade. Mito raised her voice. Tsunade quickly closed her mouth, glaring angrily at Michi. Michi turned to Mito and asked, how will the exam be graded? Atai, how about that? Mito replied. Michi nodded in agreement. She turned to leave. Wait, Mito called Michi. Do you want to be my disciple? Who? You, Michi replied. The strongest person in the village at sealing techniques. Mito smiled. Sure, Michi answered decisively. The many ninjas around were watching the two, their expressions inexplicably complex. I don't want to. I really don't want to. Tsunade shouted almost in tears. But no one paid her any attention. Silly girl. Mito glanced at Tsunade and thought, it's not for you anyway. Chapter 36. Hinata's Limits, starting today. You are my disciple, Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. Miki nodded in response. Tsunade's resistance was futile. After realizing the situation was irreversible, she glared at Miki with anger. This guy never makes things easy for anyone. Come report to the Senju clan grounds tomorrow morning. Uzumaki Mito said and disappeared in an instant. The exams must continue. Tsunade angrily left the stage, and Miki turned to walk into the crowd. The battle had ended. But the classmates looked at the two with awe, their combat power completely surpassing their level. There was no jealousy, only fear and respect. Meanwhile, the ninjas were focused on something else. Lord Mito had taken on a disciple. There was no need to think too much about it. This meant she was cultivating a strong foundation for Tsunade. So what should they do? The elder with red eyes glanced around, while the one with white eyes also made a decision. There wasn't much to see now. No, the rumors say that the one in the next class, named Orochimaru, is also a genius. Genius? Commoner? That's right, a commoner. Then there's nothing to see. The ninja did not think highly of the guy named Orochimaru, even though he himself was also a commoner. In his brief ninja career, he understood one thing. Compared to clan ninjas, commoner ninjas had their limits, a divide known as bloodline. In a corner of the playground, a boy with a delicate and feminine appearance watched Hinata and Miki in the crowd, his eyes revealing a deep desire. That kind of ninjutsu power. However, bugs? That feels a bit disgusting. Orochimaru instinctively licked his lips. He still felt a tingling sensation all over his body, imagining himself surrounded by a swarm of bugs. He certainly did not have Tsunade's useful slime. Once caught, there would be no need to think about the consequences. A small white snake on his shoulder simultaneously spat out a snake egg. His narrow golden snake pupils narrowed slightly. He also had a summoning beast, but that guy, Manda, was a bit disobedient. As for the third Hokage, he only saw Orochimaru as a talented youth, a rare genius in decades, mainly because he believed Orochimaru could inherit one of the three great sage arts. This point was undoubtedly very important. The aura of a strong person had already emerged. But who was stronger, bugs or snakes? As the third Hokage caught a glimpse of Orochimaru through the crystal ball, he couldn't help but think of this question. But the next moment, he smiled lightly. They were all children of Konoha. However, he had seen a scene like this in nature when he was young. A snake several meters long fought fiercely against a massive ant swarm, ultimately being eaten down to a pile of white bones. Shocked by the seemingly small yet ferocious swarm of bugs, he did not dare to provoke such insects for a long time. In terms of ferocity and talent, Miki surpassed by bit. Lord Mito has indeed made a move. Some things the third Hokage understood, but since everyone thought that way, his thoughts no longer mattered. Konoha just needed to grow strong. Although sometimes he would wonder, who exactly is the Hokage of Konoha? Senju? Uchiha? Or everyone? So, As long as he could act without guilt, it was good enough. The third Hokage sighed as he took a puff from his pipe. Some things were easy to say, but difficult to do. He turned to look at his desk. The workload is still as high as a mountain. If Tsunade grew up quickly, he could leave everything to her. After a simple cleanup of the exam venue, the exams continued, and the next several rounds were somewhat boring. Some ninjas began to leave. They couldn't skip class for too long, even in this peaceful time. But there were quite a few ninjas on vacation, wanting to see what kind of person would ultimately become the disciple of the third Hokage. Until the start of an exam. Hinata versus Uchiha Shuri. Just the names alone were enough to spark interest. The two girls took the stage. Form the hand seals. A girl with black hair and white eyes, dressed in the white clan attire of the Hyuga, with a long sword at her waist, her bangs covering her forehead, had a cute yet unique princess-cut hairstyle, with a cold and sharp face, exuding a certain oppressive elegance. The other girl, with black hair and black eyes, wore the black Uchiha clan attire, with the family crest on her back, her hands empty, a ninja tool pouch at her waist, also sporting a cute princess-cut hairstyle, but with natural curls. Her delicate face radiating the approachable elegance of a refined lady. Just based on their appearances, one had to admit they were indeed from noble backgrounds. The crowd began to murmur. This exam was not manipulated. The third Hokage could swear to it, but such a duel naturally drew interest. Noble versus noble. It was truly a rare sight. In the village, there was an implicit rivalry between the Hyuga and Uchiha ninjas. After this match, whoever won would have plenty to boast about. Although the Uchiha had always looked down on the Hyuga, they had been fixated on the Senju. But that didn't stop the Uchiha from bragging about the power of the eye techniques. As fellow eye technique clans, losing would be embarrassing. However, green tea princess cut, skanky big waves. Watching the two distinctly different girls, Miki couldn't help but mutter. She then looked at Tsunade in the crowd, who was always watching her, and Tsunade snorted, turning her head away. Sundara, double ponytails. Golden retriever loser. Miki turned back to look at Shuri, then at the sword that Hinata was carrying. A question mark appeared on her forehead. If I remember correctly, the traditional skill of the Hyuga clan is the gentle fist, right? So, is that just a decoration? If you're going to be as careless as usual, you might as well give up now. Hinata said proudly, slightly raising her chin. This isn't the Hyuga, but it's very Uchiha. The pride of the Hyuga is carved in the heart, while the pride of the Uchiha is written on the face. That's the difference. Shuri merely smiled gently and said softly, I won't give up. If you're going to be serious, I'll be serious. This isn't Uchiha, but it's very Hyuga. If it weren't for the eyes, one might think they had mixed up the babies at Konoha Hospital. That would be perfect, Hinata said coldly. Start the exam. Hinata slightly bent down, her small hands pressing on the sword. From her stance, it didn't seem like a decoration. Going in barehanded might put me at a disadvantage. Shuri bit her finger and pressed it on her exposed arm. Two swords, one long and one short, appeared in her hand along with smoke. As she swung her arms, the sword sheaths flew off stylishly. Dual-wielding swords. Is this a swordsman's duel? However, Hinata using a sword? Even the ninjas of the Hyuga clan were a bit confused. Perhaps she was just experimenting. The branch family didn't have the secret techniques of the gentle fist. No, the secret of the Hyuga is the sword technique derived from the gentle fist. Did you know? The gentle fist has its limits. Hinata said mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Shuri couldn't help but lean in to listen. So, the limit of the gentle fist is the limit of the Hyuga. In order to surpass the limits, I will no longer practice the gentle fist. The crowd of Hyuga ninjas gasped. Bold, a rebellious branch family. Hinata coldly glared at the person without saying much. The secret passed down from her father was clearly written in black and white. Be careful, Uchiha Shuri. My sword is very fast, Hinata said coldly, her tone somewhat arrogant even if she meant well. Don't worry, I still have confidence in my swordsmanship. Fortunately, she doesn't care about such matters in her treatment. But her swordsmanship is something she has been experimenting with on her own. Chapter 37. Soft fist technique after the pre-fight trash talk segment ended. The two approached each other with their swords drawn. Unlike the explosive opening between Tsunade and Mei, nor were they as impatient as typical students. Unhurriedly, they stepped forward in a tacit understanding. As the distance shrank, a heavy atmosphere of impending doom naturally spread. In the way of the sword, there's an interesting phenomenon called Mai, which refers to the effective range of attack, specifically the distance between both parties. From a side view, the Mai between the two is very clear, but when the perspective shifts to the front, the sense of distance between the two opponents becomes difficult to grasp. Mastering Mai, the distances near and far, is essentially mastering the way of the sword. This is the most crucial point in swordsmanship. The so-called way of the sword is just that. For the opponent, the mai is far, while for oneself, the mai is near. Grasping the distance between the two is the essence of swordsmanship. Therefore, moving forward means either entering the opponent's mai or your own. The speed at which one approaches is not important. What matters is the subtle control of distance to effectively strike the opponent. So how does one enter their closest mai? There are various methods. First, posture is very important. And secondly, discernment, having sharper vision than the opponent, is equally crucial. There are also simpler and more forceful methods, extending the mai. As the two drew closer, Chiri carefully estimated the distance between them. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. At that moment, Chiri's brow twitched. This distance? Hinata Hitomi made a move, drawing her sword for a downward slash in an instant. A mistake? The awareness hadn't caught up, and her body instinctively reacted, halting her forward motion while leaning back just in time. A bright blade flashed before her eyes, arcing like a crescent moon in the air. A strand of hair was severed by the blade. A chilling sensation swept across her forehead in an instant. At this moment, Hinata Hitomi had already sheathed her sword, her right hand pressing lightly on the hilt in a side stance. Tisish, Hinata Hitomi spat coldly, slightly disappointed. The distance between them was still over 3 meters. Chiri was certain she had made a mistake. She had misestimated the mai, but she had also erred in misjudging Hinata Hitomi's mai. This distance was within Hinata Hitomi's attack range. Ridiculously long. This meant Chiri's sword could not reach her opponent at all. What has happened? How did she do that? The surrounding ninjas who caught on to something couldn't help but whisper. Was that a technique to extend attack range? How did she do it? But many still couldn't grasp it, until a Hyuga ninja exclaimed in a low voice, "Soft fist technique." He recognized the true nature of Hinata Hitomi's move. The high density of chakra was released. Chiri in the arena had no time to pay attention to such matters, as Hinata Hitomi was already launching a storm of attacks. Secret Sword, 32 strikes. As Hinata Hitomi lunged forward, drawing her sword, she unleashed a continuous series of swift slashes targeting Chiri's vital points. It was fast, incredibly fast. Fast enough that her arm became a blur. Fast enough that the sword seemed to vanish within the cascade of sword shadows. Knowing the difficulty of it all, the onlooking Mei couldn't help but be astonished. This guy managed to increase the sword speed to such an extent just with wrist strength. Is that sword made of paper? Even if it were paper, it wouldn't be this outrageous. Facing the deadly storm, Chiri dodged and retreated, swinging her sword to both defend and counterattack. Barely managing to withstand Hinata Hitomi's one-handed assault, sparks flew as their blades clashed, and the sounds of their swords collided echoed incessantly. The dangerous sword dance was full of peril. One misstep could lead to a disastrous outcome. In a sudden moment, the battle reached its climax. The magnificent sword techniques quietly unfolded before their eyes, leaving the onlookers in awe with their mouths agape. Even Tsunade wore a serious expression, compared to Mei's swordsmanship. Facing this type of sword technique, she could easily find herself defeated in a single exchange. Although there were no destructive techniques on display, the level of danger was even greater. Impossible. This isn't possible. The earlier Hyuga, a ninja, muttered to himself. He couldn't accept the scene before him. If he had to give a reason, it was simply that this couldn't possibly be the soft fist technique. Yet it undeniably was. The secret foundation of the main family. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Due to wielding the sword with one hand, the density of the two-handed fist technique was reduced, resulting in just 32 strikes. But it was just as fast. This shattered the worldview of the Hyuga ninja, who had been training since childhood. It was just picking up a sword. Yet the soft fist technique completely erased its peaceful and defensive characteristics, transforming into a brutal and fierce sword. Therefore, this was impossible. He refused to believe that what he had practiced all his life was a false version of the soft fist. He wouldn't believe that what lay before him was the true face of a soft fist. Others were not focused on his thoughts. At that moment, after a wave of 32 rapid strikes, Chiri barely managed to deflect them all with her dual blades. Subsequently, she deliberately created a safe distance from Hinata Hitomi. Both of them slightly bent over, breathing heavily, recovering from the tremendous physical exertion of the moment. This guy, Hinata Hitomi, was astonished that Chiri silently managed to block her lethal attack. Chiri was equally shocked by Hinata Hitomi's swordsmanship. As her narrowed eyes opened, they had shifted from a bloody hue back to normal black pupils. Ah, it's a technique I can't learn. At most, I could learn the form. The core essence cannot be achieved without the necessary conditions. The ultra-precise release and control of chakra, just like Tsunade's monstrous strength and Mei's insects, requires stringent conditions to be met. The principle is unexpectedly simple. Well then, let's try this move. Watching Hinata Hitomi, Chiri slowly lowered her body until she was lying flat on the ground. Insect secret technique, centipede dance. Dust eater, the short blade bit into her mouth, freeing her left hand to control her direction. As soon as she lay down, Chiri realized something was off. Her field of vision. She had completely lost her view. She had to strain her neck just to have a certain line of sight. How do I solve this? This technique isn't suitable for me. But this level is still barely enough. This guy learns pretty fast, huh? Convenient Sharingan. Mei remarked with a smile. My technique isn't that simple, the third Hokage said, puffing on his cigarette. Against fixed-form sword techniques, this move of Insect Princess is precisely their nemesis. The ultra-low attack angle will inevitably disrupt the opponent's formation, leading to a significant decrease in the power of their sword techniques. As for swordsmanship, the third Hokage didn't understand it well. But he knew that Mei's technique was a perfect interpretation of Mai, pushing the most critical posture to its extreme. Near for oneself, far for the opponent. Tsunade's disadvantage stemmed from her lack of understanding of Mai. This was no longer human swordsmanship. One might ask, would a normal person even conceive of such sword techniques? They are all geniuses. The third Hokage's eyes sparkled with delight. Although she remained silent, being able to directly withstand Hinata Hitomi's frontal sword attacks was an impressive feat in itself. However, why not use fire release? A ninja familiar with the Uchiha asked, is it because you can't? Humph. An Uchiha replied, of course, I want to defeat the opponent head-on with a sword, using the opponent's abilities against them. The pride and bad taste of the Uchiha clan. Hinata's cold voice directed at Chiri. Miki's move won't work on me. No. Mashiki's move won't work on me. In the class, only one person calls Miki by her name, and that is Chiri. Calling someone by their name is a sign of intimacy. Chiri looked at Hinata with a strange gaze. How would you know if you don't try? Then bring it on. Chapter 38. The great fireball can't hit anyone. Chiri crawled forward quickly, having fully mastered the technique, her posture identical to that of Miki from before. Watching Chiri rapidly approach, Hitomi stood ready. 10 meters. 5 meters. This is the moment. Sensing Hitomi's attack, Chiri increased her speed to continue the assault. If she didn't close the distance, she wouldn't be able to hit her opponent. Blood red flared in her eyes as the tomo spun rapidly. Even for someone like Uchiha, who possessed a large amount of chakra, Chiri had become accustomed to being precise with her energy. Logically speaking, when the sword descends from above, even with an extended blade, there remains a considerable reaction time. This gap was enough for Chiri to dance on the edge of the blade. But wait, this isn't the straightforward downward strike of a Tangju. There is no need to consider defense against straightforward horizontal slashes like left G or right G, because they can't reach her. And it's certainly not the only attack that requires caution from below. What is this movement? It's spinning? Dangerous. In an instant, fine arcs of electricity flickered around Chiri, forcing her to halt her forward momentum as she propelled herself off the ground. At that moment, Hitomi began to spin. The return sky sword dance. Chakra violently radiated throughout her body, a technique made possible by the Hyuga clan's innate ability for precise chakra control. What was different was that it wasn't the typical sphere of the Hyuga, but a storm of blades. The sky was filled with swirling shadows of swords, violently tearing and consuming everything around them. She was drawn in by the strange force. In midair, Chiri felt an inexplicable pulling force all over her body. If this continued, she would be sucked into the eye of the storm and shredded to pieces. With her left hand reaching in her ninja tool pouch, she pulled out several shuriken, connected by wire, and threw them with all her might. The shuriken formed a triangular support, accurately embedding into the ground. Using this as an anchor point, Chiri desperately clung to her unsteady form in midair. Everyone held their breath until the storm stirred up by Hitomi finally subsided. Chiri landed on the ground. Meanwhile, Hitomi leaned on her sword, breathing heavily. Her series of attacks had been deftly countered by the opponent. In terms of results, she was at a loss. Gritting her teeth, she thought, if only I had Tsunade's monstrous chakra, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Hitomi gritted her teeth again. She still had the strength to fight. Looking up at Chiri, she thought if I had known, I should have just killed her instead of reminding her. She's as slippery as an eel. How cunning. Uchiha Hyuga. About 5 meters away, Chiri, who had just landed, felt a bit of fear. Thankfully, She had been cautious and hadn't blindly trusted the 3-meter information she had previously revealed. But what was the true nature of that first strike? Indeed, that move could be extended. It must be some kind of chakra release technique. The Hyuga clan is quite skilled at this. The high-density chakra blade released from a body. What is this technique called? Return Sky. A Hyuga ninja whispered. The secret technique passed down in the main family, which the branch family had no means of accessing. Only occasionally would a genius from the branch family comprehend it on their own, but its power would be slightly inferior to that of the main family's secret techniques. This person not only understood the Return Sky on her own, but had modified it to such an extent. The Byakugan's glaring eyes could see clearly. This person released chakra through her entire body, using part of it to create the chakra blades while the other part assisted in rotation and acceleration. The result of dividing her focus made the difficulty level several times higher than the simple Return Sky. What an extraordinary talent. Outsiders watched the spectacle, while insiders discerned the underlying principles. The Hyuga ninja felt their worldview shatter as the gentle fist style in Hitomi's hands appeared unrecognizable. They felt their scalp tingle, their heads buzzing. Meanwhile, the Uchiha with their red eyes became serious. As longtime rivals since the Warring States period, they understood that for the Hyuga clan, their weakness lay in their severely inadequate offensive power. Just a single sword had completely reversed this situation. Given time, even Susanoo would not be able to stop this woman. An old man suddenly laughed. That guy, Tenrin, has ultimately succeeded. The next Tenrin, perhaps. The remaining Uzumaki Suiryu watched the two girls in the arena. She might be even more terrifying than Tenrin. However, Uzumaki Suiryu looked at Chiri. Will you be the next Uchiha Madara? The expression on her face was unreadable. In traditional clothing, the elderly man with Byakugan looked gently at Hitomi and softly said, "Dance, break free, caged bird." Meanwhile, Miki, who was watching from the sidelines, murmured quietly, "The sword blade storm." Her expression behind the mask was somewhat dazed. Have I arrived at a monster film set? Tsunade could summon the Nine Tails with some background. She had resources and was reckless. What about Hitomi? Is she truly a genius? But the Hyuga clan also has resources. At this moment, taking advantage of Hitomi's moment of recovery, Miki finally caught a clear glimpse of what she held in her hand. It was obviously a high-grade item. There was a blue glow of chakra residue on the sword. Chakra-conducting metal, while her own weapon was a cheap, non-conductive item. Could it be that this girl is a wealthy heiress? She's obviously from the branch family. No wonder she can use such techniques. The inexplicably long sword blade. Weapons play a significant role. However, Miki felt as though there was something familiar about it. A chakra sword? Golden Wheel rebirth explosion. No wonder, even though the power was worlds apart, it had already taken shape. This girl is a monster. Can she awaken the Rinnegan? I have to admit, I lost in swordsmanship. Chiri looked at Hitomi and said softly, "With the sword techniques I currently possess, I can't break through your swordsmanship. However, we are ninjas. Therefore, you should experience this technique well." Chiri raised her hands, slowly and earnestly forming hand seals. This is not a mimic technique. The Sharingan, in essence, does not have the ability to copy ninjutsu. Instead, it sees through the flow of chakra, thus intuitively observing the process of the technique. Therefore, whether one can replicate ninjutsu primarily depends on individual talent. Chiri had seen many techniques. It was her pleasure. She enjoyed playing without fatigue. Unknowingly, she had mastered a large number of techniques. Many Uchiha shared this enjoyment, but few could reach Chiri's level. People are different, even among the Uchiha. After imitating numerous ninjutsu, Chiri sometimes felt a different impulse. What would a technique of her own, one that no one else had, look like? The answer was revealed at this moment. She understood the essence of ninjutsu. The essence is not the transformation of chakra, nor the numerous forms. The essence of ninjutsu is cunning. To kill one sword is enough. So the key is how to place the sword at the opponent's neck. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Here it comes, Uchiha's fire release. A gigantic fireball rushed toward Hyuga Hitomi. However, the attack was too ordinary. At this level, it could be easily dodged. The great fireball can't hit anyone. Recommend a book. Simply put, it's a trading simulation game about life restarting. Introduction. This garbage life is unbearable for even a second. Every time, an attribute changes. Life changes. Portal Chapter 39. Creating form from nothing according to Hinata's idea, she should directly crash into the return to Heaven's Sword dance with great force. But in terms of chakra exchange, she was at a disadvantage. The slowly flying great fireball was very easy to dodge, and Chiri's fire style technique didn't seem particularly unique. Unlike Meiji's great red jade, which could automatically track and seek out its target. It was impossible to not exchange. But why was there an inexplicable unease lingering in her heart? What was wrong? The gasps around her confirmed this feeling. Hinata didn't think a mere great fireball was anything to be surprised about. Just as she was thinking this, Hinata moved. When a fireball got close, she elegantly sidestepped. The scorching flames flew past her side, posing no threat to her at all. As expected, it couldn't hit her at all. However, in the blind spot revealed behind the fireball, Chiri's figure had completely disappeared. When did this happen? When the great fireball was released? But how did her Byakugan get fooled? There was no time to think further, as another strange feeling sent chills down Hinata's spine. The great fireball had no heat. Rather, a chill quietly pressed against Hinata's neck. It was the sensation of a blade. She was inside the great fireball. This was impossible. Even the great fireball she released would get hurt. But if it wasn't the great fireball, then what was it? It was an illusion. The Uchiha and Hyuga present opened their eyes wide, staring intently. It wasn't a simple illusion. Vortex Mizuhito said in a deep voice. This child is a completely different style of Uchiha, from Madara. The nine tails inside her didn't even notice or give a warning. So the question arose, when exactly had she been affected and unknowingly trapped in an illusion? Looking at the scene, the scope of the effect was extremely broad. The situation changed, entering Chiri's range. Taking advantage of the cover from the great fireball, she successfully closed in on Hinata, who had let her guard down. Although Chiri claimed her swordsmanship was inferior to Hinata's, Hinata didn't dare underestimate Chiri's sword skills. In terms of the finesse and intricacy of physical techniques, Hinata knew she was not as good as Chiri. Otherwise, she wouldn't have initially locked onto the most advantageous range for herself. She wouldn't give Chiri any opportunity. When Chiri charged in with Centipede Dance, she wouldn't choose to directly unleash the return to Heaven Sword Dance. It was simply because she feared that in the dangerous close-quarters combat, she would lose. Suddenly tilting her head back to evade Chiri's surprise attack with the sword, she twisted her foot, preparing to directly release the return to Heaven Sword Dance. But Chiri had already completely crashed into Hinata's embrace. Chiri grabbed her hand, preventing Hinata from launching the return to Heaven Sword Dance. That guy. Secret Sword. Iris. All the chakra points in her body opened in an instant. Chakra gushing out around her, and sword-shaped, dense spikes blossomed in an instant. In just a moment, Chiri was directly hit. Did she win? Under the gaze of the Byakugan, Chiri shattered in Hinata's arms, and a flurry of brilliant blue butterflies fluttered away. What? Hinata was perplexed. The onlookers were also confused. At this moment, as if walking into a dream, Chiri's figure gradually appeared behind Hinata, a sharp sword delicately resting against Hinata's neck. Is this fake? Or is it real? It's over, Chiri said softly. With her head down, Hinata didn't speak. But whether it was just now or now, there was a real sensation. Therefore, it was completely impossible to distinguish between true and false. No, it's just that this time it's over, Hinata said softly. A pearl on a broken string flashed away beneath her hair-covered face. It inexplicably ended. The onlookers felt a bit unsatisfied. Those with poor eyesight felt that Hinata could still give it another try. Rather, they thought that Hinata's momentum was stronger, her techniques looked more magnificent, and therefore should be more powerful. But in reality, Uchiha Chiri was too strong. With a look of youthful awe, the third Hokage looked at the crystal ball and sighed. Without breaking that technique, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Even he, far from the scene, was deceived by Chiri's illusion. This isn't normal, it's impossible. Chiri's chakra shouldn't be able to cross this distance and ensnare the third Hokage in an illusion. In fact, the third Hokage was beginning to piece it together. How did you deceive my eyes? Hinata asked softly. You can't rely too much on those eyes. Even my eyes are like that. Chiri spoke from her own experience. You need to think with your heart. But she couldn't figure out at all. In a world of illusions, the five senses and even thoughts can be easily deceived. Your illusion isn't normal, Hinata asserted. I can't tell you that. Because it's a girl's secret. Chiri sheathed her sword, appearing to still have energy left. But Hinata was a bit disheveled, drenched in sweat from the intense activity. After sheathing her sword, she said, Next time, I won't lose so easily. You're always welcome. I've already thought of a way to deal with that move. Really? Chiri was a bit surprised. I won't tell you. It's not just bravado, I do have a plan. Next time, no matter what tricks Chiri uses, Hinata doesn't intend to give any opportunities, directly unleashing the return to Heaven Sword Dance to smash forward. Although it's clumsy, it's practical. The rhythm would drag them into a simple war of attrition. As long as she was cautious enough, no matter what monsters and demons appeared, She would just unleash the return to Heaven's Sword dance. The winner is Uchiha Chiri, the proctor announced. Chiri and Hinata exited the arena, but the commotion caused by their duel hadn't ended. The Hyuga ninjas were questioning their lives, wondering if they should give up on fist techniques and practice swordsmanship instead. Hinata's swordsmanship power was evident. Its principle was essentially gentle fist, but it abandoned the soft attack points of chakra points and replaced them with more direct and effective slashes. The power not only didn't decrease, but increased. After all, compared to making the opponent lose control of their chakra, and thus their fighting ability, it's much more convenient to directly cut down the opponent. Meanwhile, the Uchiha ninjas were struggling with Chiri's illusions. That guy is abnormal, but they couldn't pinpoint what was abnormal. More than one Uchiha clan member had tried to reflect Chiri's illusions, but the reflection was ineffective. That was the biggest abnormality. Not even the illusion of a little girl who hadn't opened her Sharingan could be reflected back. That was truly too embarrassing to admit. The Uchiha members exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Meiji was also frowning in deep thought, feeling like she had grasped the key, but she couldn't say where it was. Forget it. I'll just ask her directly. What was that move? Meiji asked. Without hesitation, Chiri smiled and said, just a little trick. It's the nature transformation of in release. Nature transformation of in release. Chiri leaned in and whispered into Meiji's ear. Meiji praised. As expected of you. Keep it a secret. If you say it out loud, it won't be impressive anymore. Terrifying Uchiha kid. On the other side, a frail old man sat in a wheelchair and said, in release creates the real from nothing. He looked even weaker than the old man Shiyu. At least Shiyu could still lean on a cane to move. Grandpa, what does that mean? A sickly-looking young boy beside the old man asked. He gently touched his beloved grandson's head and said, creating form from nothing is the ultimate illusion of our clan, creating the real within the unreal. Doesn't that mean? Exclaimed Amma. Not yet, but we are very close, the old man Amma replied. Creating false illusions within the real is different from ordinary illusions. To be honest, Amma didn't understand. Look, the content of an illusion only occurs within the illusion space, which is in the brain. It does not exist in reality. That Uchiha kid brought the illusion into reality, added a little trick to deceive the five senses, creating a real illusion that is not real. It cannot be cracked, cannot be reflected, cannot be avoided, because you're not under the illusion at all. Your own chakra is not interfered with. What you see is both real and fake, all controlled by her will. A terrifying talent. It's not worth mentioning, but very troublesome. Yes, the most important aspect of this illusion is its lack of lethality. After all, it is false, but that doesn't mean it isn't deadly. The basic technique of the body duplication technique is the true face of that Uchiha kid's illusion, because it is just a phantom, not an ordinary illusion. Uchiha's eyes can't reflect anything, and the Byakugan cannot see through it. So we must mention the realism of the technique's illusion. The principle is simple. It replicates everything that the Byakugan can see, namely chakra and meridians, and how the individual hides, concealed within the falsehood, initially hidden within the great fireball for proximity. The large phantom chakra, hidden within the great fireball, interferes with Hinata's vision due to light pollution. Then the real body follows the great fireball around, while the clone attracts attention. When others see the environmental color draped over the body as they step out of the void, Hinata can no longer distinguish between true and false, because it looks indistinguishable from the real thing. The subtle time difference is perfectly controlled. As for the sense of touch, it is even simpler. Even if it is an illusion, it is still a tangible object with mass created by the transformation of chakra. Chapter 40. Not understanding and pretending not to understand. The summer has ended, but the real summer has just begun. I still remember when I was a child during summer vacation, because my parents were busy with business and school was closed. I had to be sent to my relative's house in the countryside. Back then, the sky was blue and the water was clear. During the day, we would bathe in the creek, catch fish, grab shrimp, move crabs, and catch cicadas and beetles. In the evening, I would come back with a pocket full of fireflies, as if I had captured the entire summer. Now, even though it is still summer, Meiji no longer has the same feelings as before. Why is it so hot? When I went out, I glanced at the sun. The morning sun was painfully scorching, and the day ahead was undoubtedly going to be hard to endure. I really want an air conditioner. For Meiji now, the real summer is lying in an air-conditioned room, covered with a blanket, playing video games, not having to think about work, spending a carefree day that belongs only to her. Why are you here? Meiji asked weakly. There was a buzzing sound coming from her clothes. Can I come? Jilly smiled and said, because the real summer has begun. Do you want something to eat? You must feel like you have too much money to spend and your heart is itching. Meiji replied, I don't have time to play with you today. Oh, Jilly said, a bit disappointed, and then curiously asked, what does that sound on you? Physical cooling, Meiji replied. The temperature in the insect nest is too high, and the insects are scared to death, so they can only flap their wings desperately. Jilly looked confused and said, oh, where are we going next? To the Senju clan's territory, Meiji answered. What's so fun about the clan's territory? It's just a bunch of adults with long faces, Jilly said. That's Uchiha, not Senju. Aren't they the same? Basically, those with the surname Senju are a bit silly, Meiji observed. What about Uchiha? Jilly asked. Uchiha. Meiji opened her mouth, but didn't continue. What are they like? What are they like, huh? Seeing that Meiji wasn't answering, Jilly pressed on. Pretty annoying. Really? Jilly asked. What about me? You are especially annoying, Meiji said. On this rare holiday, Meiji wanted to be quiet, but given the current situation, that seemed almost impossible. This made Meiji think back to the past. She was like a little tail following her older cousin, and behind her was another little tail. The cheerful laughter seemed to echo in her ears, reminiscent of a summer long gone. Hey, Jilly said with a smile, that's not true. Meiji walked in front while Jilly followed behind, the joyful and innocent laughter of the girl lingering in her ears. Unconsciously, Meiji turned to look at Jilly. I became her childhood. She felt as if a big word danger was engraved on her forehead. After all, she is Uchiha. Thinking of this, Meiji couldn't help but laugh. A kaleidoscope she probably couldn't open anymore. But that's fine. The two walked together. The Senju clan's territory was vast, with large houses and high walls, giving it a particularly grand appearance. However, it was also very deserted. There were not many people moving around in the clan territory, mostly some elderly people who looked particularly leisurely. Most young people lived in a lively village. One important reason was that there was a lot of land, but it wasn't worth much. Houses were particularly cheap. A ninja could settle down in Konoha after 2 years of missions. On the wide road, people seemed very small. At the deep end, one could see someone coming from afar. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a plain white kimono, who, although basically entering old age among ninjas, looked like he had already entered his twilight years. It wasn't about the condition of his skin, but his aura. He looked about the same age as the first and second Hokage, likely from the same era. Speaking of which, Meiji had seen both the first and second Hokage a few times. Although they had seen Meiji, they probably had no impression of her. At that time, Meiji didn't control insects and didn't wear a mask. Hashirama often wandered around the village with Tsunade. Sometimes Meiji ran into them while getting soy sauce, and sometimes at the entrance of a gambling house. As for Tobarama, he was elusive, but during the war, Meiji had seen him presiding over memorial services from afar a few times. Once was for Hashirama. Tobarama himself had also attended once. The white-eyed man in front of her she had never seen before, but she could intuitively sense that he was very strong. Even without relying on the senses of insects, Meiji could perceive this. He did not wear the Konoha forehead protector, and there was no caged bird on his forehead, but there were other marks on his face. Burns from fire techniques, knife wounds, and various scars covered his entire face, even making one of his white eyes blind, resulting in a very fierce appearance. He was from a main branch, and Meiji had also seen the head of the Hyuga clan, a very fair-skinned young man. In comparison, one could visually compare the strengths and weaknesses. This was a Hyuga who had rolled out of the battlefield since the Warring States period. Since the establishment of Konoha, there had been no news of the Hyuga main branch going to battle. Interestingly, as the head of the main branch, he had no guards by his side. Even in the village, that was absolutely impossible. The two met face to face. The man took the initiative to stop in front of Meiji and Jilly. Insect Princess. His voice was very gentle. If he didn't look at his face, he should be a kind person, called by name. Meiji naturally stopped and looked at the man from the Hyuga main branch. I'll be counting on you to take care of Hinata. Meiji responded with a questioning tone. Don't mind it. Hinata is a very kind child. You don't need to take care of her on purpose. Saying this, the man looked at Jilly, his gaze landing on Jilly's family crest. The Uchiha appearing in the Senju clan territory. Since Madara's defection, this was indeed a rare occurrence. Were these two clever little kids really not understanding, or just pretending not to understand? However, it had nothing to do with him. Although in the eyes of someone from this Warring States background, a 6-year-old child could cut off enemy heads on the battlefield. No small underestimations or carelessness could be allowed. But he was going to die soon. There was only one thing to worry about. The man smiled lightly and said, the little girl is called Jilly, right? Yesterday's exam was wonderful. Hinata, didn't he lose unfairly? Jilly smiled politely. If possible, don't lose to Hinata. The man said, not as a command, but as a request. I will do my best, Jilly nodded and said. Hinata is very strong. That is true, the Hyuga man smiled. Unlike her brother, that child is like me. Sorry. As an old man, I tend to ramble on with nonsensical words. I won't disturb you any longer. Saying this, the man walked away. What a strange person. Jilly said. What is strange about him? Meiji asked. He feels like a very cruel person, Jilly replied, like those old people in the clan. Being close to him feels chilly, but he also seems very gentle. Is that so? Meiji said, let us go, talk less here, look and listen more. Be a little obedient. Jilly nodded. Jilly truly didn't understand, while Meiji was pretending not to understand. Taking advantage of the identity of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the first Hokage's wife, and the Senju clan leader's favored disciple to gain a small benefit isn't too much, right? Bringing Chiri along to listen in, and considering how cute she is, no one should say much about it. As long as Uzumaki Mito has no objections, then there's no problem. Chapter 41. Soaring into the sky. Under the guidance of the maid, Miki and Chiri arrived at a tatami room. Not that kind of maid, but that kind of maid. Without paying much attention to the young maid, Miki looked at the middle-aged female ninja who greeted them. She had a face that was too snake-like. Miki meant that her pointed chin could pierce through a person. With a cold and stern expression, she exuded a strong ninja aura. I am Tuka, and I will be responsible for your daily life from now on, Miss Mushy. Huh? Daily life? Miki asked in confusion. After training, you will occasionally stay in the residence, right? Tuka said. Probably, Miki replied. I get used to my bed. No, what I mean is that I am in charge of your schedule, which means you must follow my orders for everything in the residence. Tuka sneered. She seems difficult to get along with. Do I have to listen to your orders even when I need to go to the bathroom? Miki asked curiously. Verbal disputes are of no use, Tuka said. Follow me. The maid stepped aside. Miki and Chiri followed Tuka's footsteps. Becoming Lord Mito's disciple meant representing the Senju clan, and they had to be mindful of their image at all times, whether here or outside. I once saw the first lord being chased out of casino, and Tsunade was laughing so happily at that time. Miki said. Tuka paused for a moment, and then said, You are you. Lord Hashirama is Lord Hashirama. In short, you cannot disgrace the Senju clan. How troublesome, Miki said, stopping in her tracks. The female ninja turned her head in confusion to look at Miki. Can I leave? Miki asked. Huh. Tuka's eyes widened. I won't be a disciple anymore, Miki said, turning to leave. This girl, are you serious? Tuka stepped forward and grabbed Miki's shoulder. Is there anything else? Miki asked. Tuka stared at Miki, and after a moment, forced a friendly smile onto her face. Nothing. I'm going home, Miki said. Wait. Huh. Please be mindful of the occasion. Huh. Don't get too carried away. Huh. This is the Senju clan. You better show me some respect, kid. Huh. Do as you please, Tuka said dejectedly. Can I leave then? Come back here. You brat. Lead the way. Thank you. Chiri blinked, watching as the big sister seemed to have her spirit drained in an instant, her whole demeanor exuding low pressure. See, this is why I hate marriage and kids, Tuka muttered as she walked ahead, glancing back at Miki, lacking the courage to confront her. Using intimidation to manage little brats had failed. Tuka couldn't help but sigh for the days to come. Having Tsunade was one thing. Getting another mushy would be like a comet crashing into the earth. This girl is no pushover. Can a young lady defeat her? In any case, this family will be turned upside down one day. Silently passing through the deep corridor, after a moment, the three arrived at the reception room. Tuka opened the paper door and said, Mushy has arrived, Lord Mito. Thank you for your hard work, Tuka, Mito replied gently. I'll take my leave now. Wait, Tuka. Bring the books I prepared. Yes. Tuka left, and Miki and Chiri entered the room. Come over and let me see. Little genius, Mito said, looking at Chiri with surprise. Who is this lovely little guest? Miki replied. She insisted on coming with me. Chiri blinked. That's true. But didn't you drag me along, Miki? We clearly agreed to play together after training. Yeah. Why? Mito asked. No one plays with Chiri, Miki said. We had planned to go on an outing today. Is that so? That's my fault then, Mito said, looking at Chiri. Does Chiri not have many friends? Hearing this, Chiri shook her head and said, No one dares to play with Miki. Mito looked at Miki and said with a smile, Sorry for interrupting your date with your friend. Who is she? Miki asked, looking at another person in the living room. Hyuga Hinata. The white-eyed girl sat upright, looking exceptionally honest and reserved. Essentially, she was just a shy girl who was afraid of strangers. The Hyuga clan had a status. Even if she was from the branch family, it was still an attitude. However, they clearly bet wrong. Although it was almost certain that Tsunade would be the future fourth Hokage, the key issue was that Tsunade herself was not promising. Giving her opportunities was useless. You are classmates, so I won't introduce you. She, like you, has become my disciple, Mito said with a smile. From now on, you must support each other and love one another. Yes, Hinata responded energetically. Really, don't be so stiff in front of me, Mito said angrily. That Tenzin is such a jerk. Hinata, treat me like your closest person. Looking at the curseal hidden under Hinata's bangs, Mito felt a pang of pity. How could you do that, Hinata? Yes, Hinata replied quietly. And you, Mushi, didn't you hear what I just said? I heard, Grandma Mito, Miki said, finding a cushion to sit cross-legged. Seeing this, Mito laughed in anger. You really have no manners. Mostly because Miki had a sitting posture that was completely unfeminine, rivaling Tsunade. It was headache-inducing to look at, and since Tsunade was not present, she must have gone to see the third Hokage. Miki did not respond to Mito's words. Mito was not surprised. She had already understood Miki's personality in advance, and the three old men along with one Hokage had given her a warning. To maintain her mindset and not get angry with her, or it would be infuriating. Geniuses have their privileges. Such flaws did not hinder Mito's affection. Although there was no love without reason. Little Chiri, come sit over here, Mito called out. Chiri responded, grabbing a cushion and sitting next to Miki. Mito stared at Chiri's face for a while, and then said, so cute. Chiri's face turned red with shyness. Hinata is also very cute, Mito praised. Hinata quietly replied, thank you for the compliment, Grandma Mito. Being polite is a good thing. You don't have to say thank you to me. Tsunade never does, Mito said, reaching out to pat Hinata's little head. Poor child. So heart-wrenching. Then Mito turned to Miki and said, what about you? Will you take off your mask for me to see? Miki shook her head and said no. Why? Mito asked, have you ever seen what an oil girl looks like? After a moment of silence, Mito said no. Exactly, Miki said. When does training start? Don't be impatient, Mito said, looking at the three girls one by one. After a moment, she looked at Chiri and asked, little Chiri, do you have any dreams? Hearing this, Chiri thought for a while and said, I don't have any dreams, Grandma. For example, to win in all the casinos in the world like Tsunade? Mito asked, don't you have any? Ah, is that considered a dream? Chiri exclaimed. She had always thought Tsunade was joking. Isn't it a joke to say that this counts? Of course it does, Mito said, pointing to Miki. She wants to fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Upon hearing this, Hinata's eyes widened. Chiri wasn't surprised, though. Following Mito's gesture, she pointed to Hinata. Hinata wants to become a bird and fly freely in the sky. What about you, Chiri? Do you want to fly up to the sky together? In that case, I have a wish too, Chiri said. Mito encouraged, what kind of wish is it? To fly up to the sky? I want to always be together with everyone, to live in the village. If Miki gets tired from flying in the sky and falls down, I will be waiting in the village. That would be wonderful. Is that so? Do you want to become my disciple, little Chiri? Huh? Is that okay? Of course it is, Mito said gently. One sheep can be herded. Two sheep can also be herded. It was originally meant to pair Miki with teammates. Still troubled by such matters. There are not many peers who can keep up with Miki's pace. And since they are good friends, that is even better. Moreover, the Uchiha must ultimately integrate into the village. Even if it's difficult, this is Hashirama's wish. Chapter 42. One of us is a husky. Mito looked at the three little ones, her eyes filled with gentle smiles. These children are the future of Konoha. They are truly capable of shouldering the future of Konoha. So, now that you have become my disciples, what do you want to learn? I must state in advance that I'm not good at combat. Although I may not be skilled, I can still beat the shadows. Upon hearing this, Hinata was a bit disappointed. She wanted to go home and practice her sword. Sealing jutsu, barrier techniques, medical ninjutsu, Miki said directly. Why do you want to learn these? Mito asked curiously. Because I want to turn bugs into my summoning beasts, Miki replied. The number of bugs that can be carried in the bug jar is too few. Is that your reason? Mito said, but the swarm that can be released from the bug jar is already considerable. Not to mention that the Aburame clan has useful secret techniques to temporarily cultivate large swarms of bugs. I see, Mito nodded. Although the category of summoning techniques falls under space-time ninjutsu, the contract scrolls do indeed belong to sealing jutsu knowledge. What about medical ninjutsu? Why do you want to learn that? To cultivate new types of bugs, you need this knowledge, Miki said. Or rather, I just want to learn on release. Logically speaking, where did Tsunade's medical ninjutsu come from? Currently, Konoha Hospital has many medical ninjas who are very skilled at treating external injuries, but when it comes to diseases, they struggle if it's severe. Medical skills cannot be created suddenly with a flash of inspiration. They must be built on countless experiences of predecessors. No matter how talented Tsunade is, she cannot be that talented. Undoubtedly, it must either come from the Uzumaki clan or the Senju clan. Considering the strength techniques, it is more likely from the Senju clan. Then what about barriers? You don't know how to do that? Miki asked. I do. Mito replied confidently. The barriers in Konoha were constructed under her supervision. However, she was curious why Miki wanted to learn a technique that was not helpful in combat. The four red suns formation is not acceptable, Miki said. It's to establish an experimental area to prevent the cultivated bugs from escaping and disrupting the balance of a natural environment. In fact, the swarms are under Miki's absolute control, and it is impossible to damage the ecosystem, but can maximize the avoidance of natural disturbances and establish a closed ecological experiment zone. All for one purpose, huh? Mito revealed a thoughtful expression and smiled. Miki, you really love bugs. However, considering the destruction of nature shows that you are a kind-hearted child, different from a ninja's mindset. Yeah, Miki nodded. I understand now, Mito said, looking at Kairai and Hinata. What about you two? Do you have any thoughts? Sealing jutsu. I think that sounds interesting. Kairai said. Medical ninjutsu, Hinata replied, thinking practically that if she could heal herself after getting injured, it would be very useful. As for ninjutsu, these are all I can teach you. I will teach you everything, but you need to be mentally prepared for it to be quite difficult. I'm not afraid, Hinata declared firmly, already prepared to face the challenge. Kairai thought, will it be very hard? But she felt it might not be particularly difficult. She already knew some simple sealing techniques, like the double sword she had unsealed before. Miki then eagerly asked, can we start now? She had been thinking about this for a long time and couldn't wait any longer. Not yet. There are still other matters to resolve first, Mito said. With your qualities, you are already qualified to graduate from the Ninja Academy. As your instructor, you are both my disciples and my subordinates. To put it simply, I have already recognized your abilities as Konoha's genin. Starting today, you can call yourselves Konoha ninjas. However, being a ninja comes with obligations. You need to share the responsibility of completing Konoha's missions. But as your teacher, I cannot leave the village freely, so you will not be able to take on mission commissions. Does that mean we can't accept missions for our entire lives? Hinata exclaimed. Not all, Mito replied. Not teasing the little ones. There are many solutions. One is to assign a ninja to temporarily team up with you to complete a mission. Secondly, I suggest you continue studying at school, and when you reach a certain age, you can gain relevant mission experience. If that's the case, we can't graduate early. Mito looked at Miki. She was mainly worried that this proud little girl would have ideas. After all, Tsunade would definitely graduate early. The school couldn't teach her anything more. Tsunade herself had a rather impatient personality, and wouldn't miss this opportunity. The benefit, however, is that they won't have to carry out tedious and heavy missions and can focus their time and energy on their studies to continue improving. Tsunade was also considering the situation. The third Hokage would not easily assign missions, and as a disciple of the third, she would train with him for a few years before taking on missions, at least until around 11 or 12 years old. Tsunade would not be allowed to leave the village, which was also Mito's intention. However, ninja missions still need to be done. There are no exceptions. Finding cats, clearing out sewers, farming, and other tasks are plenty in the village. It will be good for Tsunade to experience some hardships. It's also a kind of experience. What do you all decide? Mito asked. Nobara Yuasjin. Miki immediately said, I don't want to start doing missions now. It's just boring stuff like finding cats and dogs or babysitting. It's a complete waste of time. With that time, wouldn't it be nicer to take a nap at school? Miki always felt that Ogawa's voice was particularly soothing, especially when she slept well during class and after school. She naturally felt energized. Me too, Kairai agreed. I want to graduate. Before she could finish her sentence, Hinata looked at Miki and Kairai, realizing they were this kind of combination, and thought, I'm being targeted. Hinata? Mito asked, what do you want to say? After a moment of silence, Hinata said, I'm not interested in graduating. I can't beat one of them, let alone both. They're both monsters. Then it's decided. Mito clapped her hands and smiled. From today, the second class is officially established. You've graduated, but not completely. The second class was established, but there was no registration as ninjas, so there were no ninja numbers. Miki lazily clapped her hands. Congratulations, she said. Seeing this, Kairai followed suit and clapped. If the two monsters were clapping, wouldn't it be out of place if she didn't? Bairu was bullied like this, not understanding the atmosphere, being bullied by these two. After thinking about it, Kairai imagined Miki force-feeding herself bugs. I am scared. Hinata clapped her hands. Then she thought, who was in the first class? The first class was, of course, Tsunade's class. In Konoha's 15 years, this year's graduates had yet to finish their exams. The average graduation age for the first and second classes was 6 years old. They were currently Konoha's strongest monster genin class. However, a husky had mixed in among them. Right, Jiraiya? In a training ground somewhere in the Konoha forest, Jiraiya was dazedly tied to a stump. The first class had just conducted an exam. The exam content was to grab bells. Unfortunately, he did not manage to grab any. But he was also quite lucky. The real lucky one. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya with a pained expression. This guy is too stupid. He felt a bit of regret. Chapter 43. The Feast Really. Looking at Jiraiya tied to a wooden post, the young third Hokage sighed with his hands on his hips. How can you always fall for such obvious traps? Because, Jiraiya said softly, you should learn a bit from Orochimaru. The third Hokage was just casually mentioning it. Orochimaru was too satisfying in comparison, and this kid. He had chosen his own disciple and would teach him to the end, but it was only natural to complain a little. What he didn't expect was that Jiraiya suddenly erupted. You're the pervert, sensei. All you do is talk about Orochimaru. It's so annoying. Jiraiya shouted loudly. The third Hokage was taken aback. This wasn't typical of this kid. Did he get hurt in his pride? He thought Jiraiya was just a carefree optimist. I use great hiding technique when I peep, Jiraiya said proudly. However, peeping? Eating technique. What was this kid talking about? The third Hokage shook his head with a wry smile and sighed. Really, just how powerful is this hiding technique you're talking about? You haven't been discovered until now. That's true. The third Hokage crossed his arms and closed his eyes in thought. That's impressive. No, let's take care of the kid's pride. Since you've mentioned it. He looked up, his face a bit red, gazing at the sky. Next time, I'll go with you. A long, silent pause. After a while, Jiraiya said, Sensei, you pervert. You're the bastard. The third Hokage jumped up and punched Jiraiya on the head. That kid is plotting against me. Tears immediately streamed down Jiraiya's face, and he couldn't say a word due to the pain. Really. The third Hokage said, don't be stupid next time. Let's go have a feast. It's on me. Tsunade and Orochimaru, who left earlier, should be at the restaurant by now. Great. Jiraiya was unreserved, his eyes sparkling at the mention. Really? The third Hokage untied the ropes on Jiraiya. At the Senju clan, Miki and the others were still listening to Mito ramble on. To celebrate the establishment of the second team, let's go have a feast, Mito said cheerfully, looking like she was looking forward to it herself. Although she wasn't young anymore, she still looked very youthful. It wouldn't be wrong to say her appearance was that of a girl. Chiri and Hitomi exchanged glances, wondering what they were doing here today. To eat? It felt like they had done something, but also nothing at all. Mito Granny, the sealing technique. Miki reminded her. We haven't achieved the goal for today. We can't go back empty-handed. Whatever that is, you won't learn it in a day anyway, and it's a rare holiday. Just practicing is too dreary, Mito said with a smile. Didn't you agree with Chiri to go on a date? Come here tomorrow to gather. I'll let you have a good day of fun. Yay! Chiri's eyes lit up, feeling that the granny in front of her was a great person. Miki lowered her head, face-palming, saying nothing. It wouldn't matter anyway. She wouldn't listen. Following her lead was the smartest thing to do right now. Hinata Hitomi looked a bit confused. Play? What a play. However, I still have to assign you some study tasks. Mito softly called out to the door, Tika. The proud female ninja returned holding 3 books. Originally, it was 2, but she went back to get another one due to Mito's decision. Lady Mito. Mito took the books and handed them to the 3, saying, you must memorize all these incantations. Miki flipped through the books. Although she was mentally prepared, looking at these strange symbols still gave her a headache. Chiri looked at the books and nodded. As expected, this wasn't too difficult, just a matter of memorizing. Hinata Hitomi held the book, feeling very confused. Aren't I supposed to learn medical ninjutsu? Why am I getting this incomprehensible stuff? This is the most basic foundation, Mito said. Schools also teach these basics. The sealing technique basics. But what I'm giving is supercharged. Okay, everyone pack up. Let us set off, Mito said as she stood up and left with determination. Miki and the others had no choice but to follow. In recent years, Mito had rarely moved around the village, probably due to nostalgia. Some new faces in the village no longer recognized her, and walking around the village didn't cause any ripples, as it was full of vibrant and lively scenes. The sunlight was a bit harsh. Looking at Hokage Rock from a distance, Mito revealed a slight smile. Where are we going to eat, Granny Mito? Miki asked, as the midday sun was too intense. It's a secret finally. Miki and the others followed Mito to a barbecue restaurant. After 15 years in Konoha, the variety of shops in Konoha wasn't that rich. Most were grocery stores selling daily necessities. The entertainment options were limited to izakayas, casinos, and hot spring inns. Miki had yet to see any entertainment facilities like cinemas. There was a gathering hall, but no intimacy paradise. As for dining, it wasn't very rich, but there were essentials. Speaking of it being a village, it was actually the size of a county with a permanent population of over 100,000, mostly commoners. Ninjas made up about 2/5 of the population. More people were concentrated in larger cities with higher foot traffic. The commercial street area was very lively, the main place where village residents gathered. There was a wide variety of goods for sale, including novel items from outside the village. It should be noted that Konoha was actually quite small. It looked very natural, but two groups of people naturally bumped into each other. In the lobby of a barbecue restaurant, across an aisle, Tsunade was glaring fiercely at Miki. What a coincidence! Lady Mito! What a coincidence, Jiraiya! The two adults exchanged pleasantries, and Miki was too lazy to say more. Was this a coincidence that needed explanation? It was clearly intentional. Naturally, the two groups sat at the same table. It was a common low long table on tatami mats. The third Hokage and Mito sat at either end, while Miki and her two companions sat on one side, facing Tsunade and her three companions. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Orochimaru kept a cold face. Although he noticed the awkward atmosphere, he didn't care. Jiraiya was rarely uneasy, but the cute face of Hinata across from him was too adorable. As for Tsunade, Jiraiya didn't want to admit that she was a girl. She was just a flat-chested, strong girl. Although she was good-looking, he didn't know where to look. Atmosphere? What atmosphere? Jiraiya didn't know, but it was very white. However, Hinata Hitomi noticed. Her eyes were always sharp. Starting with Tsunade, the vaguely confrontational atmosphere arose. Ha ha ha. The third Hokage chuckled. Let's all introduce ourselves. From now on, we will all be ninjas and companions of Konoha, working on missions together. No need, Tsunade said dissatisfiedly. We all know each other, right? You pervert Jiraiya? Huh? Jiraiya nodded. Miki looked at Jiraiya and stretched out her hand, saying, Are you so hungry that your mouth is watering? Do you want to eat? Jiraiya looked at Miki's hand full of bugs and shook his head frantically. A vein popped up on Tsunade's forehead as she skillfully ignored me. Why is this guy so adept at disregarding me? We clearly tied just yesterday. As expected, I really can't stand this guy. Thinking this, Tsunade angrily slapped Jiraiya on the top of his head. Jiraiya jumped up in pain. Why are you hitting me? Flat-chested, strong woman. Give me back your eyes. You idiot. Haven't you seen enough before? Wasn't it closer before? Jiraiya complained, rubbing his head. Miki chuckled. Hinata lowered her head, her face a bit red. She regretted sitting across from this white-haired guy. She didn't expect Jiraiya to be like this. Although it wasn't their first meeting, the impression was much deeper this time. Meanwhile, Orochimaru quietly looked at Miki. Noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Chiri tugged at Miki's sleeve. That guy's been staring at you. Miki didn't mind. Her mask didn't have any patterns on it. However, being targeted by a snake is troublesome. It's all because of this genius title. Although it was their first meeting, at this moment Orochimaru looked quite weak. Miki didn't want to say much. Hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. You think you've targeted me? No, I have my sights set on you. Miki wanted to make use of this guy as clever little brain. Mito watched the small actions on the field and smiled inexplicably. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on, hoping that Tsunade, who was currently holding back her anger, wouldn't flip the table. Chapter 44. The super life form the gathering was just to get to know each other. They were all children of the same age, and besides, they were all from the Hokage lineage. Not knowing each other and having no feelings to share would be unacceptable. In fact, when the third Hokage was appointed, the biggest supporter behind him was not the Senju clan, but rather Uzumaki Mito herself. At that time, it was the end of the ninja wars, and with the second Hokage dead, there was a pressing need for a leader to take charge. The dying second Hokage personally appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. But it wasn't easy to rise to power, just with words. The Sarutobi clan also lacked the ability to support Hiruzen's ascension. Given a conservative mindset, the various clans in the village preferred an experienced elder with sufficient prestige to take on the role of Hokage. Uzumaki Mito was the most suitable candidate for the current situation. Moreover, she was incredibly strong. However, Mito felt that there was no longer a vessel in the new era that could carry her. The village needed to be led forward by the younger generation, and Hiruzen, as the disciple of the second Hokage, was someone she had watched grow up. Although he was still immature as a Hokage, he had the potential to grow. Furthermore, The various clans in the village did not wish for her to continue being Hokage. Although the Senju clan did not think this way, Mito did not care much about their opinions. After all, she was not a Senju, but an Uzumaki, and as a princess of the Senju, even if Tsunade had no intentions, various forces would still push her forward. As a grandmother, all she wanted was to protect Tsunade. A little bit of selfishness was not excessive. However, the feelings she put in were sincere. The only things Miki could sense from this woman were sincerity and affection. This was evident from her way of doing things. Mito did not mind the current awkward relationship between Miki and Tsunade. Instead, she found it amusing. At the dinner table, she did not try to ease the relationship between Miki and Tsunade. With a kindly aunt smile, she frequently helped all the children with meat, fearing they wouldn't get enough to eat. In this regard, she was especially like an ordinary grandmother. She took on most of the grilling work. Tsunade was still sulking, stuffing her mouth angrily while occasionally glaring at Miki. She clearly felt that this girl was stealing her grandmother's attention. Love had not disappeared, but had been divided. Jiraiya, the most innocent of them all, was solely focused on eating. On the other hand, Orochimaru looked at Mito, hesitating to say something. He couldn't bring himself to say that he couldn't eat that much. Chihiro was eating small bites of meat, quietly protecting his own bowl. He couldn't eat more. Too much wouldn't be good for digestion. When Mito brought over some meat, he could only look at her with big, watery eyes and then obediently extend his bowl. However, Hinata's actions surprised Mito. She took the meat from her bowl and placed it into Mito's bowl, looking at her expectantly. Was she afraid that Mito hadn't eaten enough meat? Mito felt a warmth in her heart. Tsunade wouldn't do such a thing. It was still too early for her to be considerate of others. And Miki, her appetite was on par with Tsunade's. Mito couldn't help but glance at Miki a few more times, and, after sensing her, couldn't help but chuckle. Tsunade could eat due to her physique. She always had a good appetite, but this child clearly couldn't eat anymore and was secretly feeding the meat to the bugs. How cunning. A bit adorable. Mito saw through it but didn't expose it. As a result, the only one feeling anxious at the dinner table was the third Hokage, who tried to keep the atmosphere lively with jokes. Hiruzen, you're getting chatty, Mito said, finding it a bit annoying to listen to. Lady Mito. Hiruzen closed his mouth, feeling wronged and frustrated. After finishing the meal, everyone naturally returned to their own homes, looking for their own mothers. The third Hokage wanted the 6 little ones to stay a bit longer, but Mito didn't allow it. Some things were better left to happen naturally. The 2 adults left first, and the 6 little ones exchanged glances. Tsunade wanted to say something, but Miki didn't give her the chance. She turned and walked away, and Chihiro glanced at everyone and followed her. Tsunade was so angry her teeth were grinding. It wasn't that Miki was deliberately targeting Tsunade, nor did she dislike her. It was just that Miki didn't want to talk much with the current Tsunade because it was too exhausting. Once Tsunade matured a bit more, Miki felt they could communicate normally. She could comfort Tsunade, but Miki wasn't in the mood for that. With the time it took to cheer Tsunade up, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to see her struggle? Seeing Miki and Chihiro leave, Orochimaru had a cold expression and turned to leave without saying goodbye. He didn't go in Miki's direction. Although he was interested in her, the current Orochimaru was still quite innocent and shy. He wanted to see the true genius that Jiraiya spoke of and compare where he fell short. As for Tsunade, she could only leave in anger. The scene was left with only Jiraiya and Hinata. Jiraiya awkwardly rubbed his head and looked at Hinata. What are you looking at? What are you staring at? Hinata glared at Jiraiya and turned to leave. Jiraiya scratched his head. Girls were really hard to understand. Hinata thought about chasing after Miki and Chihiro. They were no longer classmates, after all. There was nothing strange about playing together, right? But what should she say, no matter what she thought of saying? It felt like Miki would ignore her. With this in mind, Hinata hesitated and slowed her pace. How on earth did Chihiro become friends with that Miki? She felt embarrassed to chase after them. With somewhat dejected steps, Hinata turned to head home. Time to train. As long as she trained, she could forget everything. Speaking of which, Grandma Mito had arranged for them to go play tomorrow. Hinata's steps became light again. Meanwhile, Miki and Chihiro were wandering in the Forbidden Forest. Mainly, it was Miki who was exploring, while Chihiro followed behind. Before long, a figure dashed out from the woods and lunged at Miki. Miki sidestepped and looked at the bug girl who had landed on the soft grass. The bug girl quickly got up and called out to Miki. Then she tilted her head back and opened her mouth towards Miki. Due to her angle and the hood of her mask, Chihiro couldn't see the bug girl's extended mouth parts. What was she doing? Chihiro asked curiously. Nothing much, Miki said, stepping forward to press down on the bug girl's head, and in response, the bug girl hugged Miki. Chihiro looked at the two with suspicion. Although he had seen the bug girl a few times, he always felt something was off about her. Miki pushed the bug girl away, and in her thoughts, she sent down several commands. It was uncomfortable to be hugged. The exoskeleton was too hard. As for the strange behavior earlier, many animals exhibit this behavior, such as nursing or, more accurately, mutual feeding. For example, elephants, birds, monkeys, and humans. This phenomenon is most common among ants, representing a highly specialized division of labor. Only a portion of ants forage, while more rely on others to feed them. The benefit is that the food being fed is absolutely safe, effectively preventing the invasion of pathogens and food poisoning. After all, ants that eat toxic food die immediately. Furthermore, this feeding mechanism allows other ants to stay at their posts, with dedicated ants responsible for delivering food. Among humans, mutual feeding is a sign of intimacy. In the harsh natural world, food is one of the most precious things. Offering one's own food is a significant act. The intimate act of feeding between couples is a surface expression of this phenomenon. I give you my best. It's hard to say which category the bug girl's behavior belongs to. She is not feeding the beautiful maiden, but rather preparing to feed her. The taste of the food depends on what she currently has in her stomach. More often, it is the secreted honeydew, a sweet liquid excreted by the insect's sister after feeding on plant buds, tender branches, young leaves, and flowers. She enjoys this and thus stores it in large quantities within her. After long-term observation, the beautiful maiden discovers that the insect's sister is truly remarkable in many ways. The wonderful maiden also finds it incredible. Strictly speaking, the insect's sister belongs to two lives. One is the core that governs behavior, namely the human entity within the exoskeleton. The second is the exoskeleton itself, which is a symbiotic insect that only has instincts and no thoughts. It is probably still an insect. The classification of insects can no longer define their essence. The maiden does have a suitable term to describe it. Strong colonization armor, Kaba, superbiological weapon. The definition of superbiological under the maiden is a life form that transcends ordinary life forms. Ordinary life forms develop various forms to adapt to their environment. Those that fly in the sky, run on the ground, and swim in the water. For survival, they have no choice in evolution. What equipment they receive depends on the whims of fate. Some become rulers, while others end up on the dining table. Those that survive are species extremely suited to their natural environment. They should never be underestimated. Superbiological, on the other hand, develops into a life form that has evolved to the extreme for a specific function, with extreme strategies that prevent them from adapting to the harsh and ever-changing natural environment. From this perspective, the parasitic insect is just that, an ultimate tool life form. Chapter 45. The slug scream Miki, along with Churi and her bug sister, was wandering through the forest. She said she wanted to play with Churi, but didn't know where to go at the moment. Churi suggested several places, all of which Miki rejected. Snack shops, shopping streets, parks, and Hokage Rock, all popular spots for the village children. The snack shop was self-explanatory, and Churi wanted to buy some clothes and toys from the shopping street. Even Churi liked pretty clothes and shiny little accessories. It was obvious she had some motives for dragging Miki along. As for the park, the only things to play on were the swings, seesaws, and sandpits, which were usually occupied by nearby boys playing ninja games during the day, only quieting down around mealtimes. Hokage Rock was the most popular, where many children would go to experience what it felt like to be a Hokage, and the view overlooking the entire village was magnificent. However, the journey was too troublesome, and few people went there. Most would only visit once and not return. But when it came to the scenery of Konoha, Miki thought it was most beautiful in winter. The world was wrapped in silver, pure and flawless. At that time, going to the hot spring street was just perfect. Soaking in the pool was the most relaxing moment of the day. Here for you, Miki said, handing something to Churi. Churi, who had been watching Miki's actions with her Sharingan, was a bit surprised. She had originally planned to weave it herself. A grasshopper made of straw, a little trick. Miki handed another finished one to her bug sister, who naturally put it in her mouth. Miki stared at the moving grasshopper legs outside her bug sister's mask for a while. Churi then happily waved the grasshopper and asked, "Where are we going? To hunt the ferocious beasts in the forest?" "There shouldn't be any ferocious beasts nearby," Miki replied, leading the way. "Yeah, why not? Aren't there many in the forest?" Churi asked. "Ferocious beasts have territories, marked by scent. There won't be a second ferocious beast in a certain range," Miki explained. "The fiercest beast around is chewing on grasshopper. It uses my laboratory as its nest, and my bug sister moves around in this area, which I designated as her grazing zone." "I see. So what should we do? There's no second one in that range?" Churi felt something was off. Ninja games, Miki said. I thought you weren't interested in that. That depends on what kind of game it is, Miki replied. What kind? Shuri asked curiously. Playing with bugs, Miki said. Is that really a ninja game? Shuri didn't understand what was fun about bugs. Some boys particularly liked those mighty beetles, but strangely, they would feel fear towards swarms of small bugs. With questions in mind, Shuri followed Miki into a dim cave. The swarms of flying insects magically parted to make a path as they twisted and turned underground for quite a while. There were many forks in the road. Anyone with a poor sense of direction would have already lost their way. Shuri's eyes brightened. Miki really knew how to play. Just being here felt like a secret ninja base. The boys who played ninja games also had secret bases, but theirs were just shabby sheds built in empty spaces, filled with various junk they had picked up, though it was still quite interesting. Wow! Shuri exclaimed. Did these all come from bugs? Yeah, that's amazing. Don't tell anyone, Miki said. This is our secret. Shuri replied with a smile, reaching out to gently catch a glowing firefly. Don't touch them, Miki warned. Shuri let go. They're poisonous, Miki explained. It's best not to touch anything you see. The prettier it is, the more dangerous it is. Will it kill me? Shuri asked. No, but it will make you very uncomfortable, Miki said. Is this a firefly? A large swarm was flying around, and Shuri looked closely but didn't recognize the bugs. No, not all glowing things are fireflies. Miki, are these your bugs? What are they for? Basically useless, but they look nice, Miki said. They're actually quite ugly in sunlight. Look nice? If they're useless, why keep them? Shuri asked. For decoration, Miki replied. Hee, they do look nice. In the dim cave, surrounded by these flying insects, it felt like being embraced by a sea of blue stars, romantic and dreamy. As they spoke, they reached the end of the passage, revealing a somewhat crowded room in front of Shuri. Welcome to my bug house. For some reason, Miki wanted to say this, and then she did. Wow. Shuri walked into the room, constantly observing. What is this? Shuri pointed to a glass jar. Inside the deep green liquid curled a small animal. Akat, Miki answered. A cat? Shuri asked, puzzled. Do cats have 3 tails? Is it a monster cat? If it doesn't have chakra, it's just an ordinary cat, Miki said. I tried to mutate it a bit, and it ended up dying. Died? That's so sad, Shuri said. As a ninja, you can't be unaccustomed to life and death, Shuri. Miki said. I know, but Shuri's mood sank a bit. You didn't act like this when eating bugs, Miki said. But that's different. The kitten. What's different? Miki asked. A kitten is so cute, right? Shuri looked at Miki, surprised that she understood this. Because it's a bug, it could just die, right? Shuri felt something was off. But the essence of life has no hierarchy. It's all life, all for living, Miki said. So, the death of a cat is no different from the death of a bug. People are the same. Is that so? Shuri felt something was wrong. But Shuri wanted to refute, but couldn't find the words. She couldn't help but glance at the kitten in the jar. The summoning beast of the Uchiha family was basically a ninja cat, so she naturally felt a kinship. Cats are very fierce hunters at the top of the food chain, killers of birds, and can prey on countless animals throughout their lives. Not to mention their hunting habits. They would kill living creatures even if they weren't going to eat them. Instead of pitying this cat, why not pity the cute little animals it has killed? Speaking of which, do you pity it? Miki asked. I don't think it's cute, Shuri said, blinking. Are cats really that fierce? In nature, the most important thing is balance, and then maintaining that balance. Death is a part of that balance. There's no need to feel sad about it. Miki said, come look at this. Shuri walked over upon hearing this. She saw what was in the jar. This it can't be. Shuri's eyes widened. That's right, the slug sage, Miki said. The small slug sage in the jar looked at Miki and gently said, little girl, what do you want to do by catching me? Shuri, have you ever eaten braised slug? In an instant, the slug in the bottle straightened up, and there was an impulse to reverse the spiritual connection back to the wet bone forest. However, there was no chakra left. In other words, you kidnapped the slug sage. Shuri shouted, instantly realizing the seriousness of the situation. That's right, Miki said with some pride. During the exam with Tsunade, she took advantage of the chaos to obtain a part of the slug's body tissue. She picked up the bottle and shook it vigorously. Although it wasn't painful for the slug, it was dizzying. Stop! Stop it! Little girl! The slug screamed. It didn't know whether to complain about being braised or shaken in the bottle. Rare animal, get. But the infection progress is extremely slow. I'll send you one later. No way. Shuri screamed. It's sticky and disgusting. Huh, isn't the slug cute? Not at all. Shuri affirmed. That's because you haven't seen a sea slug. Miki scoffed. Remember what you said today? And don't come begging me later. Miki shook the bottle again. The slug screamed. Chapter 46. Meiji is a devil. There is no doubt that the slug is a chakra creature, and it is one of the rarest sage chakra creatures. Based on this template, a series of rare insect species can be established to enrich Meiji's tool set. The main function is still in medical assistance. It has a particularly unique ability that is not very eye-catching. It is not its characteristic medical ninjutsu, but rather the inconspicuous chakra wireless transmission. First, it is essential to clarify that chakra requires contact for transmission, meaning there must be a conductor. The conductor can be chakra itself. A typical example is the chakra thread, which theoretically can extend infinitely if there is enough chakra. For instance, the golden wheel rebirth explosion can strike the moon. Common chakra conductors are naturally life itself. All techniques fundamentally rely on this characteristic. Released ninjutsu cannot appear at a location several kilometers away. Even if it does appear several kilometers away, it has a trajectory of movement. Without obstacles in the way, the great fireball can indeed fly that far. The slug's infinite transmission allows one slug to transmit chakra to another slug out of thin air, crossing vast distances in between. Whether it involves spatial time applications, quantum entanglement phenomena, or simply a concealed air chakra conduction route, this effect is sufficient for Meiji. Remote transmission of chakra brings to mind what? The wireless energy transmission grid is its basic manifestation, and the main point is that it can use this as a node to expand the operational range of Meiji's insect swarm. Meiji has already thought of a name for the child, the insect swarm lord. She's just waiting for the slug to submit. Don't come over. The clever and docile slug screamed as Meiji twisted the bottle cap open. Are you hungry? I'll feed you. The slug's physical characteristics make it hard to harm, making it difficult even for the slug to die. If possible, the small slug sage would want to crash into the glass to die. Don't come over. I'm not a devil. Be good, be good. Saying this, Meiji tossed a pile of nutritious meat worms inside. Zhili watched intently from the side. The slug seemed to have never seen food before. After hesitating for a while, the slug tearfully ate several large pieces. It needed chakra to perform ninjutsu to return home or establish contact with its body. Otherwise, its body would think it was cooked and would never suspect it was kidnapped. Therefore, it needed life energy to be converted into chakra. However, the next moment, a large pile of black parasitic worms at the bottom of the bottle erupted, forcefully pushing her down and greedily sucking her chakra. She couldn't even secrete slime now. She had no strength left. She began to cry. How could she, a dignified slug sage, ever suffer such bullying? Really, not a drop left. Zhili couldn't bear to look away. So scary, Meiji. Meiji said, it's just to prevent her from escaping. Without sealing techniques, I can only use this rudimentary, physical sealing method. So this is called sealing? Zhili muttered. Isn't a confinement? Meiji, will we really not be discovered? Zhili felt a bit uneasy about doing something wrong. Don't worry, if we were discovered, Tsunade would have rushed over. Look at her silly face. Has she found anything? Meiji said nonchalantly. Besides, if we get discovered, we can just return her. It seems so. Zhili breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the kind Zhili pity her, the dignified little slug sage felt as if she had grasped a life-saving straw. Save me, kind little Uchiha girl. Meiji's gaze subtly focused on the slug. Gradually, the slug's voice weakened. Sorry, I can't. After Zhili refused, she thought for a moment and said seriously, there's food and drink, this is pretty good. Wah. The little slug sage cried stormily. Pretending to be pitiful is useless. You are a well-known fierce beast in the ninja world. Don't embarrass everyone. Meiji said, placing the slug on the table. Then make that guy stay away from me. The slug screamed. Zhili was puzzled. She has been drooling over me. Meiji and Zhili turned to look at the insect sister. Drool dripped like a waterfall from beneath the mask. The insect sister's gaze was one of trust in Meiji. So, this one is very tasty, right? Looking at the little slug sage's gaze, it became subtle. Under Meiji's scrutiny, the slug trembled. After a while, Meiji sighed, what a pity it's a talking species. If it couldn't talk, I could just eat it. Wipe off the drool. This one can't be eaten. Meiji instructed the insect sister. The insect sister obediently wiped off the drool. Zhili curiously asked, can't eat it? Aren't all of them edible? She was a bit curious about the taste. After eating bugs, she felt there was nothing that couldn't be eaten. It should be very hard to eat, not in terms of taste, but physically hard to eat. With your appetite, you can't digest a slug sage. Upon hearing this, the slug sage breathed a huge sigh of relief. Right, I can't be digested. It's just gastric acid. She thought to blame that guy's stance for being too scary for the slug. The slug glanced at the insect sister, vaguely feeling that she might be able to eat her. Meiji looked at the slug, sensing that she was probably thinking about something. Can the insect sister eat? Zhili asked curiously. Yes, she can eat. And why? Zhili inquired. She can eat anything. If she eats something and has a stomach ache, she'll just roll around on the ground for a while. Meiji said, Isn't that basically not edible? Zhili, the physical constitution between people is different. Don't mind her. Meiji replied. The insect sister is a symbiotic entity of 2 lives, but is, in reality, a symbiotic entity of 3 lives. Among them, the insect sister's body contains a nest of parasitic worms. After Meiji added the parasitic worms to her, she has now reached her complete form. This has led her to have 3 digestive systems and 3 stomachs. One stomach is a storage stomach, also known as a public stomach. Its function is self-evident. One stomach is a sorting stomach, which is used to pick out useless things, such as dirt that the body cannot absorb. The last stomach is the real digestive stomach. The insect's sister is a special mutated form of the parasitic worm and naturally possesses the basic ability to absorb chakra. However, her chakra absorption is a bit more violent. It is a reaction that occurs within the digestive stomach. When encountering tough bones, it directly extracts life energy. The digestive ability is exceedingly strong. Come over here, Meiji said to Zhili. The two approached a nearby area. Zhili looked at the things within Meiji's gaze. A group of meatworms, all squirming in a large basin, were constantly moving around and eating. What is this? You've eaten it before. The larvae of silkworm moths. Oh, they're babies. Zhili asked, can they be eaten? People will grow up. Zhili exclaimed. They can be eaten. Meiji affirmed today. The ninja game we're playing is called extracting silk and peeling cocoon. Meiji presented a basin of snow-white silkworm pupae. And what kind of ninja game is this? In my impression, the ninja games boys play are more like hide and seek. It's also quite good for exercising. Of course, making ninja tools counts as a ninja game, Miki said, handing a large basin to Yuri. This kind of delicate work can't be helped by the bugs. Miki needs to supervise the whole time, so it's better to roll up her sleeves and do it herself. That's why Yuri looked bewildered at the basin in her hands. What am I supposed to do? It's simple, just pull out the silk. This, the clever Yuri said. Are you sure you're not just making me do it for free? Don't say that out loud. Let's keep some face between friends, Miki replied. Miki, you're a devil. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 47 Family gathering. Miki and Yuri busied themselves, mainly directing Yuri to fetch water and boil silkworm pupae. The water source was a dark river dug by worms, and it wasn't suitable to start a fire underground, unless one wanted to risk fainting from lack of oxygen. Therefore, they used flame bugs to surround the pot to heat the silkworms. Before long, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Yuri, sweating from the effort, sniffed his small nose. It smells so good. What do we do next? Yuri asked. It's very simple, Miki said, picking up a thin wooden stick and stirring the pot a few times. The softened silk threads naturally wrapped around the stick. Then, following Miki, she wound the silk thread onto a homemade small silk reeling machine. It was hand-cranked wooden and very rudimentary. This process is called sericulture. Yuri watched with curiosity. Is this all we need? Miki said, shaking the handle, and the roller spun rapidly, extracting the silk. How amazing. You try it. Miki stepped aside to let Yuri have a go. Wow. Yuri shook the handle and said, this is quite fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Miki said, starting to boil the next batch. The pot wasn't enough, so they had to switch it out. Yuri stood there, shaking, his eyes fixed on the pure, white silk threads. What are these used for? They have many uses, mainly for making clothes. Miki said, you don't have to spend money to buy them. You can make your own. Hey, can you make clothes? That's impressive. Yuri shook the handle, his eyes filled with anticipation. I can't. How can I make clothes? Just being able to extract silk is a big deal. Yuri wondered how to make clothes. Yumi can. Miki said. Yumi is a skilled woman. When Miki was little, all her small shoes, socks, and clothes were made by Yumi, including the one she was wearing now. Oh, Yuri asked while extracting silk. Will this clothing be very beautiful? Not really, because it hasn't been dyed. Miki said. It feels very comfortable to wear. Biological protein silk can serve as a second layer of skin and has certain health benefits. That sounds impressive. Yuri said. Not really. Miki shook her head. The expensive high-quality goods in stores have similar functions. They're also biological silk, which is natural fiber. Wouldn't it be better to just buy it? Yuri asked curiously. It's a bit complicated to explain. It's better if I show you directly. Miki took a piece of silk and cut it with a knife. It wouldn't cut. Yuri opened his mouth in surprise. You're strong. You try cutting it. Miki handed the knife to Yuri, and after taking it, Yuri struck down. Still, it wouldn't cut. Is this steel wire? Yuri exclaimed. How can it be uncuttable? It's scientifically named biological steel, with a strength 5 to 6 times greater than that of steel, excellent chakra conductivity, and is soft and lightweight. So that means, Yuri exclaimed, once it's made into clothes, it's like wearing armor, right? But you have a high-grade one. Miki glanced at Yuri and said, that's true. But at low temperatures, it can also be made into fireproof coatings. How impressive. Yuri said, this must be very expensive, right? It depends on my mood. Miki replied, stop chatting and get to work. Oh. After responding, Yuri shook the handle vigorously. Don't worry about breaking it. Use as much force as you can. Hurry up. Miki said. Oh. Yuri shook it with all his might. The silk reeling machine made a whooshing sound. Time passed unknowingly. And before they knew it, it was evening. When they finished, Yuri still felt a bit reluctant to stop. He and Miki each carried a pot of boiled silkworms and ate until they were full. The fragrant, sweet herbal aroma lingered in their memories. More of it went into the stomachs of the Bug sisters. The three of them walked home together, agreeing to continue tomorrow when they parted. On the way, Yuri was very happy. Today was especially joyful. Making ninja tools was interesting, and he looked forward to the new clothes he would wear in the future. Miki said she would give him a beautiful ninja outfit. He took out a grasshopper from his pocket and held it in his hand, humming a tune and skipping happily back home, until his good mood abruptly ended in an instant. With two muffled sounds, a shuriken flew in. Yuri didn't T-dodge because it wasn't aimed at his vital spots. The shuriken grazed Yuri's ear and was forcefully embedded in the door of his house. Yuri didn't look back. His eyes instantly turned blood red. The tomo in his eyes slowly rotated. This is truly excellent shuriken technique. It accurately grazed the target without harming it at all. It was on par with his level from a year ago. Moreover, it had the flair of the Uchiha. Uchiha shuriken technique. Yuri looked up slowly and gazed ahead. On the rooftop of a residence, a ninja looked down at him under the moonlight. I thought you were scared, silly. This guy has some skill managing to find my location. Because the shuriken was shot from behind, most ninjas would usually turn around instantly. This was his common ambush tactic. It had never failed him. The tomo in Yuri's eyes rotated and then disappeared, and he didn't say a word. Uchiha Yuri, I've been waiting for you. The newcomer said proudly, tonight at 9 o'clock at the Naga Shrine, there will be a family gathering. Don't be late. Yuri didn't like this guy and stared at him expressionlessly, uninterested in talking. Are you mute? The Uchiha ninja laughed. The Uchiha are really getting more and more degenerate. Even kids like you can attend family gatherings. It's annoying. Forget it. I've already delivered the message. Don't be stubborn and not show up. It will end badly for you. After saying that, the ninja disappeared in a puff of smoke. Yuri silently stepped forward and pulled the shuriken out of the door. A family gathering. I can't shake the feeling that something bad will happen. After entering the house and tidying up a bit, carefully storing the grasshopper, Yuri set off towards the Naga Shrine. Along the way, he occasionally saw adults from his clan. Yuri walked among them with his head down. Upon arriving at the shrine, he found a corner position to sit down. As time went on, people gradually gathered. There were many people, a sea of heads, all skilled members of the clan. When an elderly man entered, the venue fell into a solemn silence. The main topic began. As per tradition, if anyone had something to say, feel free to speak. Clan leader, let us go. We can't stay in this village any longer. An Uchiha stood up, his expression furious. At the moment he spoke, Yuri's pupils shrank sharply. Leave? Where can we go? No way. You bastard. Are you suggesting we run away? Are you telling us to flee with our tails between our legs? Cowardly and foolish. Konoha is our Konoha. It was established by the Uchiha. Why should we run away? Why should we escape? In the crowd, the old man glanced at the two, his eyes lowered, his expression calm, non-committal. You are the bastard. People will die. Do you understand? People will die. You cowardly guy. If you want to leave, take your wife and children and go. Don't carry the Uchiha name. Don't open your eyes. Don't be a ninja. Bastard. Listening to the heated argument between the two adults, Yuri in the corner tightly clenched the hem of his clothes. He didn't quite understand the anger of his clansmen, but he was deeply shaken tonight. Chapter 48. Only we Uchiha will suffer. The village has never regarded us Uchiha as ninjas of the village. It's been 15 years, and the Hokage has become the third generation, all Senju people. And now, 15 years later, the Hokage will still be a Senju, that detestable little brat. Senju Tsunade. Everyone in Konoha knows. She will be the fourth Hokage. What about the Uchiha? What about the Uchiha? Haven't we shed blood for Konoha? Haven't we shed tears for Konoha? Why can't the Uchiha? We are crying. Our Uchiha brethren are crying in the Konoha Heroes Cemetery. What did we exchange our lives for? Suspicion, exclusion, suppression, insult, insulting the glory of our Uchiha. It was us Uchiha who established Konoha. The whole village only sees us Uchiha as outsiders. Ridiculous to the extreme. Once this impassioned Uchiha finished speaking, many Uchiha present at the gathering excitedly echoed his sentiments. The village is unfair to the Uchiha. Gili felt a bit of this core issue. So what should be done? Of course, we must rely on strength to reclaim the honor of our clan. Isn't the Hokage determined by who is stronger? Fight the Senju folks. They say it's an alliance, but they have been using us for so many years. Just a mere Tsunade. When she's dead, who will push her to be Hokage? Tsunade is not the problem. It's the current Hokage, the third Hokage. Unless he is overthrown, the Uchiha will never have a chance. There will always be the next Tsunade, and that traitor Kagami. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, pairs of blood-red Sharingan patterns fixed their gaze on a young man in the crowd. The cold, indifferent stares pierced the young man, but he remained unmoved. His expression still gentle. Why is that guy Kagami here in this situation? One person stood up, drawing his sword and pointing it directly at the kneeling Uchiha Kagami. Sneering, Kagami, to prevent you from leaking information, please die here. Stop. Kagami is our only bridge to communicate with the Hokage. Are you going to ruin our years of effort? An elder Uchiha said angrily. You little brat, what are you afraid of? Even if Kagami tells the third Hokage about today's events, what of it? Have we Uchiha ever been afraid? Another elder said, looking at Kagami and adding, Kagami, you must convey everything that happened today to that little brat of the third Hokage. Let him know that the Uchiha's patience has limits. Eagle elder. Kagami slightly bowed and said, I understand. I will convey everyone's thoughts. Oomph. The eagle elder snorted coldly, dismissing the matter. After surveying the entire room, the elder said coldly, you all are so unaware of the sky and earth. With this time, you might as well practice more. Do you think you are already strong enough? Is the Uchiha strong enough? Do you think we can fight anyone right now? That old guy Sarutobi is still alive. That Hinata Tenin is not dead. The oil woman and the 3 insects are still alive. That old guy from the Kurama clan hasn't given up his last breath. That woman from the Uzumaki clan can still live a long time. Right now, these guys are all standing behind that little brat of Nijon. If it weren't for Madara and Hashirama's overwhelming power back then, do you think they would join Konoha? But since they joined Konoha, who doesn't want to be Hokage? Anyone can, but also no one can. Be patient. Wait until we die. Then it will be your era. Summarizing the speech, the meaning is clear. We can't win. In this Konoha, in the end, it's all about strength. You little brats. Yes. In the following family meeting, the topic gradually shifted to daily, trivial matters. And after more than 3 long hours, it was close to midnight. The clan members gradually began to leave. When Gili was about to leave, someone called out to him. It was the clan leader Grandpa, who had only said one sentence at the beginning and had not spoken since. He maintained an indifferent expression throughout, as if he were just sipping tea and watching a show. Gili remembered him as the leader who split from the legendary Uchiha Madara and led the clan to stay in Konoha. Her father had told her to respect him. Gili, stay behind. Grandpa has something to say to you. Yes, clan leader Grandpa. As the people gradually left, only a few remained. One was the Eagle Elder, accompanied by a 5 or 6-year-old boy, and another elder who was usually kind. Gili saw the big brother, named Uchiha Kagami, quietly stand behind the elder, helping him up. They were leaving too. Gili did not move. The big brother, named Kagami, smiled kindly at her as he left. The elder named Eagle intentionally stopped in front of Gili. The curious little boy looked at Gili. Created from nothing. Gili, you little brat. A momentary trick can't last a lifetime. The Uchiha should have the appearance of the Uchiha. Those eyes of yours are your true strength. Gili lowered her head and did not respond. The elder, seeing this, did not say more to her. Kana, remember, this little brat is the target you must surpass for your entire life. Upon hearing this, the little boy looked at Gili with fierce eyes. It wasn't harmful, but it had a bit of momentum. Yes, Grandpa. Then, the grandfather and grandson left Gili's side. When only the 2 of them were left, the elder said, Gili, come here. Yes. Gili stood up and walked forward, sitting opposite the elder. Let me see your eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Gili opened her Sharingan. In that instant, the elder almost jumped up in surprise. 3 Tomo. They quietly rotated in Gili's eye sockets. When did this happen? Just now, when the clan members were arguing. You are too kind, Gili. You were just one step away, a cruel step. Looking at your eyes. After a moment of silence, the elder said, "Do you know, in my life, I have made 3 mistakes." Without waiting for Ji Li to respond, the elder continued. The first, I thought Madara could lead the Uchiha to victory and completely destroy the Senju clan. The second, I thought that after Madara left, Konoha would recognize us Uchiha and truly become a part of Konoha. The third, I thought that the heirs of various ninja clans would be carefully taught by their clans, while those who went to the ninja school were all abandoned waste. Therefore, I misjudged your talent, and your talent is not inferior to Madara's. Unfortunately, you have no siblings. Ji Li did not understand what the elder meant by siblings. She just listened quietly. In the future era, the strongest among the Uchiha will undoubtedly be you, surpassing even Kagami. If it were you, would you be able to lead the Uchiha to find a new path? I am old, I can't see it anymore. But I'm hopeful. I hope the Uchiha can continue to survive. I heard you became Lord Mito's disciple? Yes. Ji Li confirmed the elder's information. Very good. Be a satisfactory and excellent disciple for Lord Mito. This is her kindness towards the Uchiha. You must repay it well. Yes. Lastly, Ji Li, being gentle and kind is a good thing, but when necessary, do not hesitate. Even if it is a clan member. If they stand in the way of the Uchiha survival, then cut them down with your sword. Patriarch Grandpa, I have grown old and no longer have the strength to stop foolish clansmen, just like I couldn't stop Madara back then. But you can stop them. Don't let me down. Yes. In the end, don't hold too much affection for Kagaya. It will only bring us Uchiha pain. This is advice. Sure, Sui doesn't understand, but the old man is reluctant to say more. Meanwhile, the old man gazes longingly into the distance. Is it the 4th Hokage Tsunade, the child he has met? She is a kind child, like Hashirama, unlike Tobirama. If it is her, what will the future look like? Chapter 49, let's go. The next day, when Meiji saw Chiri, she sensed Chiri's low spirits. It didn't seem like she hadn't slept well. It was just simple worries. Meiji didn't ask too much, as she could guess with her intuition that a kid at this age wouldn't be troubled by love-related issues. 80% sure. Meiji could confirm it was family-related troubles. However, since Chiri hadn't come to her to discuss it, she didn't bother to pry. The two of them headed to the Senju clan's territory, where Hinata had already arrived early. Besides her, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were also present. It felt like a social gathering, which Meiji found most annoying. "You're late, Meiji," Mito lightly scolded. Just in time, Meiji replied. "Is that so?" Mito said, "You shouldn't have the bad habit of arriving right on the dot. Ninjas must be punctual and also prepare in advance." "What's it to you? What are we doing today, Mito?" You should at least show some respect and fear me," Mito said, holding her forehead. "Isn't it good? Doesn't he that prove you're friendly and not scary at all?" Meiji said. Mito laughed heartily, showing her white teeth. "You have a sweet mouth. This time I'll forgive you." Tsunade watched the interaction between Meiji and her grandmother, grinding her teeth in frustration. Love? It's been taken away. Hinata thought that Meiji's ability to say whatever came to her mind was something she could never learn, feeling a bit envious. "Today is for a field trip. But I want to be going." "You all go have fun," Mito said. "And the 3rd Hokage isn't here either." Meiji smirked under her mask. This method of fostering connections really was simple, but effective. "Then we're off," Meiji said, taking the lead and seizing control immediately. Tsunade opened her mouth, but found she had nothing to say. "Not going? What joke? Going? What a joke." She felt quite conflicted. "Wait," Mito called out to Meiji and asked, "Did you read the book I gave you yesterday?" "Huh. Didn't you say we could take a day off to have fun?" Upon hearing this, Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief. "I read it," Meiji replied. "Yeah, I've read it," Chiri added. Hinata turned to the two in disbelief. "You're kidding, right? I clearly saw you two running off to play yesterday. When did you have time to read the book?" Seeing Mito's gaze on her, Hinata lowered her head in embarrassment. "Really? I'll be checking," Mito said suspiciously. "Now, go ahead," Meiji said, noting that she had indeed started reading as soon as she got home yesterday. While she couldn't recite it all, she had a general impression of it. It was difficult, but still within an acceptable range. It was the kind of thing that could be mastered with long-term study. She was quite familiar with rote memorization. "I've memorized everything," Chiri chimed in innocently. Meiji, Mito, and Hinata all looked at Chiri. Chiri hesitantly asked, "Did I say something wrong?" "Not at all," Mito said while looking at Chiri. "Good, it just exceeded my expectations. How long did I memorize it when I was a kid?" She then looked at Tsunade. This child remembers. She was sleeping soundly the first time she read it. Tsunade looked bewildered. Mito turned expectantly to Meiji and asked, "What about you? If you're all this smart, It would save a lot of trouble. Isn't there a rule that teachers can't slack off? Impossible. I can't remember. It's not going to happen. Meiji said straightforwardly, I'm really dumb. You'd better be psychologically prepared. Is that so? Mito was somewhat skeptical, thinking this child must be being modest. Hinata let out a huge sigh of relief upon hearing this. Absolutely true, Meiji replied seriously, giving Mito a heads up to watch her blood pressure. All right, everyone go out and play. The days ahead won't be this easy, Mito said. The 6 little ones exchanged glances, and by the time they turned back, Mito had already disappeared. They suddenly didn't know where to go to have fun. If they disbanded on the spot, Mito wouldn't possibly be unaware. Tsunade had a good grasp of her grandmother's capabilities. Meiji had an even better understanding. They couldn't run away, so they could only play along. As the leaders of the 2 classes, it was natural for them to split into 2 small groups, standing opposite each other. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Hinata obediently stood behind Meiji, instantly feeling at ease. If the sky were to fall, this monster in front would take the brunt of it. Upon reflection, it felt pretty good. Bug girl, Tsunade said, crossing her arms and shouting fiercely. Are we going to fight again? Hinata nervously placed her hand on her blade. Where do you want to go, big forehead? Meiji asked. Me? Let me think. How about the shopping district? Tsunade suggested, seeking Meiji's opinion. Sound good. Let us go. Meiji didn't reject Tsunade's suggestion. Her thought was simply that as long as Tsunade was happy, it was fine. Great. Tsunade cheered upon hearing Meiji's agreement. I'm out of money, Jiraiya said weakly. Don't worry, pervert Jiraiya, Tsunade said exuberantly. Today, it's on me. You too, bug girl. Pick whatever you want and be grateful to me. Tsunade said proudly. The landlord's silly daughter has come out. Chiri observed with a hint of subtlety, feeling the distant echo of the slug's sage's voice. Thank you so much for the princess's generosity. I will remember it for a lifetime, Meiji said politely. Hinata felt that Meiji was quite polite, showing the dignity of a big family. If it weren't for the words big forehead. Damn it, I've already tolerated you once. Bug girl, are you looking for trouble? As soon as the words fell, Tsunade started rolling up her sleeves. Jiraiya, quick on his feet, rushed over to hug Tsunade and shouted desperately, Orochimaru, why are you just watching? Hurry up and hold Tsunade down. There are too many of them. We can't win. That is not necessarily true, Orochimaru said with a hint of arrogance. You idiot. Tsunade might be fine, but we're going to be in big trouble. You stupid Orochimaru. Just you, Orochimaru coldly remarked, the bottom of the barrel. Rather, he was somewhat looking forward to the fight. You idiot. Calm down, Tsunade. I don't want to die yet. Jiraiya, let go. Tsunade gritted her teeth and said, stop embarrassing yourself. You promised me first. Don't act impulsively. Jiraiya dared not let go. Meanwhile, Meiji, Chiri, and Hinata watched this scene with great interest. Such good feelings, Chiri said softly. Hinata nodded in agreement. Let go. With a loud shout from Tsunade, a punch landed directly on Jiraiya's head. After a mournful cry, Jiraiya squatted down, clutching his head and trembling. So fragrant. No, Weichi. So soft. No, it really hurts. Tsunade glared fiercely at Meiji. Meiji returned her gaze politely. After a while, Tsunade gritted her teeth and huffed. This time, I'll let you off. I'll let you off first this time, Meiji replied. Tsunade's forehead twitched. Let us go. Depart. After a furious shout, Tsunade turned around and walked away. Chapter 50. Spending your own money brings peace of mind. A group of little ninjas walked down the shopping street, and people along the way greeted Tsunade with warmth and affection. In Konoha, Princess Tsunade is a well-known figure, recognized by almost everyone in the village, and she is very popular. Even commoners know that the princess is the next 4th Hokage, a certainty. The current 3rd Hokage is just a placeholder. Tsunade is quite popular. Chiri whispered. No, it's the money that is popular, the walking cash cow, Miki replied. Hinata and Chiri looked puzzled. Once the goods are in Tsunade's hands, the Senju clan will deliver the money, Miki said. Tsunade doesn't bargain. How could she not be popular? Is that so? Chiri asked in surprise, saying, don't they tell her about this? Buying popularity with money, Miki said. It's a cheap deal. Some people want to buy and can't even get it. So, Tsunade isn't losing out, right? Chiri began to understand a bit. Exactly, Miki nodded. Let me tell you a little secret. If you're short on money, you can go to Tsunade to gamble. She'll be very happy about it. Hey, what are you whispering about? After finally escaping the crowd, Tsunade turned around to look at the 3 behind her, fiercely placing her hands on her hips and demanding, what are you looking at? Hurry up and tell me. Not yet, Miki said. You. Tsunade was a bit annoyed. So far, she hadn't spent a single cent Jiraiya wanted to, but she wouldn't let him. He felt uncomfortable thinking about how this money wasn't being spent by Miki. Miki had a lot of things she wanted to buy, but she didn't need to spend a child's money. Besides, she had another purpose for coming to the shopping street. How about we go play a couple rounds? Miki suggested. What do you mean? Tsunade's eyes lit up immediately. Just as you think. Miki pointed to a shop. It wouldn't be. Tsunade suddenly turned her head to look at the casino sign. You brought money, right? Miki asked. Hinata hesitated for a moment and nodded. Orochimaru coldly nodded. Jiraiya shook his head frantically. You can owe if you don't have money, Jiraiya. Miki said, I'll lend you some. Saying this, Miki pulled out some money and unceremoniously stuffed it into Jiraiya's hands. Then, Bug Girl, let us settle this at the gambling table. Seeing everyone agree to go to her favorite casino, Tsunade was very excited and took the lead. Miki followed, turning to Jiraiya, who was still hesitating, and said, Aren't you coming? Don't regret it. As she spoke, a swarm of bugs crawled onto Miki's mask, and she turned to leave. Jiraiya swallowed hard. After struggling internally for a while, he stepped forward to catch up with the others. In a real casino, a novice's luck is unreliable. If you win, fate has already set the price for the gifts in advance. 5 hours later, outside the casino, everyone came out. For a moment, their states varied. Orochimaru's face was colder, with his lips twitching occasionally. Glancing at Miki, he secretly thought, if I gamble again, I'm a dog. He was secretly calculating how long he could eat instant noodles this month. Miki stood at the casino entrance, counting her gains as if no one was around, saying, Don't mind, the money hasn't disappeared. It's just been transferred. Look, we can still go shopping and have fun. Don't worry, I'll pay. This is a tradition at the gambling table. The winner treats. Ah, indeed, spending your own earned money brings peace of mind. Miki nodded in satisfaction. At her feet, Tsunade knelt down with her hands on the ground, feeling like she could never lift her head again, her mind echoing only 2 words. Lost it. But next to her, there was someone even more miserable. Jiraiya was squatting on the ground with his arms around his knees, feeling especially cold in the summer, shivering all over. Jiraiya, it's 600,000 your debt. Don't worry. Once you become a ninja, you can earn it back with 3 B-rank missions. Considering the future inflation, charging a little interest isn't unreasonable. Let us say 6% interest. Compared to those charging 10%, it's quite merciful. Jiraiya shivered even more. 300 Ryo is already enough for a round trip on the shopping street. It's easy to imagine what a huge amount that is. But who told him to want to be a hero and help Tsunade win it back? Thinking of this, Jiraiya slapped himself twice on the face. But being close to Tsunade, he didn't know whether he won or lost. Chiri felt a bit sorry watching the trio. Miki didn't let her play. Just watching from the side made her heart race. Gambling is really scary. She definitely wouldn't come. Meanwhile, Hinata was patting her little chest, looking relieved to be alive after the disaster. I lost, but not by much. Just consider it money spent on lessons. Are you up now, big forehead? Aren't we playing? Tsunade got up, fiercely saying, Treat me to a meal. Eating only costs a little money. Come on, pick what you like. Miki chuckled. Don't be modest. Choose the expensive ones. Konoha doesn't have those high-end restaurants. Damn it, Tsunade mumbled, keeping up with Miki's footsteps. Thinking that they had played cards, so they were gambling friends now, and she would eat Miki alive. Unlike her usual anger, Tsunade felt pain. Thus, her appetite was a bit large. The late lunch was enjoyed by everyone, filled with happiness and joy. Bug Girl, I want to eat this. Bug Girl, I want to eat that. Bug Girl, I want all of this. Bug Girl. By the time Tsunade came running with her hands full of skewers, Miki sighed. Look how happy the child is. Here, for you, take this money. Miki pulled out a handful of money, stuffing it into Tsunade's pocket without counting. Tsunade looked at the money in her pocket with a complicated expression, feeling a bit bittersweet. Sniffling, she held back the tears swirling in her eyes, proudly lifted her head, and huffed. You're quite the smart one. Don't overeat. Miki said with a double meaning. I have a big appetite. Tsunade didn't catch on, saying, Are you scared? I'll earn the money back. That's impossible. Mito gave a full 1 million. No matter how much you eat, it won't even be 1,000 Ryo. As long as you're happy, Miki said with consideration, adjusting Tsunade's collar. Tsunade stood frozen in place. But she didn't dodge. This idiot didn't notice the provocation. Miki couldn't help but lose interest and lowered her hand. If Tsunade exploded and swatted it away, Miki would be excited. Is that it? Boring. Damn it. With that, Tsunade ran off. She could still keep eating. As they strolled and ate, they unknowingly arrived at Miki's destination. Konoha's famous weapon shop, Mantion Hall. They weren't here to buy. They were here to sell. Miki walked into the shop, while Tsunade had already run far ahead, with Jiraiya following behind. Compared to asking Miki for money, it was easier to talk to Tsunade. Greetings. Little ninjas, what would you like to buy? The village kids all addressed the boss this way. Even a kunai is worth money. The success rate can soar. Miki scanned the surroundings. The stock was abundant, and the prices were high. She and T come to the wrong place. We're not here to buy. We're here to sell, Miki said, looking at the boss. The boss was taken aback. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Kids from the village would come to sell scrap metal for snacks. I often exchange my dad's eating utensils for money. All right, little ninja, may I ask what you're selling? Chapter 51. Full score home. Miki took out a ball of yarn. It was white, undyed, even though she had dye available. The Konoha forest was home to many rare plants and animals, not just those found on Earth, but also those that were not present on Earth. Miki spent a lot of time searching for these little creatures, conducting carpet-like searches with her swarm of insects over and over again. Among them, there was an insect that produced a natural dye in 3 primary colors: red, green, and blue. On Earth, it is called cochineal, a non-irritating natural biological dye that can be widely used in food, pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and more. Miki was unsure of the functions of many other organisms and needed to observe their living conditions carefully. Originally, this type of insect was Miki's secret weapon for making money. But now there were better alternatives. Compared to the large-scale farming and industrialization of cochineal for global sales, Miki preferred to make a quick profit in the short term and did not want to waste extra energy on business. More money was meaningless to Miki, even though she was currently short on cash. Little ninja, you could try the clothing store next door, said the boss, looking a bit troubled. Aren't you going to have a look, boss? The boss hesitated and replied, please, little ninja. Miki drew her sword, pulled out the yarn, and forcefully slashed at a thin silk thread. Seeing this, the boss exclaimed this. Meanwhile, Orochimaru watched with great interest. What is this? How did you do that? The boss, who had some knowledge of valuable items, asked repeatedly, is it steel wire? He then grabbed the ball of yarn. So soft. This texture is not steel wire. Biological steel, Miki explained. Simply put, you can understand it as silk produced by insects. Unlike the synthetic biological steel on Earth, what my insects produce is the finished biological steel. Insects? Where do these insects come from? The boss inquired directly. It's a secret passed down from the oil woman's family. Miki replied coldly. Do you want to try your luck? I'm very sorry. The boss hurriedly said. That is not what I meant. Ninja-sama, is this unique to you? That's right, Miki affirmed. You can publicly claim that this is the silk sold on consignment by the oil woman. If it's made into clothing, the boss murmured, then glanced at the ninjutsu tools filling his shop, his expression turning a bit grim, cold sweat breaking out. Lady Insect, how do you plan to sell this? 1 ball for 10 million, Miki stated. As for how you sell it, that's not my concern. This ball? 1 pound 2 ounces, Miki added. I forgot to tell you, this specially made silk can conduct chakra. What does that mean? The boss asked. If you ask a regular ninja to spread chakra all over their body to form armor, they can't do it. But if you just let them input chakra, and the chakra is transmitted along the thread to form armor, they can do it. Miki's secret technique, the iron armor pupa dance, utilizes this property, the chakra conductivity of the insect's silk. The boss hissed, continuously sizing up the ball of yarn, muttering to himself. The thread is a bit thin. An adult's clothing requires about 3 pounds, over 30 million, a bit expensive. An S-class mission starts at 1 million, with no upper limit. At the very least, 30 million would require 30 S-class missions. Can be cheaper? Lady Insect, ordinary ninjas can't afford it. Who said you're selling to ninjas? Miki replied. Ninja clans. Nobility, there is plenty of money. Lady Insect, this kind of silk must be in short supply, right? That is correct, Miki said. It depends on my mood. Zili, standing by, clicked her tongue, wondering how it came to be. Didn't she know? There were piles of them in the cave, all from her work. She never expected to sell them for such a high price. Hearing this, the boss pondered for a moment and said, Lady Insect, I'll take the goods. But the money will take some time to prepare. I'll leave the goods here, and I'll come back for the money in a few days. With that, Miki left the full score hall. Once outside, Hinata felt a bit unreal. So much money. She was used to living off her clan's monthly allowance. It wasn't much, but it was enough. She had never seen such a large sum before. Indeed, Miki is amazing. Orochimaru was more interested in the ball of yarn. He walked up to Miki and asked, Biological steel, what is that? How did you do it? You have a lot, right? Miki looked at Orochimaru. Facing Miki's mask, Orochimaru showed a stiff smile. One must have the right attitude when asking for help. He was just cold, not foolish. Are you very interested? Miki asked. Yes, Orochimaru replied. I'm very interested. Miki indeed wanted to make use of Orochimaru's clever mind, but not the current Orochimaru, although she could teach him some foundational knowledge. She also had to learn herself, and didn't have that kind of spare time. So, she decided to let him grow wildly on his own and come to reap the benefits later. Orochimaru-kun, right? Orochimaru replied. Don't let poor kids study biology, Orochimaru-kun. Miki said. Otherwise, even if I tell you, you won't be able to do it. Orochimaru was stimulated. He had thought about being rejected, but never expected it to be for this reason. Don't study, okay? Miki continued. After you learn, it will be useless, and you might end up begging on the street. To be honest, Orochimaru did not have the convenient conditions Miki had. If he wanted some experimental materials, he had to think of ways to get them. He spent almost no money and made do. Currently, the best outcome for Orochimaru was to work hard for nothing and still have to pay for living expenses. Producing results? Impossible. Accumulating some experience would be considered a lucky thing. Orochimaru fell silent, feeling stimulated. He thought that, with his intelligence, nothing was impossible. Even Sarutobi-sensei said he was a genius. Even if you were a little stronger than me, I won't lose in this area. Biology. Orochimaru licked his lips. Don't study, okay? Miki said, watching Orochimaru's face. She smelled the passionate scent of youth in the air, reminiscent of the saying, don't underestimate the poor. She nodded in satisfaction. Just let him mess around for now. Who knows what might happen? It wasn't impossible. You guys, where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere. On the street, Tsunade rushed in front of Miki, glaring at her. Miki looked up at the sky and said, that's it for today. Huh? Tsunade exclaimed. Disbanded. Miki stated. Disbanded? Tsunade was a bit reluctant to end. But Miki had plenty to do. Aren't you going to study? Aren't you going to practice your sword? Aren't you going to do basic physical training? Aren't you going to continue your experiments? Aren't you going to finish the insect nest? Don't you need time to track and observe the dynamics of rare species? Do you still want to sleep? Not everyone has the leisure like you, Tsunade. Without giving any chance, Miki decisively turned and left. Ah, damn insect girl. Looking at Miki's back, Tsunade grit her teeth in frustration. I really can't get along with her. I want to pay her any more attention next time. Chapter 52, Sealing Technique. The next day, the second class began its formal training. The three of them sat together, looking at Mito at the front. What is your impression of sealing techniques? Mito asked expectantly. I don't know. Miki replied honestly. She really didn't know. Although she had looked through the complete collection of spells that Mito provided, she hadn't understood much. From what she knew about sealing techniques, she was aware of their forms, but knew nothing of the specific principles. In her impression, it was one of the most mysterious techniques within the ninja arts. It was the only known technique that had a significant damaging effect on Kagaya. It was the only effective offensive means. There were many characters in sealing techniques, making them hard to remember. After returning home yesterday, Hinata had learned from her mistakes and had flipped through the book Mito provided many times. I don't want to learn, Hinata said tearfully, looking at Mito. To be honest, she felt severely impacted by the genius of the treatment. Miki glanced at Hinata, her gaze focusing on the curse mark hidden beneath her bangs. If this wasn't a sealing technique, what was? The key to opening the birdcage was now in her hands. But whether she could open it depended on how hard she worked. The average Hyuga had no way to access this kind of knowledge. This made Miki increasingly curious about Hinata's background. But whatever, it didn't have much to do with Miki. Hinata, don't say such things. You have to learn, no matter how hard it is, Mito said, looking at the treatment. Sealing techniques are a type of ninja art, a means of dealing with combat. Chiri said practically, very much like a ninja. Well, Mito pondered for a moment and said, to everyone, sealing techniques seem very difficult and complex with vast and intricate knowledge, and learning them is quite painful. That's only because they haven't delved deeply into the essence of sealing techniques and understood their nature. Mito raised a hand and extended her index finger, saying, the essence of sealing techniques is very simple, so simple that it's hardly worth mentioning. No matter how many changes it undergoes, all sealing techniques have only one purpose. Now that the conversation had reached this point, the answer was already quite obvious. Mito said, excellent sealing techniques require extraordinary spirituality. Anyone can learn them if they just rely on the achievements left by their predecessors, but creating them is not simple. Do you understand the essence of sealing techniques now? Upon hearing this, the three of them lowered their heads and thought. After a long silence, a frustrated Hinata weakly said, is the essence sealing? A very superficial answer. Mito merely smiled gently at Hinata. Hinata lowered her head. Is it to block the flow of chakra? Shiri said, as she actually had some experience with simple sealing techniques. Close, but not quite, Mito said, looking expectantly at Miki. The purpose is to hide things, Miki said, so that people can't find them. Mito's eyes suddenly lit up, and she smiled, saying, Miki, you got it right. The essence of sealing techniques is to hide things, to make them unfindable. See, sealing techniques are that simple. I'll give you an example, Mito said with a smile. The twofold, 4-symbol, and 8 trigrams are even-numbered seals, while the 1-string, 3-element, 5 elements, and 9-palace are odd-numbered seals. Taking the 9-palace seal as an example, the numbers 1 to 9 correspond to 9 sealing nodes. When sealing, the numbers are intentionally scrambled, and only by moving the 9 numbers back to their original positions can the seal be broken. A common 9-palace puzzle requires that the sum of all arranged numbers be the same for it to be considered correctly solved. When the numbers become ambiguous chakra sealing nodes, the complexity and difficulty of solving them will increase exponentially, requiring confirmation of a specific chakra number to deduce the other numbers and return all nodes to their positions to break the seal. Figuratively speaking, sealing is like a lock. The simplest and most practical way to increase the difficulty of unlocking is to add another lock. 1-string wraps around 2-fold to become 3 elements. 4-symbol wraps around 5 elements to become 9-palace. This random combination seriously tests the knowledge base of the unsealer, and those with sufficient skill can keep layering it infinitely. The complexity and workload can leave the unsealer in despair. This is one type of sealing, the clever type. Do you understand? Miki and Shiri nodded, and upon seeing this, Hinata nodded in confusion. I feel like I missed something. Don't worry, this is just to give you a simple impression of sealing techniques. And why make such a troublesome lock for sealing instead of just locking it directly? First, you need to know that the sealed party cannot break the seal themselves. All seals must be broken from the outside. Since it's locked, wouldn't it be better to just smash the lock? Many people would think so. Therefore, to ensure our purpose, we need to let the unlocker know that smashing the lock is possible, but it doesn't ensure whether the things inside remain intact. It's precisely because there's a glimmer of hope that they will be cautious. And why do such locks exist? It's because one of the most fundamental aspects of sealing techniques is to stop chakra from moving. This is a very simple thing, and because it's simple, it's also easy to break, which is why a protective shell and lock are needed, Mito explained. Following this concept, can we avoid locking? Yes, Mito said. That's another type of sealing technique. For example, the 4 red suns formation. The essence is to thicken the outer shell, thick enough that no one can break it. And that is excellent sealing technique. You see it, but you just can't open it. It's also a good way to hide things. This type of sealing technique requires the caster to have a tremendous amount of chakra to release. In reality, it's not that remarkable of a sealing technique. To some extent, it's quite simple. At this stage, whether or not to block the flow of chakra has already lost its meaning. So are there other ways besides this? Yes, there are. That is to send it away. The interior 4-symbol sealing, once activated, sends a person into another space, said to be in the Yellow Springs. This measure also accomplishes the fundamental purpose of hiding things, which is that no one can find them. There is a sealing technique even more extreme than the interior 4 symbols, which is the corpse demon seal. Activating the seal requires sacrificing one's own life. And unsealing it also costs one's life. Most people do not want to pay such a price, making hiding things very secure. Orochimaru is truly a genius. Miki thought of this. In general, these are the types of sealing techniques. The unique adamantine sealing of the Uzumaki clan is a bit special. It goes against the purpose of hiding. Figuratively speaking, it's a tug-of-war and wrestling. It compares the strength between the two sides, and to make the tug-of-war a bit easier, it continuously seals the target's chakra to achieve the purpose of restriction. Earlier, the bugs from Miki broke my adamantine seal. Do you know why? Shiri asked. Is it because there were too many of them to seal in time? Hinata asked. No, it's because there was no sealing directed at Miki, Mito replied. Incorrect. It's because the box was too big and full of cracks, allowing the little bugs to escape. Mito said, this technique is specifically aimed at large-tailed beasts. Ordinary boxes cannot contain tailed beasts, which is why it transforms into a more targeted chain. As long as the key nodes are sealed, the movement of the tailed beast can be restricted. Once restricted, it can be placed into a specially made box. It is already quite difficult to use on people, often resulting in awkward situations where one misses the target, let alone against tiny insects that are invisible to the naked eye. Is that how it is? Meiji blinked her eyes. The parasites themselves do not possess chakra. Just this point alone makes it impossible for the Vajra seal to capture the insects. Chapter 53. Too difficult. After a rough introduction to sealing techniques, Mito began the formal teaching. One by one, she taught the 3 students the incantations, their meanings, and their primary functions. Corresponding to the attributes of chakra, the basics included fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, yin, and yang. Additionally, there were some special categories of incantations: space-time, guidance, nodes, output, input, closing, opening, looping, blocking, merging, connecting, transforming, quantity, energy, spirit, life, death, positive, negative, reverse, large, small, up, down, east, south, west, north, seal, release, stop, move, and so on. In order to further refine the definitions of these incantations, there were unique variants as well. For example, just like combining water and wind creates ice release, when these 2 incantations are combined, they result in ice. Mito stated, similarly, simple incantations like sealing fire can be formed. Sealing fire, as the literal meaning suggests, but that alone is not enough. One must determine the quantity that can be sealed, which depends on the construction of the incantation. The form used for sealing, where the energy is input and output, how to open and close it. Just like an electrical appliance, must have a switch. Although chakra triggers it, there must be key incantations that act as triggers. The most important point is that launching sealing techniques must use chakra, establishing a good chakra conduction path to trigger various key positions, with the most commonly used shape being a circle arranged in a concentric manner. When not using one's own chakra for activation, traditional sealing scrolls must also have the ability to store chakra, serving as a crucial link for activating the seal. And such things are quite expensive. Another situation is sealing tailed beasts. The seal-tailed beast will provide a continuous supply of chakra for the entire seal. But it is impossible for the tailed beast alone to open the seal. However, for you all, this is still too early. The current task is to memorize all the basic incantations and understand their uses. After a whole day of study, Meiji was already feeling a bit dizzy. Her mind was filled with various strange symbols and their corresponding meanings. This was way harder than learning English back in the day. After all, English only has a few letters. It's too difficult. Meiji collapsed on the tatami, staring at the ceiling. If it weren't for her desire to learn summoning techniques and explosive tags, she wouldn't want to endure this. Sitting next to her, Hinata was no better off, staring blankly at her notebook filled with twisted characters, looking utterly lost. She hadn't been informed beforehand that sealing techniques also require drawing skills. If the incantation was drawn incorrectly, it couldn't be used. It had to be perfect down to the last detail. Turning her head to see Tsubaki's beautiful handwriting in her notebook, Hinata buried her head in her arms, biting her lip hard without making a sound. It seemed she was tired. She's crying. Such a crybaby. Meiji sniffled, catching a whiff of tears. The Sharingan is really useful. Although Meiji didn't see Tsubaki activate it, she knew she was cheating. Mito looked at the 3 of them with a smile, calmly holding her tea without a hint of urgency. When the lessons ended, Meiji couldn't wait to run off. She had no intention of staying at the Senja house for a meal. Meiji wanted some peace and quiet to throw all those damn strange symbols out her mind. Seeing this, Tsubaki slowly packed her things and followed. She chuckled softly at the direction Meiji had left. The Meiji she had never seen before was really kawaii. Meanwhile, Hinata, after a long time, walked out of the Senju clan grounds in a daze, looking lost. When Tsunade returned, drenched in sweat, it was already close to evening. Grandma, where are they? Not seeing anyone, Tsunade pouted. They've already gone back, Mito replied. How did they do? Tsunade asked. She had seen sealing techniques before, but found them far less enjoyable than brute force techniques. Pretty good. Mito glanced at Tsunade and said, better than you. You stink. Stay away from me. Grandma doesn't love me anymore. Tsunade's eyes widened slightly. It was all that guy's fault. Grandma. Suddenly, Tsunade exclaimed, I want to learn too. Whatever they learn, I want to learn. Let's see who is stronger. Mito said, that's not impossible. Teach me quickly, but you mustn't give up halfway. I won't. Is that so? Don't underestimate people. Grandma, then I'll teach you. Mito repeated the content she taught Meiji and the others to Tsunade. Halfway through, Tsunade became confused. When it came to practicing, get out of my brain. She threw her pen down. Mito calmly sipped her tea. She was not in a hurry. Really not in a hurry. There was plenty of time. She just had to be patient. Although her forehead was twitching, her mouth was a bit dry. We made a pact, Tsunade. Tsunade silently kept quiet. She really wanted to escape. It seems that Shuri is smarter after all. But there was no escape. She silently picked up her pen, sat down quietly, and remained silent for a long time. Grandma, I'm hungry. Then let's eat first. Yay. Tsunade jumped up and dashed out of the room. Mito smiled helplessly. The next day was still focused on teaching sealing techniques. The situation hadn't changed much compared to the first day. However, Tsubaki was slacking off. Because it was quite simple. Mito didn't give Tsubaki any special treatment either. She waited for Meiji and Hinata's learning progress. After the lessons, Tsunade returned home and still expressed to Mito that she wanted to learn sealing techniques. This was something she had to thank Meiji for. Although Tsunade inevitably lost her temper halfway through, Mito was not surprised. Tsunade's competitiveness would drive her forward. Although slow, there was progress. Days passed by peacefully, during which Mito would occasionally give the three of them breaks, allowing Tsunade to relax as well. With ninja missions during the day and learning sealing techniques at night, even the Senju and Uzumaki physiques were about to give out. During breaks, Meiji and Tsubaki would gather together, while the solitary Hinata always found it hard to find an opportunity to join in. After a month like this, summer vacation had ended, and the three of them had basically mastered the basics of sealing techniques. Once school started, they could finally relax. They had escaped the heavy burden of the learning hell. Mito allowed them not to come to her for lessons during school, only needing to visit her one day on the weekend, with the remaining day off. School learning? What could that be called learning? Walking on the commuting road to school, Meiji's steps were light, and the crisp sounds of crunching occasionally echoed from her mouth. Next to her, Tsubaki made the same sounds, her pockets stuffed full. It was another sunny day. Meiji and Tsubaki stopped to look down at a riverbank. In the sunlight, Tsunade was seen wading through the water to clean up trash, diligent and beautiful. It must smell really bad, Meiji said, her tone questioning yet certain. Yeah, it stinks. Tsubaki wrinkled her little nose. At this distance, she couldn't smell anything, which was great. That's wonderful, Meiji said as she turned and walked away with a light step. Hee hee. Tsubaki's clear laughter echoed along the riverbank. Damn it. Tsunade realized she had done something foolish. Wherever Tsunade is, that guy must be there too. He has been seen. Decide I don't want to be seen. You too. Hurry up. Tsunade shouted angrily at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Orochimaru quietly distanced himself, not wanting to provoke Tsunade at this moment. Jiraiya, startled by Tsunade's shout, fell into the river with a splash. Seeing this, Tsunade's forehead vein throbbed. Chapter 54. Stinky feet and gold. The seasons in Konoha are very distinct. Summer has just ended, and the autumn wind howls in. The chilly autumn breeze sends leaves fluttering to the ground. With the change of seasons, it's time to change clothes. Over the past few months, Miki has grown quite a bit, about 1 centimeter. Standing at 111 centimeters, she is a bit shorter than the average height for children her age. Based on the average growth of 6 to 7 centimeters a year, this data is quite disheartening, indicating a delay in development. However, wanting new clothes has little to do with height. Chiri also has new clothes, dyed black with all 3 primary colors. Miki is still dressed in all white, which makes it easy to spot any dirt and let bugs eat it away. The style remains the same, with a long robe that reaches near her thighs and wide sleeves. As the daughter of the oil woman, her mother habitually added a hood. Chiri's outfit is different. Miki thoughtfully made it in the style that Chiri usually wears. Isn't it cold? Miki said, looking at Chiri's feet. Sandals? Under Chiri's feet are a pair of 2-toothed wooden clogs with red straps, worn with tabi socks, convenient for walking in the rain or muddy ground. Chiri wears ninja shoes without socks. Feeling a bit shy, she shrinks her small feet. Everyone wears like this, if it's to better transmit chakra. Biosteel socks are better than going barefoot. Didn't I give you several pairs? Daily changes are definitely sufficient, and they 1T wear out. They look so ugly. Chiri said. That's the shoes that are ugly, Miki replied. But clogs are hard to wear, Chiri said. Not convenient during battles. Can't you just stick them to your feet with chakra during battles? Miki suggested. Just like climbing trees. Ninja sandals are tied at the legs, making them hard to slip off. Well, Chiri hesitated, not wanting to change shoes. Miki pondered as she looked at Chiri. There are normal shoes in the ninja world. Tsunade's pair of short, high-heeled sandals is quite beautiful. Commoners wear all kinds of shoes. It's definitely cold. Chakra doesn't provide warmth. But why do ninjas all wear sandals? It's not just because of chakra. The answer is, oh, your feet stink, Miki exclaimed. Absolutely not. How would you say that? Chiri shouted angrily. Due to the nature of their profession, ninjas are always either fighting or on their way to fight. And prolonged, strenuous exercise leads to sweating. While raising body temperature isn't a big deal, sweating trapped in shoes all day is something only the person wearing them knows. During school, Miki has seen pretty little girls come to school in beautiful new shoes, but usually by the next day, they would reluctantly switch back to sandals. Not to mention if they're on a mission. Spending 10 days to half a month in the wild means there isn't enough room in their supplies for spare clothes. In such harsh conditions, keeping feet covered for long periods breeds bacteria, and after trekking through rough terrain, feet can get rotten. This is what is known as trench foot. Since the Warring States period, ninjas have dressed this way, a lesson learned through blood and tears. Furthermore, it's common sense to take off shoes when entering a house. And if one doesn't want to feel embarrassed, they must endure the smell when reporting back on a mission, even if it's cold. This is what it means to be a ninja on the way to school. Miki said, biosteel is different. It acts like a second layer of skin, has excellent sweat-wicking capabilities, and is very breathable. Chiri's face turned a bit red. Such a little girl's secret is not something she could easily say. Don't believe me? Miki said, come smell my feet. Miki slightly lifted one small foot. I wouldn't smell them. Stop it. I can wear them. Chiri shouted. Her face flushed, trying to yell back, but lacking strength. Miki waved her hand dismissively and walked ahead. Chiri stomped her foot in frustration. The new semester was nothing special. After a week, it was the same as before, but with some new additions. The school began teaching simple sealing techniques. How simple? So simple that it didn't include the methods taught by Mito. Using a simple sealing technique, the one-string lantern formation, as teaching material. The goal was to learn how to use this technique. Other aspects, such as the principles of incantations, weren't taught. Just using it was enough. After a few days of lessons, no one in class could perform it, not even Miki and her two friends. The release step is very difficult. It requires precise chakra control to draw the incantation, smoothly constructing the entire sealing technique and releasing it. Compared to that, the Rasengan is relatively simple. Unlike chaotic spinning, the orderly 7 twists and turns of the sealing technique are undoubtedly harder. Even if one tries to mimic it, they have to ask if their hands cooperate. So, despite the nearly month-long summer vacation, Miki still couldn't perform the sealing technique. When the weekend came, as previously agreed, she continued to go to Mito for lessons. Mito was already there, waiting with a smile. This new outfit, is it the legendary one? The super expensive one? I heard it feels super silky and smooth. Doesn't harm the skin. It also has skincare benefits. Wearing such a piece out, one would shine like gold, instantly becoming the most beautiful woman in the village. Ah, so envious, but poor me can't afford it. Oh, how pitiful woe is me. Mito covered her face with one hand and began to cry. What a pity for me, a weak woman, managing such a large family, worrying over everything, seeing old age day by day, never to return to my youthful days, and having to painstakingly teach 3 useless disciples the speed of aging is even faster. Now, Miki quietly took out a bundle of yarn from her backpack. No way. Mito's eyes widened. It's exactly what you think it is, Miki said. Biosteel. What biosteel? It's clearly gold. More golden than gold. Saying this, Mito rushed over, pretending to press her lips against Miki's face. One hand slyly tried to lift her mask. Miki quickly blocked the woman's hand, gritting her teeth and saying, stop. I'll release the bugs. Seeing Miki resist fiercely, Mito reluctantly let go. So unlovable, but I suppose you still have a conscience. It wasn't in vain to care for you. Mito happily picked up the yarn, admiring each piece. So beautiful, the glow of gold. However, this amount is more than enough to make 2 adult outfits, and there's even enough for a few sets for children. How thoughtful. You really didn't suffer in vain. Hinata looked at the yarn with some curiosity, not understanding what it was and why Mito loved it so much. Speaking of which, there's no woman who doesn't like clothes, especially pretty women and high-end luxury items. Here, take a few bundles home and make 2 sets. Miki handed a few bundles of yarn to Hinata. Isn't this a bit too much? Hinata pointed at the bundles. Hey, Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief. I get some too? Don't want it? Miki said, then I'll take it back. Isn't it unreasonable to give it away and then ask for it back? Mito said, taking the bundle from Miki's hand and stuffing it into Hinata's arms. Silly child, keep it well. Go home and ask your dad to make you a few nice sets. Hinata silently accepted it, occasionally glancing at Miki. After a while, she asked, does Chiri not have any? She does, Chiri said, lifting the hem of her clothes for Hinata to see. Aren't you angry? Hinata asked cautiously. Why would I be angry? Chiri smiled. Scary. Tong shrank her neck and said weakly, it's good if you're not angry. Chapter 55. Flower rope, alright. For the next period of time, we won't study sealing techniques. Let's relax a bit and learn about medical ninjutsu. Is it really just relaxation? Meiji looked at Mito suspiciously. This woman always says that even the most difficult things are super simple, and then looks at you with an encouraging face. Medical ninjutsu is also very simple. You just need to memorize it, Mito said with a smile. Meiji's heart tightened, and she looked at Mito anxiously. Jili was still the same as always. In the ninja world, there are many special schools of medical ninjutsu. Among them, the village of Sorigakure is good at using herbs to heal patients. And it is rumored that they have medical ninjutsu that can enhance the body. The Sand Village in the Land of Wind is also skilled in using herbs, especially its puppet troops, who are adept at using toxins and possess unique water-style medical ninjutsu. Additionally, there are rumors of dark medical ninjutsu that can alter the body. Mito, Meiji interrupted. No respect. Mito glared at Meiji and said, go ahead. In truth, she disliked being called grandma, but considering the dignity of the Senju clan, she had to hold it together. Is there light-style medical ninjutsu? Meiji asked. Long ago, Meiji had contemplated a question, the reality of the world she lived in. Everything she saw and heard could not possibly be false. Therefore, the events of her past life, that manga could be understood as an information projection from a parallel universe, with the information flowing from the previous universe, transformed into inspiration for the author to create. It seems plausible, yet implausible. But Meiji didn't want to admit that even she was a fabrication. So, as long as something that didn't appear in the manga from her past life showed up, it would be enough to prove that it wasn't fake. The evidence was already there. Her mother Yum, the 3 old men from the Yunyu clan, Mushi, and everyone in the village with names and identities, including the person sitting beside her now, Hitomi, they were all not created by a manga. Therefore, even if some strange things appeared in this ninja world, Meiji wouldn't be surprised. Yes, there's light-style medical ninjutsu, Mito said. I was just about to mention that. Meiji squinted slightly. This is a secret passed down in the Senju clan, Yang release, and it is an important ninjutsu that medical ninjas in Konoha must master. Is this the kind of light you mean? It seems correct. Is this the only medical ninjutsu? Meiji asked, because she hadn't seen the ninjas in the hospital use any other ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Hitomi's eyes lit up. If that's the case, learning it should be very easy. That's right, there's only this one medical ninjutsu, Mito said. This can't be true, Meiji said. So we have to wait for Tsunade to create those other medical ninjutsu? It's true. The only one you can learn is this one, Mito replied. What about the others? Meiji asked. The unique secret art of Hashirama, the no-seal healing, that kind of technique can only be classified as an anomaly of personal constitution. There are similar techniques, like the rare physical healing awakened by the Uzumaki clan, but neither of these have universality. They can't be learned. Meiji nodded. As long as it's a genetic issue, it's not a problem. It's just that there's no opportunity. To get back on track, although there's only one medical ninjutsu to learn, we mustn't underestimate Konoha's medical ninjutsu. This technique was created by the Senju clan by mimicking the self-healing of the slug sage. It accelerates the healing speed of the injured by consuming cells to speed up their division. The ability of the slug sage manifests as a reduction in size, with cells being rapidly consumed. At this point, Mito's expression became serious. In other words, it will consume the patient's lifespan. Don't use this dangerous ninjutsu lightly unless it's absolutely necessary. For something like a cut on your finger, just lick it. Don't use such an exaggerated technique. After saying this, Mito chuckled to herself. It's a bit cold. Meiji, Jili, and Hitomi looked at Mito eagerly. Although she was now considered grandma, Mito's mentality was still very youthful. Seeing this, she cleared her throat. Ahem. Let's continue discussing Yang release. This ninjutsu requires extremely delicate chakra manipulation. Otherwise, a careless move could seriously endanger the patient's life. Of course, accelerating cell division nonstop is like fast-forwarding life, which would quickly lead to aging, right? Moreover, excessively speeding up the division of important organs in the body would trigger organ failure prematurely, leading to a chain reaction throughout the body, resulting in the patient's death. Using it on extremely severe injuries equals accelerating death. Therefore, you must learn this technique well before applying it to a human body. Mito, Meiji called out. Speak. Mito replied straightforwardly. I was thinking, isn't it quite useful to use on people? Meiji said, increase the dosage to lethal levels. Even the best medicine is still poison. Upon hearing this, Mito looked at Meiji in silence for a moment. This, Mushi, you've created a medical ninjutsu school for killing. Indeed, this child is exceptionally clever. However, girls shouldn't think about killing all the time. It won't be good for marriage in the future, Mito said earnestly. Do you think I can get married? As she spoke, large swarms of black insects flew up from Meiji's body, swirling around her. Meiji scoffed. I don't think anyone would dare. Mito sighed heavily, feeling that Tsunade might not be able to marry, and now there was another one. Let's talk about this later. We're in class, so be serious. Yes. Hinata Hitomi, sitting to Meiji's left, was completely tense. The swarm was so close that it seemed about to fly onto her face, and she was trying hard to suppress the goosebumps all over her body. She thought she wasn't afraid. Really not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. She muttered to herself. Once she was numb, she wouldn't be afraid anymore. When Meiji called the insects back, Hitomi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jilly watched Hitomi for a while before a gentle smile appeared on her face. She hadn't forgotten the scene when Hitomi had fainted from fright. I discovered it. A weakness. Given the difficulty of this medical ninjutsu, the first thing we need to learn is chakra control. It's very simple. Here it comes. Very simple. Meiji perked up. Just like playing a game, you can learn it easily. You all learned the basic chakra release techniques of walking on water and trees before. Now let's play with something fancy. Saying this, Mito clapped her hands together, and when she spread them apart, a transparent blue chakra thread appeared between her palms. Do you understand? Give it a try. Meiji and the others clasped their hands together, and when they spread them apart, they pulled up a chakra thread. How about this? Mito joined her palms and opened them, creating a standard square. The three followed suit, and all succeeded. Keep up with my speed. Mito joined her palms again, and a circle appeared in her hands. The three followed and succeeded. This seems a bit harder than square, but Meiji felt this game was somewhat familiar. Before she could think it through, a new pattern appeared in Mito's hands. This is... Meiji's eyes widened. The pattern was a star. This technique is also called star. Its game name is Flower Rope. Chapter 56. All numb Mito continued to increase the difficulty, and the following geometric patterns became increasingly complex. The number of chakra lines grew, densely weaving beautiful patterns between their hands. Meiji's speed in forming the patterns slowed down significantly, always being the last to finish. Chiri's expression also became serious, as she felt it was somewhat strenuous. However, Hinata Hitomi was still very relaxed so far. Mito observed the situation of the three and said, "You all did very well in the basic control of chakra release. Now how about this?" Mito clapped his hands together, and when he opened them again, a very complex pattern appeared in his hands. Upon seeing this, Meiji's eyes widened. She added a z-axis, transforming the pattern into a three-dimensional geometry composed of multiple small triangles forming a complex large triangle. Completing this step meant that she was at the beginner level of sealing techniques. Mito smiled and said, "As for medical ninjutsu, the requirements will be even higher." Meiji silently clasped her hands, took a deep breath, and a severely deformed triangular structure appeared in her hands. Meiji was already struggling and was barely holding on. Chiri's situation wasn't much better than Meiji's. At most, it was a bit more aesthetically pleasing, but upon closer inspection, there were missing small triangles in the large triangle. Meanwhile, Hinata Hitomi completed the pattern beautifully. As expected of the future Tenshin, she was not wasting the Hyuga clan's talent. Mito praised Hitomi with satisfaction. Chiri was somewhat puzzled, wondering if the Hyuga clan's talent was just those eyes. Meiji, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at Hitomi. Precise chakra manipulation? Thinking about it carefully, releasing chakra from various points in the body was already quite absurd. So, where was the problem? Meiji stared blankly at her hands. The points? She murmured softly. It seemed like she was beginning to understand. Mushiheim, what did you think of? Mito inquired. It's the opening and closing of the chakra points that hinder the continuous release of chakra, Meiji replied, looking at Mito. Mito smiled with satisfaction and said, "You're thinking quickly." As is well known, chakra is the energy that combines life and spirit, which is directly controlled by human will. Mito continued, "Mushiheim, since chakra is controlled by will, it should theoretically be unrestricted, free to act according to one's intentions. So why do you still find it difficult to control? It's a physical obstacle. After chakra is extracted, it flows within the body and encounters resistance, much like water," Meiji explained. Mito clapped his hands and said, "Very smart." This made things very clear. The meridians are easy channels for chakra, natural pathways formed during chakra flow in the human body. Therefore, everyone's meridians are generally the same, but detailed differences exist. The chakra points are like valves, a key link in the release of chakra from the body. If the valves cannot be opened, chakra cannot be released. Mito chuckled. Thus, the essence of chakra manipulation is refined control over the body. So, The reason is that I cannot precisely control the opening and closing of the chakra points on my hands, unconsciously causing some to open and some to close, leading to extreme instability in the chakra lines. Meiji blinked and asked, "Exactly, but it's not just some. It's that you cannot control all the chakra points on your hands. You must control every point precisely like Hitomi," Mito clarified. "And Chiri?" Meiji asked. "Her situation is similar to yours, but the results differ due to different manipulation methods. The pattern consists of lines connecting 2 points. Mushiheim, you are very sensitive to the structure of shapes and completed the framework with the least chakra lines. However, this still exceeded your usual control limits, with frequent unconscious openings and closings of the points causing insufficient continuous supply of chakra lines, resulting in instability and deformation. Chiri, on the other hand, used a lot of lines to stitch the pattern together. Since she couldn't further subdivide the chakra lines, it led to missing parts of the pattern, which was quite clever. She almost completed it." Meiji and Chiri looked at Hitomi. "Is this the talent of the Hyuga clan?" Mito continued thus. "Top-notch chakra manipulation has 2 aspects: refined control over the body and an overwhelming amount of chakra that surpasses physical limits. With talent like Hitomi's, I have only seen it in one other person in the Hyuga clan, and the latter I have only seen in one other person as well. It's the first Hokage." Meiji nodded in understanding. At this moment, Mito proudly said, "That would be me, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from the Uzumaki clan. I'm amazing, right?" Mito looked at the 3 expectantly. Yes, yes, yes," Meiji quickly replied, "super amazing." Chiri looked at Mito with admiration, thinking that it was incredible that even she couldn't do such a thing. Hinata Hitomi, praised, shyly lowered her head, her lips trembling. "It's not anything else, just excited. I won, for the first time, and I won against 2 monsters at once. Things are looking up. Life." Hinata Hitomi covered her mouth. "Oh no, I want to laugh." Speaking of which, Meiji looked at Mito and said, "The so-called overwhelming chakra that surpasses physical limits is just like using great strength to create miracles. What's there to be proud of? You can be proud for a lifetime." Meiji felt a bit sour, thinking of the Uzumaki clan. "There will be plenty in the future. Everything will come, and then I will soar to the sky, to see farther places. Ordinary ninjas can control chakra to your level. That is already completely sufficient." Mito's voice brought Meiji's wandering thoughts back. "Most ninjutsu can be used. After all, hand seals do not require chakra control. Chakra flows through the meridians, and by controlling the chakra points, the flow of chakra can be changed, and hand seals are precisely this technique." As he spoke, Mito made a gesture of clasped hands. "Use your imagination. What can you think of?" Mito asked. "Is it that the chakra inside connects through the chakra points in the hands to form a closed loop?" Chiri said uncertainly, no using the Byakugan to observe Hitomi. Upon hearing this, the veins on Hitomi's face quickly receded, and she hesitantly said, "Mental suggestion? Hypnotizing oneself to visualize ninjutsu?" Mito looked at Meiji. The flow has changed. 2 great rivers collide, and the undercurrents roll back, washing away the river's obstacles and altering the overall shape of the meridians. Meiji explained. Mito smiled and said, "Hitomi, I've told you, the obstacle to chakra control is not mental, but physical." As Meiji said, the rolling back of the chakra's undercurrent will wash through the meridians and chakra points, temporarily changing the entire shape of the meridians to achieve the purpose of controlling chakra to perform techniques. Mito formed a hand seal and said, "Different seals lead to different connections of chakra points, and the returning undercurrents also vary. By adjusting the chakra flow through different seals, one can achieve the purpose of performing different ninjutsu. Each ninja uses this set of seals to control the opening and closing of specific chakra points in their body to perform ninjutsu. Through constant practice, the body remembers the flow of the river that suits them best. Therefore, the Hyuga clan's taijutsu paralyzes chakra flow by blocking the chakra points, preventing the opponent from controlling their chakra. So, when you remember all the chakra points and know the entire flow of a certain ninjutsu, what will happen when you drive the chakra through with your mind?" Mito suddenly clapped his hands. A crisp sound of wave echoed. This was the sound of chakra colliding. Smoke flashed around, and several shadow clones looked at Meiji and the other 2, speaking in unison. This was a formless ninjutsu, with a clap of their hands. Whatever was called came to be. Meiji felt numb. Tong and Chiri were the same. Meanwhile, Mito smiled as he opened a scroll, summoning a human model. The model was covered with dense red dots. "This is the foundation you are really going to learn today," Medical Ninjutsu Basics, a comprehensive guide to human acupuncture points. It's very simple. Memorize this all thoroughly. Meiji pondered Mito's words, carefully recalling the sensations when releasing ninjutsu, the flow of chakra within her body. Was this the flow direction? Suddenly, Meiji clasped her hands. The crisp sound of clapping echoed in her ears, accompanied by the clear sound of chakra. Dangerous purple energy crawled over her hands. At this moment, the conductive microscopic bugs in her body cleared the acupuncture points to allow the flow, constructing a high-speed meridian for chakra circulation. I can't control my body, but I have bugs. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Meiji stood up and looked up. A series of small wind bullets shot out. And amidst the sound of rain hitting a pipa, the shadow clones exploded into smoke. Mito's mouth fell open, feeling numb. So that's how it is. Saying this, Meiji let go and sat down. It's really simple. Tong looked at Meiji in confusion. Even Shiri couldn't help but widen his eyes. Meiji clasped her hands together, and when she opened them again, a complex triangular model appeared perfectly in her hands. Mito felt his head buzzing. Is this called I'm very stupid? Chapter 57. The Ancient Ninja. After a while, Mito asked, How did you do it, Chuki? Miki stretched out her hands, indicating for Mito to look at them. Insects, huh? After some contemplation, Mito said to Hitomi, Hitomi, use your Byakugan to check Chuki's condition. Upon hearing this, Hitomi paused for a moment, then shook her head vigorously, looking at Mito with teary eyes. It's too scary. I don't want to look. Dredging, huh? Clearing blockages to allow water to flow smoothly. Although Mito couldn't see it, she could roughly guess. The third type of chakra manipulation mode is something only you, Chuki, can achieve. Mito marveled. It's really impressive. However, even so, don't slack off in your studies. There is still so much you need to learn. Mito earnestly reminded Miki. Yes, Grandma Mito, I know, Miki replied. That's good to hear. Mito responded with a smile. So, the current tasks are to understand acupoints, practice chakra manipulation, learn about the human body, and recognize various types of medicinal herbs. In medical technology, herbs play a crucial role. Before the ancient Warring States era, this skill was categorized under entertainment. Back then, ninja battles often took place in the wild, which was far from what it is now. Few ventured there, and there were many dangerous beasts and poisonous insects. Therefore, it was necessary to have the ability to discern the weather, to plan battle routes, possess survival skills in the wilderness, know what was edible and what was not, which herbs were poisonous, and which could heal wounds. Over time, various ninja clans developed a certain understanding of herbs, becoming a closely guarded secret within their clans, with the most talented creating the earliest medical ninjutsu. Indeed, although the Oil Woman clan is not very skilled in identifying herbs, having insects that can taste them and possess healing abilities makes them versatile in many aspects. Among them, when it comes to knowledge of herbs, the Nara and Akimichi clans excel, possessing useful secret medicines. After the establishment of Konoha, each ninja clan shared their medical secrets and exchanged knowledge. Over the past decade or so, the village's medical technology has significantly improved, resulting in a decrease in infant mortality rates and an increase in the average lifespan of ninjas. All thanks to advancements in medical technology. Many unknown ninjas have quietly contributed in this area. I believe that with everyone's efforts in the future, more medical ninjutsu will be created to save lives, Mito said, looking at the three with a smile. This is my small hope for you. Mito's focus had long shifted from her clan. Konoha was her home, created together with her husband. But unlike Hashirama, women can be a bit willful and have small selfish desires. Chiri and Hitomi nodded seriously in agreement. At this moment, Miki asked, What is entertainment? It's a little trick from a long time ago. Nothing to worry about. It's a technique that belongs to a bygone era. Mito chuckled. Oh, are you interested in this? Miki asked. It's an ancient skill that Konoha doesn't use anymore, Mito replied. I'm very curious, Miki said. Well, to put simply, it's divided into 6 categories. Bone technique, chi, and harmony, ninjutsu, entertainment, swordsmanship, and military strategy. Bone technique is about toughening the body, training children in various ways from a young age, especially focusing on mental training, as most execute high-risk tasks that are one-way trips. An extremely resilient spirit is the true reason a ninja is invincible. Therefore, it is very cruel, often using torture and pain to sharpen their spirits. Either become a ninja or die, Mito said softly. This is the fate of children born into ninja clans. The Oil Woman clan is no exception. This cruelty starts even earlier than most ninja clans, beginning in infancy. This is a significant reason for the low population. Now you don't have to learn this anymore. That's a good thing. Chi and harmony are the behavioral guidelines for ninjas, but most modern ninjas no longer adhere to the secrecy rule. Rather, the principle of prioritizing missions still continues, though there are some who don't strictly follow this. Many missions allow the village to abandon them based on circumstances. It's no longer an era where failing a mission means death upon returning home. As for more rules, you wouldn't want to know. Times have improved. The future can be even better, Mito said with longing. People will continue to move forward, creating a better era. Chiri and Hinata listened attentively. However, Miki was not taking it too seriously. This woman was subtly instilling her worldview, influencing others imperceptibly. Although she didn't mention the village, it was everywhere in her words. Miki had her own complete worldview. While Mito was stating correct facts, it wasn't necessarily bad. But if it were still that kind of future, bad. As for ninjutsu, sword techniques, and military strategies, they're not much different from what you're learning now, just that there are more things to learn. Military strategy is content that only jonin need to master, commanding chunin and jinin in battle formations during missions. As for entertainment, it's much more complex. It's the craft of wandering the world, including stealth, concealment, drugs, bandaging, poisoning and detoxifying, makeup and disguise, intelligence gathering, auditory and olfactory training, hunger endurance training, and shame elimination training. At this point, Mito said mysteriously, "Do you know what shame elimination is?" The three shook their heads in unison. One of the methods involves soaking in a cesspool. Mito laughed. "If I had to undergo such training when I was young, I would have committed suicide. It's too disgusting." Chiri shivered, hugging her arms. Hitomi gagged slightly. Miki recalled a moment from her childhood playing with cow dung, throwing it at her friends during fights, feeling invincible as the nearby adults would flee. And girls would also learn about seduction, Mito said. "Do you want to learn? I can teach you. It can enhance feminine charm. Isn't that just wearing less?" Miki replied. Not learning. Hitomi quickly shook her head, not wanting to learn. Chiri felt the same. Although she was quite curious about seduction, she saw no use for it. "You can come to me secretly to learn later. It will come in handy," Mito winked. "Are there other entertainment skills?" Miki coldly redirected the topic. "There are some special techniques, as well as incense making and playing instruments. Back in the time, before transformation techniques existed, in order to disguise themselves more realistically, they would train some relevant professional skills. If you want to pretend to be a beggar, you need a bowl. If you want to impersonate a musician, you need to know how to play, right?" In this aspect, the Uchiha clan excelled particularly well with a vast array of skills. Mito remarked, "An Uchiha who can't dance is a fake Uchiha." There was a saying like that in the past. Chiri blinked in confusion. "Are all the clan members talented in many arts? Can they dance? I've never seen that. Am I a fake Uchiha?" Later, with the convenient transformation technique, these skills were not used as much anymore, Mito noted. Then, isn't advanced disguise and makeup harder to detect than transformation techniques? Miki asked. "Because it's very troublesome. Makeup is nowhere near as convenient as transformation techniques. Most regular ninjas can't see through transformation techniques. Only sensing ninjas and those from my techniques clans can." Mito waved her hand. "However, the Umbu are still teaching this. They will infiltrate enemy villages in this cautious manner to gather intelligence." Talented Umbu indeed. Meiji tried to imagine Kakashi dressed in women's clothing, singing and playing instruments. Forget it. It's better not to imagine. It's not interesting if I can't picture the face. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's continue learning the basics of medical ninjutsu. Mito clapped his hands. The lesson continued. Chapter 58. Little Bird one day, after finishing training and on the way home, Hinata Hitomi stealthily followed behind Miki and Yuri, looking hesitant as if she wanted to approach them. "Hitomi, are you afraid of me?" Yuri said with a sly smile. The two had already noticed Hitomi trailing behind them. Hitomi didn't hide, maintaining a distance. "There are really few who aren't afraid of me," Miki said softly, pointing at children her age. "It's just Tsunade's heart is big. She was buried by bugs. And yet she dares to get mad at me. Truly the princess of Konoha, so broad-minded." "Tsunade is really cute," Yuri said. "I want to live freely like her." "Freely?" Miki said quietly. "Tsunade is also in a cage. All an adult can give her is a happy childhood." "A cage?" Yuri asked. "Then what about you, Miki? Are you also in a cage?" "Everyone is in a cage. As long as they are connected to others, their hearts will be locked," Miki said. "Doing things they don't want to do, walking paths they don't want to walk. That's why I dislike people." "So what should we do?" Yuri said. "Miki, you are so smart. Do you have a way?" "Unless you transcend humanity," Miki laughed. Yuri looked at Miki in confusion. Stop being human, Miki said. Huh? Yuri was puzzled. Then what should we be? At this moment, Miki stopped and turned to look at Hinata Hitomi. Yuri followed suit, stopping and turning to Hitomi, unable to voice his questions in time. Seeing this, Hitomi was forced to stop, hesitating as she looked at the two, her expression indicating she wanted to turn and run. Come here, Miki said softly. Yuri's eyelids twitched. He felt like he had heard this phrase somewhere before. Upon hearing this, Hitomi didn't hesitate for long and quickly ran over. Watching Hitomi, Yuri felt a little dazed, almost like a pitying little puppy. So cute. Hinata Hitomi looked at Miki with a timid expression, wanting to say something, but hesitating. What is it? Miki asked. Thank you for your, Hitomi said, lowering her head shyly, gift. Oh, no need to be polite. You were just an extra. Miki said directly. Hitomi, with her head down, felt a heaviness in her chest, her mind buzzing. Just an extra. Just an extra. I knew this monster has never seen me. Hitomi's body swayed slightly, feeling an impulse to turn and run home, diving into her warm blanket and secretly crying out. The only place she could cry was there. Gritting her teeth, Hitomi whispered, Well, I still want to thank you, Bug Princess. You're welcome, Miki said. Is there anything else? Miki had seen this kind of situation many times. She had witnessed children wanting to join a certain fixed group and had seen worse scenarios. To have friends. Some kid would go to great lengths. She particularly remembered a boy named Xiao Wu, who secretly took 500 from his home to treat Miki and her friends, only to have it backfire, resulting in him not only returning the money, but also getting beaten up. Kids don't calculate benefits like adults do. Friends might be more important than parents in a child's world. Miki didn't think she could be such a friend. It was too beautiful and too heavy. Heaviness in every sense. With Yuri already clinging to her, Miki didn't want to add another burden. So heavy. You idiot. I haven't even taken a kindergarten teacher's exam. Who knows what kind of trouble these little brats can cause. So troublesome. But I really hate crybabies. It's gone, Hitomi said softly, taking a step back as if to leave. Wait, Miki said. Hitomi looked at Miki in confusion. Your eyes are a bit red. Miki reached out, a bug crawling on her hand, and said, Do you want to eat it? Hearing this, Hitomi stood frozen. Would she really not be angry if I ran away now? After a while, Hitomi sniffed, swallowed hard, and tremblingly extended her hand. Here you go, Miki said, not mentioning that the way to eliminate fear is to face it. Yuri tilted his head in confusion, watching as Hitomi trembled and placed her hand on Miki's outstretched hand. Is this bullying Hitomi? Should I stop it? Hitomi looked so pitiful. But I've never seen anyone bully someone and then give them candy. Yuri took some from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. Slowly licking, it was more flavorful, with a lingering aftertaste. As the bugs crawled onto Hitomi's hand, the hair on her entire arm stood up, and goosebumps covered her skin. Eat it, Miki commanded. Hitomi looked at the big lump of bugs in her palm, dragging their milky white bodies, many committing suicide right there, dragging their separated front halves away, each stubbornly crawling off and tumbling to the ground. Hitomi felt like she was on the verge of breaking down, her sanity rapidly plummeting like those bugs, and a scream caught in her throat almost spilled out. This is too scary. Aren't you going to eat it? Miki urged, trembling. Hitomi slowly stuffed those pretty little white balls with black patterns into her mouth. Chew. You're not going to swallow a whole, are you? Miki continued. Hitomi mechanically chewed. Soon, a wonderful milky sweetness burst gently in her mouth. So delicious. Hitomi stared blankly at Miki, mechanically chewing, and after a while, the deliciousness faded. Unconsciously, her hand reached out, placing it before Miki's eyes. When she realized what she was doing, Hitomi pulled her hand back as if electrocuted, her face turning bright red. It wasn't scary, right? Miki said. Hearing this, Hitomi nodded. Was it good? Hitomi nodded. Do you want more? Hitomi nodded quickly. Little girls never dislike sweets. Miki wasn't surprised at all by this situation. Go ahead and eat, she said, putting a big handful of wriggling bugs into Hitomi's pocket. There are more if you need them. Don't be shy. Saying this, Miki turned and left. Hitomi stood there, holding her bulging pocket, staring blankly at Miki's retreating figure, bewildered by the series of events. What is going on now? Clearly, she came to say thank you, and not returning a gift was already quite rude. Yet she received a gift again. What are you dawdling for? Go. In front, Hitomi watched Miki turn around and impatiently said to her. The next second, her body reacted first, and she quickly ran to Miki's side. If you want to walk together, then let's walk together, Miki said. Hitomi, we are teammates in the same class. We will always be together from now on. Please take care of me. Yuri said with a smile, gentle and generous. Hitomi nodded heavily, softly responding with an "mm." As she lowered her head, She secretly wiped her eyes. The three walked together on the road. After a moment, Hitomi called out softly, Yuri. Yuri responded. Miki, what is it? Miki asked. Nothing, I just want to call your names, Hitomi said, covering her mouth and laughing. The little bird in the cage encountered the other two little birds, who were flying freely outside the cage. The little bird envied them so much. One day, the two little birds landed by the cage, accompanying the lonely little bird. At that moment, the cage was no longer scary at all. She wanted to leave the cage even more and fly up to the sky with the little birds. She was already very happy now. That day would surely be even happier, right? The little bird tightly held the worms in its pocket, and the flowers around smiled gently. She would never be afraid again. Nothing would scare her anymore. Hitomi. Miki called out her name. Hitomi looked at Miki. Here. Miki placed something in Hitomi's hand. When she focused her eyes, she saw several white, squirming worms in her palm. Hitomi screamed. Ha ha. Miki laughed heartily. She had wanted to do this for a long time. Chiri bent over, laughing while holding her stomach. Hitomi was too timid, but very cute. Secret transmission. Medical ninjutsu. Fear elimination therapy. There was progress. This time she didn't faint. Tears streamed out. In Hitomi's heart, it was a mix of emotions. Chapter 59. All ants the next day was a rest day, and Meiji rarely stayed at home. Wrapped in her blanket, sound asleep. Why? Because the Qing dynasty was gone, the British Empire was gone, the little Japanese were gone, and the old Soviets and Americans, along with the Shinto, were also gone. Referring to these few ant empires, it took several months to successively eliminate them. The Qing dynasty was initially developing well, but then something went wrong, and a behavioral algorithm error led to the entire colony of ants surrounding the queen starting a death march. The dense mass of ants spun around madly until they collapsed from exhaustion and died, seemingly never stopping. Meiji watched this for a whole day. The scene resembled a summoning ritual of an evil god, filled with terror and ominous vibes. Then Meiji came over, poured a pot of boiling water, and the Qing dynasty was gone. As for the British, they were too brave, overly curious, always thinking about leaving Meiji's territory to venture into the Great Sea route and discover a new world. They didn't develop much, and before they even had a few fleets, they started to indulge. Meiji thought that rather than going outside to suffer a beating from nature and face the destruction of their empire, it would be better to help them kick their sea addiction. And then they were gone. As for the little Japanese, their territory was too small, and the frenzied and uncontrolled resource extraction caused them to vanish. It was simply a final madness. Ants eating ants, the whole big Japan. Well, it was in chaos. The fat queen was the first to be dismembered, followed by the ants fighting among themselves until the last one died from lack of food. These crazed, plundering ants were not what Meiji wanted. To be fair, the resources Meiji provided could sustain their development. As long as they weren't greedy, they could maintain a stable population size. Then there was the old Soviet, which split apart. The vast empire had its queen killed overnight, and the worker ants, as sisters, began to sing and formed their own legions, fighting as soon as they met. They fought fiercely, but none could reproduce. Meiji watched with great interest for a long time, curious about who would be the last queen of the empire, wondering if she would awaken parthenogenesis at the last moment to save the crumbling empire. In the end, they all died out. The reason for killing the queen was unknown. The fight started over the workers, and inside the workers were the handsome ones. To keep the other sisters from having it easy, if they couldn't win, they would kill the offspring they had, resolutely leaving none for their sisters. It was quite pathetic. Meiji had seen similar scenes with Little France, where they also killed the queen and divided the assets, but Little France was much more harmonious, ending it all by peacefully dying on their inheritance. After the entire society stopped functioning, it headed toward its end. The destruction of empires had various reasons, but the old Americans truly opened Meiji's eyes. A group of sisters took the queen hostage, controlled the breeding rights, and then turned around to oppress the other sisters. The other sisters worked themselves to death, barely getting enough to eat, while they lounged on piles of food, eating and drinking excessively. When an ant died from exhaustion, they forced the queen to breed. If she didn't, they would beat and bite her. The worker ants were unhappy and staged protests and strikes. So they began to feed them honey, and the well-fed worker ants happily started working. This was how they maintained the operation of society. Goodness, what was the point of keeping such ants? Were they waiting for the new year? Meiji wiped them all out and left them under the streetlight to dry into ant jerky. As for the Shinto, one could only say it had that flavor. Everyone was a villain, ruthlessly enslaving several ant colonies that Meiji had released, expanding in scale like a balloon, and at its peak, It could be called the strongest without exaggeration. They played with concentration camps and controlled prisoners, doing it quite skillfully. But Meiji didn't want these kinds of ants. She wanted those that were hardworking and smart, super strong yet cautious, not aggressive but not afraid to fight, following a sustainable development path. And it would be even better if they could farm and unlock agriculture. So far, none of these had appeared. However, the Shinto type was also very strong, which was quite a dilemma. It was usable, as long as they could support a swarm of insects. It would be considered a success. But Meiji didn't dwell on it for long, because the Shinto was gone. The cause was a captured queen who, unable to bear the humiliation, committed suicide. The colonies under her immediately fell into chaos, and the Shinto, busy suppressing them, ended up killing them all. Following this, other queens saw what happened and followed suit. Committing suicide. Those who didn't want to die refused to lay eggs and produce cheap labor. The Shinto suddenly lost a large amount of labor force. Busy suppressing the chaos of slaves who lost their queens, killing bodies everywhere. In a fit of excitement, they ended up slaughtering the remaining queens, leading to the near-instant collapse of this slave empire. After a period of living off corpses, the last one ultimately fell on the corpse of the empire. Watching the drama felt quite epic, but when everything ended, another emotion surged in her heart. All the efforts were in vain, but Meiji could finally sleep soundly. That was nice. There was everything in her dreams. Hin and Chiri sat by the bed, watching Meiji curled up in a ball under the blanket, their eyes full of anticipation. Meiji, get up for breakfast, Yumi called from downstairs. Meiji wriggled in the blanket like a little worm. Hin and Chiri's eyes sparkled with even more anticipation. Sleeping, she couldn't possibly wear a mask, could she? As Meiji was about to wake up, the two couldn't help but lean in closer, their expressions more expectant. When Meiji woke up, she was a bit dazed, naturally lifting the blanket and sitting up, her dark purple hair messily cascading down. Some clusters of hair stubbornly stuck up. She looked around blankly, her gaze landing on Hin and Chiri, who both looked disappointed. Am I not awake? Meiji lay back down and covered herself with the blanket. Then she suddenly lifted the blanket and sat up sharply. How can anyone sleep with a mask on? Is this mask growing on my face? Chiri didn't understand and voiced her confusion. Hin nodded vigorously beside her. Meiji, grabbing her hair in frustration, said, You two want to poop with me, don't you? Get out. She pointed at the door. Chiri, not particularly bothered, tugged on the nervous Hin and exited the room, kindly closing the door behind them. That Chiri. She definitely barged into my room without permission. Meiji stared blankly for a moment, her empty brain gradually coming back to her senses. Then she clapped her hands, and an eerie purple quickly spread all over her body. About 3 minutes later, Meiji clapped the mask, and after a mechanism clicked, she opened her mouth to exhale a puff of purple smoke. The microparasites were really effective, especially for cleaning. They were much better than the harmful parasites. Many bacteria, harmful parasites, couldn't be cleaned, but the microparasites could. No need to worry about eating too many sweets. The extra calories could help the bugs digest. After getting up and dressing, she yawned and walked downstairs. Speaking of why she would wear a mask to sleep, it was because she often forgot to take it off after getting used to it, especially when feeling drowsy. Today, Meiji's family's meals were, as always, plentiful. When Meiji sat down, Chiri was happily eating. Meanwhile, Hin looked at the various dishes of insects in front of her, swallowing hard. Eating so lavishly in the morning isn't good for the stomach, right? Hin said. It's already noon, Chiri replied. Meiji glanced at Hin and ignored her. If you don't want to eat, then don't. I'll just add some rice, she said, stretching out her chopsticks. If you're scared, how about I make you something edible? Yumi, the kind mother, offered. Who has scared? I'm not. Hin, steeling herself, reached for the chopsticks. This child. Yumi looked bewildered. Chapter 60. Everyone has to die. Where's the bug girl? After dinner, Jili asked Meiji. Chasing dogs. Meiji replied nonchalantly. That girl is learning, and her way of learning is through play. There are many ferocious beasts near Konoha, but the most brutal ones are always the Inuzuka family's dogs. Each one is tall and mighty, like wolves, marching in packs that even ninjas find daunting. With hundreds of teeth bared and flying around, it gives Meiji a headache just to think about it. Because she has seen them, she knows their strength. The Inuzuka clan has never been known for the strength of individual ninjas. They're known for their unity and the large number of dogs they have. It's fine in the village, where the dog pack doesn't dare to act up and is unusually docile. In the forest, however, they are wild and completely unleash themselves. And the bug girl has been liberating her nature. In terms of wildness, she is much stronger than this pack of dogs. The grudge was formed when she first snatched food from a dog. At that time, the dog pack thought the bug girl was a child from Konoha and didn't exert much force. As the confrontations escalated, Meiji felt that it was better not to exert force. The bug girl can fly. The dogs were dumbfounded. Oh, it's just playing, enjoying herself. For several days, the dog pack didn't come looking for trouble, so the bug girl went to them. She would fight and run, not waiting for the dog pack to gather, which was thrilling. The forest was that big, and both sides had good senses of smell, making it impossible to escape. But the village is a safe zone. Once inside, the game is over. Recently, the Inuzuka family has been a bit nervous. The family's ninja dogs haven't gone on missions, and each one is battered and bruised, leaving them puzzled. Meanwhile, the dog pack is tough, finding their own territory without uttering sound. This made Meiji, who had been a bit guilty, greatly relieved. As long as they weren't discovered, it was fine. If discovered, she would have to pay. Now Meiji is tough. Medical fees are just a few bucks. Chasing dogs? The Inuzuka dogs are fierce. Jilly, who has also seen it, said worriedly, "Is the bug girl okay?" She is very happy. Meiji replied, "That's good." Jilly said, "You must have become good friends with those big dogs." MHM. Meiji nodded, implying they fought fiercely. Hitomi looked at the two in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. "Where are we going to play this afternoon?" Upon hearing this, Hitomi looked even more confused. "Aren't we training? Aren't we memorizing medical knowledge? There's nothing fun to do." Just as Meiji was about to continue speaking, she paused for a moment and said, "I have something to do in my clan this afternoon. You can go play by yourselves." Oh. Hearing this, Jilly felt a bit disappointed and said, "Then I'll see you at school tomorrow." Okay. Meiji nodded, getting up to go back to her room to find the prepared items. The bug girl had already seen 3 old men she hadn't seen in a long time come to the door. Shiyu, Shiho, and Shirui. By the time Meiji came down, Jilly and the others had already left. It had been a while since they last met, and there were no special changes. "Still alive? Old man Shiyu," Meiji said as she opened the door. Soon. Although the mask covered his face, old man Shiyu smiled as he spoke. "When will it be? I need to prepare as well." Meiji said, "No need to worry. Everything is arranged. After you die, let the firebugs have a big meal." Old man Shiyu rubbed his hands, looking as if he wanted to say something but held back. Then he said, "No need to prepare a coffin. It doesn't take up space." "Sound good." "Bug burial." Meiji nodded. "Bug princess, want you invite us in to sit for a while?" Old man Shiyu said. Meiji stepped aside and said, "There's nothing good to serve at home, so I want to be entertaining you." That's right. "It's a waste of money," Old man Shiyu said repeatedly. Meiji squinted her eyes. "This is quite a big deal. It must be that." The four sat facing each other in the living room, and old men Shirui and Shiho showed no intention of speaking. After sitting down, they began to look around, appearing indifferent. Meiji stared at old man Shiyu. After a while, old man Shiyu said, "Bug princess's tone was particularly gentle and humble, a stark contrast to his previous domineering demeanor." "What is the matter?" Meiji asked. Biological steel." After starting to speak, old man Shiyu completely lost his shame and said, "Bug princess, our clan is not doing well. We don't have much industry, and life is quite difficult. The Uchiha clan has a tool shop. The Nara clan has deer and a pharmacy. The Kurama family is in publishing. The Senju clan collects rent. And the shopping district is all theirs. The Akimichi clan runs restaurants, but our clan has nothing to show for it except bugs, which can't be sold and are hard to sell." Pointing to the commissions from those few missions, "It's just a little money." "Isn't there still land in the clan? Don't you collect rent?" Meiji said, "Konoha is the Konoha of the ninja clans. If Hashirama hadn't given any benefits, the founding of Konoha would have been pushed back. All the major ninja clans rely on renting land to civilians for income." "There is," Old man Shiyu said, "just a little. Back then, I was too timid to ask for more." "You were cowardly, right? Bug princess, you will be the head of the clan in the future. You must think about the big guys in the clan. They're all looking at you eagerly." Old man Shiyu rubbed his hands. When they came, the brothers had discussed it. They couldn't be too tough on Meiji, so the only option left was to act pitiful. Meiji stared at old man Shiyu. "Biological steel is impossible." Meiji said. "Why?" Old man Shiyu asked eagerly. He didn't want to leave empty-handed after losing face. "I can protect it, but the clan can't," Meiji said. "Moreover, this thing is only suitable for limited circulation. It's not suitable as a clan industry. Otherwise, it wouldn't sell for a good price." "Is that so?" After thinking for a moment, old man Shiyu said, "I was too eager, Bug princess." "However," Meiji said, taking out a pile of bug eggs, "this can be given to the clan." "This." Old man Shiyu looked closely for a few moments and asked, "Is this the eggs of the three-colored bug?" "That's right," Meiji said. "They're a domesticated variety that can be mass-bred. It just requires building a closed forest farm. But Konoha doesn't have such places." Upon hearing this, the three brothers exchanged glances. "Is this the dye from the three-colored bug?" Old man Shiyu asked in confusion. "What's the use?" "The Inuzuka clan particularly likes to smear this stuff on their faces. Once they find nest, they can wake up laughing in their dreams." "Is this bug very precious?" Old man Shiyu asked. "The Inuzuka clan is somewhat transparent in the village. The Oil Woman clan hasn't particularly observed them. No, they're just too weak and have a hard life." Meiji said. "Why does the Inuzuka clan like this bug?" Old man Shiyu asked. "Because of their sense of smell. The Inuzuka clan's sense of smell is tens of thousands of times stronger than that of ordinary people." Meiji said. "What's the relation?" Old man Shiyu asked in confusion. "The oil paint is toxic, but this one is not." Meiji said. "The taste is magnified under sensitive smell, and the stimulating taste is exceptionally pronounced, so they particularly love this dye." "I see," Old man Shiyu said. "The Inuzuka clan is not necessarily richer than us. How much money can they make?" "Dyes are widely used in medicine, food, clothing, cosmetics, beverages, etc., but the problem is they're all toxic," Meiji said coldly. "Therefore, once it's taken out, everyone has to die." The three old men gasped upon hearing this. Now they understood. "So that is how it is." Old man Shiyu slapped his thigh. "Everyone has to die," the old man shouted angrily. Chapter 61 600,000 So, Bug Queen, you take half, the clan takes half, and the clan will fund the industry. The old man Ji made the decision on the spot, and then left happily with the bug eggs. In the afternoon, there wasn't much to do, so all the wooden big beauties planned to tidy up their mood before starting again. This time, they wouldn't use those unfortunate names. Meiji lay on the bed for a while, then got up to see what Hitomi and Haruki were doing. Those two guys went to school. It was the weekend, and there was no one around, but the place was big enough. Although the door was locked, ninjas never used the front door. Haruki and Hinata faced each other. They slowly drew their swords. Practicing? Meiji watched with interest. Although there was a scene, it was too far to hear anything. After watching for a while, and still not seeing them start fighting, the two were talking about something. After watching a bit longer, Meiji, who was not interested in who would win or lose, shifted her gaze. A momentary victory or defeat doesn't mean anything. No one can always win, and no one will always lose. Meiji thought this way, manipulating the bugs to turn over the Konoha forest. As she watched, suddenly the scene went dark. Meiji hoofed in Unvansha. This kind of thing happened often. The dispatch bugs got eaten by birds. Meiji shifted her gaze back, a bit disappointed, having missed it. The fight was already over. Haruki looked relaxed, sheathed her long and short swords, and gently extended her hand to Hitomi on the ground. Lost again, Hitomi. Haruki was really impressive. Hitomi grabbed Haruki's hand and got up. Soon, the two left the school chatting and laughing. Small flying bugs followed them the whole way, and Meiji was quite curious about what these two could be doing. She saw them head straight to the dango shop, sitting outside to eat dango and drink tea. As they communicated, Haruki and Hinata would occasionally stand up and spar with their swords, while the other would show a thoughtful expression. It wasn't all just play. Pretty good. Meiji controlled the scouting bugs to leave. She'd just seen some people. The first team seemed to have just finished a mission. Tsunade was holding a stack of money, constantly counting it with a frustrated look. No matter how she counted, the money wouldn't increase by a few bills. With this little money, she lost it all in less than 3 minutes at the gambling table, which was not satisfying at all. Tsunade showed no sign of cherishing or enjoying this hard-earned money. To her left, Jiraiya had a face full of worry, staring at the money in his hand, looking like he found the world unworthy. How much can this little money pay off? Not understanding, he asked, Sarutobi-sensei. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, walking down the street, shifted his gaze from the thigh of a young, beautiful girl to Jiraiya's annoying face. With a look of disdain, he asked, "What's wrong now? I owe someone money. How much can this little money pay off?" Jiraiya asked. Huh? Not understanding for a moment, the third Hokage thought for a while and asked, "How much do you owe?" 600,000, Jiraiya said. "That's quite a bit." The third Hokage said, "You can't be so bad at simple math, Jiraiya. Just subtract this money from what you owe. Isn't there interest on this? It's already been over a month." Jiraiya said, "How much interest?" Sarutobi scratched his nose, feeling a bit itchy. 6%, Jiraiya said uncertainly. The third Hokage glanced at the money in Jiraiya's hand and said, "This amount is just enough to cover the interest." "What?" Jiraiya tightly clutched the money, his hands trembling, and said, Teacher, what does this mean? It means as long as the money isn't fully paid off, you'll have to pay interest every month. The third Hokage said, is it compounded interest? That's even scarier. Compounded interest? Jiraiya's hands trembled even more. He didn't understand, but instinctively felt it was terrifying. Sigh. The third Hokage sighed and said, I see you really don't understand anything. So bold, you dare to borrow from a loan shark? The third Hokage teased. Meanwhile, Orochimaru sneered, idiot Jiraiya. This time, Jiraiya had lost the mood to retort, looking pitifully and expectantly at the third Hokage. Teacher, the third Hokage raised an eyebrow. Save me. With eyes full of despair, Jiraiya's voice was trembling. You. The third Hokage slapped his own face and sighed after a moment. Speak. Who is that person? Let's see who dares to bully my disciple. The third Hokage. It's Bug Queen, Jiraiya said with a mournful face. I didn't want this. But she kept giving me money, and Tsunade wouldn't let me run, saying that only the biggest loser at the gambling table could propose to end it. No one can leave until she loses everything. Tsunade looked dangerously at Jiraiya and said, That's because you're foolish. Orochimaru didn't lose much. Orochimaru didn't comment, saying he lost little. Instant noodles were all he could afford. He even thought about making snake soup. Teacher, save me. Jiraiya looked eagerly at the third Hokage. This might be life, Jiraiya. Saying this, the third Hokage patted Jiraiya's shoulder and turned to leave. Teacher, the third Hokage quickened his pace. Teacher, Jiraiya called out sadly. Go. The third Hokage waved his hand heavily. Cheer up. Important training awaits us. Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya cried out desperately. Go. Let's go. Today we're learning new ninjutsu. It's super powerful ninjutsu. The third Hokage shouted loudly, trying to drown out Jiraiya's cries. Watching the third Hokage and his companions walk away, the young Jiraiya understood the profound meaning of a word at this moment. Reliable. Orochimaru turned back to look at Jiraiya, saying to the third Hokage, Teacher, 600,000 isn't hard for adults, right? It isn't hard. The third Hokage sighed and said, Orochimaru, you'll know how hard it is after marriage. Looking deeply at the third Hokage, Orochimaru hesitated to speak. Isn't there such a thing as secret money? Finally, he asked. The People Lake is a female ninja, the third Hokage sighed. Glancing at Tsunade, Orochimaru felt like he understood. I don't want to get married anymore. Teacher, such matters are still too early for you, Orochimaru. Don't think too much. The third Hokage said, patting Orochimaru's shoulder, mysteriously smiling. You'll understand in the future. No, I don't want to understand. Orochimaru said, Jiraiya will catch up, right? Let him figure it out. No matter what, life must go on. After the third Hokage's meaningful sigh, he said, Besides, if he doesn't come, where can he go? Day by day, without a proper shape, suffering a little loss now will help avoid a big one later. Orochimaru looked at the third Hokage, wanted to say something, but hesitating. At this moment, he somewhat understood what it meant to be a reliable adult. Forget it. No need to worry about that idiot Jiraiya. I'm already eating instant noodles, why bother? At most, I'll treat him to ramen later. Orochimaru made up his mind. Just one bowl. Money should be saved for biological research. Announcement. If there's no update by midnight, it will likely be available tomorrow at noon. Just a heads up, don't wait until night. Chapter 62. Summoning Technique as the Hokage. There's a training ground that belongs exclusively to him. After being Hokage for a long time, he occasionally needs to train to maintain his combat level. The first team is practicing here as part of their daily training. The area is quite quiet with few people around. Looking at the three young ones in front of him, the third Hokage patted his cheek. Tsunade appeared to be absent-minded. The third Hokage knew it was due to Mito's teachings leading to insufficient rest, causing her to often lose focus. Anyway, Tsunade wouldn't learn any useful, powerful ninjutsu from him. But he would teach some handy basic ninjutsu. For example, the shadow clone technique. Tsunade already had her own path to follow. So the third Hokage was not worried about her training. She was just here to gain some experience as a ninja. As for Orochimaru, he was clever enough to inherit his teachings and become a comprehensive ninja proficient in all 5 elemental jutsu. But unfortunately, Orochimaru already had summoning techniques, so it wouldn't be appropriate to bring out his Monkey King. Therefore, the only one left who needed a summoning technique was Jiraiya. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya, who had a gloomy face, and said, Today, I will teach you a powerful ninjutsu. Really, you're angry, aren't you? What I'm going to teach you is the summoning technique. The third Hokage patted his cheek again. This time he was pulling out the big guns. It was painful to part with it, but what could he do? He was his disciple. The summoning beasts of the Sarutobi clan had been passed down through generations. And this was the first time he would teach it to someone from outside the clan. Summoning technique? Tsunade snapped back to reality and said, I thought it was some powerful ninjutsu. I already have a summoning technique, so I don't need it. She looked uninterested, still thinking about the challenging knowledge her grandmother had taught her. Besides, the slug was cute, gentle, and obedient. Tsunade was very satisfied and didn't want any other summoning beast. I do too. I already have a summoning technique, Orochimaru said as he looked at Jiraiya. What are you teaching us? You're just specifically teaching this idiot. Hearing this, Jiraiya glanced at the two of them. You both have it. What about me? The third Hokage's face darkened as he said, Stop wasting time. Pay attention to the hand seals for the summoning technique. Jiraiya perked up and looked at the third Hokage making the seals. To let Jiraiya see clearly, the third Hokage deliberately slowed down and shouted, Summoning technique. Monkey King. Monkey. He bit his finger and suddenly crouched down to press it against the ground. In a cloud of smoke, a tall, robust monkey appeared. Sarutobi, are we going to fight again? The third Hokage glanced at his old buddy, not daring to say he had called it out on purpose for the disciples to see. Let's perform that. What the heck, it's a monkey, how ugly. Tsunade said innocently. Indeed, Orochimaru added, snakes are much cooler. The third Hokage and the Monkey King both had dark expressions. Jiraiya blinked, feeling a bit envious. Damn it, even if it's ugly, I don't have one. Thinking this, Jiraiya's courage surged, and he raised his hand to form the hand seals. The summoning technique is simple. I got it. What an idiot, you won't succeed like that. The third Hokage said, You don't even have a summoning beast. What are you summoning? The air? To form a contract with a summoning beast. Just as the third Hokage was helplessly explaining, an unexpected change occurred. Summoning technique. Jiraiya bit his finger and, with a loud shout, crouched down to press against the ground. Accompanied by the fluctuations of space and the swirling air, he instantly vanished without a trace. The third Hokage stretched out his hand. What happened? Is this a reverse summoning technique? I didn't teach this. Jiraiya didn't even make the wrong hand seals. Moreover, when did Jiraiya become so clever, learning in one go? Isn't this something only Orochimaru could do? Sarutobi-sensei. Tsunade suddenly perked up, worriedly asking, Where did that idiot Jiraiya go? Where'd he go? Probably to that place. The Daybreaker, maybe with those shameless toads. This kid has a problem, the Monkey King said in a deep voice, confirming the third Hokage's thoughts. Is there a problem? The third Hokage couldn't figure it out. His expression grew serious as he gazed into the distance, unsure if it was a good or bad thing. Don't worry. It might be a good thing, the third Hokage said. Since it's what Sarutobi-sensei said, then it should be fine. Tsunade and Orochimaru felt relieved. Meanwhile, at home in the distance, Mikoto's expression behind her mask became serious. She had seen something incredible. Is it really like this? Then, what kind of prophecy will the great Toad Sage reveal? It piqued her curiosity. At this moment, Jiraiya was falling from midair, landing heavily on the ground and standing up painfully. Dazed, he looked up and saw a giant toad staring back at him. So ugly, Jiraiya said honestly. The large toad, with a cigarette in its mouth and a rogue look, silently drew a knife. The two locked eyes. The next second, Jiraiya turned and ran. The toad chased after him with a knife. Stop. Let me see if I can't kill you, you little brat. Is anyone there? Help. The toad is killing me. One man and one toad were running wildly through the forest. On the other side, at the Konoha training ground, the third Hokage said, Since Jiraiya is not here, let us end today's training here. Yay! Tsunade's spirits were fully restored, and without saying much, she turned and ran. See you tomorrow, Sarutobi-sensei. Just as Orochimaru was about to leave, the third Hokage called out to him. Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at him in confusion. Be careful of the dragon cave. Those cold-blooded snakes are not easy to deal with. How could that be? Snakes are so cute. I know, sensei, Orochimaru replied, not wanting to argue. Seeing that Orochimaru seemed unconcerned, the third Hokage felt a headache coming on. Among the three great sage areas, the slug sage of the Senju clan was the most docile. The other two places weren't to be trifled with. If possible, learn the sage techniques as much as you can, the third Hokage advised. Sage technique? Orochimaru asked, puzzled. If you don't pick up the pace, Jiraiya will catch up to you, the third Hokage said in a deep voice. That idiot Jiraiya? Orochimaru looked at the third Hokage in confusion. During this time, you must have noticed Jiraiya's progress. In the beginning, you could easily defeat him, but now you need to put in some effort to keep up. What about in the future? Time waits for no one, Orochimaru. Is that so? Orochimaru thought carefully and felt a sense of urgency. This kid is secretly catching up. What are sage techniques? Orochimaru asked. It's a powerful force that only the strong can master, the third Hokage replied. Do you know it, sensei? Orochimaru asked. I don't. The third Hokage replied. My father knew it. He was one of the rare strongest during the Warring States period. Even the first Hokage wouldn't underestimate his power. It sounds impressive. Orochimaru showed a bit of interest. Tsunade will definitely master that kind of power, and even Jiraiya has gained the qualifications. If you don't hurry, Orochimaru, you will be left far behind. The third Hokage spoke as if he had already regarded Orochimaru as his own son. What about Tsukuyami? Orochimaru asked. I don't know. The third Hokage said, maybe yes, maybe no, but she must be a tough ninja. If you don't master sage techniques, you won't be able to defeat her. I understand. Sensei, Orochimaru replied, bowing to the third Hokage. No need to be so polite, Orochimaru, the third Hokage smiled. Orochimaru had a pensive look on his face. It seems necessary to take a trip to the Dragon Cave and ask about sage techniques. Chapter 63. Summer has returned during the weekends. Miki studied medicine, sealing techniques, and barriers in Mito's place. While on weekdays, she went to school. Miki's days were ordinary and mundane. The things she learned at school were many, but they mainly focused on the basics of being a ninja, honing her body, and learning ninjutsu. As she grew older, her attributes naturally increased to a certain extent. Chiri, Hitomi, and Miki were inseparable, going everywhere together, and gradually Miki got used to this closeness. They were like two accessories, which was pretty nice to have around. The first winter since starting school brought the expected heavy snowfall, blanketing everything in white, pure and dazzling. The winter festival in the village was bustling with activity, with traveling merchants setting up stalls on the streets that dazzled the eyes and made one reluctant to leave. Chiri had saved nearly a year's worth of money and finally had something to spend it on. Is it pretty? A little girl in a plain floral-patterned yukata stood in front of Miki, her cute cat mask on her head looking adorable. Chiri asked. MHM, Miki replied. What about me? Hitomi, also dressed in a cute yukata, asked, her shy, flushed face seeming frozen, holding a candy apple in her hand, her pure white eyes as beautiful as snow. Kawaii, Miki said, devoid of emotion. What's that? Who's cuter? Chiri said, dissatisfied. Hitomi looked at Miki expectantly, confident in her looks at least. I can win. Miki glanced at the two and coldly said, I'm cuter. What? There's such an answer. Chiri said, somewhat dissatisfied. We've known each other for so long, and we haven't even seen your face. I'm definitely cuter than you, Miki said, as long as I don't take off the mask. Everyone will imagine how cute I am and picture it as the cutest version they think. Is that so? So cunning. Should I wear a mask too? Chiri pondered. Hitomi nodded in agreement and looked at the cute little bird masks sold by the vendors. Boring, Miki said, stepping forward. This winter ended happily and peacefully amidst the brilliant fireworks. The three of them watched the fireworks bloom until they faded in the dark sky. If life could continue like this, that would be great. Looking up at the sky, everyone made different wishes. Miki, what did you wish for? It's a secret. Then mine is a secret too. What about Hitomi? Secret. 15 years in Konoha came to an end. The Second Shinobi World War quietly advanced a step. But no matter when, death would come. Miki could smell the scent of death. It wasn't decayed nor despairing. It was just an ordinary scent. She thought she would die in this winter, but she made it through, dying in the spring when everything revived, the most beautiful season of the year. That day, the sun was bright, suitable for outings and enjoying the sun lazily at home. According to her wishes, she was not buried in the Konoha Heroes Cemetery, but chose the ancient insect burial. Since ancient times, the Oil Woman clan had chosen to let insects consume their bodies to prevent outsiders from obtaining information about the clan. Living with insects, dying with insects. Few attended the funeral. Almost all were clan members, with no outsiders observing. The silent relatives said little, and the only sound in the venue was Yumi's heart-wrenching cries. She lay outside the last group of insects, crying as if she could faint at any moment. Miki had seen such a scene once before when Konoha ninjas brought back her father's remains. A bag of rotten insect shells, a broken kunai, and a Konoha forehead protector. That was everything that person left in life. That person died in this way. This is the fate of a ninja. It is also the fate of the Oil Woman clan. Bud Princess, say something, Old Man Jiho said, looking at Miki with sorrow in his eyes. The clan members silently turned to look at Miki. Despite her small stature, she stood tall. This will be the pillar of our clan in the future. Every Oil Woman knew this. their eyes filled with expectation. There's nothing to say, Miki said. Secret, secret, still a secret. Like insects, living secretly whether in the sunlight or darkness is the meaning of existence for our clan. Living is better than anything else, and I will lead you to live on. No matter if facing a storm or a downpour, our clan will always stand on the earth, like insects. The insects swarm devoured the last body. The insects stopped in place one by one, their breaths fading. They cut themselves off. Their master was gone, and they had no meaning to exist. All that was left was a ground full of empty shells. Scatter. Miki presided over the final ceremony of the funeral. The moment the words fell, the oil women swiftly left, not hesitating to obey Miki's command. Miki stepped forward, gently supporting her mother, who was on the verge of fainting. You still have me. Don't be too sad. Upon hearing this, Yumi tightly hugged Miki, suppressing her sobs. Tears soaked Miki's chest. Old man Jiho doesn't want to see you like this. Miki gently patted Yumi's back. After the funeral, Miki's life returned to its usual dullness. Studying, still studying. She greedily absorbed various knowledge from Mito. The secret transmissions of the Senju clan were taught to the three of them without Mito minding. Life didn't change much. The three continued to stick together as always. 2 years later, Old Man Jiho died, and 3 years later, Old Man Jihue also passed away. Miki presided over the funerals. One died in the scorching summer, the other in the heavy snow of winter. Her mood was just like that day many years ago. She couldn't cry, just very sad. After 6 years, Miki graduated from ninja school, officially became a Konoha genin. After doing some D-rank missions for a while, the three entered Konoha Hospital, starting by doing odd jobs to accumulate medical experience. They did this for 4 years. When Tsunade learned of this, she insisted on joining. She was tired of the endless missions outside the village. In the 25th year of Konoha, summer, the footsteps of the Second Shinobi World War seemed to echo repeatedly in Miki's ears. It was about to begin the curtain. Looking at the brilliant rising morning sun on the horizon, leaning against the railing on the 3rd floor of the hospital, Miki softly said, "Time really flies." Watching the slender figure leaning against the railing, a beautiful girl with large wavy black hair smiled and said, "Yes, it flies by really fast." "What about Hitomi?" Miki asked. So tired, fell asleep. Shiri leaned against the wall and asked, "What is about to start?" "No, nothing." Miki shook her head, looking down at the blonde ponytail girl on the playground doing morning exercises. "Big forehead." Miki shouted, "Do you want to die, you damn insect girl?" Tsunade below immediately turned around and yelled back, "TSK." Miki clicked her tongue. The second war was still far off. The 16-year-old Tsunade was still flat. "When will you grow up? When will you grow up? Don't make Tsunade angry. She's really scary right now," Shiri said with a frown, looking at the diamond seal on Tsunade's forehead. Although she also has it. She's used to it. Miki waved her hand dismissively. "Summer has come again," Miki said with a smile. "Come up here. Big forehead. Come down here. Bug girl. Watch me not beat you to death." Tsunade roared. Shiri couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 64. Since I'm here, Kato Duan is a child of the Shinobi clan, currently 18 years old, and has been a ninja for 6 years. He is an experienced, cautious, and excellent ninja. In Konoha, there are particularly many small clans and ninjas like this. A small clan is defined as having several relatives with the same surname and a special secret technique in the family. Such small clans have little presence in Konoha, just like the boy himself has little presence. This time, he was injured on a mission, and the injury was quite serious. It was the first time in 6 years of his mission career that he sustained such an injury. He didn't know whether to consider it lucky or unlucky. At least he didn't lose his life during the mission, he thought optimistically. His legs couldn't move yet, and given the situation, he would have a recovery period of about 6 months, which might affect his future ninja career. The doctor was manipulating his leg, which was held in place by a splint. "Is the impact significant?" the boy asked, his gaze involuntarily drifting outside to catch a glimpse of a stunning blonde figure passing by. So beautiful, like a princess. "It's hard to say. You might recover well, or it might affect your mobility. I suggest you take it easy and temporarily give up your ninja career," the attending medical ninja said with a somewhat serious tone. Sensing the weight of this, the boy struggled to say, "That's not possible. I not only have ideals I want to achieve, but I also need to earn money." I know, the doctor replied. "The village has a disability subsidy for missions. It should be enough to get you through this tough time. That healing technique is quite useful. Why not use it?" The boy usually communicated with some fellow patients and said, "Didn't Princess Tsunade invent several amazing medical ninjutsu?" The doctor shook his head and said, "Those ninjutsu won't help your situation. Applying for the healing technique requires a report, and the chances of your case getting approved are slim. The boy felt a bit down. He didn't mind suffering himself, but his adorable younger sister would have to struggle too. As a useless big brother, he felt very uncomfortable, but there was still a way out. If you insist, you can try going there, the doctor suggested, though he didn't want to recommend it. Is there a problem? The boy asked cautiously. It's not a big issue, but it might leave some psychological scars, the doctor sighed, finding it hard to explain. You need to be mentally prepared. If it can help my leg recover quickly and completely, I'm willing to give it a try, Kato Duan said. All right then. The medical development department is on the 3rd floor. It's that person's experiment. No, I mean department. The nurses there know. You can ask them. You just said something, didn't you? The boy looked suspicious. No, the doctor insisted firmly. You probably misheard. Okay. With that, the boy stood up with the help of crutches, walking awkwardly. On the way, he searched for the place the doctor mentioned in Konoha Hospital. Since it was his first time being hospitalized, he wasn't familiar with the area. He hobbled along, struggling to find his way. What was the name of the department again? Medical Development Department? That has to be right, doesn't it? Just then, a nurse carrying medical supplies passed by. The boy stopped her and politely asked, "Excuse me, where is the Medical Development Department?" The moment he spoke, the nurse's expression changed to something strange. As a ninja, the boy was certain he caught that sensitive shift. Her eyes held 3 parts pity, 3 parts reluctance, and an additional 3 parts of an inexplicable feeling. She seemed to want to laugh. What's so funny? It's over there, at the end of the corridor. The last room. By the way, if the door is closed, don't open it. Just sit in the corridor for a while. Unable to resist, the boy asked, "What happens if I open it?" "You'll die," the nurse replied with unusual conviction. "Better than death." "I understand." The boy forced a bitter smile, realizing he had encountered someone difficult to deal with. There was no time to ask further. The busy nurse left. Staring at the deep corridor, the boy hesitated for a moment. After a while, he gritted his teeth. "Since I'm here, I might as well go." He hobbled deeper into the corridor. Before long, he reached the end and sat on a bench outside the door. What would happen next? The boy felt somewhat uneasy, but the next second, he burst into laughter. "Kato Duan, you're already a mature ninja. No matter what happens, don't be afraid. Face it bravely and overcome it. If you can't even do this, how can you pursue your dream of becoming Hokage?" After a moment of mental comfort, the boy calmed down. However, the next second, a sudden change occurred. The tightly closed door was forcefully burst open, and a large man tumbled out in a panic. The boy was momentarily stunned. He recognized this man. He was known in the Chunin circle for being captured by enemy ninjas and enduring a week of secret interrogation without giving in. He was a famous tough guy. The boy admired his deeds, often fantasizing about becoming such a tough guy and hero himself. But at this moment, the tough guy was in tears, his face streaming with tears and snot. He wore an expression of intense fear. "I'm not getting treated. Help! Mom!" Watching this scene unfold, the boy was left in shock. A huge shock. A dense swarm of dark, violent insects erupted from the room, swirling out in a frenzy. Layer upon layer wrapped around the tough guy, dragging him back into the room. His nails dug desperately into the floor, scraping against the ground with an ear-piercing screech as he was pulled away by the swarm. The boy suddenly snapped back to reality. His pupils shrank in terror to the size of pinpoints. With a swift motion, he stood up, using his crutch to turn and run. What was that? What was that? What was that just now? Is this really a hospital? As he thought this, the boy found the crutch a hindrance, abruptly throwing it away and hopping away with all his might. His mind was filled with a single thought: get out of this cursed place. Forget about the leg. Help. He hadn't even had the chance to utter the words before he abruptly stopped in his tracks. He stared blankly at the black wall of insects that rose up, blocking the corridor. A dense mass of small beetles was packed together, writhing in a way that sent chills down his spine. He remembered the legend from school about the terrifying bug princess from 3 grades below him. It was said she was a very nasty girl who loved to feed people bugs. Thinking of this, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Hey, since you're here, where do you want to go?" The boy stiffly turned around, looking at the legendary girl. The Oil Woman Princess, the Bug Princess of Konoha. If you provoke her, you'll die a terrible death. Memories of his male classmates from the same year flooded back. Just hearing her name made them shudder. "I need to go to the bathroom. I'm desperate." The boy forced a stiff smile, no longer the sunny and gentle demeanor he once had. He turned to look at the girl. She wore a flawless, pure, white hooded robe, with a pair of red-studded wooden sandals, and on her face was the mask that she supposedly never took off. Her figure was slender and tall, but looking at her silhouette, it was hard to reconcile it with the terrifying tales associated with her. She should be a very beautiful girl. The boy didn't know why he thought this way. "Come here," The girl waved her hand. Yes, like facing a superior ninja. The boy hopped forward. What could he do? The person in front of him was the same as the monster from his childhood 10 years ago. As a seasoned chunin with 6 years of experience, he was well aware of this kind of information. Just like how Princess Tsunade could easily send him flying with a single punch, this person before him would be even more terrifying. He could really die. The boy couldn't help but recall the nurse's words, tears glistening in his eyes. Chapter 65. Medical ninjutsu. Kato Duan followed Miki into the room, carefully surveying the surrounding environment. The room was small, about 30 square meters, with 3 windows that overlooked the trees and flowers planted outside Konoha Hospital, creating a serene atmosphere. If one disregarded the items in the room, they would see shelves filled with transparent glass bottles, each containing various organisms, including plants, animals, insects, and even human organs. Kato Duan swallowed hard, glancing at the tough-looking man lying on a small bed, surrounded by a swarm of insects, occasionally emitting faint groans. He wondered if the man would die. Kato Duan looked at Miki, who was sitting at the desk, fiddling with a pen while scrutinizing him. He felt a strange sensation. Thinking, does she have an interest in me? No. Kato Duan shook his head vigorously and forced a smile, stammering, is he okay? Implicitly asking if something had happened. He's fine, Miki replied. Sit down. Kato Duan obediently shifted his butt and sat down, anxiously looking at Miki. That doctor. I'm okay. He tried to save himself. Miki glanced at Kato Duan's leg. It's just a broken leg. It will heal in a few days. Kato Duan quickly added. Oh. Miki let out a soft hum, stopping the pen's rotation and tapping her finger rhythmically on the table. She remained silent. Kato Duan held his breath, feeling a rush of tension, waiting for the final verdict. You, my friend, look like you have a short lifespan. Although a long time had passed, Miki still recognized him. Tsunade's future boyfriend. Stopping at the hand-holding stage. No way. Kato Duan anxiously asked. Will a broken leg lead to death? Then he thought of something else, his face turning pale. I won't have other illnesses, will I? Not at all, Miki replied. What are you doing here? I got lost. Kato Duan said. My feet hurt from walking. I just wanted to sit for a while. Interesting, Miki said. Take it off. Upon hearing this, Kato Duan immediately hugged himself tightly, nervously looking at Miki. TSK, take off your shoes. I'm not sick. Kato Duan lowered his hands, blushing as he said, the slow healing of a broken leg is due to the slow growth of the bone. Naturally, the newly grown bone will be much weaker than the previously broken bone, which is a fatal threat to a ninja's career, Miki explained. You don't want to suddenly break your leg while trying to escape and end up dead, right? Not to mention that even after it heals, you will feel pain during intense activities, which could directly lead to defeat in close combat. I have the spirit transformation technique, Kato Duan said quietly. I don't engage in close combat much. It won't affect me much. You talk too much. With that, Miki stood up, looking down at Kato Duan with a cold voice. You've been given face, kid. What are you going to do? Just as he finished speaking, Miki waved her hand, and Kato Duan was horrified to find he could no longer control his body. The chakra scalpel is a technique that allows for internal cutting without external injuries. Saying this, Miki pulled out a pair of white gloves from her pocket, elegantly putting them on, and said slowly, I've cut off the nerve synapses below your cervical spine, causing your entire body below the brain to lose signals from the brain and become uncontrollable. If you don't hurry up, the neurons will die in large numbers, leading to paralysis. Time is of the essence. Miki finished putting on her gloves and looked at Kato Duan, asking, still want to treat it? Like the rumors say. A devil. Kato Duan's eyes brimmed with tears as he shouted, hurry up. Miki replied, by the way, you graduated from the ninja school, right? Didn't they teach etiquette there? The seal of opposition is part of that, along with some training for missions to avoid embarrassing the village. Please hurry up. Kato Duan was on the verge of tears, pleading, thank you so much. Since you said that, Miki reached out, and black parasitic bugs crawled all over her hand. Looking at these terrifying little creatures, Kato Duan's eyelids twitched. Open your mouth, Miki commanded. Kato Duan tightly closed his mouth, shaking his head desperately. This is medicine, Miki explained. It's not much different from what you usually eat. It digests quickly and is non-toxic with no side effects. Kato Duan shook his head vigorously, keeping his mouth tightly shut. Why is no one recognizing this? Miki sighed. Because of this reason, there have been too many complaints. So Konoha Hospital decided in a meeting to open a separate department for Miki. As for patients, it's all by chance. Miki stepped forward and pinched Kato Duan's mouth. With some force, Kato Duan's mouth opened. Miki placed her finger to his lips, and one by one, beetles crawled into Kato Duan's mouth. These things are a variant of snack bugs, but the back end is filled with medicine. They can also detach from the body automatically. But Miki doesn't want to do that right now. Don't bite, swallow it. It's not some special medicine, just a painkiller. Although you have already been fully anesthetized by cutting the nerve synapses, it will still hurt after the operation. This will make it more bearable. By the time the operation is over, the bugs in your stomach will have almost started digesting, and the medicine will take effect. Miki is very precise with his timing. The same process has been done many times before. Now, Kato Duan couldn't even dare to move his mouth, watching helplessly as the terrifying little creatures disappeared from his sight, his pupils shaking violently. These guys won't bite through my stomach, will they? Kato Duan thought of this terrifying possibility. At this moment, Miki had another action. She tapped the knee of his broken leg, causing a nerve reflex that made it jump. Miki grabbed his foot and said, "Does it smell?" "Not at all. What I mean is I will treat it for 3 million. This guy clearly suffered an injury on a mission, which is reimbursed by the village. So essentially, it's free. I don't have money." Kato Duan was really on the brink of collapse. As she spoke, Miki grabbed his foot, and a large number of parasitic bugs crawled up, using their strong jaws to bite through the skin, creating tiny wounds, one after another crawling inside. This step is usually very painful. However, due to the full anesthesia, the signal transmission was blocked by cutting the nerves. Kato Duan watched as the particles beneath the skin of his calf bulged and moved rapidly under the skin, sending chills down his spine. "What is this?" "Don't be nervous. It's a subcutaneous examination," Miki said, looking at Kato Duan. "It will be fine soon. Insect secret technique. Transformation technique." It quickly activates and enhances the body's self-healing ability using the life force of the bugs. Without side effects, it causes bone cells to rapidly divide and heal. In simpler terms, it replenishes blood. Moments later, as Miki waved her hand gently over his neck, Kato Duan felt the presence of his body. "Where are the bugs?" he asked with a trembling voice, because he only saw the bugs go in and didn't see them come out. "They're dead." Miki began to take off her gloves and said, "Don't be nervous. Come back here in a week to have the fixation plate removed." Fixation plate? As you might imagine, the bodies of the bugs. Surely you don't want to wear them for the rest of your life, although you could. However, it might hurt a bit on rainy days. Flesh can decompose, but this chitinous shell is quite hard. This parasitic bug can self-dissolve to stick together and form various stable, solid shapes. It's a cracked version of the ability found in the slug sage. This healing vitality, like that of the slug sage, heals the target by consuming its own cells. To put it metaphorically, it's a slug wrapped in a bug shell. Once the life force is exhausted and the flesh decomposes, the shells of these bugs need to be removed. It's not ideal for combat, but it's convenient. It's one of Meiji's small achievements in recent years. "Do you want to come again?" Kato Dan asked. He recalled the psychological trauma the doctor had mentioned earlier. He didn't know how extensive his current psychological shadow was. "Can I not come?" "So annoying you can." Meiji waved her hand like shooing away a fly. Kato Dan felt greatly relieved and jumped out of the room. Chapter 66. Moving towards the future, the cafeteria at Konoha Hospital is quite large. At noon, Miki comes here for lunch. Hinata and Sakura are also here. 4 years of experience have made them excellent medical ninjas, each capable of handling their own specialties. Hinata has the convenient Byakugan, allowing her to diagnose patients quickly and excel in treating various internal and external injuries, skillfully identifying hidden ailments. Sakura can handle almost everything, but focuses primarily on psychological treatments, using genjutsu to adjust patients' emotions. As for Miki, she is well-rounded and versatile, being the hospital's go-to person for any difficulties. Tsunade receives similar treatment. She is particularly formidable in medical ninjutsu, and her unique technique for extracting ailments can cure most diseases. Common colds, for instance, are easily treated with her skills. However, Tsunade is much more popular than Miki. Children who have had unpleasant experiences with her in the past will start crying the moment they see her from afar. Over the past 4 years, the four have often gathered to discuss medical ninjutsu. Aside from Miki's unique insect techniques, the other 3 have been unable to learn them. However, they share knowledge in medical ninjutsu, including various medicines developed by Miki. They frequently collaborate to tackle particularly challenging cases. As they settled into their usual seats, Sakura and Hinata were already eating. "Busy today?" Sakura elegantly tossed her hair aside and asked as Miki sat down. Miki shook her head and replied, "We only had 2 patients this morning. One had a stone blockage, and I cleared it, while the other had a broken leg, which I treated." I haven't had any patience all morning. Sakura sighed. The Ninja Academy graduation is coming up soon, so there will be many genin seeking treatment, right? At that moment, Hinata quickly shoveled a few bites of food, her large dark circles indicating fatigue on her delicate face, as she gestured with her fingers. 6 surgeries. 6 surgeries. Just let me die already. With a wail, Hinata exclaimed, when will this nightmare end? I'm starting to miss the days of being a genin picking up trash. That's because you're so skilled. You're quick and steady with the scalpel, Miki said, taking a sip of miso soup. Yesterday and today, I've only had 4 hours of sleep. If this continues, I might die, right? Saying this, Hinata devoured her meal. Just then, the table shook heavily as a lively blonde girl sat down and said, Bug girl, scoot over a bit. She kept nudging Miki after sitting down. Miki moved aside and said, has he gotten bigger too, big forehead? Don't start with me. I'm starving today, Tsunade replied. My work isn't very tiring. It just consumes a lot of chakra. If we're going to argue, today's the last chance. Miki picked up a piece of tempura and put it in her mouth. What do you mean? Tsunade looked at Miki with alarm. The training in medical ninjutsu is over, Miki stated. Could it be? Hinata suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is the real ninja career about to begin? Sakura looked at Miki with questioning eyes. The second class is about to start taking on official ninja missions. Miki confirmed Hinata's guess. Finally, we're free. Hinata cheered. Ninja missions, Tsunade said. They're all tedious tasks. Protecting merchants, escorting young ladies, and, exterminating bandits. Aren't there any ninja battles? Hinata asked curiously. There are, but the opponents are too weak. The journey is boring and exhausting. It's not as easy as staying at the hospital, Tsunade replied. Is that so? Hinata seemed puzzled. I don't even know who it was that got beaten half to death and had to be carried back, Miki said. All right, it was Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Did you run away back then, big forehead? Tsunade's expression darkened. You can just get lost. You'd be better off dead outside. No need for Princess Tsunade to worry about that, Miki replied. Speaking of which, are you planning to take on more missions to succeed the 4th Hokage? The 3rd is getting on in years. Middle-aged, you mean, Tsunade said irritably. Being Hokage is not something you can just decide to do. Miki responded. It's not up to you to be willful. Jiraiya, that pervert, is wandering around who knows where, and that bastard Orochimaru is also up to something mysterious, Tsunade continued. How am I supposed to take on missions? Can't you team up with others? Miki suggested. No way, Tsunade retorted. I don't want to babysit. Tsunade looked at Miki with anticipation. How about I team up with you? That would make 4 of us a standard ninja squad. That won't work, Miki replied. The 4th Hokage can't come from the dirty work of the Umbu. You guys are going to the Umbu? Tsunade asked incredulously. Why would you agree to that? Because I'm a bug. I have a habit of hiding in the dark, Miki said nonchalantly. Miki, Tsunade shouted. You can clearly refuse Sarutobi's orders. Because I owe a debt of gratitude, Miki replied. It's not just because of the 3rd. It's also called a necessary evil. Someone has to execute it. But Tsunade wanted to say more. There's no, but Miki interrupted. You need to become Hokage. Many people are counting on you. Is it because of me? The 16-year-old Tsunade was no longer naive. She had seen enough of the village over the years to understand its nature. Don't flatter yourself, big forehead, Miki said. This is the fate of a ninja. The atmosphere fell silent. Hinata quietly ate her food, occasionally glancing at Tsunade's expression. Tsunade's face shifted from blue to white, seemingly lost in thought. Sakura kept her eyes lowered, calmly eating. Miki didn't pay much attention to Tsunade's feelings. In this world, you can't survive without being a little strong, and Tsunade wasn't a fragile girl to begin with. Are you full? After a moment, Miki asked. MMHM. Hinata nodded vigorously, quickly wiping her greasy mouth. I'm full. Sakura set down her chopsticks and looked at Miki with a gentle expression. Then let us set off. Miki said. Where to? Now? What about the hospital work? Tsunade asked urgently in succession. All the hospital work is finished. Of course it's now, Miki replied. As for where we're going, it's just towards the future. Don't stand still, Princess Tsunade. Let us go. With that, Sakura and Hinata followed Miki's lead. Tsunade stayed behind, watching the 3 figures grow more distant. They're leaving. Is there any point in staying in this hospital? Damn it. Tsunade slammed her palm on the table, causing it to collapse. Her colleagues looked at her, unable to voice their anger. Then, Tsunade rolled up her sleeves and stood up with determination. Jiraiya, you better not let me find you. She, too, was going to move towards the future. First, It was Orochimaru. In a shabby secret base, Orochimaru, holding a cup of instant noodles, suddenly sneezed violently. An ominous chill surged through him. Chapter 67. Trial. When Meiji and the others arrived at the designated location, there were already people waiting there. The location was a training ground in the Konoha forest, and they did not report directly to the Umbu base. There was only one reason for this: the Umbu recruitment assessment. He wore a somewhat silly dog mask and a fitted Umbu vest, with his muscular arms exposed, adorned with a simple crimson tattoo. He had striking white hair tied back in a ponytail. Meiji and Gili looked at each other, feeling a sense of familiarity. Ah, it's the senior who uses the 1,000 years of pain. After a moment, Gili remembered that he had learned a technique from him, and couldn't he help but feel a little surprised. Meiji glanced at Gili, then looked at the Umbu ninja. The tall and sturdy young man looked at the three famous girls in front of him, scratched his head in embarrassment, and said, "I am your leading Jainin. Please take care of me." "Not a guiding Jainin. Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" "Like, what is your name?" Meiji asked. "I can't say my name, but you can call me White Fang," he replied, scratching his head, and then looked at Gili, both shy and serious, saying, "The 1,000 years of pain is my original creation. Pretty impressive, right?" "Wow, he is a reliable big brother," Tong said, crossing her arms and speaking sarcastically. She was somewhat dissatisfied with having such a seemingly unreliable Jainin sent by the higher-ups. Is this really about the 1,000 years of pain? However, the chakra within him was indeed quite limited, roughly equivalent to that of 3 normal Jainin. "Tong," Meiji said softly, "I was just joking. Don't take it to heart, big brother." Tong changed her expression and smiled sweetly at White Fang. White Fang scratched his head and said, "How should I put it? My first impression is quite poor." Likewise, Tong shot back immediately. "I feel like you guys are quite troublesome," White Fang said shyly, but with no politeness in his words. "I hope your abilities are equally troublesome," he added. "Otherwise, you'll just have to go back and be genin." "Sorry, big brother, but we're all Nin," Tong said. Sorry. Did the Umbu not provide you with our basic information, Senior White Fang?" Meiji asked curiously. "They did, but I didn't look at it." White Fang said matter-of-factly, "I figured you guys definitely wouldn't be able to make it into the Umbu, at least not under my command." "Senior White Fang, how scary," Gili said with a graceful smile. "Wow, he is a super troublesome senior," Tong said, crossing her arms and coldly smiling. "He must look cute when he cries." White Fang ignored their verbal attacks and looked at the leader of the three, Meiji. "Let us postpone the self-introductions. There might not be any self-introductions at all. The rules are simple. Defeat me to stay, lose, and get lost, regardless of life or death. Understand?" "Isn't that very simple?" Meiji replied calmly. "Good," White Fang nodded. "I'm starting to appreciate you. Please take care of me, Senior," Meiji replied. The summer breeze blew through the forest, rustling the grass and trees. "Then let us begin." With those words, the 4 of them locked eyes. They slowly drew their swords. White Fang's was a ninja blade, short and blunt, suitable for clashing with other blades. Moreover, in the hands of a ninja, a dull knife was not without lethality. It looked like an ordinary knife, nothing special. Tong still held her luxurious chakra-long sword, single-edged and about 1.2 meters long. She casually positioned the sword vertically in front of her chest, her black eyes slightly narrowed, wearing the black and white Hyuga clan attire, with wooden sandals on her feet. Then, she casually pointed the sword tip at White Fang. The distance between them exceeded 30 meters. Vaguely, White Fang felt an unusual sensation as if the sword tip was piercing directly at his brow. He couldn't help but glance at Tong. The instinct of battle warned him. It was very dangerous. Facing head-on like this, he had no chance. His experience was above theirs. Gili, clad in a black female Uchiha clan outfit, simply drew a long sword, with another short sword tucked at her waist. Her movements gentle and elegant as she horizontally held the sword before her eyes, raising her left hand to slowly and calmly form seals. One-handed seals? White Fang was a bit surprised. In his years of experience in the Umbu, he had seen many ninjas, but this was the first time he had seen this legendary technique. However, too slow, he thought, but most of his attention was still on Meiji. The oil girl, Bug Queen. He had heard many related rumors. She still wore her pure white outfit. The only change was her height, now standing tall. The sword in her hand double-edged and quite fitting for her. White Fang waited for them to attack first. As a seasoned Umbu, this was both pride and mercy. The composure of a strong person. "He is underestimating us," Tong said unhappily. "Let us show him," Gili smiled. "Formation 3, Meiji commanded. Understood. While speaking, Zhili had already completed the seals. In the next second, her entire figure seemed to dissipate like foam in front of White Fang, and a swarm of butterflies flew up from the spot. White Fang's pupils contracted sharply. This Jinjutsu, an unbreakable Jinjutsu, more troublesome than I imagined. As a qualified elite Umbu, intelligence was of utmost importance. Saitine, with Tong's cold shout, a blinding blue light exploded in front of them. Secret sword blue tip. It crossed a great distance, rushing rapidly toward White Fang's brow. From the front, it was hard to see, but from the side, it was clear. The blue blade extended from Tong's sword, flying at high speed over a considerable distance. It was extremely fast, like lightning. Suddenly, White Fang turned sideways to avoid this dangerous strike. At that moment, a crisp sound of clapping echoed, accompanied by a sudden whirlwind, as purple smoke burst forth in waves. Bug's secret technique. Spider dance, Mr. Ray. This guy. Aren't her bugs highly toxic? Clearly, her companions are still here. How could she dare to? White Fang. The intelligence collection was wrong. In just a few seconds, the purple mist spread out, creating a deadly zone. White Fang retreated repeatedly, not wanting to get involved with this deadly poison. Crouching outside the purple mist, the situation momentarily stalemated. Neither side could enter nor exit. After a while, White Fang said, "If this continues, you'll lose." "Senior, you didn't say that before." Meiji's voice came from within the purple mist. "The final explanation authority belongs to me." White Fang replied. As expected of the big brother who created the ultimate 1,000 years of pain, Tong sneered. In the instant her words fell, a crescent moonlight rushed in like a flash. Secret sword, flying swallow. The high-density released chakra, thin and sharp at the edges, resembled a blade. It was much slower than the previous sword technique, but it was still fast. However, this level of flying attack was still manageable for White Fang. White Fang dodged skillfully, but this time, a cold, chilling sensation silently pressed against his neck, as if pre-calculated, waiting on the path White Fang had taken to evade. In an instant, White Fang felt every hair on his body stand on end. This guy, that disappearing Uchiha, with years of battle experience and constant vigilance, his right hand instinctively raised, the short knife blocking the incoming chill. But he felt no solid impact, as if he had only blocked a phantom. The flaw was exposed at this moment. A sharp sword suddenly extended into the void, viciously stabbing at the critical spot behind. The ultimate technique, 1,000 years of killing. In an instant, cold sweat broke out. At the same time, the ground beneath my feet cracked open, and a purple, eerie long sword burst forth, aiming straight for the groin. And the perilous situation was not over yet. From within the purple mist in front, a figure wielding a sword rushed out swiftly. The sword arrived before the person did. Crossing a significant distance, the elongated blue blade came down fiercely from above. Secret sword, the falling hawk. Isn't this too ruthless? 3 against 1 is still a bit too difficult. All escape routes were blocked. Jumping into the air was just seeking death. In this moment of life and death, White Fang shouted urgently, "Surrender." Sure enough, facing 3 opponents was still too challenging. Looking at the swords steadily pointed at the critical points of his body, White Fang scratched his head. Do we have a grudge? It's either aimed at the butt or the groin. What kind of treatment is this? Senior, don't joke around. I thought it was truly a matter of life and death. The voice of Meiji came from the ground as the long sword retracted into the earth. I just wanted to see it in action. White Fang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Now you've seen it, right? Tong snorted. They're all quite impressive. Senior is really cute. Chili stepped out from the void, slowly sheathing his sword with a smile. It feels a bit silly, is that all? You're not weak, are you? After performing a beautiful sword flourish, blood surged. In fine chakra, stardust scattered as the sword technique fell. Unlike Chi Li, who sheathed his sword calmly, Tong quickly inserted his sword back into the sheath, expressing his true feelings. Meiji slowly rose from a nearby ground and said, "Boring test." As she spoke, the purple mist carried a fierce wind, swirling into Meiji's body. White Fang scratched his head. It seems ordinary means cannot force out their full strength. After a moment of confrontation, White Fang made his own judgment. They're all very strong. Continuing to fight would only lead to chaos. Ninja battles are not a game. In this situation, there is no room for holding back. If I'm not careful, I could really die. Especially with these 3. Each technique is more troublesome and deadly than the last. White Fang put away his white teeth. Chapter 68. Flowers, birds, insects, dogs. From today onwards, we are teammates. As your captain, all actions must follow my orders. A young man in his 20s, wearing a somewhat silly dog mask, said seriously, "Hey, what if you order me to do something lewd?" Senior Tong elongated her tone coldly. Baya was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head and stroked his chin in thought. "Don't think too seriously about it. I'll kill you." Seeing this, Tong shouted in a charming voice, a bit flustered and angry. Zhili watched with great interest. Meanwhile, Meiji was observing the young man in front of her. "Is this Konoha Baya? He seems a bit different from my memory, a bit silly and unreliable. I want to issue such orders." Baya said, "In any case, you must follow my orders during the mission. If you can't even do this, we'll have to regretfully disband." "That's only natural," Meiji replied. "We will comply with the captain's reasonable instructions." "Reasonable? It seems you're not easy to get along with. These three guys are a tough bunch. It'll be hard for me as their captain." Baya scratched his head. "Then it's settled." Baya continued. "The mission will officially commence a week from now, gathering here in the morning. Before the mission starts, I'll outline some necessary matters. As a special assassination tactical unit, our main tasks are to protect the village and prevent enemy intrusions. To put it simply, if the enemy infiltrates, find them and kill them. If we detect signs before they attack the village, we'll infiltrate their camp and eliminate them. The tasks mainly involve assassination, sabotage, covert operations, and intelligence reconnaissance. The mission is absolute. No matter who it is, kill them. Follow the 4 prohibitions. No abusing ninjutsu to kill, abandon all dignity, must keep secrets, and never disclose your identity. Most tasks are tedious and hard, not as exciting and easy as you imagine. Be mentally prepared." "Got it?" "Understood." The 3 responded in unison. "Very good," Baya said. "By the way, your clothes are too conspicuous. They're not suitable for umbu operations. Your outfit is so ugly," Tong said, somewhat displeased. "This will expose the village and put it in a disadvantageous position," Baya said earnestly. "As long as we kill everyone who has seen me, that is perfect assassination stealth." Meiji said. Hearing this, Tong's eyes lit up, saying, "Exactly." This Baya instinctively scratched his head. Moreover, Meiji said, "The personal identifiers of techniques are too obvious. It's very difficult to hide one's identity. In a ninja world, besides the Iwagakure's Kamizukuri clan, only Konoha has the insect manipulation clan. Senior, if I use a great fireball, it would be self-revealing," Zhili said with a smile. "You're right," Baya said helplessly. "At least wear a mask and an outer coat." "That's fine," Meiji said. "My outfit should meet the umbu standards." Baya nodded in approval, looking at the little devil Tong who made him feel a bit of a headache. "You know how to wear it," Tong said. "I can wear it." Then Baya looked at the silent yet gentle Zhili, who had used the 1,000 years of death technique. "Don't worry, Senior, I will be prepared." Zhili smiled. Finally, Baya looked at the devil among devils, the leader of devils, Meiji. "Now, let us each take a code name for convenience." "Insect," Meiji said. "Bird," Tong said. "Flower," Zhili said. Baya scratched his head, feeling excluded. The codename Baya just didn't fit in. How about changing it to dog? Then disbanded. "Wait, dog captain," Tong said. Baya looked at Tong, saying, "I remember I should be called Baya? It's similar to a dog. You're so silly. You can't possibly be a wolf Fong," Tong said. "And this way it proves we're a team." Baya scratched his head and said, "How about just calling me White?" "Okay, little White." "Z, me." Baya said, "Let us go with that. It's a bit better than dog. Is there anything else? As your future subordinate, are you sure you want to treat us to a meal?" Tong said, "You might end up in a tough spot and we'll leave you to fight alone. Typically, this week is for us to train and cultivate teamwork in preparation for official missions later." Baya said, "But I'm used to fighting alone, and you already have a mature combat system, so it's not necessary to complicate things like this. So, I can just accompany you in training for a whole week. Are you sure you want me to treat you to a meal?" "So stingy." Tong said, "I'll treat you, you miser." "Ugh, even though you don't say it nicely, I'm quite willing now." Baya said, "Senior, umbu missions 1 TB unpaid, right?" Zhili asked. "Well, how should I put it?" Baya said. "Because these are tasks issued internally by the village, there's only a fixed salary and some allowances. It can't be compared to regular mission commissions. The village doesn't have that much money." "Really? Is this umbu work interesting?" Tong said. "In the end, 1 T we be unable to even get married? The village will provide housing." Baya smiled. "But you have to find your wife yourself." "I don't have time. It's not that I can't find one or can't afford it. I'm not poor." Although his smile couldn't be seen under the dog mask, the 3 knew they had hit a sore spot. Moreover, Baya's voice became serious as he said, "Someone has to do the dirty and hard work. This is fundamental for the village to thrive under the sun. That's it. Meiji said. Let us go eat to celebrate the formation of the team. I look forward to working with you in the future, Captain Baya. Meiji politely bowed. I look forward to working with you, Captain Baya. Zhili followed with a bow. I look forward to working with you, Captain Baya. Tong bowed. Baya felt a bit embarrassed. These three girls weren't so hard to get along with after all, even though he initially rejected it. Even if this was a request from Lord Mito. Asking him to kill was fine, but charming girls was a different matter. He felt helpless and confused. He could only grit his teeth and go for it. I look forward to working with you, flower, bird, insect. Baya bowed. After finishing, the four quickly left together like ninjas, soon returning to the village and finding an izakaya. After ordering and waiting for the food, they watched Baya, who was pouring sake but hadn't taken off his mask. By the way, Captain, what do you look like? Show us. Tong asked curiously. Are you ugly? Baya turned his face towards Meiji and asked, What about you? Aren't you going to take it off? Meiji said nothing. Tong said, Don't think about it. Meiji want to take her mask off. Then I certainly want to take off my mask. Baya said, You'll get used to wearing masks in the future. Going out on missions for 10 days or half a month is considered short. Sometimes it can be 6 months or more without returning to the village. And once you wear the mask, it's hard to take off. What a drag. That's really boring. Tong said, I'm really sorry, Baya, scratched his head. It's fine. I'm not interested in your appearance anyway. Saying this, Tong quickly and deftly poured tea for the three. Baya let out a sound, feeling indescribably disappointed. A week later, in Konoha Hospital, Kato Dan, who came to remove the fixation board, looked at the tightly closed door and the corners of his mouth twitched. Because the beautiful nurse he just passed told him that the bug princess had already left. He was both happy and sad. 1,000 words were stuck in his throat, ultimately turning into a sorrowful roar. Alas! Chapter 69. The Dark Division on the morning a week later. They gathered again in that small grove. White Fang was already waiting there early, while Meiji and the other two arrived right on time. You're late, White Fang said. Can't you show a bit of a ninja's professionalism? Right on time, Meiji replied. 3 seconds left, Zhili noted. Time's up, Tong said. Just in time. So this is how it unfolds. The leadership has been suppressed by the Alliance. White Fang scratched his head, looking at the three in their matching hooded robes. Then without further ado, let's set off. What is the mission? Meiji asked. Traditional for the Dark Division. A trial task for newcomers, White Fang said. Test of execution. If the blade isn't sharp enough, you're not qualified to stay in the Dark Division. That's a cruel and barbaric way to put it, Meiji remarked. But this is the famous assassination tactical unit of Konoha. Boring mission, Meiji said coldly. She had killed many small animals, but had never killed a person. It can't be just picking someone off the street to chop down. That would be too boring, Tong commented. I have no interest in the weak. She had never killed anyone either, her grip on the sword hilt tightening. A bit disappointing, Zhili said. The first time is too simple. Zhili also showed no expression, only smiling. Killing isn't simple, White Fang scratched his head. My experience is, as long as it's the village's order, it's right, no burden. You're really simple-minded. What if it's the wrong order? Tong bluntly said. I would follow it. It still has to be executed, White Fang said. That is what a ninja is. Previously, it was about the survival of the clan. Now, it's about the survival of the village. No matter what the task is, it must be executed. That's the meaning of the Dark Division's existence. Clans and such. Tong was about to continue. Tong, Meiji said softly. Tong fell silent. Who are we killing? Meiji looked at White Fang and asked. According to the Dark Division's custom, only the captain knows the task. To prevent information leaks, White Fang said. Considering your abilities to facilitate better execution of the task and your individual judgments, I will now tell you the details of the mission. The location is the border of the Land of Fire, and the mission is to eliminate bandits to prevent them from disturbing the safety of the border residents. So, the more you kill, the better. In the end, ascertain their origins. Is it a large-scale bandit problem? Zhili pondered. Exactly, White Fang confirmed. Generally speaking, mountain bandits and robbers are formed by displaced people who can't survive. Correct, White Fang continued, but it doesn't rule out encounters with ninjas from other countries. Assassination units? Meiji asked. Probably, so we need to confirm, White Fang said. Why? Tong inquired. Border disturbances, an old trick, White Fang said. Usually, a ninja team that accepts a commission task ends up suffering greatly. That is truly insidious, Zhili remarked. So, has anyone died? Meiji asked. Some of your juniors, 3 ninja teams. 2 led by Chunin and 1 by Jonin, White Fang said. Jonin? Meiji murmured. Currently, we can't confirm the exact number. It could be a typical disturbance. White Fang explained. When we arrive, they will retreat, hiding among a large number of bandits, making it hard to be detected. Any other possibilities? Zhili asked softly. Traps. White Fang replied. We may encounter a small number of hostile ninjas. Small number? Meiji asked. 4-man squads, more than 10 in scale, White Fang explained. 1 squad per person is still within our response range. What about a large number? Tong asked curiously. 4 per squad, 10 squads in a small team, 40 people, 5 small teams in a medium team, 200 people, 5 medium teams in a large team, 1,000 people, and 3 large teams in a joint team, 3,000 people. White Fang scratched his head. Roughly the scale of a small team to a medium team. Are there really that many? Tong exclaimed. It would take a long time just to chop them down while standing. By the way, how many people are there in the Dark Division? Meiji asked. White Fang looked at Meiji, hesitating for a moment before saying, 1 large team, at least elite Chunin. All are the best of the best, executing tasks in a mode of Jonin leading Chunin or multiple Jonin leading teams in joint missions. The roster is confidential, so don't ask such questions. What about other countries? Meiji continued asking. Generally, ordinary ninjas don't know such things, but the Dark Division surely does. After all, they're peers among peers. The numbers are roughly the same, White Fang explained. After all, there are only so many elites in each village. Does the Uchiha clan have a joint team? Meiji suddenly asked. The guard team has that many, White Fang said, removing the old and weak. Uchiha is one of the few clans where all members can fight. What about the Senju? Meiji inquired. Only strong, not weak, White Fang replied. On the surface, there are only over 20,000 ninjas in the village, Meiji noted. The Dark Division is independent of that system. There are no recorded ninjas, White Fang said. Many clans are also outside of this, where the clan's ninjas do not obey the village's orders. White Fang glanced at Hinata and Uchiha, finally looking at Meiji, saying, most of your clan is in the Dark Division. Removing the old and weak, the actual combat power is only around 200. As long as they grow normally, they are basically at Jonin combat strength, with no hindrances in training. Most who go to the Dark Division are also due to their personalities. Although she hadn't become the clan leader yet, Meiji understood these basic situations. Back to the main topic, White Fang said. Wait, Meiji interjected. What about the Dark Divisions of the other 4 great countries? White Fang scratched his head. This topic barely touched on the main subject. Since the establishment of the Konoha Dark Division, the major countries have followed suit, but it varies according to their customs. The Mist Shadow Dark Division, also known as the Corpse Collecting Unit, is characterized by being ruthless at all costs for the mission, with numerous cannon fodder, many blood ninjas, and secret technique ninjas. Mainly composed of the Boyle family, the Snow Clan, the Mizukage clan, the Kagaya clan, and the Ninja Sword clan, making it the largest in scale among the 5 great countries, White Fang explained. The Ninja Sword clan? Meiji asked, puzzled. That part is understandable. But the 7 ninja swordsmen seem a bit off, White Fang noted. A clan using 7 different ninja swords, each with its own functionality, White Fang said, a bit envious. I've heard they're extremely troublesome. Meiji thought carefully and began to understand. There's no doubt that before the first batch of the 7 ninja swordsmen, there were certainly users. The reason for their lack of fame is due to publicity. The title of the 7 ninja swordsmen emerged from political propaganda after the Third Great Ninja War and the post-Second Great Ninja War in the Mist Village. The purpose includes boosting morale and possibly other reasons. Then their first battle was surprisingly defeated by Might Guy, turning them into a laughing stock. What does a large scale mean? Meiji asked. Nearly 3 joint teams, White Fang replied. Are you crazy? That is almost half the village's fighting strength. Tong exclaimed. It's because White Fang was about to explain when Meiji interjected. It's because the geographical location doesn't require a large-scale local defense. So the Dark Division is filled with many lower ninjas, essentially cannon fodder. When war comes, the Dark Division can split off regular combat units at any time. Baya praised, the intelligence analysis is good. Moreover, Baya looked at Tong and said, the Mist hidden himself is a madman. Got it, Tong replied. I told you not to be careless, Chili said gently. Really, I got it, Tong murmured softly. Chapter 70. Departure of the Rock Hidden Umbu. Also known as the Explosive Troop, Baya said. Although they perform Umbu tasks, they do not adhere to secrecy. They make a lot of noise during combat, generally opting for strong assaults rather than assassinations. They fight fiercely and are equipped with numerous secret techniques and explosive ninjas, as well as powerful earth-style and sensory ninjas. Their numbers are quite large, more than ours, and they seem to recover quickly after losses. After a while, they grow back in numbers, with a notable weakness to lightning techniques. They are relatively easy to take down. Baya scratched his head. The three of them, Miki, looked at Baya. It seemed that he really felt this way. The cloud-hidden Umbu, also known as the robber troop. Baya continued. They're mostly skilled in taijutsu, proficient in sword techniques, and possess special bloodline jutsu, specifically storm techniques. They appear to be honest and hefty, but in truth, they are truly insidious and shameless, notoriously untrustworthy. And their combat style is despicable and disregards rules. No matter what nonsense these guys say, not a word can be trusted. That is how the second Hokage died. Nowadays, they covet the secret techniques and bloodlines of other villages, secretly organizing and planning actions to seize them. Our village's Umbu has interrupted their operations several times, but they remain undeterred. Lastly, there's the sand-hidden Umbu, also known as the puppet troop, skilled in poison and puppetry, as well as numerous wind-style ninjas. Their scale is the smallest among the 5 great nations, but they are all elite. Their combat is cunning, adept at planning, knowing when to advance and retreat, and understanding stealth, making them extremely difficult to deal with. Above is the basic situation of the Umbu from various nations. More details you will need to experience yourself. Baya shrugged and said, for newcomers, during battle, you won't remember much when your head gets hot. If you survive, you will remember it vividly. So what about our Umbu? Hitomi asked curiously. What are its characteristics? Baya scratched his head and said, the characteristic is that we are the strongest. Not bad, Miki said. Let us get back to the task itself. Captain Baya, Miki said. After the mission begins, regardless of the situation we encounter, our task is to kill everyone, leaving no one alive. Baya said, revealing his bloody fangs in his words. Seeming foolish is just a facade. This is indeed Baya. Understood, Miki said. Hitomi and Yuri nodded. Then, let us set off, Baya said. Wait, Miki called out to Baya. Baya looked at Miki in confusion. What is the combat plan? Miki asked. Baya scratched his head and said, go in, kill, finish, and go home. Damn. Miki scratched her head. I really can't deal with this. Under the mask, Hitomi and Yuri stared at Baya, wanting to scratch their heads in silence. Their heads were buzzing and aching. This guy really is unreliable. He is truly foolish. Everyone, any questions? Baya asked. There's a big problem, Hitomi shouted. Knowing there's a trap, yet not making a plan? Any unexpected situation must be considered. Where would so many unexpected situations come from? Baya scratched his head and said, even if there are unexpected situations, I think rushing in and then rushing out shouldn't be too difficult, right? Just run fast. Aya. Hitomi was grabbing her head desperately. What a cute joke, Senior Baya, Yuri said with a smile. Please don't make such jokes. Think it through and reorganize your words. I'm serious, Baya said. This is the plan. Rush in, find the robbers, kill them. A small number of ninjas will escape, and escaping will leave traces. Kill them and done. If it's a small number of ninjas, they will jump out to snipe us, and then we kill them and wrap up and go home. If it's a large number of ninjas, rush in and out. Report the mission back to the village. It's quite simple, right? Baya said, I've thought it through seriously. Sounds feasible and exciting, with some logic to it. Miki pressed her mask. However, I refuse. Captain Baya, if you don't mind, let me formulate the combat plan, Miki said. Okay. Baya scratched his head and said, I don't mind. Yay. Hitomi cheered, looking at the reliable Miki. Let us set off first. The intel is still unclear, and we'll adapt as the situation changes, Miki said. Yes. Yuri and Hitomi responded. Baya scratched his head, feeling that he might be redundant as the team leader. Well, I'm used to it anyway. Just mindlessly killing without thinking. Captain Baya, Hitomi called. Maybe you're unexpectedly strong. What Hitomi meant was that his style was fierce. I think I'm quite strong, Baya scratched his head and chuckled. Yeah, very strong. Yuri acknowledged. Since Yuri said so, then when the time comes, Captain, you handle the strongest one, Hitomi said with a smile. We'll help you once we're free. That is fine, Baya nodded seriously. It won't take more than 3 minutes. Hitomi, stop joking around. Miki said, Captain Baya, give the orders. Huh? Baya was taken aback for a moment, wondering how command authority had returned, and said, oh, let us go. The moment the words fell, the 4 of them synchronized and moved at high speed. They closely followed each other, with Baya leading the way, Miki in the center, and Hitomi and Yuri flanking behind. They formed a defensive formation as they advanced. Before long, Baya extended his arm, palm open, signaling to stop. This was a typical tactical gesture, something taught in school, part of the regular tactics class, which included formation content. Miki and the other two stopped behind, either standing or crouching on a sturdy tree trunk. Barrier, Baya said, the village's defensive barrier, aside from the main gate. Entering the village from anywhere else will be detected by the surveillance team. This is a blind spot, a passage exclusive to the Umbu, and there are several similar locations. This operation is quite amazing. It's unusual not to have people deployed for defense in a blind spot. However, considering the Umbu's work, it's best not to let anyone know and leave a record. Similar hidden doors are also necessary. The barrier is a variant of sealing techniques. The larger it is, the easier it is to leave flaws. To achieve this level, Mizuho is already quite impressive. But there are more hidden doors than just the ones known by the Umbu, including some of Mizuho's twisted preferences. Sneaking out for a walk when no one is paying attention. The hand sign for passing through is, I can't remember what it's called, Baya said as he prepared to demonstrate. No need, we know, Miki said. Baya was puzzled. How would they know about the Umbu's exclusive hidden doors? We studied the design blueprints, Miki said. Super hard to memorize, Hitomi said. Captain Baya, do you want me to give you a few routes to sneak out of the village unnoticed? Baya scratched his head and said, it's good that you know. After forming the signs, he was the first to pass through the open barrier, and Miki followed closely behind. The barrier would automatically close after they passed through, once they truly stood outside the village. There was no time to admire the scenery along the way. The four of them maintained their formation and advanced quickly in silence. They jumped and ran, using body flicker techniques, and by the time they finished running, it was already noon. Chapter 71, just a command from the village traveling, is a very tedious task. But stopping to rest and replenish energy is quite pleasant. After resting for an hour and eating to regain strength, Baya, who had not broken a sweat, squatted on a tree trunk and said after making a gesture. The three girls, Meiji and the others, stopped but did not gather together. Byakugan, Hitomi called out, using her Byakugan to observe the surroundings. Good. It seems you haven't let your guard down, Baya said. Isn't this common sense learned in school? Hitomi replied. What's so good about it? Everything is normal. Hitomi closed her Byakugan. After she spoke, Meiji and the others jumped down from the tree simultaneously. However, you are too cautious. Baya said, we haven't left the Konoha area yet. It's safe around here. The land of fire is full of forests when there are no obvious clearings. It means we are almost out of the land of fire's territory. Anything can happen, Meiji said. Looking at Baya, details determine success or failure. You're right, Baya said, lifting his mask to reveal his mouth. Now it's time to eat. You all brought supplies, right? Wow, you did that on purpose. You never mentioned this, Hitomi said. Senior dog, you really have a bad heart. Isn't this common sense? Baya said, pulling out his ninja tool pouch and taking out a few military rations to chew on. Of course we have common sense, Hitomi said. Military rations? You can't just eat that, right? I also drink water, Baya replied, unbuckling his water bottle. Military rations with water is an old tradition. It's quite good. Is it because you're used to it? Hitomi said, I won't eat like that. Military rations are too tasteless. How could that be? They're just a bit dry, Baya said, rich in various nutrients. They quench thirst, quickly relieve hunger, and replenish energy. The seniors all say it's good. Just eating too much will make your stomach bloated. And there's also, Baya looked at the three girls, hesitating for a moment before saying, not very good for bowel movements. You won't be eating this 3 times a day during the mission, right? Chiri asked curiously. It's generally not allowed to start fire. Baya said, to prevent exposing our position. But, Baya scratched his head. After all, we are outside the village, and no one is watching. You won't secretly report back, right? Of course not. Hitomi said, so what do we eat in the wild? Baya scratched his head, whatever we can find. What a tough life for the Umbu, Hitomi said weakly. It's disillusioning. What do you think Umbu is? Hitomi asked, mysterious, powerful, moving like the wind, accompanied by death. I didn't expect Umbu to be like this. It's not elegant at all. Baya scratched his head and asked, do you want to eat military rations? I brought a lot. No thanks, Hitomi shook her head. I'll see if there are any cute little creatures nearby. With that, she prepared to activate her Byakugan. Hitomi, there's not enough time, Meiji said, clapping her hands on the ground. Sumanin technique. Upon seeing this, Baya's eyes widened behind his mask. He wasn't curious about what was being summoned, but was puzzled by the sound of her hands clapping. What kind of monster is this? Baya scratched his head vigorously. He was a bit confused about whether it was him or Meiji who was acting strangely. After the smoke from the summoning dissipated, a pile of wriggling meat worms appeared on the ground, enough for 10 people, many of them. Sure enough, this guy is acting strange, Baya said in shock. You won't just eat this, will you? Of course not. There's also water. Worms and water make a great combination, Hitomi said, grabbing a handful and looking at Meiji while acting cute. Meiji, can you help me roast some? Hearing this, Meiji reached out, and a bunch of bright red little beetles crawled out. Seeing this, Hitomi quickly rolled up her sleeves, drew her sword, and chopped a large rock into thin slices. Then she placed the stone slab on top of the fireworms. After that, she chopped down a large tree in one swift motion, quickly carved out 3 pairs of chopsticks, and handed them to Meiji and Chiri. Following this, she pulled out various small bottles of seasoning from her pouch and evenly sprinkled them on. Soon, a wonderful aroma wafted through the air. Baya watched Hitomi's skilled movements and couldn't help but be amazed. Wow, this guy is really capable. The trees in the village must have suffered from this guy's wicked hands. Baya sniffed the air. It was the scent of alcohol, so fragrant. But eating worms? Baya felt a bit dizzy. Where are my chopsticks? Baya asked. The feeling of numbness is quite pleasant. Meiji looked at Baya and said, can you eat it? I've eaten everything. Baya said proudly. When there's nothing to eat, anything can be eaten. I just haven't tried worms before. You're not bad, Hitomi said. You have good taste. Then she drew her sword, and in less than 2 seconds, she swiftly carved out a pair of chopsticks. Baya glanced at Hitomi. The speed and technique of her sword were impressive. Fast, precise, and ruthless, with truly terrifying control. Not a single unnecessary strike. Not to mention her chakra-free sword technique. Baya took the chopsticks and eagerly asked, can I eat now? Go ahead, the head chef Hitomi said with a wave of her hand. Help yourself, don't be polite. Then I'll dig in. Baya joined his hands together. Who would still eat military rations when there's food? His mouth was watering. So delicious, Baya praised. It's getting more and more disillusioning. Hitomi continuously roasted the worms and said, feels like a picnic. She picked up the worms and placed them on palm-sized stone slabs, handing them to Meiji and Chiri. Isn't this pretty good? Meiji said as she took the stone slab. Picking up one to put in her mouth, she softly said, when it's time to relax, you should relax fully. Otherwise, one day you'll be crushed. That's right, Baya agreed. The worms are right. Hitomi was too tense. As someone who had been with Hitomi for 10 years, Chiri understood her well. Not at all, Hitomi mumbled. Aren't you the same? You don't have anything to say. Hitomi understood Chiri just as well. The first time out on a mission to kill, everyone would be nervous. Baya remained silent. Words of comfort in such matters were limited. It required self-psychological adjustment. Everyone went through it. But he still wanted to say something like, when I kill for the first time, my whole body was shaking. Baya said, picking up a worm and putting it in his mouth. Was it very scary? Hitomi asked. Very scary, Baya replied. I still feel that way now. The ninja world is cruel and terrifying. Life or death is just a moment away. It's as if the life I experienced before has no meaning. How did you overcome it, Captain Baya? Hitomi asked. I got used to it. Baya's answer was very ordinary, terrifyingly ordinary. That's scary, Chiri said softly, lowering her head, quietly biting into the roasted worm. Baya scratched his head and said, no, I think you guys are much scarier than I am. Then he looked at Meiji and asked, what do you think about killing? Did I kill? Meiji said, it's just a command from the village. There's no need to be distressed about it. Baya scratched his head. It seems this girl doesn't need any comfort from him. Chapter 72. Summer red insect after a break following their meal. The 4 continued on their journey, traveling at the high speed of ninjas, covering 1,000 miles a day like swift horses. Their speed exceeded that of fast horses due to their ability to traverse terrain. However, this was the normal marching speed, not the combat burst speed of Meiji and the other 3. When they stopped, none of them had even broken a sweat, despite having taken a few breaks along the way. By midnight, they reached the border of the Land of Fire, close to the territory of the Land of Iron. The surrounding temperature had begun to become unusual. Flakes of white drifted through the air, and the pure white ground stretched out towards the horizon. In the distance, a series of snow-capped mountains rose majestically. Exhaling a puff of white mist, Hitomi rubbed her hands together and said, what a ghostly weather. As she spoke, a swarm of red beetles flew up to Meiji, seeping into Hitomi and Haru's clothing. What do you think, Captain White Fang? Meiji asked. They should be in the snow mountains ahead, their base, White Fang replied. Isn't that land of the Land of Iron? Meiji remarked. A permanent neutral country. It would be quite embarrassing for the ninjas of the 5 great nations to be captured there. Crossing the snow mountains puts us in the Land of Iron. We are still within the territory of Konoha, White Fang stated. As for the rules of the Land of Iron, as long as we aren't captured, we'll be fine. Understood, Meiji responded. The snow mountains are an unfavorable terrain for us. and the insects are almost hibernating. I'll take command now. Taking the initiative, Meiji unceremoniously seized command and asked, "Is that all right, Captain White Fang?" White Fang scratched his head. "I'm fine with it." Meiji nodded and took out an insect egg, starting to hatch it rapidly. Soon, under everyone's gaze, a small dragonfly began to flap its wings and took flight from Meiji's fingertips. Insect secret technique, summer red insect. The dragonfly is known as the king of flight, capable of flapping its wings over 30 times in a second and flying up to 9 meters, capable of long-distance travel. Meiji's dragonfly was even more impressive, with a speed of about 100 meters per second, exceeding the burst speed of an ordinary J-Neen, which is around 70 to 90 meters per second. It was much faster than the flying capabilities of the parasitic bugs, making it a natural aerial ace. It could sustain long-distance flight for 6 hours without landing, cruising at speeds over 300 kilometers per hour. It would take just about 10 minutes to travel from one city to another, and only a minute to cross from one side of a village to the other. This new type of soldier was different from the parasitic bugs, being a modified variety that included slug genes, characterized by its strong vitality and robust physique, able to produce a small amount of chakra on its own, as well as inscribing sealing techniques. After continuous artificial intervention and selective breeding, a type of bug that was born with sealing techniques was created. It was classified as a sealing bug, with the explosive technique inscribed on its wings. White Fang had keen eyesight and noticed the explosive character on the dragonfly's wings before it took off. He couldn't help but scratch his head. "This dragonfly won't. It's called summer red insect, and it's delicious when fried," Meiji replied, feeling the state of the summer red insect. She noted that since it was a recent achievement, it had not yet undergone extreme environmental testing. Currently, it seemed to be affected, but the issues were minimal. The slug sage's genes were quite effective. Its strong vitality allowed it to withstand extreme conditions very well. That explosive character shouldn't T. White Fang scratched his head. "It's just a casual drawing," Meiji said. "It looks dangerous." White Fang looked up at the summer red insect, which danced like a spirit in the falling snow, frequently stopping and darting about, performing all kinds of incredible aerial maneuvers. Just from its speed, White Fang felt threatened, as if facing a Speedmaster J-Neen. The wings reflected cold flashes under the bright moonlight due to its rapid flight. Especially with its small size, it became even more agile and troublesome. "We can start the battle now." Meiji clapped her hands and crouched down in the snow. Insect secret technique, dance of a swarm. Reverse meteor, summer red insect. In the next moment, accompanied by the summoning chakra, swirling and snowflakes flying, a dense swarm of summer red insects appeared continuously above Meiji's head in overwhelming numbers. White Fang looked at the dark cloud of insects that obscured the sky above him, feeling a shiver run down his spine. That number must be at least several tens of thousands. 500,000, Meiji stated the exact number. "That many?" White Fang exclaimed. "Although there are many, their actual quality isn't that high." "This many? Not much, laying 1,000 eggs at a time, and each bug takes only 500 days, Meiji explained. "That is not very long." White Fang scratched his head. "There is more than one queen bug," Meiji continued. 500 queen bugs only take 1 day to produce that number. On the contrary, hatching is extremely time-consuming. By now, Meiji had abandoned the traditional mating and egg-laying model. Regardless of whether it was parasitic bugs or other insects, they were all produced by the queen bug. The production type was adjusted according to demand. However, the types that the queen bug could produce were limited by the size of the eggs and her own body. Currently, she could only produce small insects. Hatching could occur through natural incubation or chakra rapid hatching, both conducted within a specially designed hatching barrier. This barrier came from the Oil Woman's secret technique, the pot poison technique. As long as food supplies were sufficient, it could continuously conduct rapid hatching and rapid metamorphosis. "It looks like a magical cave," Meiji mused, "the kind that could be used for horror films. Everywhere there are undigested white bones, and I can't be bothered to clean it up." Also known as the hatching ground. This quantity, looking at the swarm of insects flying in the sky, it felt as if they were about to be overwhelmed by a sea of insects. The feeling of suffocation and oppression lingered in his heart. At that moment, White Fang deeply felt the true terror of the Oil Woman's insect queen and her swarm. But biological weapons are characterized by this. The initial research investment seems like a bottomless pit, but once they begin to mature and be applied, they become cheaper than toilet paper. Then again, toilet paper can sometimes be quite expensive and can even be used as currency. At this moment, Meiji couldn't help but think of Orochimaru, who was still engrossed in his research while holding a bowl of instant noodles. She wondered what strange things he had come up with. The battle begins. Hitomi, Haru. Prepare for strike. Understood. They both replied simultaneously. Reconnaissance mission. As she finished speaking, the flying swarm of summer red insects transformed into streaks of shooting stars, darting forward and spreading out in a fan shape ahead. The four stood silently in place. 2 hours later, several mountain peaks in the distance suddenly erupted with intense flames. Following that, a thunderous explosion echoed. White Fang stared blankly at the location of the explosion. His lips twitched under his mask. It really is the explosive character technique. Bandits cleared. Meiji's icy voice rang in his ears. Confirmed no survivors. It was as easy as cleaning up. Lives just disappear like that. They had killed, but there was no sense of having killed. Looking at Meiji in front of him, the three fell into a daze. They discovered a ninja squad of 16 people, suspected to be from the hidden cloud. The target began to retreat. White Fang narrowed his eyes. Just as he expected, it was a standard ambush configuration for a small squad. But upon sensing something was off, they began to retreat. The other side wasn't too foolish. Meiji turned to White Fang and asked, "Should we let them go?" "Of course," White Fang replied. "Let us strike," Meiji said, taking a step, and quickly glided over the snow. Insect secret technique, dance of the dragonfly. Jili and Tong followed closely behind Meiji, using the same technique to swiftly glide over the snow. Halfway through, as Meiji signaled, the three of them separated. Bai scratched his head, watching the summer red soldier dancing in front of him acting as a guide, and began to run forward with big strides. Chapter 73. Wait for the explosion to explode a little longer, just as the ninja world has rogue ninjas wandering without a home. There's another type of person who is also like this, the Ronin. These sword-bearing warriors were once samurai under the daimyo, killing for honor. However, with the end of the Warring States period came the end of the samurai era. The establishment of the 5 great villages and 5 great nations marked the beginning of the ninja era. In the past Warring States period, ninja clans gathered in small groups, accepting any employer's contract, competing and slaughtering each other fiercely. The samurai groups could still rely on the daimyo, serving them and assisting in managing the country. With the establishment of the ninja villages, the daimyo had to cooperate with the ninja villages to fight against other nations. And the direct consequence was that samurai lost their primary role as the violent group managing the state. On the battlefield, the daimyo abandoned the samurai, with the outcome of wars determined by the ninja groups. This meant that a large number of lower-ranking samurai lost their means of livelihood. This situation peaked during the First Great Ninja War. Due to the death of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the peace treaty signed by the 5 great villages collapsed. In the struggle for resources, land, population, and everything else desired, the remaining 4 villages turned their sights on Konoha. The brutal First Great Ninja War broke out, with all the second Hokages of the 5 great villages perishing. What remained was not only devastation, but also hatred. In this war, various small countries that had existed since the Warring States period were destroyed, becoming parts of the territories of the 5 great nations. The destruction of numerous small countries caused the plight of the samurai to reach its peak. Some wandering samurai went to the land of iron, while many others could only continue their aimless wandering, mostly becoming professional bandits, living by plundering and killing. Occasionally, they would also accept contracts like the Warring States ninjas, whether as guards for merchant caravans or otherwise. At this time, this group of Ronin accepted a commission from ninjas. Although they hated ninjas, they did not hate money. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, everyone in the camp was already asleep. The bonfire burned in the watchtower, with a sword-bearing Ronin samurai kept dozing off. This hellish place was easy to defend, but hard to attack, situated halfway up a mountain with 3 sides hanging in the air, only one small path leading into the mountain. Even if ninjas attacked, it would take some effort. After years of idleness, no unexpected incidents occurred, and before they knew it, the Ronin samurai had fallen asleep. At that moment, a black-footed dragonfly silently landed on the samurai's hairbun. A few seconds later, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. In an instant, all life force was drained, and combined with the faint mental energy transformed into chakra, the dragonfly had already died before the explosive technique was activated. A dazzling firelight erupted. Amid the explosions, the samurai had their lives taken away in their dreams. Following that, more explosions continued one after another. Like raindrops, the summer red was diving down from the sky. Brilliant fireworks bloomed one after another like shooting stars. The sounds of explosions, screams, and panicked cries mixed together. resembling a pot of boiling water. Burning like purgatory, black smoke soared into the sky. Woken up, the samurai ran in panic around the camp, and in no time, they were struck by the incoming shooting stars, turning into burning fireballs. The entire camp was surrounded by a swarm of insects, with nowhere to escape. Until the last human voice ceased, flames burned in the swirling snow. The cold moonlight fell, smoke pillars rose high, and cold winds swept through the tattered, blood-stained corners of clothing fluttered helplessly in the wind. The remaining swarm of insects spread their wings and disappeared into the darkness. Only the ruins and corpses silently told of the horror. On a distant mountaintop, a ninja put down his telescope, his face pale and grim. But the darkness of his face made it hard to see. What kind of technique was this? Due to the distance, he could only see faint streaks of light flying by, followed by the explosion's firelight. And this streak of light, they were everywhere in the sky. Something was wrong. Those guys were all dead, said one ninja. This was a standard four-man team, led by AJ Nin and 3CH Nin. Notify the others. A large force from Konoha is coming, retreat. The leading J Nin ordered directly. Following that, the young CH Nin fired a signal flare. Hurry! The J Nin, with rich experience, felt a rising sense of unease. Because this was the first time such a situation occurred. For ninjas, the first time with unclear information meant extreme lethality. However, gather. Forget about them. Retreat separately. The captains of the other three teams, also excellent J Nin, knew what to do in this situation. If a large force is coming, it's better to run quickly before being surrounded. As long as they weren't caught, it would be fine. The village wasn't ready for war yet. But could they escape? The four ran silently through the mountains, when suddenly, the Yin and J Nin's eye twitched as he noticed a streak of light falling behind them. They'd been discovered. While still thinking, his body instinctively reacted first. Stopping abruptly and turning around, a kunai shot out and accurately pierced the streak of light, disappearing far into the ravine. We must change direction. Just as he thought this, more streaks of light flew in from the distance, flapping their wings, watching them closely. It's dragonflies. Captain, stop. We can't escape anymore. Prepare for battle. As he spoke, the Yunin ninjas drew their weapons. What kind of opponents would they face? I hope it's not a monster. Even after experiencing many battles, the Yin and J Nin still couldn't help but feel nervous. Because he truly didn't know how long his luck could last. Set traps. Understood. After a short yet long feeling of tense pre-battle preparation and waiting, a figure appeared slowly at the end of the mountain path, accompanied by drifting light snow. Here they come. The figure was a girl wearing a pure white hooded robe, seemingly blending into the white snow, approaching slowly, an invisible heavy pressure weighing on their hearts. Is it just one person? The Yin and J Nin's eyes were filled with gloom. He knew full well what this meant. The worst scenario was unfolding. In the next moment, the flapping dragonflies swiftly dove down to attack. Quickly dodge. The Yin and J Nin shouted loudly, having already witnessed the danger. But it wasn't that easy to dodge. Almost instantaneously, the 3CH Nin, each making evasive maneuvers, turned into a burst of fireworks in the eyes of the Yin and J Nin. Their pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints under the firelight, then widened again. The previously set tripwire traps were completely in vain. The dense wire net was hidden against the backdrop of white snow, difficult to detect. Even so, these terrifying insects still skillfully passed through the gaps in the closed wire net, directly attacking the ninjas. Compared to the Uchiha clan's incomprehensible shuriken techniques, this was even more astonishing. Dragonflies, these unassuming little creatures, turned out to be so terrifying. The explosive tags they had set off detonated in response. Crouched against the slightly trembling mountain wall, accompanied by firelight and flying snow, the Yunin ninjas solemnly drew their long swords. On the other side, the masked Ambu girl also drew her long sword. An eerie purple crawled along the blade. Wait for the explosion to explode a little longer. Life and death will be decided. At the top of the snowy mountain, light snow began to roll down. The wind howled through the snow. Chapter 74. Rather dance than kill for Meiji. Killing was a distant concept. In her brief life, she had never considered such matters. However, since her birth into this world, she had pondered this question many times. In the harsh world of ninjas, one had to contemplate it. Would she hesitate? Would she be afraid? Would she feel disgust? Would she tremble? Would she vomit? Thus, she wanted to experience it for herself. In comparison, commanding bugs to kill from a distance felt too much like playing a game, lacking any real sensation. State your name, said the Jonin from the hidden cloud village, wanting to know who would die by whose hand. For the dead, This question held no meaning. Meiji replied, "You might as well state your name." "Arui," he said, flipping his cloak to reveal a muscular, violent physique. "Nice tattoos," Meiji remarked. "I've heard that having tattoos is a recognition of a ninja's strength in the hidden cloud." "That's right," Arui exhaled, his muscles bulging explosively. The second Reikage not only developed the famous lightning release chakra mode, but also created numerous ninja body techniques and sword techniques. "What you are using is one of them, right?" "You'll see shortly," Arui said. "I hope it will be interesting," Meiji replied, stepping forward slowly. "You won't be disappointed." Arui crouched against the mountainside and began forming hand seals after sheathing his sword. Suddenly, golden lightning began to swirl around him, twisting rapidly into a long, dragon-shaped bolt of lightning that coiled around his body. It was about 3 meters long and roughly the thickness of a finger, appearing somewhat thin. The contrast with the ninja's burly form was rather strange. However, what was this unusual golden color? Such golden lightning also existed in nature. In the perception of the swarm, nearly 2/3 of his massive chakra was transferred to this golden dragon. It was a technique that consumed a significant amount. "Interesting, a lightning clone?" Meiji murmured. The golden dragon, as if alive, stared fiercely at her. "Let's test it," Meiji said, raising one hand. From beneath her sleeve, a dense swarm of crimson beetles surged forth, darting toward him. In an instant, the surrounding temperature began to rise abnormally. Waves of heat rolled in, and a large amount of water vapor rose like mist. Watching the swarm approach, Arui held his breath. "A bug user from the Yamanaka clan of Konoha? This feels different from the Yamanaka I've encountered before." Positioned against the mountainside and stimulated by the lightning release physical activation, Arui began to run up the mountainside with his powerful muscles. He moved incredibly fast, dashing like lightning while evading the swarm of beetles. Not bad. With the mobility of the beetles, it's hard to catch up. "How about this?" Meiji waved her hand, and the summer red soldiers rushed in from all directions, diving toward the ninja on the mountainside. At the same time, the golden dragon shot toward Arui, transforming into a streak of golden light that danced in the air, perfectly blocking the incoming summer red soldiers. So this was the solution? Explosive flames erupted in the air, exploding wildly. Unlike ordinary clones, this golden dragon exhibited remarkable resilience in the explosions. It was still nearing its limit. In her perception, the chakra of the golden dragon was rapidly depleting. Pressing more summer red soldiers forward, it was still difficult to reach Meiji. To her, the summer red soldiers were of little value. However, seeing the ninja charging desperately, Meiji refrained from using her last resort. She wanted to test the feeling of killing with her own hands. With a sword. Moments later, Arui had laboriously reached a point not far from Meiji, his muscular body covered in wounds from the explosive waves and air fragments. His expression was hidden beneath his mask. Meiji only sensed a resolute determination in the air. Either death or victory, there was no other path. The battles among the Umbu were often so stark and unadorned. When Arui closed in to a certain distance, Meiji halted the relentless bombardment of summer red soldiers. She didn't want to be caught in the explosion. At that moment, the golden dragon ferociously shot toward Meiji. Its range was 50 meters, almost instantaneously reaching her. Slightly tilting her head, the lightning grazed her face and flashed past, while at the same time, a sharp sword thrust toward her abdomen. It hit. Joy spread across Arui's face as the sword pressed against Meiji's form, propelled forward by inertia. After about 10 meters, it came to a stop. The joy had frozen beneath his mask, and all that remained in his eyes was disbelief. "How weak!" A cold female voice echoed in his ears. The voice came from behind him. What was in front of him? His body wanted to move, to turn and confirm, but had lost all control. "What have you done?" He managed to croak out. The girl before him twisted and vanished like a phantom. As he lowered his gaze, a purple sword tip had already pierced through his chest. The excruciating pain jolted him back to reality from his hallucination. This was the true terror of the Kikakamo. Blood dripped from the blade, staining the snow and blooming into a cluster of blood flowers. "What have you done?" "Just attacked the neurons," she replied. As the sword penetrated, the Kikamo began its work, invading his spine and consuming his spinal cord. This required a certain level of medical knowledge and familiarity with human anatomy to execute such a precise operation. Allowing the two attack autonomously would result in it frantically attacking all surrounding cells. Although he was doomed, the other party could still retaliate in his final moments. His pupils trembled violently, and Arui struggled to breathe, feeling as if he were drowning, overwhelmed by an abyss of helplessness. He had been so easily dispatched, unable to even touch the hem of that girl as clothing. He struggled to articulate, "Monster." Meiji took a step back, withdrawing her sword and shaking off the blood, which splattered onto the snow in streaks. Arui's burly form collapsed to the ground, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. Purple quickly spread across his body, and afterward, nothing would remain. He would become nourishment for the swarm. "It's over." Meiji sheathed her sword and walked away slowly through the wind and snow. Boring. There was no hesitation, no fear, no disgust, and no trembling. All that remained in her heart was one feeling. Indeed, this was not the path she wanted to take. Killing was not as good as dancing. The swarm of crimson beetles flew toward their master. As they moved, it was as if she donned a long, blood-red cloak. Meanwhile, a group of 4 silent ninjas rushed forward at high speed. But in the next second, a line of blood abruptly blossomed in midair. In an instant, their bodies and heads were smoothly severed. The remaining 3 stopped in shock, cautiously observing their surroundings. There were no figures in sight. "Who is it? Show yourself." The roar echoed in the mountains, with only the howling wind as a response. But in the next moment, another was instantly cut into pieces. Just like carrots, he was sliced into piece after piece. Blood exploded at the scene, splattering in all directions. At this moment, the remaining individuals had seen the weapon used in the attack. It was thread, steel white. The taut wire continuously dripped blood under the moonlight. Following the trajectory of the steel wire led directly to the attacker's position. He was right there. A quick counterattack, just as the chest swells in preparation for an attack. The body is severed from the head. The last remaining person looks at the blood-soaked scene, feeling cold in hands and feet. Where's he? She is in the layers. The remaining J-Neen stands on high alert, wary of the hidden assassin in the shadows. Chapter 75. Each dancing in their own way, but it was useless. No matter how carefully one observed, they couldn't find the other's trace. If it were the Iwagikyu's camouflage ninjutsu, at least there would be subtle signs in the footsteps, sounds, or surroundings. But nothing was detected. No, there was something. Out of the corner of the eye, a slight difference in the snow caught attention. It was a faint mark left by a person pressing down on it. Such superb footwear techniques that could erase footprints to this extent. That's the spot. In an instant, the ninja moved and launched an attack, revealing the flaw at the same time. When one action transitioned to the next, that fleeting gap became a fatal vulnerability. As the bright blade of the knife flashed by, the masked head flew up and rolled onto the snow. The illusionary layer that shrouded reality dissipated, revealing the multitude of moving footprints and Chiri quietly sheathing his blade in the snow. The ninjas from Kumogikure were in the illusion, while Chiri was in reality, the overlapping layers ensuring that the ninjas from Kumogikure would never discover Chiri. In a sense, this was a dimensional strike. The slaughter was clean and swift as Chiri gazed at the ground littered with corpses. A pair of crimson Sharingan swirled quietly in his eye sockets, and after a moment, Chiri slowly closed his eyes. Do not make eye contact with the Uchiha. This has been the consensus of everyone since the Warring States period. But in front of Chiri, whether or not he made eye contact, he was completely unaware. The pitch-black eyes looked toward his left arm, where a biological wire was tied under the sleeve's forearm armor, dripping with crimson. This thing could turn a person into pieces in an instant. This was a cruel killing technique developed together with Miki. How terrifying. The hand pressed against the hilt trembled slightly. Was so terrifying. Killing? Or oneself? Or perhaps this world? After taking a deep breath, Chiri turned to leave. The gradually intensifying wind and snow concealed the corpses scattered on the ground. And the wind and snow grew stronger. In the biting cold, the killing intent clashed in the air. The two sides met on a mountain path, with a bottomless abyss on one side and a steep cliff on the other. The figure in the hooded robe advanced steadily toward the 4 alert ninjas, accompanied by the increasingly swift snow and wind. When they were about 50 meters apart, the 4 ninjas suddenly launched an attack. A barrage of shuriken was shot densely toward the solitary figure, without any unnecessary movements. As the hooded figure rushed forward with the sword pressed, the shuriken struck him all over. In a crisp series of sounds, the spinning shuriken were all deflected away. The unimpeded steps quickly closed the distance. Seeing that the shuriken attack was ineffective, the 4-man team drew their swords in unison. At this moment, the distance had closed to 10 meters. The blade's horizontal slash suddenly etched through the air, reflecting against the crescent moon above. Like another moonlight. Secret sword, left falcon. In an instant, the blade pierced in, the cold chill gently pressed against the neck. One unprepared genin was instantly beheaded. Another genin barely managed to jump, but was tragically sliced in two. The last genin, who stood further back, rolled on the snow, holding his severed legs and wailing. The piercing screams, mingled with the wind and snow, dissipated in the mountain gorge. The only surviving genin had no time to care about the situation of the genins. That figure had already closed in. "You bastard!" Roaring, the genin swung his sword upward, but what greeted him was a storm of sword shadows. Secret sword, heavenly return, sword dance. The storm of blades mixed with the wind and snow was both beautiful and dazzling. The genin's figure was swept into the storm. Moments later, the girl's figure emerged from the swirling wind and snow. "Quite skilled, huh?" As she said this, her gaze turned to her opponent. No matter if it was a lightning clone or body replacement technique, such tactical deceptions could not fool her eyes. The armor used by her opponent had withstood this wave of heavenly return sword dance. The genin protected his head with both hands, his body crackling with blue lightning, densely surrounding him. His robust physique was covered in cuts and gashes from the sword blades, blood flowing profusely. "I thought I could take you out with one move. If I don't hurry, I might end up at the bottom." Chiri quickly sheathed his sword and turned to face his opponent. "You bastard." The Kumogakure ninja looked at Chiri with a serious expression and said, "That is some dangerous swordsmanship, but can you keep up with my speed? This technique is known as the fastest in the ninja world, lightning release chakra mode, right?" That's right." The Kumogakure ninja said in a deep voice, "I will take your head." Pathetically weak, rumor shouldn't be fully trusted. Chiri's hand rested on the sword. Chakra flowing out, then began to change its nature. This was a technique created for his own combat system. The wind began to wrap around the sword, conforming to the blade, becoming thinner, sharper, and more lethal, with serrated winds rotating along the blade like a chain. The piercing howl of the wind was a low murmur under Chiri's hands. The common knowledge against lightning release is wind release. Let me show you the terror of this technique. The moment the words fell, the ninja transformed into a streak of lightning rushing toward Chiri. At the same time, a new storm of blades began to swirl. Secret sword, super heavenly return sword dance. Compared to the previous heavenly return sword dance, the scale was smaller, but the power was concentrated, and the high-speed attack couldn't be halted midway. Even if one sent something off, it would be too late. The lightning collided with the blade storm, blood mist, and debris mixed with the wind and snow, falling from the sky. With a powerful slash of the blade, Chiri quickly sheathed his sword and looked at the scattered debris. What good is speed if the swordsmanship doesn't strike true? Saying this, Chiri turned his head to look at the struggling genin boy on the ground. His face was wet with tears and snot, desperately crawling through the snow. Should I kill him? Chiri tightened his grip on the hilt. He doesn't seem like much, just a child, but he is already a ninja. I made up my mind. Chiri stepped forward slowly, softly murmuring, the resolve to be killed. As a ninja, you must have the same, right? At the last moment, don't make it too ugly, Kumogakure boy. Well then, let me send you off. Sorry and goodbye. As Chiri approached, the boy cried and crawled even harder. But it was futile. The expression behind the mask was unseen. He drew the sword and then swung it down. The boy stopped moving forward. After a moment, Chiri neatly sheathed his sword and turned to leave. The wind and snow howled, like weeping and wailing. Meanwhile, on the last battlefield, slaughter was unfolding. An unusual white light shimmered on the short blade, slicing through the ninja and blade alike in half. Like a hot knife through butter. The cut edges were charred, smoking wounds with no blood flowing out, having been evaporated by the high temperature. That short blade of white lightning release. Konoha's white fang. The discerning genin couldn't help but call out the opponent's renowned title known across the 5 great nations. The encounter began and ended in an instant. The opponent emerged from underground with earth release, killing 3 of his subordinates in less than a second. Schock ingli fast. Like a flash of lightning. At this moment, the figure crouched on the ground, ready to strike with the sword, resembled a hunting dog bearing its fangs. Just as I was about to make a move and form a seal, the ground cracked open and 2 ninja dogs drilled out, biting down hard on my ankles. At the same time, lightning surged forward. In a flash of white light, my head flew off, half-cooked. From start to finish, it was over in 5 seconds. It was so skillful that there was no time wasted at all. Baya squatted down, affectionately stroking the heads of the 2 white wolf dogs. He took out the secret dog food he carried and rewarded the ninja dogs. Nice. Good. Those were the names of the 2 big dogs. Chapter 76. The power of super individuals. The first dark mission has come to an end. When everyone gathered again, they were in a cave discovered by Meiji. The cave was warm, with flame beetles raising the temperature, making it impossible to feel the cold of the snowstorm outside. It seemed they wouldn't be able to leave tonight. Looking at the heavy snowfall outside, Baya said. Meiji nodded, and as she watched the snow, a summer red beetle flew in, wobbling and landing on the finger she extended. It's too cold. Its wings are starting to freeze. The endurance to harsh environments is temporary. Over time, the testing of bodily functions will become increasingly severe. It was impossible to carry out missions in such severe weather. Moreover, the wings, being such a fragile structure, are not easy to strengthen unless they're made of biological steel. However, growing wings made of biological steel is also not easy. Meiji reached out and released the summer red beetle. As an experimental initial creation, it already had practical combat value. However, this one had already suffered from heat stroke. How about? The summer red beetle began to dissolve in mid-air, leaving only an empty shell of the insect when it landed. Meanwhile, more summer red beetles outside the snowstorm were unable to return, their small amount of chakra insufficient to support the reverse summoning technique. After falling, they began to dissolve automatically. If it weren't for the need for a rapid carpet search, Meiji wouldn't have summoned such a large number of insects. The group flying summer red beetles could effectively retain heat, conducting continuous reconnaissance in harsh weather without freezing to death quickly. Baya glanced at the empty shell on the ground and couldn't help but ask, "Insect, do you have a lot of chakra?" "A lot?" Meiji replied, "Not much. I have the least among us." "Impossible," Baya said. "The amount of this insect swarm consumes a massive amount just for summoning. The self-weight of a summer red beetle is 1.5 grams, with 500,000 of them. That's only 750 kilograms, or 0.75 tons. Isn't that a lot? Powerful summoned bees start at 1,000 tons, and some even reach tens of thousands of tons. My insects are not impressive at all," Meiji said. "They can't compare to those big guys. Summoning this mass of insects is not a heavy burden for me." Baya swallowed, feeling a bit speechless. "Your insects are basically explosive tags. Even a giant beast weighing tens of thousands of tons would suffer if it encountered them. What do they eat? Chakra?" Baya continued to ask. "Captain Baya, you have too many questions." Chiri's voice was cold, insisting. Baya scratched his head. Even among companions, the unspoken rule is not to ask about techniques. It's each person's secret. Baya wasn't unaware. He was just too curious because this was very impressive. "It's not a big deal. These insects don't eat chakra," Meiji replied. "The summer red beetles do not have the genes of parasitic insects and lack the ability to hatch quickly. But Meiji has the poison jar technique. This technique, which was initially recognized by Meiji for its power, has undergone 4 revisions after learning sealing techniques, taking 8 years in total. The first revision separated the rapid hatching function, which was done 2 years after learning sealing techniques. The second revision was for giantization, also 2 years later. The third revision was for supergiantization of the barrier. And the fourth was done a year ago for portable miniaturization. Previously, when rapidly hatching summer red beetles, Meiji simply opened the poison jar barrier on her hand, supplying the nutrients and life force needed for rapid hatching from the parasitic insects within her body. The essence of this technique is to accelerate cell division, thus shortening the lifespan of the insects. But that's not a big problem. The summer red beetles are born to die, living a life as fleeting as fireworks. Therefore, they are also known as reverse flying meteors. Fireworks are launched into the sky, just like meteors flying backward. They don't eat chakra. Then what do they eat? Meat? Baya, seeing that Meiji didn't mind, continued to ask. "Well, they eat protein. It's not just meat. They can eat anything edible, including their own kind," Meiji said. "Feeding such a large scale, they must eat a lot, even if they're small insects." Baya sighed. "My dog eats a lot. It feels like I can never satisfy it." "You're mistaken about some things, Captain Baya," Meiji said. "Biological activities require energy support, and energy comes from absorbed nutrients. In the wild, all organisms act with this purpose, collecting energy to survive. Once they start to act, they consume energy, and when energy is consumed, it needs to be replenished. This is the essence of predation. When the energy consumed does not keep up with the energy replenished, predation must continue until the gains are proportional, meaning they are full before they stop. Thus, even small insects like dragonflies prey on mosquitoes in terrifying numbers daily, weighing several times their own weight. They are continuously consuming energy, thus needing to prey continuously. Interestingly, the fat stored by hibernating bears is enough to sustain them through the long, harsh winter without food. The reason is that bears stop their activities, reducing energy consumption. Similarly, Allowing the insect swarm to hibernate completely stops their activity, greatly reducing food consumption. The summer red beetle weighs 1.5 grams and consumes 5 of its weight in food daily to maintain its normal functions. Now, for this swarm of 500,000, with a total weight of 0.75 tons, what is 5 of its weight, Captain Baya? Baya scratched his head. I am an excellent early graduate from the Konoha Ninja Academy. How could I possibly know? 37.5 kilograms, Meiji said. That is 75 gene, less than 100 gene of food. Oh, I see. Baya nodded emphatically. Meiji had explained it very simply and understandably. That's why Meiji felt it was as cheap as toilet paper. No, even cheaper than toilet paper. Even this 100 or so gene of food, Meiji did not spend a single cent. When asked why it was so, the answer was, even if food consumption is low, raising so many insects must be troublesome, right? Baya wondered, can you manage it all by yourself? When I feed my dog, I often feel flustered. Cooking dog food is also very troublesome, and I only have about 10 dogs, not even 1,000 gene combined. He wanted to ask for tips on raising pets. Captain Baya, this part belongs to the true secret transmission. Meiji smiled, I can't tell you that. I see. Baya felt a bit disappointed, but not too disappointed. He was already used to the daily routine of feeding dogs in his spare time. Sometimes he felt uncomfortable if he didn't groom them. Meiji looked outside the cave. The ability to raise such a large scale of insect swarms is precisely the manifestation of the power of super individuals. There are specialized insect swarms responsible for resource gathering, as well as raising, planting, and mining activities to increase resources. There are also specific insects responsible for feeding various troops of Meiji. They squeeze the utilization rate of resources to the limit, ensuring that every bit is effectively used on the steel blades. Although it is still just a prototype at the moment, the true outline of the empire has already begun to take shape before Meiji's eyes. Chapter 77. Bring the ship closer, what a terrible weather. Accompanied by wind and snow, Hitomi walked into the cave, shaking off the snow water from her coat, as she said, I'm back. Welcome back, Chiri replied. Quick, make dinner, Miki added. Seriously, is cooking my only function? Saying that, Hitomi approached Miki and reached out, give it to me. Miki clapped her hands on the ground, and a large number of bugs emerged. They were still quite fresh. These tree bugs had undergone infection control by Miki, and after continuous breeding, they had become fatter and more delicious. Part of them for juice, part for clear soup, part for meat sauce, and steam a pot of ant eggs for rice, drizzled with meat sauce. How does that sound? Hitomi asked. You decide. Miki replied, clapping her hands again, and a neatly stacked pile of ant eggs appeared. For dessert, I want orange jelly, Chiri requested. Eating orange jelly while it's snowing outside? Baya scratched his head and said, I want it all. Miki clapped her hands, and a group of bugs with shiny orange behinds crawled out into the snowy ground. Freshly frozen, Baya said, looks really fresh. In every sense. At this time, Hitomi pulled out 2 scrolls from her ninja tool pouch. She handed one to Miki. Here, the things you wanted. Confirmed? Miki asked. Confirmed, they're all in the scroll? Hitomi replied. Miki took the scroll and tossed it to Baya. Baya caught it deftly and looked at Miki. The corpses, take them back to the village to bury. Miki said, do you need to confirm, Captain Baya? Baya opened his mouth and after a while said, no need. After carefully storing the scroll, he laughed and said loudly, let us eat. Don't you have military food pills? Hitomi said, her hands still moving as she opened the scroll, and amidst the smoke, exquisite pots and pans appeared. This is the first time I've seen a space scroll with kitchenware, wealthy and willful. Baya scratched his head and said, ISNT there any for me? You can't just help yourself to free food, Hitomi said, and with 2 sword strikes, she brutally chopped a pit into the ground, and the flame bugs crawled in. Hitomi set up a pot. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chopsticks or bowls. But the flowers didn't help either, right? Baya tried to drag Chiri down with him. I'm on guard, Chiri said as she sat up at the cave entrance. Someone has to be wary of a sudden enemy attack. We can't rule out the possibility of enemy reinforcements. Baya scratched his head vigorously. Do I have to reason with her? Will you help or not? Hitomi urged. Dog Senior. I'll help. For a bite to eat, Baya complied. Good. Hitomi pointed at the meat bugs and said, part of them chopped, part juiced, and part diced. Why does it feel like I've turned into the one cooking? Baya looked at Hitomi, scratching his head. Dog Senior, I had a question earlier, Hitomi said. How long has it been since you washed your hair? Is it very itchy? Humph. Chiri, leaning against the cave entrance, snickered softly. Baya wanted to scratch his head, but his hand stopped halfway. Nobody had told him about this before. He felt awkward whether to scratch or not, only feeling his scalp tingle. Ugh. Baya took a breath of cold air and weakly said, "Please spare me. Have mercy." Good. Now the position in the team has been confirmed. I've officially become a bottom, even though he was a captain. Spare you? I haven't done anything to you, Hitomi huffed and said, "Get to work, Captain Baya." Understood. Baya rolled up his sleeves and pulled out his knife. With a few chops on the stone slab, he smashed the meat bugs. Chopping meat sauce, huh? I can do this. After being single for so long, I can do anything. As he chopped, he felt happier. 3 beautiful girls were around him. Wasn't tea that joyful? After a late-night snack, the 4 sat on the ground in silence. No one mentioned the first time they killed someone. After a while, Miki asked first, "Are we going back to the village directly after the mission?" Hitomi was tidying up the kitchenware and said, "It's rare to come out once. It will be nice to visit other countries. I haven't seen them yet. There will be opportunities in the future," Chiri said, indicating that the mission was a priority. "Then let us take a stroll," Baya said. The mission isn't over yet?" Miki asked. "You've already passed the entrance exam for the Umbu," Baya said, "and the real Umbu mission starts now." "What is it?" "Investigating the causes and consequences of this mission," Hitomi asked. "No need to investigate. Yanin has done this before." Baya said, "The village can't keep on alert for ordinary C-rank bandit extermination missions. There's no manpower to scout the mountain bandits to determine if there are traps. Therefore, Yanin has repeatedly succeeded. They will interrogate the captured ninjas for intelligence and jutsu, and if they capture a bloodline ninja, they will retreat immediately." "Has the village ever captured a bloodline ninja?" Miki asked. "Yes, the Senju clan," Baya said, "and the Hyuga, though they are a branch family." "What about the Uchiha?" Chiri asked. "The guard team generally doesn't take missions. It has been many years since Konoha was established without capturing an Uchiha member," Baya said. "Yanin is so keen on bloodlines. Have they researched something?" Miki asked. "I don't know. There hasn't been any leak of intelligence in this regard," Baya said. "Maybe they have. Maybe they don't." Baya said solemnly, "Yanin, rather than being a village, is more like a family, a large family led by a clan leader, tightly bonded by brotherhood, from the third rankage down to the gatekeeping ninjas, almost all from the same clan, the Ujetsu clan. Tattoos, swords, strange clothing, bizarre behavior, and acting flamboyantly are completely out of place with traditional ninja groups. Many people suspect they were once." Baya thought for a moment and said, "An underground gang organization from samurai and ronin backgrounds, thus acting despicably and shamelessly, resorting to any means necessary. And the Ujetsu clan has always claimed to be so. According to the Umbu's intelligence, there may not be a blood relationship among them, but they are unusually united. So united that since the establishment of the 5 great nations, no Yanin ninja has been swayed by other villages. On the contrary, the most troublesome spies in the village are those from Yanin. Relying on this unity, Konoha has limited knowledge of Yanin's secrets. What is most interesting is that the successive raikages are called boss by the Yanin people, Baya summarized. Different from ninjas, a ninja's mindset can't understand their thought processes. For example, that Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao who boldly launched a coup and killed the second raikage on the spot. Who knows what they want with their obsession with collecting bloodlines and secret techniques. "How interesting," Miki said. "Yakuza?" "Back to the main topic," Baya said. "The real mission this time is assassination. The village has already planned 3 assassination attempts in advance, all of which have failed, costing many skilled hands. The difficulty of the mission is rated as S rank. We will be the last assassination team. The target for assassination is Hanzo of the Salamander, Janin from Amigakure. This is a solo operation in enemy territory, and the target is extremely dangerous. The mission is extremely deadly." Baya's voice was particularly serious. 9 lives in 1. This mission was secretly issued by the 3rd Hokage. That's all. No leaking of any mission information. Upon hearing this, Meiji narrowed her eyes. Such a task would not be issued without Mito's nod. So if it wasn't to eliminate rivals, there could only be one reason. This is the strategic vision of Ninja. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, I'm in love. 3 medical ninjas are going to assassinate the poison user, Hanzo, the Salamander. Are we going to ride the dragon's face? Do you understand? Kiba asked. Understood. Meiji, Chiri, and Hitomi replied in unison. So, what is happening in Amigakure that has caught Konoha's attention? The mission is optional, and the village has lost hope in assassinations. At this point, Kiba said, "You are the exception. This mission will not be recorded, and no one will know except us." "Why refuse?" Meiji said. "Bring the boat closer?" Kiba scratched his head. Chapter 78. The play within a play. As the sun rose and the wind and snow gradually subsided, the 4 of them set off along the border. After passing through the land of waterfalls and the land of grass, they reached the depths of the land of rain that night. Unlike the land of fire, the ninja villages and the countries are separate here. The city where the rain ninjas reside serves both as the ninja village and the country itself. This land seems to be perpetually rainy, with drizzling rain casting a gloomy shadow over the sky, as if veiling the hearts of its people in despair. The great river outside the village rushes like the sea, flowing toward the land of rivers, the land of grass, the land of waterfalls, the land of birds, and the land of iron, connecting the entire ninja world like an artery. Surrounded on three sides by the land of earth, the land of wind, and the land of fire, it resembles a poor little girl under the gaze of a strong man. Even the weather seems to be in sync with the crying. "There's so many boats," Miki said, holding her wooden sandals and walking barefoot along the riverbank, watching the endless stream of sailboats on the river. Living by the sea and relying on it, with such favorable inland waterways connecting the three major countries, it's only natural that river transport is so developed. That must earn quite a bit, right? Hitomi, who had never seen such a spectacular sight of thousands of boats traveling on the river at the same time, asked. "Definitely," Miki replied. "It's much better than the meager earnings from the service industry in Konoha. Isn't it better to be a boatman than a ninja?" Yuri said. "But in this ninja world, they have no security. When the wind picks up, they vanish like floating weeds," Miki said, squatting down to move a large stone by the river. By the moonlight, in the hole by the sandbank, a little creature was adorably making a V sign towards Miki. Lucky Miki cheered softly and reached out to catch the little creature. It was a big river crab. Although Konoha has them, they're too small. Some are too big, and the meat is tough like wood shavings. "Is it tasty?" Hitomi blinked her big eyes, running up to Miki and poking the crab with her finger. "You'll know if you try it," Miki said. "Let's have this for dinner. How should we cook it?" "Steamed," Miki replied. The river crab struggled hard in Miki's hands. "There's only one," Yuri laughed. "Looks like it's hard to share." Byakugan. In an instant, Hitomi activated her Byakugan. "Wow, so many," she exclaimed, and then ran off with her little feet. When Kiba returned, he saw this scene. The three were busily moving crabs by the river, and a small mountain of crabs had piled up nearby. "These three guys, they look like three cute girls," Kiba said helplessly. "Come on, you should at least have a sense of urgency. We are only 40 kilometers away from the rain village. This is dinner," Hitomi said without turning around while busy moving crabs. "Always eating bugs, it's nice to change the taste sometimes." "That's not the point." Kiba gritted his teeth. "I told you to stay alert, not to play. This might be your last meal." Yuri stood up, holding 2 crabs, and smiled. "Let's eat something good before we hit the road." "But this is too much," Kiba said. "Aren't you going to bring some local specialties back home?" "It's rare for us to come here. It would be a shame if there's no next time," Miki said. "Don't curse us to death," Kiba said weakly. "Is it good?" "It's okay," Miki replied. "Very slippery," Hitomi said without looking up. "Very moist," Yuri said, reaching out to touch the crab, using his chakra surgical knife to cut through the muscles, then casually tossing it onto the crab mountain. "I've already tried it." Kiba scratched his head, arriving a step late. After washing her hands with the cool river water, Miki stood up and looked at Kiba. "How's the situation?" "Loose outside, tight inside. Looks like it's hard to break through," Kiba said. "Have you found anything?" Miki shook her head and said, "There are too many people. It can't be done in a short time." "You aren't expecting me to work through the night, are you? Would you agree to that?" Kiba looked at Miki expectantly. The use of insects for reconnaissance is indeed convenient and effective, and he was going to scout for possible infiltration paths, Miki said. "Dream on," Miki said. "I absolutely refuse to work overtime. That is my ninja way. Being a ninja is work. Studying insects is a hobby. They can't be mixed." "What kind of ninja way is that?" Kiba scratched his head. "Anyway, let us infiltrate first," Miki said. "Let's find an inn to stay in and take a hot bath. Is that okay?" Kiba hesitated. "Anyway, the mission time isn't urgent," Miki said. "All right," Kiba said. "We'll break through the front door." "The front door." Miki looked at Yuri and said, "I'll leave it to you next." "No problem." Yuri nodded and formed a one-handed seal. In the next second, the figures of the 4 transformed into ordinary travelers. Kiba looked at his transformation and said, "There are no traces of transformation techniques. It's very realistic. It's just a little trick to deceive the 5 senses," Yuri said with a smile. They turned into 3 plain-looking girls and a middle-aged man. It was a common scene of a father with 3 daughters, though there were a bit too many daughters. After observing for a while, Kiba noticed a small detail. The faintly exposed skin of the 3 girls had whip marks and bruises. "So this is the role I'm playing? A play within a play. How intricate." Kiba scratched his head, glancing at Yuri a few more times, wanting to say something but holding back. "Director, I want to be a good person. He thought but couldn't voice it. At that moment, Hitomi stretched her waist, took out a scroll, and clapped her hands to pack the pile of crabs into the scroll. Kiba blinked. Only then did he realize that this girl was also a monster who clapped her hands. He had overlooked it because Hitomi didn't use ordinary ninjutsu. Let us go. How we go? Hitomi asked, lifting a string of crabs tied together. This is dinner for today. 30 kilometers ahead, there's a ferry. We'll take the water route into the village, Kiba said. I've never been on a boat. Hitomi cheered like a child, looking more like she was here to have fun than to kill. How did a serious assassination turn into a picnic? Kiba couldn't help but facepalm, pondering where he went wrong. Aren't these three afraid? Though he himself didn't feel much tension either. Miki looked at Yuri, without needing to say much. Yuri understood and formed a one-handed seal. In the next second, the four figures faded from reality. After 10 minutes of stealth running, they reached their destination. Yuri canceled the technique, slightly out of breath, and took out high-energy, high-nutrition jelly beans to pop into his mouth. Soon, the four arrived at the ferry. It was a small boat with a canopy. Hey, you there, to the rain village. Kiba approached the old boatman and impatiently barked, hurry up, don't delay my business. Kiba got into character, playing the role of a villain to perfection. Little guy, do you want to eat? At that moment, Hitomi's youthful and energetic voice came from behind. Hitomi didn't even bother to act. Or did she misunderstand Yuri's meaning? Was she doing it on purpose? It was hard to guess. Girl. Kiba turned back and saw Hitomi talking to a 2-year-old little girl. The young girl nodded, then shook her head, looking a bit scared at the three big sisters. Here, Hitomi stuffed the string of crabs in her hands into the little girl's hands. Chapter 79. Make the land of rain great again. The little girl looked helplessly at Hitomi. You idiot, give her some candy. There are plenty of crabs in the river. Miki said upon seeing the situation. Huh, but she's been staring at the crab, Hitomi said in confusion. That's because the crab isn't moving. She thinks it's dead, Miki explained. Eating a dead crab can cause poisoning. Although at her age, she might not know what poisoning is. The adults at home should have warned her not to eat dead crabs. Oh, Hitomi took back the crab and pulled out some candy, placing it in the little girl's hand. The little girl stared at the beautiful milky candy with black patterns, hesitated for a moment, and cautiously put it in her mouth. She then showed Hitomi a big, innocent smile. Hitomi couldn't help but reach out to ruffle the little girl's hair and said, Go ahead, there's more. The little girl nodded eagerly. Baya watched this scene and scratched his head. Isn't she supposed to be a gentle girl? Why did she change when it comes to me? Baya turned around and communicated normally with the boatman. Soon, the boat started moving, gliding across the river, with silver moonlight spilling onto the water, shimmering like silver scales, rippling with the waves. Leaning against the side of the boat, Miki gazed at the faint lights of the distant city. Is that you, Hanzo the Salamander? This guy must still be very young, right? How strong can a top-tier human hero without lineage be? I'll confirm it with my own eyes. Naruto was already breaking through the ninja world at 17. I can't be unable to deal with even one Hanzo at 16. After a while, the boat really docked. Over an hour later, the small boat arrived at the port. The Rain Village ninja on patrol only glanced over from a distance and did not approach. The four of them disembarked discreetly at the dock, navigating through the rain to find an inn to stay. For people in one room, the innkeeper constantly glanced at Baya and after a while revealed an ambiguous smile. Baya forced a similar smile in response. That night, after everyone had settled in and eaten, they did not fall asleep right away. Miki sat at one end of the room against the wall, leaning by the bed and watching the night scene outside the city. From time to time, she raised her hand to release a few summer dragonflies. In the continuous light rain, the summer dragonflies flapped their wings and flew out on reconnaissance missions. Hitomi and Chiri were sitting on either side of Miki, resting their heads on her shoulders with their eyes closed. Opposite, Baya sat alone, hugging his knees against the wall, wrapped in a thin blanket. It's a bit cold. Baya couldn't sleep. Climbing onto the bed alone felt a bit awkward. He hugged himself tightly and asked, Any discoveries? Miki shook her head and said, Nothing yet. Is it because of the heavy rain? Baya inquired. A little, but not much, Miki replied. This level of rain doesn't affect the summer dragonfly's flight, but if it gets heavier, they won't be able to take off. Light rain is fine, but heavy rain is not. The summer dragonfly's wings are waterproof, which is a natural skill of this species of dragonfly. However, in heavier rain, the raindrops can knock down dragonflies, and soaked wings become heavy, increasing energy consumption. The low temperature can also quickly drain their stamina, leading to death. Why is that? Baya asked. Vision, Miki explained. Summer dragonflies are visual hunters with a wide visual field comparable to the Byakugan. However, weak light at night affects their vision. If they were looking for distinct targets like on a snowy mountain, it would be fine, but it's very difficult to distinguish individual faces in a crowd. The same goes for the insects. They are weak-sighted at night, but during battles, the Oil Women clan often acts as auxiliary eyes for observation, without needing the insect's own visual ability. That's impressive. Baya said. Yeah, Miki agreed. When it was just the two of them left, there wasn't much to say, and the atmosphere fell into silence. At times like this, Baya couldn't help but think of Hitomi's advantages. A night passed in silence. The next morning, the light rain continued to patter, with the rain hitting the windowsill and eaves, crisp and clear like a song. The four of them stepped out in the morning, strolling down the rainy street with umbrellas. Chiri maintained a camouflage illusion throughout, with a dual cover of shadows and masks. A pair of crimson, 3-tomo, spinning silently, sustaining the technique's operation. The surrounding street scenery was filled with towering spire buildings, with dense drainage pipes that were both chaotic and orderly. At noon, the four of them found in. After sitting down, Hitomi immediately took off her wooden clogs, removed her socks, and wrung out the rainwater. This rain just keeps falling. It's really annoying, Hitomi said as she wiggled her little toes. Feels good. Baya's gaze fell on Hitomi's feet, then shifted to Chiri and Miki's feet. Aren't you going to take them off? Baya asked. Senior, you'll die if you do that, Chiri smiled. I'm not that kind of person. Baya waved his hand and called over a waiter to order food. Women only affect my draw of the sword. At this moment, the izakaya was bustling with activity during peak dining hours, with several tables of Rain Village ninjas engaging in loud conversations, making sure everyone knew what they were discussing. In the cracks of the great nations, this country has no future. The weak daimyo and leaders can only wag their tails and beg the three great nations. One ninja said excitedly, drawing the attention of everyone in the tavern. In the cruel First Ninja World War, the surrounding small nations were destroyed by those great nations, leaving us small nations to serve as strategic buffers. So what will happen in the future Second Ninja World War? Our country will become a battlefield between the great nations. At that time, everything will be destroyed by those great nations. And that day is not far away. It has been over 10 years since the First Ninja World War. A new generation has grown up, forgetting the cruelty of the Ninja World War, and the entire ninja world is ready to begin the Second Ninja World War. Will our country still cry in this gap? Are we prepared to face war? No, as long as the incompetent Rain Village leader is still around. This country will continue to cry. We need a real hero to lead us against those despicable great nations, to protect our homeland. Hey, at this moment, someone watching the show in the tavern timely asked, does such a hero really exist? Yes, the ninja shouted. That is our Hanzo the Salamander. Lord Mackerel Fish Hanzo. Another person chimed in. I've heard that name. He's said to be an extremely powerful ninja. Miki and Baya exchanged glances. That's right. If it's him, he can replace the weak and incompetent leader and lead us to defeat the 5 great nations, making the land of Rain great again. So it's this kind of propaganda. Miki took a sip of tea. It's a plot for a coup d'etat in the ninja village. So boring, nothing fresh at all. Chapter 80. A little story in the rain after that. The ninja kept talking about how incompetent the current leader of the Rain Hidden Village was, how despicable the 5 great nations were for not giving them a way to survive, and how powerful, wise, and benevolent Hanzo was. 3 days later, Lord Hanzo would hold a public speech in the village, calling upon the righteous to change this country that was always crying. At that time, I would join in and work together for peace in the ninja world. After finishing a meal, there were no further inquiries. Hanzo's undisguised actions had already revealed all the necessary information. This level of information was enough for the next step of action. For assassination, all that was needed was to know where the target was. Is Konoha really that despicable? Hitomi asked softly as she walked down the street. For them, it was a fact, Miki replied softly. So they are the righteous ones? Hitomi asked. Do you want to be a partner of righteousness? Miki countered. They haven't done anything wrong, have they? Hitomi asked again. In the ninja world, being weak is a crime. That's all, Miki said. When we act, do we need to consider their opinions? If we do, what if their opinion is to let us die? I understand, Hitomi nodded heavily. Rainwater dripped down the edge of the umbrella like broken pearls, and Hitomi smiled. Let that guy named Hanzo die, although this place has always been crying. It won't perish because of that guy's ambition. White Fang said. That's right. Miki glanced at White Fang and said nothing more. Chiri wore a thoughtful expression, not sure what he was thinking. At this moment, Miki paused her steps and then continued walking as usual. On the rainy street, an old man in his 60s approached from the opposite direction. Chiri noticed Miki's unusual behavior and looked at her in surprise. He then glanced at the old man who was walking slowly towards them. The old man was dressed in black, with a head of dense and messy black hair like a hedgehog, and his white eyes had ripples in them. Chiri didn't look at the strange eyes for long, casually shifting his gaze away. Miki remained silent, and as the two sides passed each other in the rain, nothing happened, just like ordinary passers-by. After a while, as both sides walked further away, Miki stopped. "What's wrong?" White Fang asked. "It's nothing." Miki shook her head and said, "Just a bit surprised. That guy was very strong." White Fang said in a low voice, "But he doesn't look like a rain-hidden ninja. He shows no signs of transformation techniques." "This guy." Hitomi was silent for a moment and said, "Stronger than that guy from the Heavenly Ninja. His aura and demeanor are exactly the same." "That's scary." Chiri said, "He's watching us." As soon as he finished speaking, Miki sighed, turned, and looked up. Chiri, Hitomi, and White Fang followed closely behind. In the misty rain, the old man stood proudly with his arms crossed on a high tower by the street, looking down at everyone. Konoha's ninjas are really nostalgic. He squinted slightly. Since opening his eyes, he hasn't killed anyone with them yet. Now that he has re-entered the ninja world, he was collecting intelligence and analyzing the situation. Having heard of Hanzo from the rain-hidden village, wanting to see what kind of person he was and whether he could be recruited. While he still had the ability to act in these years, he wanted to make some important arrangements. Strange, is this girl the leader? The Rinnegan saw through the illusions and realities of Een release, focusing on Miki's mask. The Oil Woman clan. Truly weak chakra and physique. Then, he shifted his gaze to Chiri, looking at the rotating Saba pattern and nodding in approval. Saba not bad, and this illusion technique, quite interesting. His gaze fell on Hitomi, and he couldn't help but frown. It was nothing else. Hitomi's chakra was too abnormal. He had only seen such an anomaly in one person. The Heavenly Ninja from the Hyuga clan. The ability of the Hyuga clan to freely open chakra points is indeed useful, but it's just a path to death. And fundamentally speaking, this opening is a slow suicide. That guy is probably dying soon. He murmured softly, a hint of nostalgia flashing in the old man's eyes. Then he looked at White Fang. Useless. He had no interest in looking at White Fang any longer. Finally, he turned his gaze back to Miki. Why does this little girl lead the Hyuga and Uchiha? Her position is flanked by Hitomi and Chiri, forming a vaguely protective formation. How strong can the Oil Woman clan be? Those three old men's cooperation is barely watchable. Should I test them? While thinking, the old man uncrossed his arms. Below, Hitomi and Chiri both placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. White Fang prepared seriously, slowly reaching for the short blade behind him. Miki then extended a hand, stopping everyone's excessive actions. Don't be agitated. Looking at the old man, she said, "You do your thing, and we'll do our task. Let's not interfere with each other." Interesting, what is your task? The old man said arrogantly. Do you also want to dance? Miki said coldly with a sneer. Such things, even if the person opposite is that one, will never be easily disclosed. This is called professional ethics. The old man was taken aback by her words, then laughed wildly and said, "Interesting, then let us dance." The moment he finished speaking, his figure abruptly vanished from the spot. At the same time, three sounds of unsheathing swords echoed simultaneously. The battle began instantly, and in the next second, the scene froze. A sharp blade stopped just an inch away from Miki's face, because it had to stop. Surrounding Miki, purple particles flickered brilliantly. The old man recognized this thing. Taking a breath of it would be quite exhilarating. Around the old man, three swords were virtually poised at vital points all over his body. Passers-by in the rain on the surrounding streets seemed not to see this scene. The situation was momentarily eerily normal. But this illusion technique was not released by Chiri, but by Miki. Indeed, after saying this, the old man glanced at the white-haired boy behind him. Then his figure twisted and transformed into a wooden figure that fell. Regardless of this guy's position or this sword technique, it made him uncomfortable. White Fang, with a blade pressed against his buttocks, narrowed his eyes sharply. Would release. How is that possible? Quite interesting, the old man said, as he appeared at the corner of the street, facing everyone and saying, "It seems you are stronger in developing insects than those three old oil men, but when it comes to wood release, no matter what kind of parasitic bugs, they are useless. If you want to dance, you are still 100 years too early. Is that so?" Saying this, Miki raised her hand and placed it on Hitomi's shoulder, and immediately, a layer of brilliant purple crawled over Hitomi's body. Upon seeing this, the old man's pupils slightly contracted. She has actually controlled that kind of poisonous insect to this extent? And Hitomi drew her sword, stepping forward. In the formation they practiced, Hitomi had always served as the tank to attract firepower in the front row. The chakra points began to open, and the chakra within her boiled. The surging river of chakra became even more turbulent. The 8 gates of Duinjia formation. How much style can you have compared to a heavenly ninja? The old man sneered coldly. Chiri then raised one hand and began to form hand seals with one hand. Her job was to provide fire support while looking for fatal attack openings. This seal is for true fire release. As Meiji clapped her hands, a large number of crimson beetles flew out. The effect of illusion techniques on the Uchiha clan is limited, but the important thing is that it can interfere with their jinjutsu. Insect secret technique, vacuum poison explosion. A purple giant orb was expelled from Meiji's mouth, shooting rapidly towards the old man. Not bad. As he spoke, a surge of blue chakra erupted from the old man, and clear chakra bones began to appear in the air. But in the next moment, both sides' attacks suddenly halted. The blue giant that had yet to appear vanished without a trace. The purple wind orb disintegrated and scattered mid-flight. On the surrounding streets, teams of Rain Village ninjas rushed by quickly. It seemed that some unexpected incident had occurred. How disappointing. Saying this, the old man glanced at everyone and turned to walk away leisurely. Meiji lowered her hands. Let's go. After the words fell, the 4 of them vanished in an instant.